At the second Spirit Master Academy of Liu Cheng, this young man and his classmates are about to undergo the Spirit Awakening ritual to formally contract to spirit. 10 years ago, Lam Feng had to live at the very bottom of society because of his choice. The contracted spirits had pathetically low spiritual power. As he got a little older, Lam Feng was constantly bullied and beaten by his classmates, all because his contracted spirit was useless. From then on, he knew that he had to become stronger. Only then would he no longer be looked down on and bullied. Right now, all the students are waiting for the Spirit Awakening ritual to begin, and the one in charge is the leader of the Spirit Master Guild. This person has a strange appearance, and the students aren't sure if he's a man or a demon. They could only blindly follow his instructions, taking out their contract items and focusing their minds on them. Lam Feng's contracted spirit was weak as hell, and he himself had already accepted that at most, he could only summon a big fat nothing. Under the stimulation of the spirit power, a few students' contract items began to react, proving they had awakened. Those whose items didn't react had failed. They would be doomed to become useless commoners or breeding tools to produce the next generation of spirit masters. Lam Feng's contract item still hadn't reacted. He started to worry. To make matters worse, some obnoxious fat kid below him leaned over to taunt him. "Ha ha, what are you even hoping for? You abandoned piece of trash? I already told you, trash will always be trash. You'll never be able to summon anything." Lam Feng's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at him, but that fat kid with the buzz cut wasn't scared at all. Because he had the upper hand, his spirit contract awakening ritual was already complete. Up ahead, a student who had failed the awakening became resentful and started causing a scene. However, he was quickly dealt with by the guild leader. Lam Feng knew the leader standing before them was just a paper effigy possessed by the real person, but even so, its power was this overwhelming. He didn't intend to cause trouble with someone so powerful, so he reluctantly took his contract item and left. The remaining students in the class were instructed to summon their spirit beasts by dripping a drop of blood onto their contract items. They quickly summoned their spirit beasts, officially. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, until the fat kid who had just taunted Lam Feng summoned an evil spirit. His body was quickly taken over, and he charged at his classmates. The kids panicked and ran around in chaos, but the guild leader just stood there motionless. Through the glass, a curious Lam Feng stayed behind to watch, finding the situation very strange. Wasn't that guild leader going to do anything? Or was he planning to use the evil spirit to test the new students? Lost in thought, by the time he snapped out of it, danger was already near. That kid had targeted Lam Feng, and in that moment of imminent danger, a strange virtual window suddenly appeared before him. Spirit power wave detected. Initializing system. Before Lam Feng could even process what was happening, a spirit beast created by the system appeared in front of him. And most importantly, Lam Feng's spirit beast was also very beautiful. This spirit beast, in the form of a little demoness in a white dress, appeared before him so suddenly it left him utterly astonished. Time suddenly slowed down, and the virtual window in front of Lam Feng changed again. The system had just gifted him 50 experience points, 1 demon core, and an item storage space of 1 cubic meter. All gifted items would be automatically transferred there. The Spirit Beast, the system created for Lam Feng, had 2-star potential and was F rank. Its only skill was Rend. The current bond level with him was 60 points. The Spirit Beast's experience points were now enough to evolve, requiring 1 demon core to do so. Although the little girl had just blocked one of the evil spirit's attacks, F rank was still too weak. Lam Feng immediately, quickly agreed, successfully strengthening his Spirit Beast to E rank, and even received a bonus of 30% of its physical strength. Lam Feng was surprised that when his spirit beast got stronger, he, the master, also received a boost. Even his hearing and vision were enhanced. The next mission the system gave him was to name the spirit beast to increase their bond level. The reward was 20 experience points and 10 bond points between the spirit beast and the spirit master. So Lam Feng named his spirit beast Tong Tong, quickly completing the mission. Currently, Tong Tong's strength is at E rank, the second lowest rank. Typically, an apprentice spirit master starts with an F-rank spirit beast, after which the ranks gradually increase. The highest are the 3 S ranks, S, SS, and SSS, with the spirit master's ranks being similar. The 2 highest levels are Earthly Fiend, corresponding to an SS rank spirit beast, and Heavenly Dipper, corresponding to an SSS rank spirit beast. The evil spirit in front of them had just erupted with power, reaching D rank, while Tong Tong's abilities were still an unknown, but for some reason, Lam Feng felt that she could totally handle it. Besides, even though he was just a spirit master, he could still fend for himself. Thinking this, Lam Feng grabbed a nearby wooden chair and charged at the evil spirit. After evolving Tong Tong, his senses were also heightened, becoming much sharper. Therefore, Lam Feng could easily dodge the opponent's attack. He then smashed the chair over its head, dealing a painful blow. Even so, it wasn't enough to take down the opponent. The evil spirit turned to attack Lam Feng, but the distance was too close for him to dodge. Luckily, Tong Tong came to the rescue just in time, blocking the opponent's sword with her bare hands. The damage she took immediately sent her into a berserk state. Tong Tong transformed from an adorable little girl into a somewhat terrifying female demon. But because of that, Tong Tong's power quickly overwhelmed her opponent. The battle became completely one-sided, with her doing all the attacking and the evil spirit taking all the hits. Tong Tong's first battle was a complete victory. Lam Feng, as a result, received rewards for defeating a D-rank evil spirit: 80 experience points, 10 bond points with his spirit beast, and 1 demon core. This method of evolution was completely different from what he had been taught, but the rewards were very tempting. Lam Feng finally felt a sense of accomplishment in his life after so many years of being looked down on and bullied. As for Tong Tong, because she had lost too much spirit power during the fight, she reverted to her contract spirit form after the battle. After this fight, many students began to see Lam Feng in a different light, and some sycophants even wanted to latch onto his coattails. Even that guild leader felt that he had underestimated him. Just as Lam Feng had predicted, the evil spirit was just a test. After he destroyed it, the spirit beast summoning ritual officially ended. The students who succeeded in their summoning were recognized as apprentice spirit masters and were to report for registration the day after tomorrow, in the outskirts. After the leader finished his announcement, he snapped his fingers. The paper effigy he was possessing immediately burst into flames, but before it was completely consumed, its eyes remained fixed on Lam Feng, because on his first try, he had summoned an E-rank spirit ghost, a rank higher than the other trainees, and that spirit even had power beyond its rank. Lam Feng's true background had drawn the man's special attention. As for Lam Feng, his own ambitions were now burning within him. Lam Feng wanted to raise Dong Dong well, then use his special system to climb to the very top, step by step, becoming the #1 Spirit Tamer, standing above all of humanity. That night, Lam Feng returned to his home in the old collective housing area. He lay on his bed, staring at his spirit contract for a long time, then called out a few times. Dong Dong appeared instantly. She was truly a spirit ghost, as the room's temperature dropped significantly the moment she appeared. Dong Dong, your performance today was amazing. Lam Feng didn't know what else to say, so he figured he'd just praise his spirit to cheer her up. But Dong Dong remained silent, without a single expression on her face. Lam Feng studied her seriously for a moment. It seemed like this little girl had no consciousness, or maybe she was just still weak and needed to reach a higher rank to gain it. He wasn't sure. Suddenly, the system window popped up again, notifying him that he had just received 5 experience points and 1 bond point for talking with his spirit ghost, Dong. Lam Feng hadn't thought that just a few idle words would earn him points. It was a small amount, but still something to be happy about, right? Additionally, after the earlier battle, Dong Dong's ghost art had been unlocked, which was that berserk technique. This ghost art sounded very special, something Lam Feng had never heard of before, and normally, E-rank spirit ghosts hadn't unlocked any ghost arts yet. This was probably a unique feature of his system. The girl's experience points were already more than enough, but Lam Feng wasn't in a hurry to use a ghost core to raise Dong to D rank, mainly to avoid unnecessary attention. First, he decided to explore the system's functions, like how to earn experience points. And so, Lam Feng began trying all sorts of ways to get points, from patting Dong's head, which still gave him points even though he couldn't physically touch her, to teaching her the alphabet, watching ghost stories together, and even brushing their teeth and washing their faces together. After a whole evening of hard work, Lam Feng had collected 50 experience points and 10 bond points with his spirit ghost. He was also exhausted, planning to get some sleep since he had to wake up early the next morning for the Spirit Tamer intern assessment. When Lam Feng lay down, Dong Dong just kept staring at him. Even though she was a spirit ghost and didn't need to sleep, Lam Feng felt immense pressure. The next day, he woke up early and went to the meeting point. Lam Feng was famous now for successfully summoning a spirit ghost and immediately defeating a D-rank evil spirit, completely shedding his label as trash. Many other apprentice spirit tamers even wanted to invite him to join their teams. Lam Feng ignored their stares and whispers and boarded the vehicle directly. There were a few ghosts on the bus, which made the trainees panic. Lam Feng, however, remained surprisingly calm, even though there was an ugly ghost right next to him. Because Dong Dong didn't react, he was confident they were harmless. A moment later, a person in charge got on the bus and immediately shouted, "Quiet! What's all the fuss about?" In the outskirts, spirit ghosts are as common as flies. These ones don't even have a shred of killing intent, so just ignore them. They are helpful ghosts. You all need to learn to live with them to adapt to the outside world. The students got a harsh scolding from the supervisor, and no one dared to speak up anymore. The bus started moving. When it passed through the passage that officially led out of the inner city, all the new trainees clamored to look out the windows. It was the first time they had seen the legendary golden wall that protected the inner city of Lu Thon. The outside was coated with a 1 millimeter thick layer of gold to protect the inner city from evil spirits. Gold's ability to repel ghosts was an indispensable part of Lu Thon's defense system. The bus drove a bit further before stopping. The supervisor signaled for the trainees to get off and assemble. A monument was still under construction here. There were no spirit ghosts in sight, but they saw many workers. What was strange was that they were all middle-aged, which puzzled everyone. But Lam Feng, who was used to living at the bottom of society, understood the situation at a glance. Normally, those who failed to awaken a spirit contract would be turned into breeding tools, forced to constantly have children in hopes of producing offspring capable of becoming spirit tamers. But by middle age, they were no longer capable of that, so they could only come here to do manual labor. After getting off the bus, many people recognized Lam Feng, including trainees from other schools, and they all wanted to team up with him. However, before they could successfully negotiate, the paper effigy possessed by yesterday's leader appeared again. He brought an announcement. From now on, the Spirit Tamer interns would have to undergo 3 months of training here to earn the official title of Spirit Tamer. After that, each of them was given a map, a tracking device, and would have to find a house to live in. The catch was that every house was possessed by an evil spirit, and only by defeating it could they claim ownership. There were 3 housing areas in total: standard, luxury, and mansion. And the bigger the house, the stronger the evil spirit. The trainees could form teams or deal with the evil spirits on their own, as long as they completed the mission. And the time limit to complete this first test was 1 day. After the man announced the test, the system immediately turned it into a new mission for Lam Feng. Upon completion, he could receive 100 to 1,000 experience points, depending on the size of the house, plus 1 ghost core. As soon as the leader finished his explanation, a beautiful girl came up and sweetly asked to join Lam Feng's team, but unfortunately, he bluntly refused, saying he wanted to own his own house. The girl seemed embarrassed, as this was the first time she had been rejected so directly. Meanwhile, some of the guys who were green with envy started to find Lam Feng an eyesore. Then they noticed he had walked straight towards the mansion area. The demonic aura here was incredibly dense. Lam Feng saw an old man lying on a stone bench outside the residential area and approached him. "Excuse me, sir, how can I get into that mansion?" "You new here?" the man asked back. "Take my advice, turn back now. It's true these mansions were prepared to test rookies like you, but in 10 years, not a single person has managed to move in. Is it because they're too scared to try? Of course not. Plenty have come to challenge it, but they all ended up kicking the bucket." The man spoke with a condescending tone. Because those villas were guarded by C-rank evil spirits, he believed that even an official spirit master would struggle to defeat them, let alone a fledgling newbie like Lam Feng. Even if he were lucky enough to escape, his spirit would be beaten to a pulp, good for nothing but becoming a breeding machine. Hearing this, Lam Feng silently made his own calculations. A C-rank evil spirit versus Tong Tong, who was only E-rank. A 2-rank difference was indeed a bit risky, but he had already saved up experience from before, and now was the time to use it. Lam Feng then used experience points and a demon core to evolve Tong Tong. She was upgraded to D rank, and Lam Feng was also rewarded with an 80% boost in physical strength. Then, ignoring the old man's warnings, Lam Feng chose the villa that looked best to him and went inside. He had already calculated it all. With Tong Tong at D rank plus her Berserk demon art, her true combat power would be on par with a C rank evil spirit. Lam Feng pushed the door open and stepped inside. After he set foot in the main hall, the door slammed shut. It was gloomy inside, thick with a demonic aura. Lam Feng saw a shadow flit across the second floor and climbed up to investigate, but when he got there, he couldn't see any sign of the evil spirit. Instead, he heard the sound of chopping coming from the kitchen. However, when he rushed down to the kitchen, Lam Feng only saw a complete mess, with no one there at all. The evil spirit appeared at that moment, wearing a waiter's uniform and carrying a sharp knife, trying to ambush him from behind. Tong Tong quickly appeared to block the opponent. This evil spirit didn't walk normally, but moved by hopping, which looked quite bizarre at first glance. The combative Tong Tong immediately gave chase. Lam Feng was about to follow her, but just then, 3 more evil spirits appeared in the kitchen. A chill ran down Lam Feng's spine. Didn't that leader say there was only 1 2-star evil spirit in each house? So why were there several of them appearing at the same time here? Moreover, he couldn't recall his spirit in the middle of a battle like this. Lam Feng decided to fend for himself and quickly ran out of the kitchen. Luckily, his physique had been enhanced, so his speed was much faster. But the strange thing was, after Lam Feng left the kitchen area, the 3 evil spirits vanished, becoming 3 sets of clothes on the floor. He tried stepping back inside, and as a result, he saw the 3 sets of clothes gradually transform into the shapes of evil spirits. Or to be more precise, perhaps these were just puppets created by the evil spirit's ability. Because its range of activity was limited, it tried to lure Lam Feng to the second floor. Realizing this, he immediately grew tense. Because it also meant that Tong Tong was in danger, Lin Feng rushed out of the kitchen, only to find Tong Tong surrounded by a swarm of puppets in the middle of the second-floor living room. "Tong Tong! It's a trap! Get out of there now!" Lin Feng shouted. At that moment, he saw the waiter-uniformed evil spirit that had ambushed him earlier. It seemed to be the only evil spirit that could move around freely. Lin Feng immediately assumed this was its true body. He drew his weapon, a gold-plated dagger, and took the initiative to attack. But it had absolutely no effect on the opponent. Lin Feng took a few steps back and discovered that it too was a puppet. After stepping into the living room, he had drawn the attention of the other puppets. They immediately swarmed towards Lin Feng. Taking this opportunity, he recalled Tong Tong into his spirit contract, then jumped over the second-floor railing to get down to the first floor. As a result, because the floor was rotten, Lin Feng fell straight into the basement. Below, a dull ache spread through his body, making him a bit uncomfortable. This really was a C-rank evil spirit. Just a small taste was enough to know it wasn't a pushover. But there was a bigger problem. Tong Tong, whom he had just recalled, had once again emerged from the spirit contract and was now standing protectively in front of him. Lin Feng's vision was still blurry, but he could already see the true form of the evil spirit standing before him. Once he saw the opponent's true form clearly, Lin Feng felt this fight was going to be even tougher. Because it was a soul-devouring demon, an evil spirit capable of devouring souls to become stronger. The soul-devouring demon couldn't move, so it continuously infused spiritual power into surrounding objects to manipulate them. Standing before this monster, he and Tong Tong seemed incredibly small. The soul-devouring demon began its attack. Tong Tong fought fiercely, but she was still one rank lower, and the difference in power was clear. Tong Tong was quickly beaten limp by the opponent's tentacles. Lin Feng drew his dagger and rushed in to help, but he himself was caught by the soul-devouring demon's tentacles and pulled in. This time, it was Tong Tong who rushed to save her master, but Lin Feng had already been pulled very close to the soul-devouring demon, and all his strength seemed to be draining away. Meanwhile, outside the villa, that leader had also arrived. After hearing from the old man that Lin Feng had been inside for 10 minutes, he hurriedly rushed in. The soul-devouring demon was now ravenously tearing at Lin Feng's soul, and because of this, it triggered Tong Tong's berserk state. She lunged forward, grabbed her master's hand to pull him away, then hugged him tightly, transferring spiritual power into him. With one arm holding Lin Feng, she started giving the soul-devouring demon a beatdown with the other. The fight in the basement was so intense that the entire villa began to shake. When the leader of the Spirit Master Guild found them, he thought Lin Feng was done for this time. But when the dust settled, he saw Lin Feng being held tightly by Tong Tong, while the soul-devouring demon had vanished. A C-rank evil spirit, defeated so swiftly by a D-rank spirit. After eliminating the threat, Tong Tong had used up nearly all her spiritual power, and just like last time, she immediately returned to the spirit contract. Lin Feng, having received some spiritual power from her, also regained consciousness. Seeing this, the paper man immediately burst into flames and disappeared. And surprisingly, the person who had possessed the paper man was a beautiful woman, the true leader of the Liu Cheng branch of the Spirit Master Guild, named Yan. Her surname was still unknown, but after this incident, she had set her sights on Lin Feng. More accurately, Yan took an interest in Lin Feng because of how special Tong Tong was. She possessed 2 forms, and her second state could make her insanely powerful. Even a guild leader like her had never seen anything like it. Furthermore, Lin Feng's own combat potential also astonished Yan. She thought he might even be a spirit body, but spirit bodies are transferred to the main headquarters as soon as they're discovered. The Liu Cheng branch hardly has the resources to nurture them, right? Could it be that he was overlooked? The butler standing next to Yan seemed puzzled. A spirit body is a special existence, individuals who possess innate talent and the ability to tame multiple spirits. In the early days of this era, only those who possessed a spirit body. Only then can one become a true spirit tamer, but their lifespans are also limited. Some are devoured by more powerful spirits, some suffer backlash from their evil spirits, and many even turn themselves into spirits. After 100 years and countless amounts of effort, sweat, tears, and even blood, humanity finally found a way to nurture these spirit bodies. That's why these people are transferred to the Spirit Tamer Guild's headquarters right after they're born. Meanwhile, at the villa district on the outskirts of the city, Lin Feng had just stepped out of his new home. The old gatekeeper's attitude had done a complete 180 compared to before. He kept praising Lin Feng as an outstanding talent, owning his own villa at only 15 years old. Then, the old man handed him a key. This was proof that Lin Feng had passed the first test. He took the key and headed to the registration area. There was already a long line of people waiting there. Most of them were people who had successfully conquered houses in the Commoners District. There was a team of 5 young men who managed to take over a high-end apartment, and word was that in their batch, there was also a girl who single-handedly conquered a high-end apartment. Just like that. A feat like that girl's was already being hailed as incredibly strong. That is, until it was Lam Feng's turn to register, and his key was from the Villa district. The crowd behind him immediately erupted in whispers. I thought going solo in the high-end district was already badass enough. This guy actually defeated an evil spirit in the Villa district by himself. The person in charge of registration quickly completed the procedures for Lam Feng, not forgetting to congratulate him for being the first Spirit Tamer under 20 to own a villa. The person handed Lam Feng a Spirit Tamer identification token, which could be used to exchange for items and accept quests. Currently, the token was preloaded with 10,000 shares to be used as living expenses, and after 3 months, he could earn points himself by taking on quests. The people standing behind him turned green with envy once again, because Lam Feng was given a whopping 10,000 shares, while they only received 3,000 shares and had to split it among their entire group. After leaving the registration desk, Lam Feng summoned Dong Dong. He was lucky that she had a timely power burst earlier, otherwise his little life would have been in grave danger. Lam Feng gently stroked her head with all the tenderness he could muster. You did great just now. We've received a worthy reward. Let's go shopping. Dong Dong still didn't respond, but unlike last time, she actually nodded. This reaction from the spirit left Lam Feng utterly astonished. Could it be that Dong Dong was starting to develop her own consciousness? Lam Feng took Dong Dong to the nearby Vermilion Bird City. Before they started shopping, Lam Feng set a very clear limit. Although he had a villa and 10,000 shares, as a new Spirit Tamer, it was still better to be a little frugal, so today's spending would be capped at around 1,000 shares. Lam Feng only intended to buy some necessities like bedsheets, towels, and food first, but he was shocked to find that a single blanket here cost up to 800 shares. The shopkeeper explained that there was a shortage of materials in the city, so everything was priced similarly. Hearing this, Lam Feng suddenly felt a heat wave, and all of a sudden, he didn't feel the need for a blanket anymore. However, besides the blanket, Dong Dong, who was following behind, was carrying a huge pile of things, including several packs of toilet paper alone. Although Lam Feng didn't need that much, his inner simp urged him to buy whatever Dong Dong was holding. So he gritted his teeth and paid 639 shares. After that, Dong Dong proceeded to raid the food section, even though spirits don't need to eat. Next was the clothing store, and she didn't even spare the weapons stall in the end. She even bought so much that Lam Feng's storage space was completely filled. Since he didn't have enough points to upgrade it, he ended up having to use a cart to pull the pile of stuff back to his villa. Because of his simp nature, this afternoon's spending spree went completely out of Lam Feng's control. To be specific, he had spent a total of 9,174 shares. Although it hurt his wallet quite a bit, Dong Dong looked very happy, and the bond points between them had increased by a full 30 points, so Lam Feng was still reluctantly satisfied. It seems the instructors never taught their students that the thing to be most cautious about when raising a spirit is the high risk of wallet inflammation. That afternoon, Lam Feng lay in his villa, thinking for a long time. He felt that he should go out and find some quests to earn money. Otherwise, both he and his spirit would starve to death. The guild required interns like them to complete 12 quests within 3 months to become official Spirit Tamers. However, the newbie quests were all aimed at E-rank evil spirits, or F rank, and the rewards were only about 2,000 shares at most. Lam Feng wanted to eliminate stronger evil spirits, both to earn more money and to help Dong Dong level up faster. No sooner said than done. Lam Feng directly scrolled past the intermediate quest section. They were all located outside the city, in convenient locations with pretty high rewards, the lowest being 15,000 shares. A B-rank evil spirit was a bit too risky, so he clicked on a quest to deal with a C-rank evil spirit. The mission location was at Food Warehouse number 2 on the first defense line of Liu City, over 3 kilometers away. For about a month now, this food warehouse had been frequently losing food. According to the staff, they had seen a spirit appear and steal food, most likely a C-rank hungry ghost. If he successfully eliminated it, Lam Feng would receive 15,000 shares and 100 kilograms of rice. The next day, the two of them arrived at the food warehouse. Although it was the first defense line, Lam Feng noticed that the place was quite sparsely populated. Liu City had several defense lines in total, each one massive in scale, and guarded by countless Spirit Tamers. With so few people on this defense line, it was normal for things to slip through the cracks, which is why there was a quest for him to do. When Lam Feng went to accept the quest, the middle-aged workers seemed quite skeptical of him. You're the Spirit Tamer here to investigate the missing food? Are you sure you can handle this? Crystal clear, Lam Feng said. All right then, follow this path to the marked location. You'll find a cave where the food is stored. That ghost is very good at hiding. You might have to stay here for a few days. Lam Feng took the map the man handed him, studied the terrain carefully, and then left. After he was gone, the two men looked even more doubtful. After all, a 15-year-old daring to fight a C-rank evil spirit was truly unprecedented. Lam Feng followed the map deep into the forest. In this world, a thick fog shrouded the land all year round, making it impossible for sunlight to penetrate. Normally, the city used fog-dispelling machines, but during the day, there were a rare 2 hours when the sun could shine through. Therefore, during this time, spirits would find places to hide, which is why it was called the safe hour. Lam Feng took advantage of that time, crossed the large forest, and found the cave where the food was stored. The cave seemed a bit small, which made Lam Feng a little suspicious. The guard explained, "This is just the entrance. It's much larger inside. It's also designed to block the aura of the living. So, if the city were ever invaded by evil spirits, we would immediately seal the entrance with a barrier and a gold-plated door, turning it into a shelter." Lam Feng went inside to check, and it was indeed as large as the two guards had described. They also couldn't stop complaining about the hungry ghost. Although it didn't seem to mean any harm, it had indeed stolen a lot of food. Before Lam Feng, another spirit tamer had come here, but that person went in and never came back, and they couldn't even find a body. Lam Feng immediately summoned Tong Tong. She had a very beautiful appearance, but for some reason, it made the two guards jump in fear. Lam Feng had Tong Tong walk around a bit to see if she could sense any demonic aura. However, Tong Tong suddenly turned her head towards the entrance, and her second form was instantly activated. This time, Lam Feng even saw a third eye grow on Tong Tong's forehead. Could this be a new ability of hers? Now, Tong Tong was facing the entrance. Lam Feng thought the hungry ghost was hiding there and impatiently asked, "Is it outside?" As usual, she didn't answer. Instead, Tong Tong raised her hand and pointed directly at one of the two guards. Immediately after, the man's pocket started to move, and something inside was constantly screaming. Even Lam Feng couldn't have anticipated a plot twist of this magnitude. Who would have believed that the hungry ghost was hiding in the guard's pocket? The man's body was quickly drained by it, turning into a dried-up corpse. The other guard saw this and was terrified. "Old Chi, what are you doing?" The man called Old Chi. No, he had now been devoured by the evil spirit, charged towards them, but it was met with a kick from Lam Feng. The kick was neither too strong nor too light, sending the evil spirit flying nearly 10 meters, yet it still managed to get up and charge again. Lam Feng's physical constitution had been greatly enhanced. A normal person would have been done for after a hit like that. The fact that his opponent could still stand up made him even more certain that the man had been devoured by a ghost. Moreover, the opponent's strength also seemed to have been enhanced after being possessed by the ghost. The proof was that his kick didn't even injure it in the slightest. However, just because Lam Feng couldn't defeat it didn't mean Tong Tong couldn't, especially when she was in her berserk state. After all, spirit ghosts were the main strength of a spirit tamer. Tong Tong fiercely shoved her hand straight into the opponent's throat and then pulled the hungry ghost out. Its scream echoed throughout the mountain cave. Lam Feng and the remaining guard were quickly pulled into a pitch-black space. The guard thought he had been sucked into the hungry ghost's stomach, but Lam Feng felt this place was more like a spirit domain. A spirit domain could be understood as an independent area created by an evil spirit and freely controlled by that ghost. Once someone is pulled inside, outsiders will see them simply vanish from reality, and only high-level ghosts can open a spirit domain. Indeed, from the outside, Tong Tong saw Lam Feng and the other guy vanish, while inside, the spirit domain was filled with the hungry ghost's disgusting mouths. The other guy was grabbed by its tentacles, thrown into a mouth, and chewed voraciously. Lam Feng wanted to pull him back, but his own leg was being held tight. Lam Feng quickly took out his gold-plated knife, repeatedly stabbing the mouth while cursing. He didn't even realize the spirit domain was trying to devour his leg because he couldn't feel anything at all. Just as Lam Feng thought his leg was a goner, the surrounding space was torn apart. Somehow, Tong Tong had found a crack in the spirit domain and used brute force to shatter it. Her power was advancing so much that even her master, Lam Feng, couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing! Good job!" This time, Tong Tong had saved his life once again, and her consciousness seemed to have taken a huge leap forward. Lam Feng could clearly see the worried expression on her face, and when he patted Tong Tong's head and told her he was okay, she smiled. Their mission was completed faster than expected. Lam Feng received 800 experience points and 10 bond points, while Tong Tong unlocked a new skill, Devour. The two of them returned to the processing area. The two workers there saw Lam Feng return so early and assumed he had gotten scared and run back with his tail between his legs. But unexpectedly, someone came in later to report that the evil spirit had been eliminated, and there was no longer any demonic aura in the storage area. Hearing this, the two men quickly looked down, no longer daring to look down on Lam Feng. Of course, they also promised to immediately send the reward, the shares, to his account. Lam Feng arrived home after dark. The money had arrived in his account, so he was in a better mood. Just then, the system sent a new mission. If Lam Feng could raise his spirit ghost to C rank within 3 days, he would receive the ability to learn Spirit Domain as a reward. Currently, Tong Tong needed another 1,200 experience points to reach C rank. Ever since her potential increased to 3 stars, her growth limit had also expanded. For now, he also needed to find more spirit cores to facilitate her advancement. But accepting another mission was giving Lam Feng a headache. Even though that hungry ghost was quite weak, it was still able to open a spirit domain. If they randomly picked a difficult mission now, and ran into a stronger evil spirit that possessed a spirit domain, they would be totally done for. It seemed that if he wanted to complete the advancement mission, his only option was to take on D-rank missions. Only after getting enough experience to level up Tong Tong would he take on C-rank missions. So, the entire next day, Lam Feng continuously did one mission after another, leaving no D-rank missions for the other students in his year. They were extremely curious about who had snatched all the missions from under their noses, because if it was someone from their year, this completion speed was just too fast. The actual culprit was currently doing the D-rank Ning Village mission, with a reward of 300 experience points and 6,000 shares, and then quickly moved on to the Dying Workshop mission, which rewarded 400 experience points and 8,000 shares. They worked like this the entire day, and finally had enough experience points for Tong Tong to advance. Lam Feng used one spirit core to raise her to C rank, and now Tong Tong could open her own spirit domain. Lam Feng was very curious about what her spirit domain would be like, and since he had always been an impulsive guy, he had to act on it right away. Therefore, Lam Feng asked Tong Tong to immediately open her spirit domain right here, at the second defense line of Liu Cheng. Unexpectedly, besides Tong Tong, another evil spirit also opened a spirit domain at the same time, right near the defense line. This quickly attracted the attention of all the Spirit Tamers present. Tasked with guarding this area, the three were the first to spot it and quickly approached the ghost domain to set up an ambush. Is this evil spirit high or something? How dare it open a ghost domain right at the defense line? Could this be a trap? What the hell are you afraid of? Even if it's a B-rank evil spirit, the three of us are also B-rank Spirit Tamers. Are you still afraid of losing? This could be an opportunity. If we defeat it, the drops alone would be worth 1,000,000 points. The three Spirit Tamers huddled together to discuss a plan, ultimately deciding to let the bald one launch the initial attack. The other two would be responsible for breaking the ghost domain and providing support. After assigning their roles, they quickly entered the ghost domain. The ghost domain this evil spirit opened took the form of a Siheiyuan-style courtyard house, but every room inside was completely empty, with nothing of value. When they opened the door to the last room, they were so scared they nearly screamed their heads off, because inside, a wedding dress was hanging. The bald Spirit Tamer felt that something was off about the dress, but the youngest member of the group didn't think it was a ghost, because if it were a real ghost, their own spirits would have reacted by now. Could it be hiding outside in the courtyard? The last member of the group asked. The other two thought it made sense and were about to head back outside to hunt the ghost. However, as the young man turned around, his eyes landed right on a mirror in the room, where he could see the reflection of a young woman putting on makeup. "It's in the mirror," he screamed in panic. However, none of their spirits reacted, nor could they be summoned. The bald man was the most experienced among them, and immediately realized they had encountered a rare type of ghost domain that could block the connection to their spirits. They shouldn't have stepped in here in the first place. In this situation, there was only one solution, which was to run. But before the three of them could act, the door slammed shut, and since they couldn't summon their spirits, fighting a B-rank evil spirit was impossible. Not long after, President Yan and her subordinates discovered the bodies of the three B-rank Spirit Tamers. They died a tragic death. At first I thought it was a ghost domain opened by Tong Tong, but it turned out to be an evil spirit that the Liu Cheng branch of the Spirit Tamer Association had been tracking for half a month. President Yan observed the situation and could only speculate that it was searching for something, most likely within the inner city. "President, what exactly is it looking for?" her subordinate asked. In truth, President Yan wasn't sure either. She only knew that this evil spirit was extremely skilled at escaping and didn't actively initiate fights. It must be looking for something, which is why it traveled all the way from Haicheng to the outskirts of Liucheng. Then, Yan had the bodies of the three victims sent back for analysis. If they could figure out what the evil spirit was looking for, they could use that to set an ambush. Afterwards, she created 3 of her paper clones and sent them to search in 3 different directions, and also issued a special notice to all official Spirit Tamers in the city, announcing that Liucheng was officially under lockdown. They were not allowed to go out on missions until this incident was resolved. At the same time, Lam Feng suddenly noticed something unusual. The number of C-rank missions had suddenly increased at a dizzying rate. He was a bit curious but didn't bother to find out why. After all, Lam Feng was looking to make a lot of money, so more missions was a good thing. He quickly accepted a mission to purge a murderous evil spirit in the forest for a reward of 22,000 shares. The mission location was in Taiping Village's number 3 orchard, about 3.5 miles from the second defense line. 2 days ago, an extremely brutal C-rank evil spirit appeared here, having already murdered 4 innocent civilians. Lin Feng cautiously entered the forest and soon came across the body of the first victim, who had died a gruesome death. Their tongue was stretched out, and their hair was braided and used to hang them from a tree. The other three bodies were in a similar state, making it hard for Lin Feng not to think of a hanging ghost. Half an hour later, Lin Feng wandered around but found nothing new. It wasn't until he came across the first body he'd seen upon entering the forest again that his intuition told him something was wrong. He turned his head and, as a result, discovered countless corpses hanging from the trees, far more than 4. Lin Feng immediately entered combat mode. He had thought this orchard was just vast, but it turned out he had unknowingly entered a ghost domain a long time ago. From behind, the evil spirit launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng with a braid of hair. He detected it but couldn't touch it. Then, Lin Feng was choked by the spirit, but Tong Tong had had enough. She immediately appeared and used her bare hands to remove the braid from Lin Feng's neck. He breathed a sigh of relief. So the opponent really was a hanging ghost. It attacked using a braid made of spiritual power, making it intangible yet still able to hang people. For a normal person, this move would be completely unstoppable. What was worse, inside this ghost domain, all the corpses were being controlled by the evil spirit. Urged on by Lin Feng, Tong Tong quickly entered her berserk state. In this form, she was more aggressive than any evil spirit. Thus, the tide of battle quickly turned in Lin Feng's favor, and in the end, he was victorious. After this mission, he received 600 experience points, 5 bond points, and a ghost orb. Additionally, there was a strange item, an unfinished rope. Because it was unfinished, its use couldn't be determined for now. Despite winning, Lin Feng was a little disappointed. These C-rank evil spirits died way too quickly. He didn't even get a chance to have Tong Tong unleash her ghost domain. But he was quite lucky to get that rope, guessing it might be a spirit contract material, something that's hard to buy even with money. For now, Lin Feng put it into his storage space, thinking he could sell it for a good price later. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the city, news about a super-strong evil spirit causing Liu Cheng to be locked down began to spread among the Spirit Tamers. In addition, another piece of news was also circulating, which was the emergence of Lin Feng, a promising rookie who had acquired a villa right from his very first trial. And it wasn't just President Yan. Many people who heard this news assumed he was a spiritual being. However, the news about Lin Feng reached the ears of 2 scoundrels. They figured that if Lin Feng wasn't a spiritual being, there was another possibility, that his contracted spirit had extremely high potential. Thus, these 2 scumbags started to hatch a plan to murder Lin Feng and seize his spirit. If they succeeded, they planned to become filthy rich, and they decided to act on it immediately. That night, these 2 scumbags snuck over to the trainee Spirit Tamer's residential area. They didn't look suspicious at all. So, when they asked for Lam Feng's whereabouts, another trainee quickly and eagerly gave them directions. However, the house was dark with the lights off, and the young man said that Lam Feng had likely gone to the outskirts for a mission. This happened to be exactly what the 2 men wanted. Right now, Willow City was under lockdown, and all the spirit masters were flocking back to the city. If they went out to ambush and eliminate Lam Feng in the outskirts, it would actually be harder for them to be discovered. They even prepared a special shroud to trap his spirit. That night, Lam Feng had a good night's sleep because Dong Dong stood guard outside all night. It wasn't clear if his suspicions were correct, but it seemed that the more missions he completed, the stronger her own consciousness became. Dong Dong's current appearance looked as if she was waiting for his praise, so Lam Feng decided to risk his life to pat her head. Thank you. After Dong Dong had slept her fill, Lam Feng began searching for a new mission. But instead of a mission, he received a new message. It was a notification that Willow City was under lockdown because a very powerful evil spirit was near defense line number 2 on the outskirts. Additionally, Lam Feng also received a message from Bin An, the very same spirit master who had given directions to those 2 men. Brother Lam, a little while ago, 2 spirit masters around 30 years old were asking about you. I got a bad feeling from them. They didn't look like good people, and they also left town unusually quickly just yesterday. I've heard some people like to steal others' spirits, so you should be careful. Bin An had no reason to lie to Lam Feng. He began to deduce the situation based on his message. If they were around 30 years old, they were likely B-rank or C-rank spirit masters. But the outskirts were so vast, how did they plan to find him? At first, he also felt that they probably had no way of finding him. However, after thinking it over carefully, it seemed that it wasn't entirely impossible. Because there was a very powerful evil spirit in the outskirts, all the spirit masters were returning to the city. In that case, they must be planning to track Lam Feng through the mission board. Because besides him, no one had accepted a mission higher than E-rank these past few days. And according to the rules of the Spirit Master system, once a mission is accepted, it disappears from the board. If they were taking turns watching the device for updates, then they could also pinpoint his location through the description of the vanished mission. If that was truly the case, Lam Feng had no intention of sitting around waiting for the enemy to come and take his head. He studied the mission board for a moment, then decided to select the mission to eliminate the mysterious evil spirit at Laughing Phoenix Mountain, which had killed countless loggers passing through the area. However, after accepting that mission, Lam Feng didn't head to Laughing Phoenix Mountain, instead taking a detour to a rock quarry midway. There was also a C-rank mission here to eliminate a giant rock golem-like evil spirit that had been causing tremors in the quarry for days. The system had no rule against completing a mission before accepting it. Conveniently, Lam Feng could use this to bend the rules. And as for the mission at Laughing Phoenix Mountain, he could use it to lure his opponents into a trap. Sure enough, at that same moment, the two scoundrels discovered that Lam Feng had accepted the mission at Laughing Phoenix Mountain. Coincidentally, they weren't too far from there, so they rushed to get there before him. By the time they arrived and set up an ambush, Lam Feng was still busy eliminating the evil spirit at the rock quarry. After successfully defeating it, he then accepted the mission to claim the reward. The two evil spirit masters lying in ambush at the abandoned temple of Laughing Phoenix Mountain quickly noticed this. At first, they thought it might have been some reckless punk who didn't care about the danger and went to the outskirts to make a quick buck. But after waiting there for an hour and Lam Feng still hadn't shown up, they decided to split up. One would stand guard here, while the other went to the rock quarry to check. A short while later, the one who went to the quarry confirmed that the evil spirit there had just been eliminated by a kid around 15 years old. He immediately threatened the old man who had just given out the reward to find out Lam Feng's location, then sped off in the direction the old man pointed. However, as soon as that scoundrel left, the old man showed a look of utter disgust, muttering curses under his breath. Trash like you isn't worthy of being a spirit master. He then sent a message to Lam Feng. It turned out that Lam Feng had explained his current situation and agreed to pay 5,000 shares to have the old man keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals. And indeed, after that scoundrel showed up, Lam Feng was certain that he had become a target. That scoundrel was chasing him from the rock quarry. This meant the other one must still be lying in ambush at the abandoned temple. And since they thought he had left the quarry for a mission, they were probably glued to the mission board waiting for his next move. If that's the case, he didn't mind playing along. Lam Feng then opened the mission board and accepted the mission to eliminate the Yin water ghost in the water cave at defense line number 2. This water cave was quite far from the quarry, which would buy him a little more time from his pursuer for now. Meanwhile, Lam Feng and Dong Dong immediately set off for Laughing Phoenix Mountain to hunt down the remaining one. Lam Feng sped towards Laughing Phoenix Mountain, estimating he could arrive by evening. But along the way, his contracted spirit suddenly reacted. Dong Dong appeared without being summoned, and what's more, she appeared in her berserk state. She hugged Lam Feng from behind, using the red silk on her body to wrap them into a cocoon, protecting him inside. Through the thin layer of silk, Lam Feng could see a streak of red light fly past his head. After the streak of light disappeared, Dong Dong slowly released him, then transformed back to her normal appearance. It seemed that was an enemy just now, which is why she had hidden Lam Feng like that. And this ghost concealment ability was something Dong Dong had just awakened. It allowed her to create a separating barrier without having to fully deploy a demonic domain. To celebrate Dong Dong awakening a new skill, the system even gave Lam Feng a special chance at the lucky prize wheel. And this time, he landed on the demonic energy repair skill. With this ability, Lam Feng could, with the support of a spirit, repair the demonic energy of any object. He could also use other demonic items to upgrade his own equipment. Lam Feng then took Dong Dong's hand, pulled out that unfinished rope, and asked her to release a part of her demonic energy to mend it. With their combined skills, the unfinished rope was successfully repaired, becoming a demonic rope capable of binding evil spirits or other spirits. Lam Feng was overjoyed to see how miraculous his newly learned ability was. "Hey, you with the bowl cut!" He hadn't been smiling for long when a voice called out from behind him. It was a subordinate of Guildmaster Yan. Of course, Lam Feng didn't know this person, and the man showed no hostility towards him. "You're an apprentice spirit master, right? Did you just see a blood? Did a crimson gleam fly past here? Whatever, forget it. If you saw it, you wouldn't have lived to tell the tale. All right, the outskirts are dangerous now. If you don't want to kick the bucket early, you'd better scram back to the inner city." Although he didn't mean any harm, the man's attitude was incredibly arrogant, which really grated on Lin Feng's nerves. So, even though he had actually seen that crimson gleam, he didn't bother to report it. Even Tong Tong was wary of that evil spirit, yet it was being targeted by the Liu Cheng Spirit Master Guild. Lin Feng began to wonder if it was the reason the entire city of Liu Cheng had been locked down. At the same time, at Liu Cheng's first line of defense, a subordinate had submitted the autopsy report for the 3 B-rank spirit masters to Guildmaster Yan. The report stated that they couldn't detect any activation of spiritual power in all 3 corpses. This meant they were dead and gone before they could even summon their spirits. However, to be able to take out 3 B-rank spirit masters at once was something that not even an A-rank evil spirit could accomplish. Just then, Guildmaster Yan also received a report from her subordinate, stating that he had found traces of the evil spirit and was heading southwest of Xiaofeng Mountain. In addition, the man also mentioned meeting a spirit master who was a teenager, who hadn't returned to the city yet, and requested that Guildmaster Yan issue a notice for the academies to urgently gather their trainees. Hearing this, she immediately had a certain name pop into her head. Guildmaster Yan felt a bit of anticipation, wondering if she would get to meet Lin Feng soon. That night, Lin Feng returned to Xiaofeng Mountain as planned. He acted with extreme caution. After all, he was currently being targeted by at least 2 people. Lin Feng could already see the abandoned temple. Anyone ambushing him would surely find a spot with a good vantage point, and there was no better place on Xiaofeng Mountain than that temple. Lin Feng was 90% sure the enemy was hiding inside it. And indeed, the remaining scoundrel was still waiting there, having waited so long that he was getting restless. Big bro, why hasn't that brat come to die yet? My hands are getting itchy. I went to the Yin water cave and found out that the mission was already completed. The voice on the other end of the line was full of frustrated complaints. Alright, let's just calm down and stick to the original plan. I've already contacted the buyer, and they've offered 7 million even without seeing the goods yet. While they were talking, Lin Feng had silently approached the temple from behind. He couldn't believe that 2 people who had no grudge against him would plot to kill him and sell his spirit ghost. If he didn't have the system, they would have gotten nothing for taking his life. But now that Lin Feng had the system, how could he let others bully him as they pleased? He immediately summoned Tong Tong. Despite the surprise attack, the opponent managed to summon his spirit ghost, a C-rank old cat-faced ghost, to fight back. While the 2 spirit ghosts were circling each other, Lin Feng noticed his opponent was distracted, so he moved like a ghost behind him and pulled out his gold-plated knife. Seeing its master under attack, the old cat-faced ghost immediately turned back to threaten Lin Feng, then opened its ghost domain. Inside its domain were countless stray cats, each one incredibly aggressive, but Tong Tong wasn't afraid at all. The little girl began forming hand seals, creating a giant fireball with herself and Lin Feng at the center. Lin Feng realized this wasn't an ordinary attack, it was Tong Tong's ghost domain. And that fireball just kept growing, slowly expanding, and then swallowed the old cat-faced ghost's domain, turning the enemy's playground into her own home turf. It was just that even her ghost domain was modeled after a playground. Tong Tong was still just a child, after all, but this child was way too strong. With a single wave of Tong Tong's hand, the animals on the carousel suddenly stirred, then came to life and charged at the opponent. The opponent's old cat-faced ghost also fought back fiercely. He took this chance to slowly retreat, thinking he had escaped, but behind him, a giant clown under Tong Tong's control had blocked his path, and before the opponent could run, it opened its tooth-filled mouth and took a huge bite. After the master kicked the bucket, the old cat-faced ghost's domain quickly collapsed, and Tong Tong's domain also slowly faded. However, Lin Feng did not return to the abandoned temple on Xiaofeng Mountain, but was instead transported to a strange, unfamiliar space. The sound of a wooden fish being struck echoed through the space. The old cat-faced ghost suddenly appeared behind them, then lunged forward, following the sound. Tong Tong immediately chased after it, ignoring Lin Feng's warnings. He didn't know why she was disobeying his command, and feared that the demonic sound of the wooden fish was controlling this space. At the end of the path was a gate, flanked by 2 large, hand-shaped stone pedestals. The old cat-faced ghost passed through it, and immediately vanished. Lin Feng only saw a pair of shoes on the ground. Lin Feng saw that the shoes seemed to want to escape, but were sealed inside. Tong Tong was hot on the old cat-faced ghost's heels, and Lin Feng was scared out of his wits. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the ghost rope he had just successfully repaired. This thing could be used to bind spirit ghosts. Lin Feng took it out, threw it with all his might, tied up Tong Tong, and pulled her back. After being rescued, they finally returned to the abandoned temple on Xiaofeng Mountain. The little girl also seemed shaken by her recent loss of control. As a bonus, Tong Tong had picked up a pair of red wedding shoes, which were very likely related to the evil spirit the guild was searching for. At the same time, Guildmaster Yan's subordinates were still relentlessly pursuing the Crimson Gleam. The thing was flying incredibly fast, then suddenly changed direction. At first, they thought it was targeting them, so they readied themselves for battle, but in the end, its target wasn't them, and it just flew in the opposite direction. The team quickly reported this to Guildmaster Yan, then took off in pursuit once more. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had just used a ghost pill to help Tong Tong advance. She was now a B-rank spirit ghost, capable of opening an intermediate-level ghost domain. To commemorate what was essentially Tong Tong's coming of age, the system gave Lin Feng a brand new mission, which was to find a second wife. It sounded a bit funny, but that was the basic gist of it. He had to find a new spirit ghost, then bond with and nurture it until marriage. Lin Feng couldn't hide his excitement. Since getting the system, Not only did he level up quickly, but he could also acquire more spirit ghosts. For a normal person, this entire process would have taken several decades. Now, Lin Feng had quite a few contract spirits to choose from, and he wanted his second spirit ghost to be the strongest one available. Therefore, Lin Feng chose the pair of red embroidered shoes that Tong Tong had just picked up because he had a gut feeling that the thing inside those shoes was the most dangerous. After confirming his choice to take the owner of the red shoes as his spirit ghost, second, the system activated a new mission. Lin Feng had to return the pair of shoes to their owner, the bridal sedan ghost. Most importantly, this evil spirit had a special connection to the shoes and would attack whoever possessed them. Lin Feng had to return the shoes while keeping himself alive, and just in case the worst happened, he even had to write a will to transfer custody of Dong Dong. Lin Feng also discovered something else strange. He couldn't find the body of the spirit master who had tried to ambush him. Although he had found the man's signal transmitter, perhaps he, like his cat-faced ghost granny, had been sucked into that forbidden area, but he didn't have time to worry much about it. The urgent task at hand was to proactively prepare the battlefield. The bridal sedan ghost had a connection to those embroidered shoes, so it would surely find him very soon. And since it was an evil spirit powerful enough to force all of Liu City into lockdown, Lin Feng didn't dare to underestimate it. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng left the abandoned temple and found a cliff on the highest peak of Xiaofeng Mountain. This position gave him a complete overview of the terrain. Then, Lin Feng took out the signal transmitter of the guy he had just dealt with, using it to message the remaining accomplice. "I found Lin Feng, but he's resting right now. Looks like he's preparing to go up the mountain to exorcise ghosts tomorrow morning." With this fake message, Lin Feng was certain he could lure his accomplice here. Sure enough, not long after, a reply came from the other side. "That little brat really went to Xiaofeng Mountain. I'm on my way. Let's team up. He won't be able to escape even if he grows wings." After receiving this message, Lin Feng went to sleep peacefully, as he had already calculated the travel distance. While his opponent struggled through the night, he could rest and recuperate. On that guy's way to Xiaofeng Mountain, he slaughtered numerous low-level evil spirits en route, not even bothering to conceal his plot to kill Lin Feng. This was discovered by President Yan's spies, who were spread across the outskirts. She immediately grew concerned. After all, Lin Feng was a genius, worthy of protection. Now that someone had appeared wanting to harm him, how could President Yan simply stand by? They grew even more anxious, especially upon hearing that Lin Feng was on Xiaofeng Mountain, because the bridal evil spirit was also heading that way, and they were still quite a distance from Xiaofeng Mountain. Having no other choice, President Yan sent a warning to Lin Feng in advance. She sent the message by dispatching a paper effigy, identical to the one Lin Feng had encountered twice before. With great difficulty, her paper effigy managed to wake up the fella, who was sleeping like a log. "Lin Feng, I've come to warn you of the approaching danger." "You mean the bridal sedan ghost?" Lin Feng, still half asleep, asked back. "You've already seen it?" Even though it was just a paper effigy, the shock on its face was hard to conceal. "Yeah, I saw it from a distance," Lin Feng replied, choosing his words carefully. After all, he couldn't just blurt out that he knew about it thanks to a system warning. Furthermore, it's not just that evil spirit. There's also a B-rank spirit master heading this way to take your life, and he's not far away. I've known for a while. President Yan was even more astonished. Lin Feng knew everything, yet he was still here, even sleeping peacefully on a tree branch. "Don't tell me this kid actually thinks he can handle these opponents. You should run. My real body is still on the way and won't be able to protect you." Lin Feng paid no attention to President Yan's warning because just then, the evil spirit master sent him a message reporting that he had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lin Feng then jumped down from the tree branch and began to head down. His composure earned President Yan's admiration. She tentatively asked if Lin Feng's spirit ghost had grown stronger again. He didn't hide it, simply nodding his head. Although President Yan had expected this, she still couldn't conceal her surprise. Because not long ago, Lin Feng's power was only at E rank. This incredible growth rate suggested he possessed not just an ordinary spirit body, but a hidden one, the kind that appears once in 100 years. "All right then, tell me your plan. Everything is already in place. Now all I have to do is wait for my prey to walk into the trap." Lin Feng seemed to be thoroughly enjoying himself. He took out the signal transmitter and, once again posing as the accomplice, messaged the scoundrel, telling him he was still asleep at the base of a large tree on the eastern peak. The man immediately believed the message and headed to the location, but when he got there, he saw neither Lin Feng nor his partner, only a single embroidered shoe at the base of the tree. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and President Yan's spy were hiding in a nearby bush, silently observing the situation. She quickly understood Lin Feng's plan. Based on her time estimate, the bridal sedan ghost would be arriving very soon. This meant its target would shift from Lin Feng to that idiot. If the evil spirit's power far exceeded the scoundrel's, it would conveniently take care of him for Lin Feng. And if the two were evenly matched, they would just wear each other out, allowing him to swoop in and reap the rewards. Lin Feng's planning was so meticulous that President Yan couldn't believe he was only a 15-year-old boy. As they were in the middle of their conversation, Dong Dong suddenly appeared and activated her ghost concealment ability, hiding Lin Feng and President Yan's spy inside her barrier. This meant the bridal sedan ghost had arrived. Sure enough, a moment later, a streak of blood-red light ripped through the sky toward them. The other spirit master immediately drew his sword, ready for battle, but the moment the evil spirit landed, he sensed he was no match for it in this fight. Swiftly, the entity trapped the spirit master within its ghost domain. Compared to Dong Dong's, her domain seemed far more terrifying. Lin Feng gulped, watching the situation intently. A moment later, he realized that the paper airplane, President Yan's spy, had vanished. As he was frantically looking around for it, Lin Feng suddenly heard a voice. "Lin Feng, we're over here." President Yan, along with several of her subordinates, had landed nearby and casually retrieved the paper airplane. "You're the president?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. His confusion was understandable. Because he had always seen the president in the form of that paper effigy, Lin Feng had assumed she was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. But looking at President Yan now, she was not only beautiful but also appeared to be quite young. "Thanks to you, the evil spirit has revealed itself. Now we can go and purge it." Lin Feng enthusiastically volunteered to join them. The members of the Spirit Master Guild had arrived just in time, as the bridal sedan ghost was no easy foe. He could let them restrain her power, while he conveniently completed the mission to return the shoes. And so, Lin Feng and the group of spirit masters from the guild entered the bridal imp's demonic domain together. Inside, lanterns and flowers were hung, clearly a wedding scene, but it was so gloomy it gave people the creeps. They didn't venture deep inside. Instead, Guildmaster Yan created a paper crane to scout ahead, but her paper crane shattered after just 2 flaps of its wings. Sensing something was wrong, Guildmaster Yan hastily ordered her subordinates to summon their spirits. But unfortunately, just like the 3 rank B spirit masters before them, they couldn't sense their own spirits. A sense of panic quickly enveloped the group. Realizing the situation was bad, Guildmaster Yan quickly ordered the group to retreat. However, just like last time, the entrance to the demonic domain had already slammed shut at some point. 2 burly spirit masters couldn't even force it open with their spiritual power. Just then, they heard a terrifying scream. The owner of that scream was the evil spirit master who wanted to take Lin Feng's life. He was sent flying out of a room. His heavy body slammed right into the wooden gate, then slid down, staining the entire gate red with blood. Then, the bridal imp appeared. She was indeed only a rank B evil spirit, but her demonic domain was very special, capable of isolating other spirits, which is why she could gain the upper hand against spirit masters of the same rank. The only 2 people who could remain calm here were probably Guildmaster Yan and Lin Feng. Guildmaster Yan wanted to burn her own lifespan to forcibly summon her spirit, but Lin Feng had another way. "If we can isolate the bridal imp's demonic domain for a short time, can you guys summon your spirits?" he asked. "In theory, yes, but how do we do that?" Lin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he summoned Tong Tong. Everyone present was utterly shocked that he could still summon his spirit. This is the difference between someone with a system bug and a normal person. Thanks to the system, Lin Feng was completely immune to the bridal imp's sensory restriction on spirits. Afterwards, Tong Tong began to open her own demonic domain. Although it was just a small space, it was completely separate from the bridal imp's demonic domain. Guildmaster Yan and her subordinates immediately seized this opportunity to summon their spirit beasts, and they succeeded. Guildmaster Yan's spirit was rank B, while her subordinates was rank C. These 2 spirits joined forces, creating a stalemate against the bridal imp. If there was one more rank B spirit, she would be at a complete disadvantage. This was the perfect chance for Lin Feng to return the shoes. Thinking this, he took out the bridal imp's other shoe from his storage space, then demanded everyone around him to stop attacking immediately. Guildmaster Yan thought she had misheard, but Lin Feng's words were resolute. They listened to him and stopped their attacks, but remained ready to strike, forming a formation to suppress the bridal imp. She indeed stood still, and then Lin Feng walked up to her with the embroidered shoe and asked with a friendly demeanor, "Does this belong to you?" The bridal imp didn't answer. Instead, she used 2 red threads from her body to take back the shoe. His mission to return the shoe was a complete success, and Guildmaster Yan also noticed something unusual about the situation. "Lin Feng, don't tell me you're planning to make her your second spirit." "Exactly," Lin Feng replied immediately. But Guildmaster Yan didn't really encourage this idea. Normally, spirit masters would take good spirits as their own, but the bridal imp was an evil spirit, and her demonic domain was also very strange. This was far too risky. Lin Feng let her words go in one ear and out the other, because taking this waifu as his second spirit was a mission he had to complete. On her side, after receiving the shoe from Lin Feng, the imp now had her complete pair of embroidered shoes. After putting the shoes on, an incredibly powerful demonic aura erupted from where she stood. After the immense shockwave passed, the bridal imp had restored her complete form, advancing to a rank A evil spirit. The opponent's transformation made even Guildmaster Yan's face turn pale, because the bridal imp's demonic aura was now about twice as strong as before, meaning her threat level had also multiplied. Lam Feng also started to break out in a cold sweat. If the opponent had advanced, then the journey to subdue her as a spirit seemed to have gotten a bit harder. The bridal imp took a few steps forward, and Guildmaster Yan's and her subordinate spirits immediately became vigilant, readying themselves for a fight. But then, no bloody battle ensued. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding space changed, and they had escaped the demonic domain, returning outside. Before they could even rejoice, Guildmaster Yan sensed something was wrong, because everyone had been pushed out of the demonic domain, except for Lam Feng, who was kept inside. This made her even more worried, because Lam Feng was a genius the guild wanted to protect. In contrast, her subordinate seemed much calmer. After the recent event, it was clear that they had only escaped thanks to him. From this, one could see that Lam Feng was no simple person, and she believed that he could completely handle the bridal imp. Guildmaster Yan pondered for a moment and felt that her subordinate's words were not without reason. So, she let everyone return to the city to rest first, while she would stay behind and wait for Lam Feng. Before that, she didn't forget to remind them that no one was allowed to reveal the special ability of the bridal imp's demonic domain. Meanwhile, Lam Feng, left alone in the demonic domain, couldn't help but feel bewildered. Just then, the system sent the second mission, but its content was a bit unusual. Lam Feng didn't have to fight the bridal imp at all. Instead, he had to enter her boudoir and help her comb her hair. The reward was 15 bond points with this evil spirit. Lam Feng entered the boudoir. The bridal outfit was indeed sitting on a chair, but it was absolutely just the outfit. The bridal imp's body was nowhere to be seen. How was he supposed to comb her hair like this? Was this a test of his abilities? However, Lam Feng's question was quickly answered, because through the mirror on the table, he saw the reflection of the bridal imp. This evil spirit was actually a beautiful girl, and what's more, she was crying. Lam Feng picked up the comb on the table and, guided by the reflection in the mirror, began to comb her hair. After a few strokes of the comb, the bridal imp stopped crying and began to smile with satisfaction instead. The second mission was complete, and he received 15 bond points, which, added to the 15 bond points from the shoe returning mission, totaled 30 points. It seemed he still needed one more quest to get the 50 bond points required to subdue this evil spirit. Sure enough, just as Lam Feng thought this, the system sent the third quest. The quest's objective was to stop the bridal gown spirit from getting married, and the reward was 20 bond points. But stop her? How was he supposed to stop her from getting married now? While Lam Feng was racking his brain, the bride in the mirror suddenly breathed out a cloud of smoke. The smoke quickly enveloped the entire room, severely limiting Lam Feng's vision. He tried to push through the smoke to get out. When the haze finally cleared, his surroundings had completely changed. The room still had the same layout, but it seemed much brighter. And sitting at the dressing table was no longer just a wedding dress, but a beautiful girl. It seemed this was the era when the bride was still alive. "My love, is this wedding gown beautiful? I sewed it with my own hands." The girl sitting before the mirror suddenly turned her head and spoke to Lam Feng. He was stunned for a moment. Who are you? It's me, Huyen Hoa. Who else could it be? Tumak, why do you look so dazed? The bride covered her mouth and giggled. It seems she was a beautiful young woman in her prime when she was alive, and also the daughter of a wealthy family in Yangzhou. Huyen Hoa then handed Lam Feng half of a comb, saying it was a token of their engagement, and that they should never forget each other even after they marry. Wait a minute. What did you just call me? Lam Feng took the half of the wooden comb, still utterly confused about what was happening. We're not married yet, Huyen Hoa replied mischievously. My love is not a title to be used so casually, young Master Lam Tumak. It was only then, through the mirror on the table, that Lam Feng saw his own appearance. He was forced to play the role of Lam Tumak, an 18-year-old who was the third young master of the Lam family, as well as the childhood sweetheart and fiancé of the bride. But if she wanted to marry him, then how was Lam Feng supposed to stop her from getting married now? Carrying this confusion, Lam Feng returned to the Lam family estate. He had Lam Tumak's memories, so he also knew he had a close relationship with Huyen Vu, the eldest son of the Huyen family and Huyen Hoa's older brother. From Huyen Vu, Lam Feng learned that he wasn't actually the girl's fiancé. The Huyen family had already accepted the betrothal gifts from General Kwang Ui, and she was to be married on the 8th of this month. And although the other party had illustrious military achievements, he was an old man of 48, while Huyen Hoa was only 17 years old. Hearing this, Lam Feng finally understood why his mission was to stop her from getting married. It was clear that Huyen Hoa was being forced to marry an old geezer for the sake of her family's interests. This time, Huyen Vu also brought a wedding invitation handwritten by Huyen Hoa for Lam Tumak, The letter read, "To Mac, I have been unable to reply to your letters many times. I hope you can forgive me. 7 days ago, I learned that my father had accepted General Tong's proposal. The wedding will be held on the 8th. I tried to reason with him about this marriage alliance several times, but I was always refused. I even tried to run away from home, but I was caught and locked in my chambers day and night by my own parents. To think that the wedding dress I sewed with my own hands must now be worn to marry another, I can't help but be filled with utter despair. I have no other choice. I only hope that you and I can live this life in peace. Let us meet again in the next life. That General Tong holds a high and powerful position. You must never think of interfering, lest you bring disaster upon yourself. Please remember my words. Signed, Huyen Hoa." Lam Feng read the letter from Huyen Hoa carefully and couldn't help but sigh. Lord and Lady Huyen were her parents, yet they didn't hesitate to sacrifice their own young daughter for power and influence. It was no different from when he was abandoned on the streets by his own parents as a child. It seemed that no matter the era, human selfishness was the same across all social classes. Children were just tools for their parents to satisfy their own vanity. Lam Feng swore that he would not let this tragedy happen. So, on the 8th of that month, General Kwang Ui arrived at the Huyen estate in a luxurious carriage to pick up Huyen Hoa, and Lam Feng, currently acting as Lam Tu Mak, had successfully infiltrated the wedding procession. He wanted to see for himself what kind of man would force a young maiden into marriage. However, along the way, Lam Feng didn't see the groom anywhere. Instead, inside the carriage was an empty suit of armor. Curious, he asked the person walking next to him. The answer he received was that General Tong had fallen in battle 3 days ago, yet the wedding was still proceeding. Huyen Hoa, at only 17 years old, was being forced into a ghost marriage. Lam Feng had only ever heard of ghost marriages between two families whose children had passed away. He never imagined that Huyen Hoa, who was alive and well, would be forced to marry an old man who was already dead. She was currently being forced to drink a bowl of red bean porridge before the wedding, a custom meant to bless her with a son soon. Lam Feng rushed out of the procession. He wanted to find Huyen Hoa as soon as possible, and just then, she was being brought outside. Seeing Lam Feng like this, Huyen Hoa looked incredibly surprised. "Tumak, why are you here? I'm here to take you away." Just one simple sentence, but Lam Feng's words brought Huyen Hoa to tears. Despite his words, taking her away was not simple at all, because he immediately ran into his first obstacle, Lord Huyen. He loudly berated Lam Feng for ruining his daughter's wedding, but Lam Feng had no time to care. He directly grabbed Huyen Hoa's hand and pulled her away. Before attempting this bride snatching, Lam Feng had already sent men from the Lam family to guard the back gate, and even had a carriage ready. All they had to do was get on it and they could escape. However, after just a few steps, Huyen Hoa's grip on Lam Feng's hand loosened, and she collapsed to the ground, continuously spitting up blood. It turned out that the bowl of red bean porridge she ate before the wedding was poisoned. Her parents knew this, but no one stopped it. Because General Tong had already died, only a spirit could marry another spirit, so they had callously pushed their only daughter to her death. "If your mother hadn't been so soft-hearted, I wouldn't have waited this long," Lord Huyen said, stroking his beard. Lam Feng felt extreme disgust and hatred for this old man and screamed, "Are you people insane? What gives you the right to decide Huyen Hoa's fate?" With that, he lunged forward and grabbed the man by his collar. "Where's the antidote? Hand it over now. Save her. That's your daughter." But Lord Huyen not only felt no remorse or shame for his actions, he even ordered his servants to seize Lam Feng. Pinned to the ground by 2 large men, Lam Feng was completely unable to move. And the poison Lord Huyen put in his daughter's porridge was from the arrow poison flower, which had no cure. Huyen Hoa, her body now drained of all strength, still tried to crawl towards Lam Feng. Growing up, she had never been truly cared for by her family. Even her own parents, for the sake of wealth and glory, had forced her to her death. The only light in her life was Lin Zimo. Xuan Hua was still struggling at that time, but the Xuan family had already prepared a coffin for her. Lin Feng roared, "You poisoned your own daughter for power," and the entire Xuan family turned a blind eye to it. "Some prestigious family you are. You're clearly a den of beasts." Old Master Xuan, being yelled at by a young man decades his junior, felt no shame, and instead, retorted mockingly, "It's only natural for children to sacrifice for their family. If you lived another 20 years, you'd understand. It's just a pity that outsiders can't know about this." With that, the old man ordered his servants to quickly deal with him. Even a fool could tell that old Master Xuan wanted to silence him by killing him. Lin Feng was dragged to a nearby well. He struggled but couldn't break free, and the dying Xuan Hua was also forced to watch this scene in immense pain. Lin Feng was ruthlessly thrown down the well by the Xuan family's servants, and Xuan Hua, who hadn't yet drawn her last breath, was likely forced into the coffin. The Xuan family announced that their eldest daughter had passed away from a sudden illness 2 days prior, while General Guangwei had died in battle 3 days ago, making it a perfect day for the two to be joined in a ghost marriage. As the coffin was carried out the door, people saw a figure in red on top of it. Xuanhua, having died a wrongful death, had turned into a vengeful spirit to claim the lives of the entire Xuan family. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, thrown into the dry well, had his body shattered, his strength was fading, and his vision began to blur. The last image he saw was a gloomy red sky, as red as the wedding dress Xuanhua had sewn. A cute face with a hint of mischief greeted his eyes as he woke up, along with a voice calling, "Wake up!" Lin Feng was only 6 years old at the time, and the little friend cheerfully introduced herself. "My name is Tong Tong. And you?" Without waiting for an answer, the little girl offered him a loaf of bread. Lin Feng stuffed large pieces into his mouth, prompting Tong Tong to advise, "Eat slowly." "Haha, you'll choke to death like that." The little girl then acted coyly, asking insistently, "Can I keep him?" A man angrily shouted, "Do you think he's a stray cat?" "Absolutely not." About half an hour later, after taking Lin Feng to a slightly cleaner place, Tong Tong wondered, "So, were you also abandoned here by your parents?" Lin Feng replied sadly, "My mom said I'm a useless child to society, that being born was a waste of resources." The man sighed and remarked, "Who made the rule that a person has to be useful?" He patted the boy's head comfortingly. "If you're sad, just cry." Lin Feng then sobbed, "My parents are bad people. I hate them, but I still miss my mom." Sob, sob. A fair hand gently touched his cheek. Tong Tong hugged Lin Feng tightly and encouraged him, "Don't be sad. From now on, I'll be your mom." In his heart, Lin Feng was incredibly grateful, silently thanking her. Coming back to reality, he opened his eyes to see the system supporting him. At that moment, Lin Feng also realized the illusionary realm is gone. He cautiously approached the red garment and silently concluded, "The ghost of Xuanhua no longer possesses human consciousness." Lin Feng gave a serious signal. "Tong Tong, don't worry, she won't harm us." Watching the silhouette of the garment move towards the main door, Lin Feng wondered, "Where is the bride going?" He called to Tong Tong, "Let's follow her and see." The hem of her robe fluttered in the wind, and the bridal veil suddenly slipped off. The path ahead opened up, and Lin Feng whispered, "The ghost domain has changed." His eyes suddenly widened in surprise. This was Saman's spirit procession for the wedding. Perhaps the slightly open wooden door revealed something prepared in advance. The departure of the ghost sedan chair was truly the inner demon of Xuanhua's ghost, something she replayed time and again in the ghost domain, even after becoming a ghost. Not wanting to hesitate any longer, Lin Feng and the system rushed forward. It was time to break the cycle. He roared, "Tong Tong, go destroy the ghost sedan chair first." The ghost spirit gritted her teeth and immediately obeyed. Lin Feng touched the shimmering space, speculating, could it be that only Xuanhua can pass through this wall? He quickly dismissed the idea. That's not right. It's not just a barrier. The entire courtyard is distorted. It must be some kind of ghost art. The ghost sedan chair emitted a cacophony of loud, mixed sounds. Lin Feng frowned. That's right, it's the sound of this bell. It can control the ghost spirits and lure Xuanhua into the sedan chair. He glanced over and saw she was still heading this way. If this is her inner demon, the key to breaking it still lies with Xuanhua herself. Lin Feng changed direction, trying to stop her. "Xuanhua, don't go forward." He spread his arms wide. "Have you forgotten everything about the past?" Xuanhua's body suddenly flickered strangely, and she passed right through Lin Feng. He worried that with his current bond, he still couldn't control her. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. That's right, there's one more thing worth trying. Lin Feng took out a rope and tied it tightly around his waist. He didn't hesitate to jump down the deep well, while Tong Tong watched her master in bewilderment from above. Landing safely, Lin Feng approached the long-dried skeleton and realized with a heavy heart, "Ah, Lin Zimo." Lin Feng felt a lump in his throat. He probably never expected that Xuanhua would become a malevolent spirit wandering the mortal world. In its bony hand, it tightly clutched an ivory comb. "You two will never be able to meet again in the next life." Lin Feng brought the item back to Xuanhua's room and said coolly, "That's right, this is the other half." He lifted the two halves of the ivory comb and fitted them together. Tong Tong stood beside him, curiously watching the swirling aura, which surged with incredible power, greatly affecting the surrounding space. The bride, Xuanhua, who was walking slowly, suddenly stopped. She turned her head to look back, and Lin Feng approached, holding the comb out and asking gently, "Do you still remember this token of love?" The figure of Lin Zimo appeared clearly, reflected in her bloodshot eyes. Lin Feng was startled. Her hand was reaching out, and he could feel the bride gently touch the comb. As the bridal veil flew up, he could see that she was crying. Lin Feng said joyfully, "Xuanhua, you're finally awake." Her right hand clenched into a fist, and Lin Feng called out in alarm, "Wait, Xuanhua!" She rushed forward along the path, violently shattering the magical barrier that had imprisoned her. Xuanhua was like a wild beast, smashing the ghost sedan chair, her speed making Lin Feng exclaim in awe, "So fast! But then the fragments began to piece themselves back together. He thought in confusion. It's regenerating? The properties of this ghost sedan chair are so strange. The red cloth quickly sprouted eyes, a nose, and a mouth. The ghost sedan chair transformed into a living thing, or more accurately, a monster with 4 pitch-black legs and sharp hands. Lam Feng raised his hand in front of his face to dodge, saying at the same time, "Thanks, Tong Tong, for blocking that blow for me. The ghost sedan chair can actually regenerate its lower limbs," Lam Feng thought tensely. Damn it, this thing isn't afraid of physical attacks. That's right, the sedan chair is made of paper. He charged straight forward without hesitation. To the ghost palanquin, Lam Feng waved his hand, summoning 4 flames, and he waited for the window curtain to be thrown open before tossing them inside. Lam Feng moved to a safe position and shouted a warning. "Everyone, get back," he thought to himself. It can actually be burned. Lam Feng looked at Dung, puzzled. Is it over? Some pieces of cloth suddenly peeled off, and the ghost palanquin transformed, growing several times larger and turning white. Lam Feng exclaimed in astonishment. As expected, it's not that simple. Like this, he glanced at the bride. This is bad. Huyen Hoa. Lam Feng observed her expression and realized it was a flame ghost. I didn't expect Huyen Hoa to have this skill. A hand with sharp claws attacked from the ghost palanquin. Here it comes. The bride, Huyen Hoa, quickly created a shield to block the blow and was even able to counterattack. Lam Feng happily concluded, "It's really useful. This is great." He ordered in a stern voice, "Dung, help her restrain the ghost palanquin's movements. Huyen Hoa, use your threads to control the flame ghost." The two obediently followed, using red threads to tightly bind the beast's legs. The ghost palanquin staggered, losing its balance as if about to fall. Huyen Hoa pulled countless red threads taut, and eerie flames erupted from her hands. The flames traveled along the thin threads, gradually spreading down to burn the ghost palanquin. The system then sent a notification. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Bind the wedding dress bride." Lam Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, it's over. The ghost bride landed gently, and at the same time, an option appeared. The bond between you and the wedding dress bride has reached 50. She can become your second spirit familiar. Do you wish to proceed? Lam Feng immediately agreed. The condition is to give the wedding dress bride a drop of fresh blood to drink. He pondered. To use my blood, I'll have to show my face, won't I? Her beautiful face had a gentle touch. Lam Feng called out gently, "Huyen Hoa, we meet again." He bit into his own flesh, but he didn't have anything to hold the blood. Huyen Hoa suddenly grabbed Lam Feng's arm, brought the bleeding part to her lips, and gently sucked on it, surprising him. And there's a sensation too. Lam Feng stared at the ghost Huyen Hoa, thinking, she won't consider me her husband, will she? The system indicated, binding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a second spirit familiar, completing the mission, gaining 1,000 experience points, and receiving a lottery draw chance. Below was the rest of Huyen Hoa's information. Returning to the shelter, Lam Feng took his time to study it. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Lam Feng thought to himself, as expected of a high-tier spirit, she starts with a 3-star potential. Her abilities and experience aren't bad either. Flash Step can move the ghost domain at high speed over short distances, which can be used for combat mobility. Plus, combining Flash Step with her excellent perception creates a super strong escape ability. Even if I can't win a fight, I can run first. The most powerful thing is probably her ghost domain. Not only can it sever the connection between a spirit familiar and its Spirit Tamer, but it's also a rare dual ghost domain. Used correctly, it can completely suppress even higher-tier spirit familiars. He gently pressed the draw button on the smart screen, and the pointer spun a few times before finally stopping. The system congratulated the host on obtaining a new ability. Lam Feng was curious. Oh, what's Ghost Cloud? Whatever. I'll accept it first and figure it out later. Just as he was about to claim the item, a strange sound from outside startled him. What's that sound? Something was speeding down the gravel road. Lam Feng was confused. Why is there the sound of approaching horse hooves? Is it a person or a ghost? He was about to go outside to check, but paused when he saw the worried look in his spirit familiar's eyes. Lam Feng softly called Huyen Hoa's name, but then the scenery began to fade. What's happening? The ghost domain is gone, and he realized he was in a new location. Lam Feng frowned, speculating, I get it. Huyen Hoa must have used her Flash Step ability after hearing the horse hooves. That means the sound was either an evil spirit hostile to her or the one controlling the ghost palanquin. He unceremoniously tossed the comb into his inventory. Lam Feng formulated a plan. However, since Huyen Hoa chose to flee, it seems he'll need to gather more information to deal with her enemy. That place was very close to Liu City. I'll head back and rest first. At the Spirit Tamer Association, a joyous shout echoed. Oh my God, you're really alive, President Nien said with a choked voice. There was no news for 3 days. I thought you were. That's right, the wedding dress bride, Lam Feng announced with a slight smile. She's been dealt with. President Nian's eyes went wide with shock. What? You actually managed to subdue a high-tier evil spirit? She suddenly remembered, good heavens, even the 15-year-old prodigy from before needed the full backing and resources of the headquarters to subdue an evil spirit. They didn't do it by themselves. Is this a manifestation of the latent spirit body? Lam Feng cleared his throat. It was also thanks to your cooperation back then, President. Thank you. President Nian put her hands on her hips and said cheerfully, no need for thanks. How about you give me some practical benefits instead? Lam Feng asked. What do you want? President Nguyen's eyes crinkled as she smiled. It's very simple. Join the Spirit Tamer Alliance. Just take a job in my district. Help me manage things on the surface. Lam Feng was skeptical. Joining the alliance doesn't mean I have to work a 9 to 5, does it? President Nguyen reassured him seriously. Don't worry. The position assigned to you is called Special Commissioner. With complete freedom, it's just that the association will occasionally invite you to participate in important missions, but it's not mandatory. Plus, you'll have internal privileges, allowing you to access more secret information, and you'll be the first to know where powerful ghosts appear. Lam Feng calculated silently. Having internal access rights sounds pretty good. Maybe I can find information on Huyen Hoa's enemy, and that mysterious Tich Trio An, too. President Nguyen placed a hand on his shoulder and pressed. So? All right, I'll join. She leisurely stretched, revealing her alluring figure, and praised, excellent. President Nguyen gave Lam Feng a flirtatious look. Am I beautiful? He blushed shyly and stammered. President Nguyen boldly moved closer to Lam Feng, giggling. Hee, I'm so happy. If you think I'm beautiful, then take a longer look. You've never enjoyed a benefit like this before. A subordinate appeared out of nowhere at the wrong time, calling out politely, President, your coffee, before immediately disappearing. My apologies for the interruption. President Nguyen smoothed her hair and said, all right, back to business. Joining the Spirit Tamer Alliance has one more essential condition, which is rank certification. She explained, right now, you're still in your probationary period. So even if you have the strength, you won't be officially recognized by the state. As it happens, the Liu City Ranking Evaluation Assembly is in 2 days. President Nguyen raised her hand, looking excited. Get ready to participate. I'll be cheering for you. That evening at the villa, Lam Feng was drying his hair after a shower, thinking, the Ranking Evaluation Assembly is tomorrow. Huyen Hoa is still recuperating, but with Dong here, it should be fine. He quickly fell asleep. The bride's headdress. Suddenly she appeared, floating in midair in the middle of the night. Lam Feng was slightly startled, surprised to see the figure sitting right next to him. Blushing, the ghost spirit's cheeks were burning hot, making a bewildered Lam Feng ask himself, what's with this expression? She moved closer to Lam Feng, who froze, utterly bewildered, as she lay down very naturally. The ghost spirit didn't close her eyes, just kept staring intently at Lam Feng like that. How am I supposed to sleep like this? The next morning, as the bright sunlight began to stream into the small room, Lam Feng groggily woke up, panicking when he realized, am I late? The gentle bride handed him his clothes. Lam Feng smiled awkwardly and said, thank you for your kindness. It seems she's really taking care of me like a husband. Her next action made him lose his composure. I have to refuse. Let me do it myself. The host shouted through the microphone. Welcome everyone to the Ghost Tamer Ranking Assembly. She raised her arm high to introduce. Over 3,000 people are participating in this year's assembly, making it more bustling than ever. So, without further ado, our first evaluation round will begin with our lovely students. The host covered her mouth and giggled. They are mostly students who graduated last year. Of course, there are also some from the current class. It's quite naive to come for a ranking after only 1 month of internship. The girl, Jiang Song, pointed and gestured. Hey everyone, look! It's Lam Feng, the guy who got the villa. The 2 boys sitting next to her quickly chimed in. Haha, I told you Brother Lin would definitely show up. If he gets ranked B class later, it'll scare the daylights out of those seniors. But the ranking criteria involve many comprehensive assessments besides the ghost spirit's power, so nothing is certain yet. A few people whispered among themselves, who's that kid? He can't be from the current class, can he? We've been trying for a year and the pass rate is only 30%. What rank does a fresh graduate like him think he can get? Just you watch. I'll humiliate him later. Round 1, a written test on ghost spirit knowledge. A basic knowledge assessment that only apprentices need to pass. There are multiple choice questions, 20 questions, 10 test versions. Each question will appear on the big screen for 60 seconds. A single wrong answer means elimination. Time flew by, reaching question number 23. A portion of the students had already been eliminated. One boy looked at the question, trembling like a leaf. This year's test is really something else. Soon, an announcement came from the proctor. Time for the final question is up. Will the students who answered incorrectly please exit? Congratulations to the 50 remaining students for passing the written test. Lin Feng thought to himself. That was pretty simple, as expected. For the second round, the host explained, in a real battle, a ghost tamer must maintain their composure even when facing a stronger enemy. Therefore, in this test, our 3 judges will take turns releasing the demonic aura of their evil spirits to test the students' mental fortitude. First up, the sorceress named Mandala. Groans immediately filled the area below. The pressure is so strong, it's unbearable. Next, the Xingtian evil spirit appeared with words of encouragement. Hang in there, don't get knocked out in the second round. The host was extremely excited. Look, many students are collapsing under the influence of the demonic aura, including a genius from this year's class. The blonde girl gritted her teeth in pain. Damn it, I was so close. The boys in the crowd all cried out, "Ah, isn't that the genius girl from this year's class?" Everyone thought she would definitely pass. Go, Brother Lin. You're the hope of our entire school, the host said with a bright smile. The last one to take the stage is the highly respected Elder Gu. I wonder what kind of evil spirit he'll bring out. The entire venue erupted in chaos. Oh my god, he and his evil spirit are in a symbiotic state. To think he can control a second-grade monster, he's truly worthy of being an elder. Lin Feng stood listening in silence as, sure enough, many more students collapsed. Then let's congratulate student number 9 for entering the final round, the host eagerly announced. The most exciting moment is here. Students, please take turns stepping onto the evaluation platform to summon your ghost spirits. The device will automatically assess your rank, and the first person, Mai Qian 2. His ghost spirit is of an extremely low level. I'm sorry, you do not meet the requirements. Please try harder next time. The second person, Gao Shang. This student is really not bad, directly assessed as D class. The third contestant, Lin Feng. He is also the only remaining student from the current class. Someone voiced their doubt. He's from the current class? His internship isn't even over. How could he make it this far? Another person replied, I've heard of this Lin Feng before. He's definitely a spirit medium. Gao Shang snorted with contempt. If you can meet the standard, I'll eat an armored car. Lin Feng thought to himself, I'll just do enough to pass. No need to be too flashy. Summoning Tong Tong should be enough. The bow with a skull in the center began to glow, and the host gasped in amazement. What a surprise! Student Lin Feng's ghost spirit is emitting a powerful demonic aura. What rank will it be? The student with the bowl cut clasped his hands in prayer, C class. The indicator spun continuously. When the large screen displayed the letter, everyone was stunned. Is that a mistake? Isn't B class the rank of the vice president? The 3 friends had mixed expressions. How is that possible? Brother Lin is incredible! The female host screamed with excitement. That's right, everyone, you're not seeing things. It's really B class. This is a rank that has never appeared during the student evaluation stage before, so congratulations to student Lin Feng. He was suddenly attacked from behind, right on the main stage. A dark figure holding a knife stabbed Lin Feng in the back. It turned out to be Qian Tu, who laughed sinisterly. Haha, Lin Feng, I finally got you. Tong Tong had been suppressed. Lin Feng's eyes widened in confusion. Why is she also? Qian Tu removed his mask, revealing a familiar face. You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? The blood feud for killing my younger brother is irreconcilable. Today is the day you die. The man had now mutated, transforming into a B-class wandering corpse goo evil spirit. The monster's mouth continuously emitted a horrifying sound. He, kill! Lin Feng coughed up blood, thinking in pain. It's Xia Shan. He didn't die back then. He escaped during the chaos, so why does he look like this now? The stands, having witnessed everything, erupted into utter chaos. Ah, he's a murderer. Run! It's a B-class evil spirit. The situation developed suddenly, as a deranged man disguised as a student stabbed and injured Lin Feng. Elder Gu said in a grim voice. This man forced a symbiosis with a high-level evil spirit. He won't live long, but he's extremely dangerous right now. Protect the students and the audience. Mandala shouted, signaling, Everyone, evacuate in an orderly fashion. The judge quickly deployed his Xingtian spirit. From the throat of the monster on Xia Shan's back, a powerful poison gas sprayed out, simultaneously knocking down everyone present in the arena. Xingtian coughed up blood, helpless, cough. No. All right, this is getting interesting. Ha Sun laughed cruelly upon hearing the word revenge, commanding his monster to attack. On the other side, Lin Feng quietly mused, Ha Sun, you've really gone all out for your revenge, but you're the one who's going to die today. Before the evil spirit could strike, it was intercepted by countless red threads, which then formed bindings to restrain Hassan. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Look over there! What is that? The man gritted his teeth in fury, and his body then exploded into pieces, splattering greenish blood everywhere. Mandala asked in surprise. The evil spirit was killed? Xingtian, however, refuted in astonishment. No, that red thing is one of them too. Elder Gu was bewildered. His ghost domain wasn't even activated and he was killed. What kind of powerful being is that red evil spirit? Wait, isn't this the thing the association announced? Realization dawned on everyone, and they panicked. It's the wedding dress ghost that caused the lockdown of Liu City. Why is she here? I heard even the Ghost Tamer Association was helpless against this thing. One wasn't enough, and now there's another. Is heaven trying to kill us? Jiang Song and his friend hugged each other, sobbing, Mom, I don't want to die. I've never even been in love. Boo-hoo. Ghost Chuanhua floated in midair, and Dong Dong also escaped the encirclement. The system announced a victorious battle. Your ghost spirit has killed a B-rank evil beast, plus 3,000 experience points. The binding has obtained a grand trial lock. Lin Feng smiled gently and said softly, That's right, Xuanhua. The area fell strangely silent. Jiang Song and his friend were dumbfounded. Huh, why isn't that A-rank evil spirit attacking Lin Feng? Unless... Elder Gu was confused. The host forced a laugh. Haha, student Lin, could it be? Zhen Ta brought the microphone closer and stammered. Is she... your second evil spirit? Lin Feng covered his face in resignation, thinking, I still couldn't hide it. He replied in a low voice, Yes. The surroundings remained dead silent. A few excited screams echoed from below. Lin Feng is amazing. He's our guiding light. Brother Lin saved everyone. He's the hero of my heart. Another section was even more boisterous. Lin Feng is so young and has already tamed 2 ghost spirits, and one of them is an evil spirit. What kind of genius is this? I'm proud of you. Even the principal doesn't have A-rank strength. I nominate Lin Feng to be the principal. The host announced joyfully, Then I declare that student Lin Feng is officially rated as an A-rank Spirit Tamer. Lin Feng's name was chanted over and over. Even when sitting in his room, he couldn't escape it. Is Lin Feng there? I've come to ask to be your disciple. If you don't come out, I'll kneel here forever. He lamented in despair. I haven't had a good night's sleep in 7 days. It seems I can't stay in Liu City any longer. He thought about the proverb, people fear fame just as pigs fear getting fat. Ever since the ranking assembly ended, this villa had been turned into a tourist attraction, surrounded every day, to the point where not even an ant could slip through. Lin Feng considered that while he could rest in the ghost domain, the problem was that this situation was truly chaotic. Lin Feng pondered. If he went for a walk, he'd be mobbed, and he had nowhere to spend the salary he was getting from the association. With a sad face, he said, I really want to spend some money. Outside, the commotion was full of shouts. Did you hear? Lin Feng tamed that terrifying evil spirit that caused the whole city to be locked down? Of course, he's the youngest A-rank ghost tamer now. Come and see. This is his legendary former residence. Shh, he's not dead yet. Who dares to jinx my brother Lin? Get out here. President Yan stood in the middle of the schoolyard and concluded worriedly, It seems he can't stay in Liu City anymore. A surprised voice came from the main building. Go to Haicheng City? President Yan said calmly. That's right. I'm about to be transferred to the Haicheng City Alliance branch for work. You can come with me and take the opportunity to train for a while. As one of the 5 major centers, it's much more bustling than here. Lin Feng was curious. 5 major centers? She replied gently. Yes, the Ghost Tamer Alliance has a total of 5 branches, and Haicheng City is the eastern branch. President Yan explained. The west, north, south, and central regions each have a branch located in their largest central city. Haicheng City is the center of the eastern region. There are countless C-rank and above ghost tamers, and if you have high-grade ghost spirit tokens, you can also go to the auction house there to trade them. Lin Feng was intrigued. Oh, that doesn't sound bad. He secretly guessed that there were still quite a few ghost tamer spirit tokens in Xuanhua's ghost domain, which must be worth a lot. President Yan chuckled. Hey, it's settled then. Go back and pack your things. We'll set off early the day after tomorrow. Lin Feng was puzzled. Huh. Why does her expression look so smugly triumphant? 2 days later, Lin Feng was seated in the car and pressed, How far is it from here to Haicheng City? President Yan answered calmly. A few hundred kilometers, and we'll pass through an unpopulated region. The ghosts there usually set deadly traps. Ordinary B-rank ghost tamers wouldn't dare to venture there alone, but the association has its own safe route, which shows the perks of being a member. Lin Feng looked bored. So that's how it is. He thought, the knowledge taught in school is indeed limited. There are still so many things about this world that I don't know. 3 cars headed towards the light. Haicheng City, here I come. 5 hours later, near the border of the unpopulated area, President Yan ordered the cars to stop. She reported through the router. 0349 has arrived at the Red Dock. A black submarine emerged from the depths of the sea. This was a specialized vehicle of the Ghost Tamer Association, the Reaper. President Yan said sternly, Get on, we're taking the waterway. Lin Feng carefully climbed down the ladder, assessing in his mind, It's true that it's relatively safer underwater. Even if there are ghosts, their numbers are definitely not as high as on land. President Yan crossed her arms and said coolly, although the distance on land is short, the waterway is a safer, hidden route. The hull is coated with a special paint to prevent ghosts from sensing the breath of the living. So you can rest assured. The giant wheels began to turn, and the submarine moved slowly, cutting through the obstacles ahead. It was now close to midnight when an announcement came on, approaching the west port of Cheng City. The weather there is sunny, with an air temperature of 21 degrees. Please prepare to disembark. President Yan rested her chin on her hand gracefully and reminded him softly, Lam Feng, you're crushing us. His sleep-deprived face flushed with embarrassment. Ah, I'm sorry, she gestured gently. We've arrived. West of Cheng City, Satellite 2. President Yan cheerfully introduced. Cheng City has a population of 8 million and also possesses a large number of powerful ghost tamers. Basically, all the spirit mediums of the eastern region are here, and the missions issued by the association are more numerous than in Liu City. She hesitated slightly. This is my station. You can stay in the guest room here for now. A short while later, President Yan poured tea and suggested, by the way, you said you wanted to sell some ghost spirit tokens. Can you let me see them? Lam Feng replied casually, sure, no problem. This ghost spirit out. First up was a B-rank good spirit, the Cerebellum Amulet. Guildmaster Yan exclaimed in shock. An ownerless B-rank ghost, and a good spirit at that. Where did you get it? Lam Feng said excitedly. I found them all in the ghost domain of the wedding dress bride. There are 5 more, just like it. How much money can they sell for? Her jaw dropped in shock. There are 5 more? This. Ownerless good spirits are extremely rare. They're basically all nurtured by ghost tamers from a young age, and this is the first time I've ever seen one of such high quality. Guildmaster Yan estimated, a ghost spirit like this should be worth at least $1 million. Get some rest early today. I'll help you contact an auction house tomorrow. Lam Feng smiled happily and replied, all right, I'll have to trouble you then. Stepping into the warm water, Lam Feng felt completely refreshed. Phew, it's been a while since I've enjoyed such a relaxing evening. He looked at the terminal and remarked, oh, Cheng really does have a lot of high-level quests, and even special quests from the association. Looks like it won't be long before Dong Dong and Xuanhua can level up. Lam Feng suddenly grunted in surprise as a red figure flew in, making him flustered. Xuanhua, why is she here? I'm sure I locked the door. Lam Feng cried out miserably. Since when do locks work on ghosts? If I wanted to keep her out, I'd have to paint this entire bathroom with a thick layer of gold paint. He clutched his chest and asked worriedly, Xuanhua, what are you trying to do? She placed a thin towel on Lam Feng's back and began to gently scrub it. His cheeks flushed as he wondered, is this another one of her special methods? As he stepped out of the bathroom, he received a notification from the system. You and the ghost Xuanhua have interacted by bathing, plus 50 experience points. Guildmaster Yan gave him a confused look and called out, Lam Feng. She was extremely suspicious. What's with that bashful look on your face? The two of them were sharing the wide bed. Lam Feng concluded, as expected, Xuanhua is lying here again. He reconsidered. But it's actually nice to be able to see such a beautiful face when I open my eyes. Lam Feng gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Good night, Xuanhua. The system's announcement of more experience points surprised him. That works too? At the same time, near the Cheng defense line, the crackling sound of fire erupted. A thug praised with satisfaction. Good job, we finally took care of that tough B-rank evil spirit. Uncle Rose Daya frowned with suspicion. Hey, everyone listen. That sounds like horse hooves. Who would be riding a horse out here at this time of night? They immediately took a defensive stance when they realized, something's not right. That's definitely not a person. Quickly, set up a ghost domain and prepare for battle. The whole group simultaneously created a power barrier. The dark figure ahead drew closer and closer. It appeared. It turned out to be the S-rank headless general ghost spirit. The thugs exclaimed in panic. We're screwed. This evil spirit's rank is higher than ours. Don't be afraid. Our 5-layered ghost domain can't be broken. The words had barely been spoken when the barrier was shattered into pieces. The general's pale hand tightened its grip on his sword. He swung it decisively a few times and finally left, leaving behind a pile of remains. Lam Feng rubbed his aching head, thinking to himself, whoa, it's rare. Did I sleep until I wake up on my own? Is it already afternoon? Guildmaster Yan and the 2 ghost spirits suddenly appeared, and she said cheerfully, you're finally awake. Lam Feng was startled by her sudden appearance, which made Guildmaster Yan laugh. Ha, did I scare you? She said happily. I saw you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't call you for this morning's auction, but if you hadn't woken up soon, your Xuanhua was about to make breakfast for the 5th time. Lam Feng's eyes widened at the lavish spread of food, and he asked, Xuanhua, Did you really make all this? Guildmaster Yan commented with a blissful expression. It's delicious. Women from that era are truly something special. She suddenly remembered, that's right. I have some good news for you. The auction was extremely lively, those B-rank ghost spirits. The ownerless ones were fought over like crazy. In the end, they sold for 20 million contribution points. Lam Feng was so shocked he spat out his water. His lucky break had finally arrived. Guildmaster Yan proposed, the auction house takes a 10% service tax, and then another 6%. My agent fee of 20% shouldn't be too unreasonable, right? In total, I'll transfer 12,800,000 to you. Lam Feng replied hesitantly, thank you for your hard work. He thought to himself, she's so clear with her calculations, she really is fit to be a guildmaster. Guildmaster Yan held up her terminal, showing the transfer was complete. She instructed, all right, you eat up. I have to go handle some association business. Lam Feng asked, did something happen? She replied with a troubled look. Yesterday, near Liu Cheng, a small team of ghost tamers was beheaded by an evil spirit. This morning, a similar massacre was discovered at Sanfang High, and the victim was an A-rank veteran. It's very strange. Suddenly, a voice cut in. This matter doesn't need to concern any of you. Guildmaster Yan, you've come to Hai Cheng. This humble one, Zhuo, was unable to welcome you from afar. She asked in surprise, why are you here? Guildmaster Zhuo replied amicably, I came to inform you that since that beheading evil spirit has appeared in Hai Cheng, you should leave it to me to handle. Guildmaster Yan can just rest easy. Guildmaster Yan retorted, oh, I didn't come to Hai Cheng for a vacation. What are you implying, Guildmaster Zhuo? He said bluntly, how are you going to solve it when you don't have a single piece of information about that ghost? Guildmaster Zhuo showed his resolve. In any case, I've already made the arrangements, so allow me to enlighten you all. This is video footage recorded by a communication device of the ghost tamer being beheaded last night. A blurry black figure flickered on the screen. Lam Feng vaguely recalled, the sound of horse hooves. Isn't that the ghost that chased us into Xuanhua's ghost domain? Its lower body was clearly visible, but it disappeared just a few seconds later. Lam Feng was extremely surprised. Is that it? The person on the horse? Could it be a ghost tamer? You couldn't record much? I'll show it to you when we get back. Rewinding a bit, he was horrified. It has no head, Guildmaster Zhuo said grimly. That's right, we call it the Headless General, and we've already gathered related clues. It's a good opportunity to train the tracking abilities of my two daughters. Guildmaster Yan looked impatient. Fine, I'll let you have this one. Lam Feng deduced that the Headless General's attire was identical to that of the general who was supposed to marry Xuanhua. As expected, he was the evil spirit behind the ghost sedan chair. Moreover, the crime scenes moved from Liu Cheng to Hai Cheng, meaning he was targeting Xuanhua. But how did he sense her location? The system announced a new mission, annul the marriage contract. Lam Feng's eyes widened in realization. That's right, why didn't I think of it? In the ghost domain, Xuanhua being forced to initiate the marriage procession must have been because of this marriage certificate. Looks like I'll have to go there and search for it. He quickly ordered, Xuanhua, activate your ghost domain, let's search for it together. Dong Dong rummaged through a pile of books, while the ghost Xuanhua looked through a trunk of clothes. Lam Feng, on the side, finally found the item. He couldn't help but be confused. What are these characters? Could this be ghost script? Lam Feng ripped the paper without hesitation, thinking the mission was simply to destroy it. He then said in surprise, the contract can restore itself, just like the ghost sedan chair. Why don't you do it? Huyen Hua burned it with sacred fire, and the system announced that 50% of the mission was complete. Lam Feng stroked his chin, wondering, what's this? I get it now. There's still a marriage certificate in the Headless General's possession, and only by killing him can Huyen Hoa truly be free. He stood before the cave entrance with a plan. Now that the bride's marriage certificate is gone, finding her won't be so easy. But if the Headless General has killed an A-rank ghost tamer before, the urgent matter at hand is to grind levels. With demonic energy ready in both hands, Lam Feng frowned seriously. Meanwhile, in the northern part of Haithon City, Chairman Track was lamenting over another corpse. He cleared his throat and called out, Track Lin, Track Vu, what do you two see? The short-haired girl quickly replied, this ghost tamer probably died about half an hour ago, and the cut that severed the head is the same as before. The other person added, although the rain has washed much of it away, I can use the residual demonic energy to track its hoofprints. Chairman Track smiled in satisfaction and ordered, excellent, let's give chase. About an hour later, the team was still struggling to move through the stormy weather. Track Vu suddenly requested they stop the car. The demonic aura is getting thicker. It must be in the mountain ahead. Chairman Track coldly commanded, turn off the car lights. Everyone needs to adjust to the moonlight to be able to fight in the dark. He said, we're executing plan number 3. Small teams will split off for a pincer attack. Just set the traps and wait for the right moment. The entire team quickly complied, shouting in unison, Roger! Track Lin summoned her ghost butterflies to scout ahead. The swarm of butterflies fluttered deep into the cold forest. The rain began to fall a bit heavier. Chairman Track suddenly grinned gleefully, his weapon at the ready. It's here. This time, our primary objective is to capture the ghost horse alive. The butterflies regrouped and circled a bush. One of them suddenly broke away from the swarm and was trampled by a hoof before it could even get its bearings. Track Lin called out anxiously, Little sister, I have a really bad feeling about this. The mischievous girl replied, What's there to be afraid of? Dad mobilized over 30 people this time, plus he has a few A-rank ghost tamers with him. It'll be fine. I hope so. The sound of hooves grew closer, and someone whispered, It's here, Chairman Track ordered sternly. All teams, use your ghost domains to hide and seal it. Understood. As he gave the command, countless orbs of power appeared, attempting to block the general's path. Observing the situation, Chairman Track exclaimed in surprise. It's not even trying to evade. First squad, prepare to engage, two men said to each other in panic. How is that possible? The ghost domain was shattered. That's terrifying. Chairman Track gestured with his hand. This thing's ability is unique. They can't hold out. Move in. He surveyed the scene in utter disbelief. A team of 7 B-rank members, defeated in the blink of an eye. Even their ghost spirits had vanished. Without further hesitation, Chairman Track quickly called out, Kim Dew, use your ghost domain to block him. V Min, a Duke, use your abilities to cover it from above. The horse tapped its hoof lightly against the barrier. Seeing this, one of his men roared, The ghost domain hasn't broken, and it can't get out now. Chairman Track breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, As expected, a 3-layered A-rank ghost domain can hold it. A headless thing is truly brainless. Now it's like a trapped turtle. We can just toy with it until it's dead. He shouted in a harsh voice, Vai Min a Duke, all 3 A-rank members, go, kill the general, but don't harm the ghost horse. The monster swung its sword fiercely, and a subordinate warned, It's speeding up, be careful. Someone suggested worriedly, Chairman, maybe we should call for reinforcements first? Another one despaired, Sob, my ghost arm. The group fell into chaos when they saw ghost spirits emerging from the red cloak. Not only that, they were the ghost spirits of the first squad members from earlier. They've been subjugated, the general waved his hand, and countless orbs floated up. We're doomed. They're all activating their ghost domains. Chairman Track's face turned pale with fear. We're dead. Our dual ghost domain relies on intricate calculations for stability. If multiple ghost domains are activated simultaneously within it, it won't hold. He hastily gave the order, retreat, now. Chaotic sounds echoed throughout the forest. Drive, we're out of time, Track Lin called out anxiously. Dad, the other team members aren't on the truck yet, he yelled. We can't wait. In the horrifying scene, 2 subordinates hastily told each other, This is bad. The trucks for the 3 teams have been targeted. A Duke, step on it. I can't go any faster. We'll flip. The guy in the hat saw the general's figure charging towards them, and panicked. We're done for. A loud crash rang out as the truck was flipped 90 degrees. The entire metal chassis fell right onto the cab of the truck Chairman Track was driving. He struggled to hold on, gritting his teeth and saying, The engine's busted. Hold on tight. The truck slammed into a tree and finally came to a stop. Track Lin asked worriedly, The engine died. What do we do? The chairman replied urgently, Quick, let's hide in the cargo container. It's been painted with gold paint. The 2 sisters hugged each other tightly in fear. Dad's hurt. But the container door, Chairman Track reminded them in a low voice, Don't talk. It probably won't find us. A light from outside seeped in through a crack. Despite her father and sister's reluctant gazes, Track Lin carefully moved closer to check. She peered out and saw that the glowing object looked like a flame. It was the ghost horse's eye. Track Lin covered her mouth in despair. We're going to die. Suddenly, to her surprise, the general turned away. Huh, did it not see us? The ghost Huyen Hoa had appeared from nowhere, successfully drawing its attention. The horse stomped its hooves repeatedly, looking very angry. The 3 of them huddled in the corner upon seeing the strange figure. Lam Feng frowned, questioning. Why is Chairman Nguyen's subordinate here? Anyway, let's just hide for now. He turned to call Huyen Hoa, who understood his intention and immediately used her teleportation ability, causing the group to vanish into thin air. At Hai Than City's 13th border station, sobbing could be heard. Sob, my ghost spirit. Chairman Track grumbled in frustration. It was so hard to get that second ghost spirit, and now I only have one left. His daughter beside him shyly said, Thank you. Lam Feng replied gently, It's nothing, I was just passing by. You're all bandaged up now, so I'll be on my way. Chairman Track suddenly shouted, Please wait. He pleaded with a desperate look. Please, I beg you to ask Chairman Nguyen to help us deal with the headless general. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Flashing back to 3 hours earlier in the Ghost Cave, the system announced a victorious battle. Killing a B-rank evil spirit had granted him experience and a new binding. Lam Feng stared intently at the treasure he had just received. A ghost domain can be enhanced? That's a first. He picked up the cloth to inspect it. This outfit is a little ugly, but let's try it on. Lam Feng was then surprised, thinking to himself, I'm invisible. This is pretty convenient. He pondered, the demonic aura up ahead is dense. It's truly a great place for grinding levels. I wonder where this place leads. One by one, he swiftly dispatched various monsters and took their treasures. Lam Feng's system continuously sent him notifications. The battle was won. An A-rank evil spirit was killed, gaining more experience and bonds. He rubbed his chin looking at the crystal core, another ghost domain fragment. But is there a difference since this one is blue? Moreover, Lam Feng said in utter astonishment, this ghost water grass is way too big for anything. He wondered if it was meant to be fed to ghosts. Should I just toss it? The system prompted, your dong dong can be upgraded. It will consume one active ghost spirit. Do you wish to proceed? Lam Feng immediately accepted. Dong Dong successfully awakened a new mutated ghost technique for use in combat, which can be maintained for 100 seconds. Lam Feng marveled in admiration. The mutated form seems very powerful. He slumped down, exhausted. Phew, tonight's haul was huge. The internal information from the association was also useful. In a few more days, Huyen Hoa can ascend to S rank. It was still raining outside. Lam Feng concluded that the other end indeed has an exit. But it's too far, and traveling at night isn't convenient. Maybe I should go to the station's garage and get a motorcycle. He calculated. Huyen Hoa's flash step can move me instantly, but it can only be used within a small range, and it consumes a lot of energy. So for longer distances, I still need to use a vehicle. It would be great if I could get the Headless General's spectral steed. In the wilds of this era, many places don't have roads for cars, so a horse would be more convenient. A loud noise from a distance piqued Lam Feng's curiosity. What's that sound? He moved closer and realized what it was. Lam Feng was skeptical. The Headless General, even with so many people, they couldn't win? No, it's not just a single evil beast. He also has the ability to control other lesser ghosts. He frowned. As expected, this isn't simple. The intelligence on it is still unclear. I can't act rashly. I should head back to the city first. Suddenly, a truck sped towards him. Lam Feng watched in silence. Their engine died. I'm afraid the Headless General will spot them. Returning to the present, he explained that's how it happened. Everyone already knows the rest of the story. President Track choked up, thanking the young man. My children and I were saved because of you. Miss Nien sighed. I also heard about the combat situation over here and rushed to provide support, which means I was a step too late. The man pleaded miserably. President Nien, you're a spirit medium. You must help us deal with that evil spirit. Otherwise, where will I, the vice president, hide my face? She hesitated. About that, although I have an S-rank ghost spirit, it's currently molting, so I really can't make any guarantees. Lam Feng, what do you think? The name made President Track jump. Lam Feng? You're that young man, the A-rank genius from Liu City. The two sisters were also astonished. So it's him. No wonder he's so calm and collected for his age. He's strong, handsome, and young. Life is so unfair, President Track proposed. As long as you can help us, I'm willing to offer 5 million contribution points. Lam Feng coldly refused. Oh, I don't need money, the man asked. Then what do you want? Gold or an official position? Track Vu whispered into her father's ear. Dad, you can also offer a daughter. President Track snapped in annoyance. Stop it. What nonsense are you spouting? Anyone who dares to touch my beloved daughter will have to get through me first. Lam Feng cleared his throat a few times. I can help you, but on 3 conditions, he thought to himself. I was planning to deal with the Headless General anyway. I might as well take advantage of the situation, he said. 1. You need to cooperate with us. Tell me all the intelligence you have on the Headless General. 2. I will be in command of both the planning and the on-site operation. 3. After we win, all the spoils of war will belong to me. President Track stammered. The first 2 conditions are no problem, but the third one, he pondered. The Headless General's ghost steed and ghost sword are both priceless treasures. To just hand them over to this kid. In his mind, Lam Feng concluded, just as I predicted, the presidents were also after the ghost steed. Perhaps their earlier failure was because they wanted to stay alive. He said in a low voice, I heard that President Track lost a ghost spirit. As it happens, I have an ownerless A-rank benevolent spirit. How about I show it to you? The father and his children were so shocked their eyes went wide. An ownerless benevolent spirit? He wondered, how does this kid have such a treasure? I just lost a ghost spirit, and right now, I'm in desperate need. This kid is so cunning, Lam Feng said seriously. Agree to the third condition. I will give you this ownerless benevolent spirit for the price of 10 million, and I will help you deal with the Headless General. Otherwise, the deal's off. I'll give you 30 seconds to think it over. The president was suspicious. Since when did this kid become so decisive? The father and his children were all in a state of confusion. How humiliating. A mere brat dares to pressure me like this, but 10 million is actually very cheap. No one has ever put Dad in such a difficult position before. Lam Feng reminded him sternly. You only have 15 seconds left. President Track, in despair, was forced to accept. Fine, I agree. He thought to himself, the younger generation is truly formidable. Lam Feng heard this and replied with satisfaction. All right, let's rest and recover our strength. We'll act tomorrow. Warm drops of water trickled down. Long Feng sat on his bed, deep in thought. As they said, the headless general never once activated his ghost domain from start to finish. Instead, he attacked directly, and any opening would result in him being crushed. He calculated, but this ability to shatter ghost domains must come from that ghost steed. It has nothing to do with the headless general himself. A dual ghost domain is unstable, so to ensure a successful capture, he needs a ghost domain that's powerful enough. Long Feng suddenly remembered. That's right, Huyen Hoa can activate her ghost domain. The system prompted, the host can use fragments to expand it. Long Feng deduced, so this is indeed the border of Huyen Hoa's ghost domain. Any further is just a void. Let's try using the fragment to expand it. Looking at the smart screen, he was amazed. Oh, so that's what the different colors mean. If I'm going to use a single type of ghost domain, I have to strengthen it to the highest level and set up a weakness specifically against the headless general. Long Feng quickly made his choice. This one first. Then he selected the peach blossom forest form, and the tree trunks began to grow wildly. Long Feng praised delightedly. Excellent, keep it up. As the area gradually took shape, Long Feng couldn't stop praising it. It's beautiful. It's already more than 10 times larger. He asked gently, Huyen Hoa, do you like it? Long Feng took the grass out of his inventory. Next, I'll try this. As expected, it can be used. He placed it in the clear stream. After its roots took hold in the soil, Lam Feng asked Huyen Hoa to try and see if she could control these water grasses. She obediently complied, and it actually worked. The system is amazing. Long Feng slowly devised a plan, so the trap is set. If the plan goes smoothly, the headless general won't be able to escape. The next morning, there were whispers among the people. Hey, look. The forum says that last night, more than 30 people from the association went to the northern second sector to hunt an evil spirit, and as a result, more than 20 of them died. A few men were discussing in low voices. That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Although a few hundred ghost masters die in our Hython every year, those are all died in the demon tide around the defense line. How could just one evil spirit cause this? Yes, this happened right at the defense line. Is Hython going into lockdown? You shouldn't go out these days. Just be good and stay home for the new year. The bald guy flashed a lecherous grin. By the way, do you think the guildmaster will make it out? If he dies, those twin sisters will be all mine. You think they'd even look at you? Go take a look in the mirror. At the same time, at Hython's 13th border station, the leader instructed, there's a half-hour safe window this afternoon, just enough time to go to last night's scene and look for clues. Everyone, stick close. Zhuo Ling asked curiously. Dad, Lin Feng seems quite talented. Do you want to recruit him? He calmly replied, can't you see he's already Guildmaster Yuan's man? They're both spirit mediums. Why would they even look our way? This time, I have to show them the true power of the Vice Guildmaster. Zhuo Yu chimed in with a smile. Dad, stop showing off. He's only 15 years old, and you're getting old. Staying alive is more important. The Vice Guildmaster could only sigh sadly. My daughter's all grown up, already looking down on her old dad. Elsewhere, Guildmaster Yan called out anxiously. Lin Feng, I have a total of 3 squads with 15 people, all elite units. Hey, are you even listening? What's on your mind? Lin Feng was startled. Oh, I'm listening, she asked, puzzled. You don't have your eye on those twins, do you? Men are never satisfied with what they already have. He replied with a bewildered look. What are you talking about? Thinking about the strategy, Guildmaster Yan said enthusiastically, I know you've already planned everything out, but at the end of the day, we're facing someone of a higher rank, so we have to be cautious. She boldly hugged Lin Feng and said coquettishly, if you get hurt, I'll be heartbroken. Xiao Yun, who was driving, had to remind her loudly, Guildmaster, please compose yourself. After another 15 minutes, the group received the order to stop. Lin Feng said, this is the place. Guildmaster Yan looked around and assessed. The scene is truly gruesome. Xiao Yun summoned Feng Yu to follow the trail. Zhuo Ling did the same. You go too. Beside her, her sister was examining the area. The traces left at the scene are too complex. This might take a while. Guildmaster Zhuo was surprised to see a ghost spirit approach him. Hey, what is this? Xiao Yun asked worriedly. What is it, Feng Yu? Did you find something? The little spirit took out a jet black feather. Guildmaster Zhuo was instantly shocked. This is from my golden eagle ghost spirit. Xiao Yun deduced seriously. This ghost spirit must have been captured by the headless general. It's in that direction. Feng Yu can lead the way. Guildmaster Yan said with satisfaction, "Excellent. Get in the cars." Night fell in the blink of an eye, and what they found was another wiped-out squad. Zhuo Ling reported that these people had just died, meaning the headless general was definitely nearby. Zhuo Yu suddenly shouted, "Everyone, look, there's a black dot moving." Guildmaster Zhuo, where did you spot that? Lin Feng pursed his lips and thought, "It's too dark. Good thing my vision is 3 times stronger," he said, alarmed. "I see him. It really is the headless general, and he's charging towards Xiaozhen town." Guildmaster Yan warned, "There are a lot of people in Xiaozhen. We absolutely cannot let him get there." Xiao Yun asked curiously, "Are we going to chase him?" Lin Feng quickly disagreed. "No need. I have a way to deal with him right here." He pulled a comb from his pocket, softly called Xuanhua's name, and released her ghostly aura. The moment the bride in the wedding gown appeared, everyone was in awe. Such a powerful, ghostly aura. Some of the subordinates quickly noticed. "Look, he's changed direction," Lin Feng sneered. "So, you couldn't resist the moment Xuanhua's aura was released, huh?" He then commanded, "Everyone, summon your ghost spirits and prepare for battle immediately. If you don't do it before entering Xuanhua's ghost domain, you won't be able to summon them later." From behind, Guildmaster Yan ordered, "All vehicles, lights off, turn around, but don't kill the engines." Lin Feng took the lead and called out, "Guildmaster Yan and Xiao Yun, with me, Guildmaster Zhuo. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet, so take the others and secure the perimeter for now." As everyone activated their ghost domains, Guildmaster Yan said in surprise, "Wow, this ghost domain has changed so much." As expected of such a rare ghost spirit, Lin Feng silently strategized. The bride's ghost domain has always had the ability to suppress other ghost spirits. After being enhanced to S-rank equivalents, the general is now beginning to enter. 1,000 meters ahead, Lin Feng shouted. "Tong Tong, use ghost concealment." Guildmaster Yan asked, "Aren't we attacking?" He whispered back, "Let's hide here and observe first, to understand its movements." Lin Feng added, "I need to confirm my theory about the ghost domain and the ghost horse." The headless general smashed through the main gate, sending the group into chaos as he repeatedly charged inside. "This guy is so reckless." Lin Feng followed his trail. "Just as I thought, he's looking for Xuanhua." Guildmaster Yan asked, confused. "Strange. If he's looking for someone, why doesn't he get off his horse?" He immediately replied, "It seems my theory was correct. Once he dismounts, his power will decrease significantly, and that's the key to our victory." The ghost horse used its head to smash through a stone wall, but the room inside was completely empty. Seeing this, the general became enraged. Watching his aura erupt, Lin Feng quickly ordered, "The ghost spirits he's captured have appeared. They're going to search the whole area." Guildmaster Zhuo informed the teams, "Take down these lesser ghosts." Hiding behind a large bush, he replied, "Understood. Leave it to us." Zhuo Yu exclaimed, "How powerful. Releasing so many ghost spirits without causing the slightest ripple in the ghost domain." Lin Feng seized the opportunity. "It's time to go, Xuanhua." The bride soared high into the sky. Her goal was to attract the headless general's attention, and he immediately gave chase. Lin Feng watched from a distance. "Good. Next, the ghost horse will be pulled into the water by the weeds, and then you'll have to dismount." As he assessed the situation, the ghost horse was walking on the lake's surface, and its speed was even faster. Was it afraid Xuanhua would escape? Lin Feng suddenly grinned with delight. "Escape? I've been waiting for you." Lin Feng thought to himself, "No matter how strong you are, the water is my home turf." He was suddenly surprised. "Huh? What's going on?" Lin Feng was extremely confused. The lake's surface is completely still? There's no way the ghost weeds aren't sprouting. Down below, Xuanhua was doing something strange, which left Lin Feng completely baffled. "What is happening?" Guildmaster Yan said in confusion. "Lin Feng's ghost spirit hasn't activated its skill yet, and the headless general has also slowed down." Meanwhile, Lin Feng deduced, "Could it be that Xuanhua wants to use herself as bait to make the headless general slow down? And then control the water weeds? The headless general has a marriage pact with her, so of course he wouldn't kill her outright. Then this is the perfect chance." Weeds rose from beneath the water's surface, wrapping tightly around the ghost horse's body. The bride clenched her fists, trying her best to control the weeds effectively. First, Lam Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. If the spectral steed had been running at full speed, he might not have been able to catch it. Now that it was lured to a stop by Huyen Hoa, it fell right into his trap. He concluded that, as expected, when a land monster goes underwater, its combat power drops by at least 1 level. This spectral aquaweed doesn't look like much, but at a critical moment, it can be incredibly useful. An announcement echoed from the distance. "Lam Feng, the remaining minions have all gone to reinforce the headless general." He commanded sternly, "Guard the area around the center of the lake, don't let them in." The three evil spirits were dispatched simultaneously. Guildmaster Nguyen eagerly called out, "Tu Hoa, take us over there too. She's in a state of metamorphosis," Lam Feng mused. "It can make plants grow? How interesting." However, the name Guildmaster Nguyen gave the demon spirit is really something else. Guildmaster Nguyen reminded him from behind. "Be careful, that 8-armed demon is A rank." Yet Dong Dong mercilessly struck it down, triggering the system notification of a victorious battle. Demon spirit killed, plus 2,000 experience points. Guildmaster Nguyen said, stunned. "It's only been a few short days. She's already A rank?" The other demon spirits were just as powerful, taking down almost all the monsters in just a few minutes. Lam Feng looked at his allies and thought with satisfaction. Excellent. The more free experience, the better. Hyo Van was astonished, never expecting Lam Feng's two demon spirits to be so strong, their power even surpassing their own ranks. If they win this battle, he'll become famous throughout the entire eastern region. Nian Nian's relationship with him isn't bad. Maybe she can bask in some of his glory too. Lam Feng was extremely anxious. "Your minions are about to be wiped out, and you still won't get off your horse?" He growled and ordered a Dong Dong, "Force his hand." The little girl violently lunged forward to attack, with the evil spirit Tio Hoa assisting beside her. Excellent, his vision is impaired. Huyen Hoa used the spectral aquaweed. The headless general struggled violently, and Lam Feng realized this was the moment. Dong Dong and Phuong Vu simultaneously launched a direct attack, but were sent flying by an incredibly powerful force. Guildmaster Nian asked worriedly, "The attack clearly landed, so why are they the ones injured?" Someone cried out in alarm, while the headless general remained completely unharmed. Guildmaster Nguyen said tensely, "There's something wrong with that armor. It can reflect damage." Hyovan replied hesitantly, "To think there's such a high-quality defensive demonic artifact, what are we supposed to do?" The headless general targeted the demon spirit. Lam Feng roared, "Dong Dong, watch out!" The little girl quickly summoned her blade to block, completely making the general falter. Lam Feng thought, Dong Dong has entered her mutated state and her combat power has increased, but we can't attack without bypassing the armor's special property. He called out, "Huyen Hoa, use spectral fire," he thought to himself. The demon palanquin and the marriage contract both had this weakness, so it's worth a try. The bride obediently complied, creating countless small, floating blue fireballs, all of which flew towards the cruel general. His entire body immediately burst into flames. "This is working." Tu Hua and Dong Dong also joined in, each using a different move to attack him simultaneously. The headless general fell to his knees. Guildmaster Nian's worried expression faded. "It's finally over," Lam Feng suddenly whispered. "No, he's not dead yet." He figured as much, because there was no system notification sound. The hand holding the sword twitched slightly, and the headless general suddenly counterattacked. He was playing dead, just as I thought. Dong Dong, the demon spirit, swung her sword and sliced through his body. Lam Feng snatched the blade, thanking her at the same time. He aimed for the empty neck and swung down. A system notification announced the victory, plus 4,000 experience points, 5 bonds completed, marriage contract annulment mission. Receive demon sword, which inflicts lasting injuries, and armor. Lam Feng listened to the list of rewards and concluded to himself, the sword, armor, cloak, and spectral steed are all treasures. This guy wasn't a headless general. He grinned. He was more like a treasure delivery boy. Track Lin awkwardly suggested, "Dad, there hasn't been any movement over there for a while. Maybe we should go help Lam Feng." Her father, startled, replied, "Hey, didn't you say saving our own skins was more important?" Then he muttered to himself that a grown daughter is a handful. The scene before them began to blur as the demon domain disappeared. Did they succeed? Or... Track Vu pointed with a terrified finger, and the 3 people over there screamed in utter panic, "The headless general!" But then they realized, "Wait, that's Lam Feng!" The group shouted chaotically, "Everyone, don't be scared! It's Lam Feng!" But isn't that the headless general's spectral steed and armor? Guildmaster Nguyen happily announced, the headless general was killed by Lam Feng. The party was astonished. Tram Shao said admiringly, "The headless general killed more than 20 of our people, and he died just like that? So Lam Feng really is that strong. So cool. He even tamed the spectral steed. It seems to be true." Guildmaster Track cursed inwardly. "Damn it, to be this successful at 15 years old, he's getting all the good stuff." He proposed, "Lam Feng, is that spectral steed of yours for sale?" Lam Feng bluntly refused, "Not for sale," which infuriated the man. "I'll offer 50 million contribution points," but he still didn't get his way. Guildmaster Track raised the offer, 80 million. "No, I'll offer 100 million. Track Lin was annoyed. Has Dad gone crazy over this spectral steed? Miss Nyen and Hyo Van whispered to each other. Did I hear that right? Is Guildmaster Track really that wealthy? He's from a prestigious family in Haithan City. This amount of money is probably nothing to him, but it's enough for a normal family to live on for their entire lives. And he's using it to buy a mount. That's just..." Lam Feng said scornfully. Hmm, are you trying to show off? 100 years ago, in the old society, money might have been king, but we both know that nowadays, the most valuable things can't be bought with money. Guildmaster Track was speechless, only managing to get out, you. Guildmaster Nyan silently assessed. He's not wrong. The most valuable thing now is a powerful spirit master. Only they can lead humanity towards the future. Lam Feng is so young and already possesses such power, just how great will his future achievements be? Everyone shared the same thought. This was a level they could never hope to reach, something that couldn't be measured in money or even fully imagined. Later, Guildmaster Nguyen asked curiously, Lam Feng, aren't you coming with us? He replied coolly, I'll ride the spectral steed back and get used to it along the way. She smiled and said, That works too. You've got yourself a fantastic ride this time. Remember to give me a ride sometime. Lam Feng readily agreed. He summoned Dong Dong and the bride onto the horse. Today, I'm taking you all out for a ride to celebrate Huyen Hoa regaining her single life. The three of them sat on the demon horse's back, and the feeling was incredible. It moved smoothly, even through the complex mountain terrain. The bride gradually pressed closer to Lin Feng, and even the sound of the hooves was more pleasant than before, as they followed Dong Dong's directions. You noticed an evil spirit? Perfect timing to test the demonic steed's power. They charged forward, shattering the barrier where the monster resided. Lin Feng quickly dealt with it, killing the B-rank evil spirit and gaining 1,800 experience points. He said happily, The demonic steed and demonic sword are truly useful, and I can even gain experience without my spirits having to fight. Looking at the gate before him, Lin Feng exclaimed, Oh, it didn't take long to reach High City. He jumped off the horse, thinking to himself, But I shouldn't be so conspicuous entering the city. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, pondering, But what should I do with this demonic steed? Put it in my storage space? A system notification snapped him out of it. Ahem! He almost forgot about this. Upgrade, Lin Feng said excitedly. The cube has gotten so spacious, a little bigger and I could live in it, initializing a changing room and a stable for the demonic steed, which can use water grass as feed. Lin Feng followed the instructions, whispering, So it has this function too, he asked in surprise upon seeing Dong Dong's worried expression. What's wrong? Lin Feng glanced around. It was an evil spirit, but its demonic energy was very strange, even weaker than an E-rank benevolent spirit. He thought in confusion, why isn't it paying attention to me? Could it be the type of ghost with a special killing mechanism that Guildmaster Yan mentioned? It only attacks when its conditions are triggered. Looking closer, that thing resembling an ancient mailbag might be carrying some kind of treasure? Lin Feng hurriedly gave the signal, Dong, go snatch his stuff. As the two struggled, its demonic energy instantly surged as expected. Meanwhile, Dao Yunyun was bewildered. He had returned to the demonic lair. Could it be that Xuanhua used a flash step? Lin Feng silently deduced. So that means the messenger ghost from earlier made Xin Niang feel threatened. Just what in the world is he? Lin Feng suddenly remembered. That's right. Let's open the bag and see what's inside. Receiving a piece of paper, Lin Feng lamented, Oh, it's those incomprehensible symbols again, just like the marriage contract, but this time the handwriting is more elegant, perhaps written by a female ghost. He said softly, It's finally time to use this. Come on, Xuanhua. The appearing characters surprised Lin Feng. Is this a ghost's letter for help? He burst out laughing. Ha, the third demonic spirit has appeared. But it's just based on a letter. I don't even know her name. Ancient online dating, wasn't this careless, was it? The system sent a reminder for a binding quest, and Lin Feng fell into thought. So that's how it is. As long as it doesn't affect other things, it should be fine. What if I can get something better? Let's give it a try. He then held his head in frustration. He had just robbed the guy's bag, and now he had to ask him to deliver a letter. What a twist of fate, he pressed his brides. Can you guys beat that ghost? Both of them showed looks of refusal, so Lin Feng had no choice but to pick up a pen. Anyway, let's finish writing the letter first. A figure running towards him flustered him. Did it catch up so quickly? Lin Feng assessed. Its demonic energy is too overwhelming. Quickly put the letter in the bag and throw it to him. The evil spirit paused slightly when it saw the object thrown at it, using both hands to catch it. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, lucky it just left like that. At the same time, in the central region, a frantic shout was heard. Is the High City Lord here? We have an urgent matter to report. The subordinate politely reported to the city lord, We have received some surprising news. Last night at the border of the 2nd District, the headless general was killed. The girl named Liu Ru said coldly, You mean Lin Feng, right? He has already tamed 2 A-rank demonic spirits, and even led a team to eliminate an S-rank demonic beast. We've known about a genius like him for a while. Yun Xiao, who was beside her, added, A latent spiritual body that's seen once in 100 years, how can we let the Spirit Master Alliance have him? We must recruit him over, no matter the cost. From a tavern in the center of High City, curses could be heard. This is so damn annoying. Two thugs were yelling loudly. Because of that headless general, we can't even leave the city to make money. The association is useless. Bartender, another drink, the server said nonchalantly. Did you guys know? I hacked into the internal network of the Spirit Master Association. The headless general was killed last night. Guess who did it? Really? I'm not that educated, don't you lie to me. The two thugs were then utterly shocked. Lam Feng? How is that possible? He's only 15 years old. Even the S-rank Xiao Yi with his spirit channeling physique couldn't do that. I'm afraid he set a new world record, hasn't he? A few others chimed in. Some people are just born strong, handsome, and work harder than you. What's the point of guys like us, over 30 and still B rank, even living? We might as well go home, get married, and have kids. At least when it comes to finding women, we probably wouldn't lose to that kid. That's right, he's still just a kid, probably never even touched a girl's hand. At that moment, from a small room, a voice called out, Lam Feng, wake up. He yawned wearily, asking drowsily, what's going on? Guildmaster Yan had been waiting for a while, he said with a smile. The person from the City Lord's mansion who's here to see you is a great beauty. Want to meet her? Liu Ru, seated comfortably, praised him. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. Meeting you today, you truly are a talent. Lam Feng replied amicably. No need to be so formal. What can I do for you? She explained calmly. Actually, I had my eye on you back in Liu City, but the Spirit Master Alliance snatched you away. This time, after you eliminated the headless general, I must invite you to join the City Lord's mansion, no matter what. Lam Feng frowned seriously. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Liu Ru replied calmly. It's all right, let me finish first before you decide, okay? She began to explain. The Alliance was originally founded by powerful spirit masters from the north. My father also holds a position there. With your talent, the headquarters will definitely nurture you well. They'll even send you to the city with the most spirit-channeling physiques, and you'll have to reinforce other cities during demonic tides, but you'll lose your safety and freedom, Lam Feng asked excitedly. So, you're saying joining you guys would be better? Liu Ru replied cheerfully, Of course, and the offer I'm making isn't just about becoming a subordinate of High City, she said in a low, serious voice. My father is already 86 years old. He thinks he will pass away in a few years, at which point I will become the new ruler of High City, but my own strength isn't sufficient, so I want to choose a powerful man to be my husband. Lam Feng was stunned when he heard her say, Manage High City with me. Liu Ru tilted her head and proposed. Originally, my father had me choose from many candidates, but I convinced him that as long as you can become an S-rank spirit master within a few years, I will be able to marry you. At that time, we will inherit the position, and half of High City will be yours. What do you think? Lam Feng pondered. Is this the High City Lord's honey trap? No, this isn't just offering a beauty. They're offering the city, and it's one of the 6 major central cities. With a population of 8 million, 90% of spirit masters would agree immediately. But, he pressed, Big sis, why me? Liu Ru suddenly blushed shyly. What did you just call me? Lam Feng scratched his head in confusion. I'm only 15. What else would I call you but big sis? Liu Ru covered her mouth and giggled. In 5 years you won't be 15 anymore. Don't say I'm taking advantage of you. Anyway, think about it for a bit. I'll be leaving now. Lam Feng, watching her figure leave, he wondered. Hey, Chi, did I say something wrong? The guildmaster looked skeptical. Lam Feng, what did you do to Miss Liu just now? Why was her face so red when she left? I didn't do anything. I just called her big sister once. How annoying. You've never called me big sister. Am I not good enough? The car sped down the highway, and a subordinate gently asked, Miss, do you need a towel? Liu Ru yelled in frustration. Leave me alone, thinking to herself. How embarrassing. Why didn't anyone tell me? He's only 15 years old. He clearly looks so handsome and mature. Why does a young and beautiful lady like myself feel the guilt of a cradle robber? She suddenly reconsidered. But, I wonder if he would agree? Lam Feng was curious. This daughter of the Sea City Lord is so young. How could her father be over 80 years old? Guildmaster Yan chimed in. That's right. I heard the Sea City Lord is a strange old man too. He was a world shaker in his youth and never married, until he realized he was getting old with no heir, so he finally decided to settle down. She added that Liu Ru is the only one with a spirit medium physique among his children, the heir to the City Lord position. As I see it, the Sea City Lord doesn't have many years left. Among spirit masters, living to 86 is considered the absolute limit. Lam Feng frowned slightly. So after the Sea City Lord passes away, what will happen to his spirit? Guildmaster Yan explained. His spirit is quite powerful, and no one will be able to control it after his death, so it will surely escape and wreak havoc. Therefore, before he dies, he must leave Sea City and go to the ghost prison to eliminate this hidden threat. Lam Feng was startled. What is the ghost prison? Guildmaster Yan said, "The headquarters of the Spirit Master Alliance has a prison cast in gold, which has imprisoned the evil spirits that caused the ghost tides for hundreds of years, as well as the spirits released by others. After a powerful Spirit Master dies, they enter the prison and use gold to completely seal themselves before they pass. After the Spirit Master dies, their spirit is naturally trapped inside. Many years later, as the bond fades, other Spirit Masters can try to tame them," she said expectantly. "Once your merits in the Spirit Master Alliance reach a certain level, you'll be able to go to the ghost prison and subdue one. Moreover, I've already chosen mine. The spirit that massacred the people in city number 55, which no one has been able to tame, must be waiting for me," Lam Feng secretly scoffed. "You're overthinking it," Guildmaster Yan pleaded coquettishly. "So you have to help me. Don't let someone else snatch it away. You hear me?" Lam Feng forced a smile. "Ah, I'll do my best." A system notification appeared, announcing that he was about to receive a ghost letter and to wait in an uninhabited area in the West City. He was surprised. "Oh, such a fast reply?" Moving to the designated location, Lam Feng thought to himself, "I'll wait here. There's a figure coming ahead. This time it's not a robbery but receiving a ghost delivery. Surely it won't attack me, right?" The evil spirit flew over, finally stopping, and presented the letter with both hands. Lam Feng stammered, "Thank you." The evil spirit seemed to be indicating something, which puzzled him. "You've delivered the letter. Why haven't you left yet?" Ghost Xuanhua had to act on its behalf. Lam Feng pondered. "Is this the payment for receiving it, and it's being returned?" He pursed his lips and said, "Forget it. I'll read the letter first." The bride immediately deciphered the ghost script. Inside it read, "Sunset illuminates the southwest of Liu Cheng. Follow the ghost Qi." Lam Feng speculated, "Is it that wooden fish temple from before? Could it be that the ghost woman who wrote this letter is also trapped inside, just like the bride's embroidered shoes? In that case, for a ghost to be able to deliver a letter to the sunset location, it must be quite formidable." He noted that some characters were unclear, but the gist was to follow the ghost Qi on the letter to the southwest of Liu Cheng. "Can you take me there?" The horse neighed loudly. Lam Feng's face was full of determination. "All right, then I'll go and subdue my third spirit now." The desolate landscape ahead gradually came into view. They were approaching the uninhabited area and should be able to reach Liu Cheng tonight. The communicator buzzed. It was a message from Guildmaster Yan. "Lam Feng, a large-scale ghost tide has suddenly appeared west of Liu Cheng. They can't hold it. The Spirit Master Alliance has sent me there for support. You should retreat too, please." A ghost tide is formed by the attack of hundreds of evil spirits. It is the most destructive supernatural disaster of this era, usually appearing every few years, and the surrounding towns are protected by spirit masters responsible for stopping it. The city usually has multiple defense lines on the outskirts, and although there are no city walls, they are divided by machinery, ghost chi detectors, and important spirit master strongholds. The closer to the outer defenses, the higher the rank. Once the defense fails and the ghost tide breaks through the line, the entire city will face the threat of annihilation. The teacher spoke slowly. "Of course, all past ghost tides in our Liu Cheng have been successfully defended against, so everyone need not worry too much." The students below spoke up one after another. "Teacher, my mom said this ghost tide is the largest one ever. If the defense line falls, will we die? I'm also a spirit master. Why can't I go out and fight the evil spirits?" The flustered teacher could only deflect. "Ha, well, the next class is Teacher Wang's escape simulation. He will answer your questions." After class at the first defense line, North Liu Cheng, a man in a bucket hat asked, "Old He, are you guys still here?" The group chatted grimly. "I heard it's extremely dangerous this time. We should probably head back to the city to defend it. The ghost tide is coming from the west, so it's still fine here. Let's go. We're also preparing to head back. I wonder how many more spirit masters will die." One of them quickly noticed something was wrong. The team screamed in panic. How did it get here so fast? An A-rank evil spirit has already broken through the defense line. We're done for. Let's give it everything we've got. They summoned their ghost Chi and went to investigate the situation. The ferocious beasts charged and attacked. They were completely outmatched. The group was in utter panic. "We're going to die." "Old He, do you hear the sound of horse hooves?" The man quickly replied, "I hear it. Where are horses coming from?" The monster was instantly struck down. The girl's face turned pale with fear. "This is bad. This ghost is even stronger than the last one. Wait a minute. Look at the person on the horses." Lam Feng appeared majestically with his two allies. The group of soldiers was stunned when they realized he was a spirit master. They joyfully expressed their thanks. Lam Feng pressed, "Are you all spirit masters from Liu Cheng?" "Yes. The western ghost tide has already penetrated this far. You must be careful too." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the three of them leave. The girl suddenly remembered, "Hey, isn't that Lam Feng?" They chattered excitedly. "I've met him. It's 100% him. Didn't he just pass the ranking? He's already this strong, and that horse is definitely not a living creature. The progress of young people is truly terrifying. West of Liu Cheng, Lam Feng wearily thought to himself, the number of ghosts outside has indeed increased. But a ghost tide is a perfect opportunity to grind levels. He quickly took note. It's a ghost tide. The first defense line already has this many monsters. One can imagine how intense the surrounding area is. Lam Feng recalled what Guildmaster Yan had said. The defense line is like a string. The further in you go, the smaller it gets. The outermost 3rd Division has the most powerful ghost tamers, but they only handle high-level evil spirits. The 2nd Division filters the evil spirits again, while the 1st Division focuses on quantity, allowing them to block the ghost tide layer by layer. Without further hesitation, let's do a clean sweep first. Wherever Lam Feng went, he was victorious. He calculated that although B rank and below gave little experience, their numbers made up for it. System, don't you dare crash on me. Elsewhere, a terrified scream rang out. Nguyen Fong, 3 squads have been wiped out. We can't hold on much longer. The young man anxiously called out, Han Tuyet, you stay here. I'll lure this A-rank evil spirit to the encampment. Okay, you have to be careful. Nguyen Fong looked ahead in surprise. Huh? What is that? Everything in its path is being wiped out. He quickly swerved his vehicle to the left to dodge and was terrified by what he saw. How can this be? It's another A-rank. 2 orbs collided with each other, creating an explosion. Han Tuet frantically called out Nguyen Fong's name. Pushing off with his legs, Lam Fong successfully saved the innocent man. He casually tossed him to the ground. The subordinate soldiers asked with great concern, Captain, are you okay? Nguyen Fong replied in pain. Did you get a clear look at that ghost tamer? Dongmin immediately said, he's too fast. It must be the spirit medium sent by the association. Lam Fong checked the locator. Strange, there shouldn't be this many A ranks in the 2nd Division. He deduced, just as I thought, there's a breach. Let's go. A massive number of monsters swarmed in to attack. The system announced victory and suggested an upgrade. Lam Fong immediately accepted, successfully upgrading the Huyen Hoa spirit to S rank, learning a new ability, Fog, which confuses the enemy's sense of direction. Lam Fong said with satisfaction, Excellent. Now let's head out together. Over in the 3rd Division, a fierce battle was raging. A subordinate called out anxiously, Elder Fei, the ghosts keep increasing. Haven't the Alliance reinforcements arrived yet? He replied resolutely. Reinforcements or not, we must protect Luthan. Suddenly, a report came in. An S-rank evil spirit is approaching from the west, causing Elder Fei to curse in anger. Damn it, I can't be in 2 places at once. Lam Fong ventured deep into the forest, where the demonic energy was thick. He carefully observed his surroundings, wondering, this ghost domain hasn't been destroyed? Could it be just as I predicted? An S-rank evil spirit. Its name is the Black and White Bear. Lam Fong thought in confusion. Why does this evil spirit feel kinda cute? The beast suddenly attacked, and he quickly dodged, yelling, but it's so ferocious. The Black and White Bear gave chase frantically. Lam Fong hurriedly called on the Huyen Hoa spirit to use fog. She immediately complied, unleashing dense demonic energy from her hands. Then it was Dong's turn, in her swift victory mutation form. The little girl gripped her large blade and lunged towards the Black and White Bear. Just a few slashes caused the monster to stagger and lose its balance, and then the Black and White Bear's body suddenly exploded. Lam Fong frowned, assessing, is this a puppet? Then what's that small orb in the center? A small figure was revealed inside. So that's its true form? No wonder the demonic energy hasn't dissipated. The space began to tremble, causing Lam Fong to panic. Crap, it's angry. Sharp spikes protruded from the ground. Lam Fong exclaimed in shock. The ghost domain has expanded again. Elsewhere, the subordinates were in chaos. This is bad. The S-rank ghost domain has expanded all the way here. It's swallowing Elder Fei's territory. Go inform him quickly. A hooded man called out in a grim voice. Elder Fei, leave this to us. Go and deal with the S-rank evil spirit, he replied coldly. Understood. The little Black and White Bear gritted its teeth, seemingly enraged. Lam Fong smirked and said, Pouting is useless. I've already figured out the weakness of your materialized spirit. The Huyen Hoa bride used her sacred fire. Beams of power crisscrossed to form a containment mechanism, which then came crashing down. The system announced, Victory, killed an S-rank evil spirit, plus 3,500 experience points, received 1 fragment. Elder Fei arrived just in time, thinking in surprise, why did the demonic energy suddenly disappear? Seeing 3 figures ahead, 2 of which were evil spirits, he wondered, has an expert ghost tamer from the Alliance arrived? Sunlight shone down, and people cheered with joy. The daily half-hour of safety has arrived. We can finally take a breather. A subordinate reported grimly, Elder Fei, the casualty count is in. A total of 13 squads have been killed, including 5 A-rank ghost tamers. In just a few hours, We've lost over 60 people. The elder spoke slowly. Thank you. If not for your help this time, our casualties would have certainly been much higher. Lam Feng replied nonchalantly. It was nothing. Elder Fei suddenly remembered. That's right, I heard the Alliance sent 2 squads. Why are you the only one here? Lam Feng said casually. I'm just a special agent acting alone. The official team hasn't arrived yet. Elder Fei marveled to himself. He's this strong and he's not even part of the official team? He praised him. To have such strength at your young age, I'm truly ashamed. May I ask for your name? You can just call me Lam Feng. 2 young men noticed them. Lam Feng? I've heard stories about you. I never expected to meet you in person. Yes, you're the genius spirit medium who dealt with the evil spirit that caused the previous city lockdown. After hearing this, Elder Fei was impressed. So that's who you are, a true young hero. Plus, you rushed back as soon as you heard a ghost tide was happening in your hometown of Luthan. Very responsible. Young Lam, I would be honored to be your friend. Half an hour later, the entire city was in an uproar. Elder Fei, the ghost tide is here, a blue-haired man said worriedly. Look, this time it's even more ferocious. Through the binoculars, the number of evil spirits was visibly overwhelming. The hooded man looked panicked. We're doomed. I've checked the intel map from the demonic energy detector. An S-rank evil spirit has appeared. The parameters flashed on the locator's screen. No, that's not right. There are 2 S-ranks. Elder Fei asked in surprise. How can that be? He thought to himself. My injuries haven't recovered yet, and with our current manpower, we definitely can't win, unless we call the Ghost Tamers from the south here. Another man ran up to report. Elder Fei, bad news. A message came from the south. A ghost tide has appeared there too, and 2 fortresses have already been completely destroyed. He was stunned. What? The south too? It's true that misfortunes never come singly. This is the end of the line. Elder Fei called out decisively. Young Lamb, this is too dangerous. Take the ghost horse and leave immediately, he urged. A genius like you shouldn't die here for nothing, even if all of Luthan is lost. Leave this to us old-timers. We'll try to buy as much time as we can, Elder Fei said gravely. If we fall, wait until you've grown stronger, then avenge us. Lam Feng spoke calmly. Hold on, let me get a better look. There were 2 giant orbs. On one side was the S-rank Black Fiend Evil Spirit, and next to it was the White Fiend. Lam Feng concluded, 2 S-ranks, leading 8 A ranks, and surrounded by nearly 100 B ranks. He grinned slyly. Now that's a whole lot of experience points. Lin Feng pressed Old Fei, asking if holding off 1 S-rank was a problem. The old man was a bit flustered, but agreed. Satisfied, Lin Feng praised him. Good, leave the rest to me, and prepared to join the battle. Old Fei looked on in panic. What are you trying to do? Absolutely don't do it. On horseback, Lin Feng replied decisively. I'm confident I can win. The team launched their attack, and Lin Feng calmly gave a reminder. Old Fei, the white S rank is yours, just hold it off for 15 minutes. The old man sighed. This kid has so much confidence. Fine, I'll take this gamble with you. The commander shouted, Load! Fire! As each cannonball was shot down, exploding loudly. Old Fei provided cover from behind while simultaneously activating his ghost domain. 2 giant spheres collided, and everyone was extremely anxious. This evil spirit is too strong. Give Old Fei all our support. 2 worried men whispered to each other. Look, Lin Feng is about to get close to the black S rank. Why hasn't he activated his ghost domain yet? If he gets hit by the evil spirit's fire, he'll be incinerated. Lin Feng quickly ordered Tong Tong and bride Xuanhua, follow me and charge straight into its ghost domain. The 3 of them rushed forward with all their might without any hesitation. Lin Feng's mind confirmed his thoughts. Just as I predicted, inside the black S-rank evil spirit's ghost domain are 8 A-rank monsters, and they haven't deployed their ghost domains to fight yet, probably waiting for the Black Fiend's command. He gave a cruel smile. Perfect. In this world, nothing beats pure speed. Lin Feng took the lead. Let me draw their aggro. Bride Xuanhua would use her ghost domain to pull those A-rank evil spirits in. She immediately followed the order, activating her ghost domain. The group exclaimed in shock. He can actually activate a ghost domain inside an S-rank's domain, and he trapped 8 A-rank ghost spirits inside. Be careful, it might explode, an anxious man said. Does his ghost spirit intend to fight 8 with 2? This kid is too arrogant. Lin Feng noticed that they hadn't. Yet, trying to activate their ghost domains and ghost arts within Xuanhua's range, how is that possible? He yelled loudly. Tong Tong, do it. The system announced that 8 A-rank ghost spirits had been killed, adding 12,000 experience points, leaving the team completely stunned. 8 A-rank evil spirits were killed in the blink of an eye? Is that spirit medium really that special? Such terrifying power. Lin Feng happily praised them. Ghost Xuanhua, Tong Tong, well done. He was suddenly startled by a strange object attacking from behind. What the? Its movements got faster. A huge explosion erupted, and the two ghost spirits watched with great concern. Lin Feng, standing within a barrier, breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, good thing this armor's physical damage reflection kicked in. He looked at the Black Fiend with admiration. Oh, you're pretty smart. You know how to use magic now. Lin Feng continued his counterattack, but I won't give you a chance like that. In a flash, Bride Xuanhua appeared behind the Black Fiend, and with one decisive slash, she successfully sliced the evil beast in half. Lin Feng thought happily, Bride Xuanhua's flash step is really useful. The ghost sword can also appear in her hand in an instant. The system announced a victorious battle. Killing one S-rank evil spirit added 3,800 experience. 2 bindings received remnant ghost chi. The commander called Old Fei. What's the battle situation? He quickly replied, there's too much interference on my side. Old Fei roared helplessly, I can't hold on any longer. Lin Feng immediately intervened with his 2 ghost spirits. There's still 1 white S-rank left, as the ghost horse charged forward. He took the opportunity to examine the crack, and although he didn't shatter it, he created an opening in its ghost domain. Old Fei watched anxiously. Lin Feng, why did you come over here? He assessed. My ghost domain is already broken. This evil spirit is even stronger than a normal S-rank. The chances of victory are slim. The commander added, that's right, hurry and run. We'll cover you. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and thought, still need 900, 300. Suddenly, a warning sounded in his ear. What are you spacing out for? At that moment, the ghost spirit's experience increased by 500, and a notification suggested that Tong Tong could evolve. Lin Feng said excitedly, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Level up. Success. Tong Tong's rank had ascended to S rank, gaining 20 bindings and 1 potential point. The White Fiend sensed something strange. Everyone was extremely bewildered, asking each other, why did it stop? Could it be that it sensed a threat? Tong Tong was now extremely powerful, even transforming into a larger form. Lin Feng ordered Xuanhua to break its ghost domain. The red sphere crushed the enemy's power. Lin Feng explained coldly, Old Fei, both of my ghost spirits have now ascended to S rank. Let's launch a counterattack. The old man stammered. What? 2 S ranks? Is it really that easy to get them in an instant? Tong Tong and her shadow attacked simultaneously. Lin Feng was full of anticipation. Next up, it's your time to slaughter. The White Fiend waved its hand, ordering its minions to join the fight, and Tong Tong's shadow began to slash around maniacally. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. These paper effigies are creating even larger evil spirits. One of them took advantage of the shadow's inattention and immediately struck a blow. Old Fei shouted sternly, everyone, coordinate with Lin Feng and attack. Protect the perimeter. He came up with a plan. Right now, it's trapped by Xuanhua's ghost domain. The lesser ghosts collected by the cloak can be put to use. I'll order them to deal with the ones below. Countless evil spirits appeared amidst horrifying wails, latching onto the designated target. The ox-headed monster, enraged, struggled violently, trying to throw off these nameless minions. The opportunity had arrived. Lin Feng strained to yell, Tong Tong! Now's the time. The White Fiend suddenly made a strange move, lifting Tong Tong's sword and splitting the ox-headed monster's body in 2. Before anyone could process it, a white figure rushed over. It used its power to counter Tong Tong's attack. The little girl's mouth widened into a grin, and she roared as the White Fiend's body shattered into pieces right after. Lin Feng was silent, wondering to himself, it's been dealt with. But why hasn't the system notification sound appeared yet? Old Fei looked at the locator and shouted in shock. It ran away. A purple dot was moving at an extremely fast speed. Look, it's already 500 meters away. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He finally understood. As expected, it must have a clone ability. Lin Feng gently reminded. Tong Tong, don't chase it anymore. Protecting the city is more important. We shouldn't act recklessly until we figure out its pattern. A subordinate said in shock. An S-rank ghost spirit couldn't win, so it ran away? This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Old Fei snorted coldly. Thanks to that kid, we finally held on, he thought to himself. He's so young, yet his achievements have already far surpassed my own. I'm really getting old. They showered Lin Feng with praise. Well done, Lei Gao said. I've never admired anyone in my life. I only respect you for taming 2 S-rank ghost spirits. It's unimaginable. Old Fei was filled with high hopes. Lin Feng, having a genius like you is an honor for all of humanity, Lin Feng replied cheerfully. Old Fei, you flatter me. Compared to your soldiers who guard the border year-round, what I did is nothing. A notification came from the locator. This is bad, Old Fei. Liu City sent a request for reinforcements. The entire southern front has fallen. The outer city has been breached, and a part of the ghost tide is rushing over, is below the Golden City. He was terrified beyond belief. What the? Lin Feng pursed his lips and thought to himself, This ghost tide always attacks the weakest points. It seems random, but it feels like it was all calculated beforehand, with every move targeting Willow City. The person on the other end of the line screamed, preparing to destroy Willow City. His worried subordinates pressed him. Elder Fei, what should we do? Should we send reinforcements? My wife and kids are in the city. He covered his face in despair. How can we send reinforcements? If we leave our post, the western ghost tide will surge in, putting Willow City in even greater danger. Lam Feng resolutely offered, I'll go. Elder Fei completely agreed. All right, young Master Lin. You truly are a young hero. The subordinate pleaded desperately. I'm counting on you for my wife and kids. Hopping on his horse to continue the journey, Lam Feng deduced that this ghost tide wasn't random. It had tactical organization, and even E-rank evil spirits could control the lesser ghosts around them. Could it be that he would find the answer inside the city? At the western gate outside Willow City, he charged in fiercely. Lam Feng observed his surroundings for a moment and noted that the western part of the city looked completely normal. His communication device buzzed with a message. It's your junior, Ping An. Brother Lin, are you in Willow City? Can you come save us? We're trapped in the mall's basement, and there are evil spirits everywhere outside. We're too scared to even try to escape. Lam Feng understood immediately and said, So, the ghost tide really has entered the city? A purple barrier shimmered ahead. Was it a ghost domain? Recalling the map's layout, Lam Feng concluded, it actually covers the entire center of Willow City. Could it really be an S-rank or higher evil spirit? His body gradually passed through the energy wall. Lam Feng calmly assessed the situation. How sinister. This ghost domain is easy to enter but hard to escape. And inside, it still looked like the original city. By the time people realized what was happening, it would be too late to run. He glanced over at the school's location. Had the inner city fallen as well? In the warehouse beneath the shopping mall, the students whispered to each other, Ping An, did you send the distress signal? I sent it a while ago, but Brother Lin might not even be in Willow City. Ping An fretted. Besides, this ghost tide is so fierce, I'm afraid even he won't be able to handle it. A chubby kid clutched his head in despair, saying, We're doomed. If I'd known this would happen, I never would have taken this mission. Now we're trapped in this dump, and no one will even find our bodies when we die. Meanwhile, Lam Feng arrived at the main entrance. This mall is so big, where could they be? The chubby kid suddenly remembered. That's right, Jiang Song. Isn't your dad an A-rank spirit master? Why hasn't he come to save you? The girl sobbed in reply. My dad is fighting on the southern front line. He can't possibly be concerned with this place, and I can't even contact him. Do you guys think he might already be? Suddenly, a banging sound echoed from the iron door. Jiang Song asked fearfully, Could it be Brother Lin? From outside, Lam Feng called out, Is anyone in there? The iron sheet was bashed out of shape, and a monster appeared, sending the students into a panic. It's an evil spirit, run! Meanwhile, Lam Feng also noticed something strange. His face a mixture of bewilderment and confusion, thinking to himself, Her again? The woman held her son tightly in her arms. Lam Feng was stunned. It's Mom? He recalled 8 years ago, when he had excitedly called out, Grandpa, Tong Tong, I'm home. The scene inside the room startled Lam Feng. Grandpa, what are you doing? The old man replied grumpily. Cutting hair, obviously. Can't you see? Tong Tong said with a bright smile. Grandpa's skills are top-notch. Next time, let this good girl have a try too. Lam Feng snapped angrily. Don't call me that. After being abandoned by his parents, Lam Feng had adapted to life in the slums, becoming a family with Grandpa Hu and Tong Tong, though they shared no blood. Grandpa Hu worked as a mechanic, repairing and buying machinery. His catchphrase was not bad, and he often helped disabled people by making them prosthetic limbs. His daily life consisted of scolding Tong Tong. That's dangerous. Destroy that onion. Although he wasn't good at housework, he still took great care of his grandchildren. Tong Tong was also an abandoned child, but she had a surprisingly generous and compassionate personality. Perhaps influenced by Grandpa since she was young, she would cheerfully instruct, If Grandpa is coming home, hurry and hide me. Although they were poor, they enjoyed the warmth of family every day. It seemed Lam Feng had also forgotten his past sorrow until that day. Shouts and curses echoed from outside. You damn old geezer, get out here! Grandpa Hu politely greeted his visitors. Ah, it's young Master Jin. How can I help you? The thug snapped irritably. Don't play dumb. The sensor I had you replace last week is already malfunctioning today. He pointed and said, Look at what happened to my precious car because of the crash. You must have cheaped out and given me a faulty part, the old man explained fearfully. That's impossible. I, old Hu, have never done anything so shameful. Besides, a faulty sensor would at most cause the car to lose power. It wouldn't make you lose steering or brake control. The enraged thug interrogated him. Are you saying we're lying? Old Hu tried to explain, but I'm truly being framed. How about you let me inspect it first? He shoved the old man to the ground and yelled, "You inspect it? Who knows what you might tamper with?" The two of them spoke in a vile tone. "I'm a spirit master, you know. If I say you did it, you did it. If you want to keep living here, you'll compensate me." Old Hu stammered, "How could I possibly afford to pay for that?" At that moment, Tong Tong and Lam Feng arrived home. "Hee hee, what do you think? The lady gave us so much food. Do you think she likes Grandpa? Let's go in through the back door and surprise him." The shout, "You damn old geezer, you just wait," caught Lam Feng's attention. "What's going on?" Tong Tong asked with great concern. "Grandpa, why are you hurt?" Old Hu coughed and replied, "Don't worry." Lam Feng questioned, "Was it those two guys from before?" Old Hu flipped them off, saying resentfully, "Those brats think they can bully honest folk like us just because they're spirit masters. It's not that easy to scam money out of me." Then he forced a laugh. "Where did I put my wallet?" "Even I don't know, huh?" As evening shadows fell over the city, the three spirit masters were discussing their business from up high. "Besides, I got drunk and crashed that piece of junk myself, right? So what? These tools deserve to be bullied. Besides, even though that old geezer dresses like a bum, he snags all the good stuff from outside the city. He's made a pretty penny over the years, and he dares to lie to me about having no money? Not even a ghost would believe that." The leader suddenly noticed, "Look, he's going out. This is our chance." The house door was smashed open with a shout, "Search the place!" Lam Feng and Tong Tong were terrified. "What do you people want?" He was held back by the big guy, but still tried desperately to stop them. "Don't touch Grandpa's things!" Everything in the house was thrown into disarray. The spirit masters said with disappointment, "We've searched everywhere we could, but all we found was this small bag of silver fragments, which isn't worth much. I didn't find anything either." The big guy grabbed Tong Tong by the hair and lifted her up. "Then let's take this little girl. I know someone at the South City private factory. We can probably sell her for tens of thousands." Lam Feng resisted decisively. "Let her go!" He bit down hard on the large man's hand. Annoyed, the man threw the boy aside, yelling, "Does this brat have a death wish?" In the end, only a few whimpers calling for the child, Lam Feng, remained. The scene in his eyes blurred, then his eyes shut tight. Late at night, sobbing could be heard from the small house. Lam Feng blamed himself, thinking, "It's all my fault for not protecting Tong Tong. She's not going to die, is she?" Old Hu gently comforted him. "Don't worry, we'll go rescue her now. Is the information you heard accurate?" The boy wiped his tears and sobbed, "Yes. It's some factory in South City, with no specific name." Over by the factory district, Old Hu quietly instructed Lam Feng, "This is the only place with its lights still on. You crawl into the air vent to scout a bit, then come back here." The boy obediently followed. "Okay." The long and narrow duct left Lam Feng panting for breath. He suddenly discovered a spot where he could look down below, into what looked like an infirmary. Tong Tong's hands were bound, forcing her to lie on the bed. Strangers surrounded her, shouting, "Hurry up! This girl is very strong." In his panic, Lam Feng accidentally dropped the knife he was carrying through the metal grate, its sharp point stabbing straight into a white sheet, alerting the enemy. They immediately told each other, "There's someone above, quick, inform the boss, I'll go block him." Lam Feng quickly turned his body. He'd been discovered and had to get out first. A thug used a breaching device. The wall cracked open, and Lam Feng fell through. He sat amidst the chaos, his eyes darting around. In this place, a few patients were being used for some strange purpose. What on earth was this place? It could also be said, this was Liu Cheng's secret breeding factory. The man, Rosea, appeared out of nowhere, asking urgently, "Ah, Yan, are you all right?" A subordinate quickly came forward to report, "Brother He, you're here? We've captured an intruder," Rosea angrily scolded. "Let me see who's so bold." Lam Feng's eyes widened as far as they could go, because standing before him were his parents. Old Hu listened to the commotion and realized it was bad. Something had happened inside. Lam Feng called out in a strained voice, "Mom? Dad?" He couldn't believe they worked here. The woman was speechless. She hesitated before speaking. "Little Feng, why are you here?" Rosea violently struck Lam Feng, warning him, "You brat, don't just call anyone your parents. Who are they to you? I don't even know you." The wall next to them exploded, and Old Hu appeared with a weapon, bravely shouting, "You're not allowed to bully a child," little Lam Feng reported. "They've captured Tong Tong." Rosea wondered, "And who the hell are you?" Old Hu, as if crazed, threatened, "Give me back my granddaughter. She was kidnapped and brought here." Rosea raised his gun, his voice mocking. "Oh, you mean the girl who just arrived? All I know is she was bought with real money. You want to take her? In your dreams!" Old Hu dodged the first volley of bullets. He immediately counterattacked, while reminding Lam Feng, "Get Tong Tong out of here, now." The boy watched their frantically fleeing figures, calling out loudly. A subordinate shouted in panic, "Boss, those two kids ran upstairs." Rosea ordered in frustration. After them, the sound of hurried footsteps. The thugs cursed loudly. Kid, stop right there. Lam Feng's heart pounded in his chest, and Tong Tong asked in confusion, we're at the rooftop, what do we do now? A subordinate approached from behind, signaling, don't waste your energy. You have nowhere left to run. Lam Feng used his hands to shield Tong Tong, replying anxiously, he will get us out. Rosea appeared at the same time, sneeringly inspecting them. Humph, you mean this useless old man? Both Lam Feng and Tong Tong were stunned. Grandpa, Old Hu pleaded miserably, please let them go. I'll pay you any amount of money. Rosea beat him, sneering with contempt. Who wants your pocket change? This is the nursery for my future spirit tamers. Giving birth to one spirit medium is enough for you to live on for several lifetimes. He shifted his target to Lam Feng. All right, little buddy. As long as you obediently come over here, I promise I won't harm any of you. Rosea then added in a sarcastic tone, don't back up any further, it's dangerous. Old Hu broke free from his captors and launched a surprise attack. His fingers successfully scratched Rosea's face, creating a long gash. Old Hu was kicked hard, flying to the edge of the rooftop, and Tong Tong cried out in worry, Grandpa! At that moment, Rosea fired a shot, cursing, die, old man! The copper bullet flew swiftly and coldly pierced through the little girl's chest. Lam Feng's mouth hung open in shock. He roared Tong Tong's name as he saw the old man and the girl fall. Their two bodies lay side by side. Lam Feng was frozen solid. No! He knelt on the ground helplessly as the men chattered. Damn it, our money's gone down the drain. Boss, what about the remaining kid? Should we get rid of him too? The woman whispered something into Rosea's ear. He then instructed, forget it, let him fend for himself. That day, Tong Tong died on the spot. The old man was paralyzed from the waist down, and no one around dared to help. They all stayed away. They said a powerful expert could deal with Lam Feng's group as easily as crushing an ant. Just being alive was already lucky. The most ridiculous part was that all of this was brought upon him by his own biological parents. He finally understood a truth. The human heart is far more terrifying than any evil spirit. Afterwards, Lam Feng went to a reception center. He no longer made friends, nor did he seek anyone to rely on, because he wanted to become the strongest spirit tamer, one who ruled over all classes, even though that was the type of person Lam Feng hated the most. The call of Sir snapped him back to reality. The woman pleaded urgently, you're a spirit tamer, right? Please, save us. Lam Feng's expression was cold as he thought, so she really doesn't recognize me anymore? In these 8 years, everything has changed. The woman explained, we were attacked by the demon tide. My leg was injured, so I brought the child to hide here. Lam Feng asked through gritted teeth, where is your husband? The woman stammered in reply. We were separated by evil spirits earlier. He abandoned the two of us and ran. Lam Feng was full of contempt. Humph, just as I'd expect from that cold-blooded man. He mused to himself. To bring a child along in a moment of crisis. I suppose she has a talent that pleases you. If I don't save her, and she becomes an orphan, she might end up just like I did back then. An announcement echoed from the communicator. Lam Feng, I've sent an advance team to rendezvous with you. They'll be there soon. Everyone needs to head to the residential area to escort the refugees. Please respond if you copy. He replied seriously. Understood. I'm near the back door of the shopping center. Lam Feng extended a helping hand. Follow me, the woman said joyfully. Thank you. Allies are already waiting outside. Lam Feng said softly, get them in the vehicle first. I'm going to save a few more people, and we'll rendezvous with everyone later. The woman peeked her head through the car window and said weakly, wait, sir. I have one more request. She suddenly burst into tears. My husband and I got separated on the 3rd floor of the shopping center. He might still be alive. Please, save him. Lam Feng asked in surprise, what? He abandoned you, and you still want to save him? The woman clenched her fists. I'm begging you. No matter how wrong he was, we're still family. A moment later, Lam Feng proceeded to the planned area. He picked up the abandoned router at his feet, thinking, this is Ping An's communication device. Am I a step too late? I wonder if they managed to escape successfully. Lin Feng quickly summoned Dong Dong, the ghost bride Xuan Hua. You guys wait here while I go up and check. The glass ceiling shattered all at once, and he wondered in confusion. The rooftop, countless monsters are gathering up there. The bearded man was firing his gun repeatedly, constantly shouting, get away! A pink evil spirit gradually approached. It immediately attacked the bearded man with its mouth. His face became distorted, but he remained defiant. Get off of me! Just then, Lin Feng arrived on the scene. He stared wide-eyed at the sight before him. The bearded man pleaded miserably. Hey, young man over there, save me! Please! I have a lot of contribution points. And gold, too. Lin Feng fell silent. It's him again. The bearded man fell to the ground, roaring, saving me will make you a powerful figure, the underground force in Liu City. Wealth, power, women, just save me and I'll give you everything, Lin Feng thought with a scornful gaze. Even at the end, these are the only things on his mind. Possessed by an evil spirit, he's beyond saving. The bearded man, backed into a corner, resorted to threats. Save me now. Do you have any idea how many ghost tamers I've created for Liu City? The left side of his body began to transform, causing him immense pain. Ah, what's happening to my arm? The bearded man gasped in despair. I don't want to die. If I die, you're coming with me. He fired at Lam Feng, but didn't land a single shot. The bearded man fell backward, plummeting from a height of thousands of meters. After his body slammed into the ground, the evil spirit separated from him. Lam Feng coldly turned his back, ignoring his two fighting allies, and walked away thinking, this outcome is his just deserts. At the eastern exit of the inner city, a vehicle's engine suddenly blew up. The remaining people panicked. The school bus exploded. It's too close. Change direction now. The flames erupted violently, and tires screeched on the pavement. The hooded figure said gleefully, "It's spread over there. A success." He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was dangerous. Suddenly, a beast emerged from the flames and attacked. The hooded figure immediately summoned Sword Dance to block the evil spirit. The teacher on the bus tried to reassure everyone. Students, don't panic. Hold on for just a few more minutes, and we'll reach the Ghost Tamer's residential area. Your seniors and the evaluation inspectors will help us. As the vehicle pulled in, everyone was horrified. The residential area, how could it be like this? Countless beasts were chasing people. Jiang Song and Ping An screamed in unison. Run! We barely escaped, and we still couldn't get away. Gao Shang panicked from behind. Ah, my ghost spirit. The scene was breathtakingly chaotic. Jiang Song quickly pointed. Look, there's a school bus ahead. Hurry up. If we can make it to the inner city, we'll have a glimmer of hope for survival, a man said anxiously. We can't linger any longer. We have to go now. The driver replied in a panic. This is the only road to the East City shelter. Are we supposed to turn back now? A young boy called out, Teacher, what is that behind us? A massive object crashed down, causing a powerful tremor. It had the appearance of a deer, and the crowd screamed in terror. It's an earthquake. The bus is about to flip over. The driver and everyone else were in an uproar. What kind of demon is that? We're all going to die. From out of nowhere, a smiley-faced train appeared and caught the bus. The stunned teacher asked, Huh? What just happened? The dear evil spirit, seeing its tasty meal stolen, could only stomp its hooves in fury. The sound of hooves echoed as Dong Dong launched a fierce attack, with the ghost Xuanhua providing cover from behind. The figures of man and horse flickered in and out of sight. The dear evil spirit was felled by a single slash from Lam Feng, followed by an immediate explosion. The crowd was completely stunned. It died, just like that. Who is that guy? Is he our savior? The entire crowd cheered in unison. We're saved. That ghost tamer is so strong, isn't he? Why does he look so familiar? Isn't that Lam Feng from our class? A young man said doubtfully. No way, right? He has to be at least an A-rank veteran, while Ping An was incredibly excited. As expected of Brother Lin, Lam Feng leaped down from the evil spirit's head, the ghost horse neighing as if in reply. Lam Feng commanded in a loud voice, Everyone, take the injured and follow me. The crowd looked on with admiration. Lam Feng is so handsome, we're in the same class, so why is the gap between us so massive? A man clasped his hands joyfully and said, Lam Feng, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. He then used the router, this is Lam Feng, informing everyone to get the injured civilians onto the vehicles. Afterward, teams on both sides escorted the students forward, and a subordinate replied respectfully, Understood. A large, powerful convoy moved on, with Lam Feng leading the way and clearing a path. They finally reached the outer east gate. The commander ordered, Everyone, line up and enter the shelter in an orderly fashion. Lam Feng looked surprised. He didn't expect the inner city wall to have such a structure. Suddenly, a sweet female voice called out, Lam Feng, thanks for everything this time. It turned out to be President Yan. She asked cheerfully, It's been a few days. Did you miss me? The corners of Lam Feng's mouth lifted into a gentle smile in response. At the East City shelter, Lam Feng curiously asked what the situation was now. President Yan replied grimly, Although the inner city still has the Golden Wall, it can't withstand all of the high-rank evil spirits. The Alliance has dispatched elite troops to deal with it, so it should be under control by now. She added, however, the outer southern wall was breached, leading to most of the inner city falling, with only one fortress still standing. Lam Feng surmised, It seems that to stop the ghost tide, ghost tamers are the crucial factor. President Yan agreed. That's right. Over 1,000 ghost tamers have died this time. The losses are immense. She suddenly remembered. Oh, right. You came from the west side. Is that old man over there doing okay? Lam Feng explained with a forced smile. Oh, I helped him take care of 3 S-rank evil spirits, so he should be fine now. President Yan flinched upon hearing this. She scolded him irritably. Well, look at you, Lam Feng. You've learned to joke with a straight face. Is your next step learning how to sweet-talk girls? From a distance, a frantic report echoed. President, the southern front is in critical condition. 3 more S-ranks have infiltrated. she said anxiously. Understood, Lin Feng. Let's go south to provide reinforcements. Lin Feng was confused. The city lord of Liu Cheng City? President Yan replied gravely, That's right, he rarely makes an appearance, but he is considered a peak S-rank ghost tamer, and he's currently commanding the southern front. Fortress number 3, southern Liu Cheng's first line of defense. A commander cursed angrily. Damn it, this is the last fortress. We're completely surrounded by evil spirits. The city lord summoned his evil spirit, reassuring everyone, Nobody step outside of my ghost domain. It only blocks B-rank spirits and above. Wait for reinforcements to arrive. A subordinate hurried over to report, City Lord, another S-rank has appeared in the west. The City Lord roared furiously. Report my ass. Did the country raise you just to stand there and give reports? A fox. You have time to run all the way here, but no time to give chase. Just destroy it. President Yan, sitting behind him, praised teasingly. Wow, this demon horse gives a really smooth ride. Lin Feng casually reminded her, Hold on tight, it's very fast. Look, a dot just appeared on the locator. It's on the right. Lin Feng looked in the indicated direction and spotted a strange object. You recognize it. It's the White Fiend, Lin Feng said tensely. That's the escaped white paper figure I mentioned before. President Yan replied excitedly. Oh, that's great. It has the same attribute as my ghost spirit. They can devour each other. If I absorb it, my Xiao Bai can level up too. He explained that its speed is very fast and it's good at escaping. I'll set up an ambush. You lure it over here, she agreed. All right. President Yan released a swarm of purple paper airplanes, successfully attracting the White Fiend's attention. It gave chase frantically, finally stopping in a clearing. It fell for the trap, Lin Feng thought arrogantly. Suppressed by Xuanhua's area of effect, Tang Hong used his ghost domain and a substitute to escape, while Dong Dong attacked from behind. It was over in a single slash, and the system announced the battle was won, killed the S-rank evil spirit, plus 3,000 experience points. The second ally begins to reap the rewards. Guildmaster Yan was stunned. Xiaohua hadn't even made a move, and it was already over. Could what he just said be true? The two ghost spirits really could both be S-rank. Watching Lin Feng pat their heads in praise. Dong Dong, my bride, you did a great job. She was incredibly doubtful. But how was that possible? They had only been apart for a few days. How could he be so much stronger? He suddenly crossed his arms and asked, Well, do you like this gift? President Yan smiled gently and replied, Thank you, thinking to herself that he was no longer the little kid who needed her protection. The locator announced that in the southern sector, 4 S-rank evil spirits had suddenly appeared, requiring immediate reinforcements. She said urgently, Understood, we need to get there within 5 minutes. The dots on the smart display were becoming denser by the second. The commander lamented, My God, why are there so many? A strange sight in the sky suddenly startled everyone. Quick, look! What is that? A grotesque face flickered behind a pane of green glass. The city lord urgently warned, Be careful, this S-rank's ability is very unusual. The dot changed color, and the commander immediately reported, City Lord. The scan on this evil spirit has suddenly turned orange. Does this mean that grotesque face is appearing on every glass building, and anyone who sees it falls into the same state of terror? Wait, what's happening? The city lord had a sudden realization. As expected, it had been hiding until now, using this ghost tide to successfully evolve into an abyss-rank evil spirit. Lin Feng asked President Yan, What does it mean when purple turns to orange? She rested her chin on her hand, thinking seriously. President Yan's face contorted with stress as she hesitantly replied, Orange means an abyss-rank evil spirit. The mirror ghost, a stage 1 abyss rank, had a face that was neither human nor beast, with rows of razor-sharp teeth, she added. And currently, the forces we have fighting it. We don't have a single spirit master with the strength to match it. Back to the 3 angry men. A fully cloaked figure approached the city lord and reported, City Lord, President Yan and Lin Feng have arrived. The moment the two of them landed, someone hurried over to stop them. My lords, the situation is critical. The city lord requests your presence. He didn't seem particularly welcoming, glancing at them before asking, President Yan, I assume you understand the overall situation? She answered immediately, Yes. The appearance of this abyss-rank evil spirit was very sudden. City Lord, do you have an assessment? He then raised his hand and pointed. There's something strange. Previously, this mirror ghost never participated in any battles, yet it evolved right here. Which means, the City Lord said, his voice grim and serious, it absorbed combat experience from the other evil spirits. Lin Feng understood immediately. It seemed this mirror ghost was the commander behind this entire ghost tide. He agreed. That's very likely. In that case, it's the key to breaking this stalemate. President Yan looked down and asked, But if it's an abyss rank, why hasn't it deployed its ghost domain? The city lord sighed wearily. That's because the entirety of Liu Cheng is already enveloped in its ghost domain. The thing is far larger than Liu Cheng's own protective barrier. Her eyes widened in shock. How is that possible? He anticipated her question, but it's already too late to retreat. If it wanted to kill all the ordinary people in the city, it would only take a few minutes. Therefore, our best option is to hold out until reinforcements arrive. The city lord had already calculated everything. It just evolved, so it's a stage 1, the weakest of the abyss rank. With my strength, I can temporarily keep it occupied so it won't have the spare energy to deal with the people in the city. However, for a stage 1 abyss rank, the range of its ghost domain is unimaginably vast. The size of the mirror ghost's domain is several times larger than the inner city of Liu Cheng. Therefore, I suspect its other abilities must be weaker to compensate, creating a balance. Its speculated stats include demonic energy, ghost domain, growth, defense, destructive power, and speed. He stated his request. What I need you to do is help me find its weakness. Both of them replied in unison, full of determination. Understood. They took off on their steed, moving like a flash of light. Lam Feng divided the tasks. You take the east, I'll take the west. Let's deal with those 3 S ranks first. President Yan, following closely behind, replied, All right, be careful. After traveling a short distance, he saw the obstacle and thought to himself, 3 S ranks shouldn't be too difficult. But for some reason, in the blink of an eye, the 3 of them seemed to double. Am I seeing things? Why did they suddenly turn into 6? Could this be the mirror ghost's ability? With the 2 of them heading in separate directions, they couldn't rely on each other, making the situation even more dire. If this is some kind of reflection magic, I have to find the real one. President Yan got closer to the monsters and ordered Xiao Hua to scout ahead. Receiving the command, Xiao Hua immediately launched countless petals toward the monsters. This action agitated them. Her attack struck both monsters, pushing them back. President Yan was horrified. They're both real. How is that possible? Back in Liu Cheng, they were also being surrounded. Report! The number of ghosts in the tide ahead is increasing rapidly. They could only stand frozen, watching the monsters approach menacingly. We're doomed. The B rank and A rank evil spirits are being replicated too. She sped along as if flying, calmly giving instructions. Everyone, listen up! The mirror ghost's replication ability isn't an illusion. All spirit masters of Liu Cheng provide full support to the southern sector. Holding the radio, he suddenly froze in realization. Does that mean the replicas and the original bodies of these S-rank evil spirits have the exact same strength? She answered through gritted teeth. That's right, Lam Feng. The mirror demon's power doubled during the demon tide, which makes no sense at all. If you can find a weakness, there might be hope. His eyes suddenly became sharper than ever, instead of from. Finding an opening. Wouldn't it be better to just kill them all? Xuanhua hovered in midair, unleashing energy and activating her ghost domain. She lunged fiercely at the bug-eyed monster. The ghost spirit pierced through it, splitting it in 2. Victory. Your ghost spirit has killed an S-rank evil spirit, gaining 3,000 experience points. Only experience, no other rewards. From a distance, Xuanhua cast out her white threads. Another monster was destroyed. Victory. Your ghost spirit has killed an S-rank evil spirit. Plus 3,000 experience points, plus 2 binding. You've received 10 ghost spirit orbs and 20 ghost domain fragments. Oh, this time it was the real body. Lam Feng was stunned. Looking at the loot, he said, So, the reflections might be missing some conditions of the original body. For example, the items they carry, even the size of the ghost spirit, their duration, their state. Then there's one more thing to verify. He then gave an order. Dong dong. Open your ghost eye and see if you can identify the real bodies. Attack the originals first. The little girl quickly accepted the order and obediently complied. The ghost eye on her forehead opened, and from it, Dong Dong began to investigate. Seeing the true nature of those evil monsters, she could indeed tell them apart. She rushed forward and kicked one of them, shattering its skull. Victory. Your ghost spirit has killed an S-rank evil spirit, plus 2,600 experience points, plus 1 binding. You've received 10 ghost domain fragments and 10 marrow-cleansing peaches. The ghost spirit continuously destroyed the monsters, handling them all by herself. As expected, when the real body dies, the reflection also disappears. This makes things easier. The situation in Xiaohua's ghost domain is quite chaotic. The ghost domain quickly enveloped the monsters, taking them down one by one. One was invaded by the domain, its body frozen stiff but still susceptible to physical attacks, scared out of its wits. Turns out, it was just an A-rank weakling. She zipped back and forth as if she were on a slide. Shrank Xiaohua seemed quite tired after unleashing her ghost domains, lying exhausted on the ground. A man exclaimed with joy, City Lord, Lam Feng and his team are incredible. They've already destroyed 6 S-rank monsters. When he received no reply, he turned around and was shocked to see his master struggling. City Lord, what's wrong? The City Lord's face paled. He whispered hoarsely, "My ghost domain is about to collapse." He immediately sent an urgent message to the other group. Guildmaster Yan, Lam Feng, the City Lord's ghost domain is failing. We need immediate support, they replied in unison. Understood. He galloped his horse to the location and pulled the reins. This was the ghost domain of the City Lord of Liu Cheng. The setting sun cast a romantic glow, but below, there was only a glossy, lifeless surface. The world had been turned into a mirror surface. Lam Feng looked closer and saw that even the City Lord's ghost spirits had been replicated. He quickly realized, this is bad. Then, when he turned around, he saw 3 Xuanhuas, 3 ghost spirits, descending. A mix of real and fake. Lam Feng felt a headache coming on as he looked at the scene. We're screwed. Dong Dong and Xuanhua have been replicated too. The City Lord, standing high above, called down a warning. Lam Feng, be careful. This ghost mirror can replicate any ghost spirit, including their special abilities. He replied, understood, but his mind was in turmoil. It seemed the ghost mirror wouldn't attack directly, but instead used this method to eliminate its enemies. Lam Feng raised his hand to give a command. Dong Dong, Xuanhua, don't use special abilities. Attack directly, Lam Feng calculated in his head. The ghost horse's domain shockwave ability was useless against the ghost mirror, and worse, it would be troublesome if it affected his own and the City Lord's domains. With that, he commanded his horse, Ghost Horse, fall back. Guildmaster Yan immediately changed course upon hearing the warning over the radio. Guildmaster Yan, don't come in yet. There's a trap here. I'll let you know once I figure out the pattern. Got it. The little girl seemed to lose control, tearing apart the ghost spirits impersonating her. Victory. Your ghost spirit has killed a reflection, plus 200 experience points. On the other side, Xuanhua did the same. Lam Feng was taken aback when he heard the notification. Oh, you even get experience for killing your own reflections. Victory. Your ghost spirit has killed a reflection, plus 200 experience points. They continuously achieved victory after victory. He watched and rejoiced inwardly. It seems the combat power of these reflections isn't much after all. The City Lord's face darkened, his eyes glinting warily. Don't let your guard down. The first wave was just a probe. New illusions were continuously created, surrounding Lam Feng. They appeared again so quickly. The 2 Xuanhuas drew their swords and fought, evenly matched, neither giving an inch. His expression turned serious as he realized their strength is more similar this time, but the ghost energy can't be perfectly replicated. The 2 girls continued to win, maintaining their form. Victory. Your ghost spirit has killed a reflection, plus 500 experience points. The sounds of victory announcements were continuous. Lam Feng watched without blinking as another wave of experience points came in. But if it replicates infinitely, their ghost energy will eventually run out. So, how do I break this? Suddenly, the City Lord's ghost spirits started moving, but they began punching each other. His own image looked quite faint, adding to the concern. It's no good. My ghost domain is about to break. Lam Feng immediately gave an order. Xuanhua, activate a ghost domain of a similar scope. Instantly, the magic circle of her ghost domain spread out, competing with the other region. He stood looking at a nearby building, deep in thought. Xuanhua's ghost domain was also covered by the mirror surface, which meant it could replicate ghost spirits again. Xuanhua and Dong Dong stood shoulder to shoulder with him, facing countless fakes ahead. Lam Feng's face was tense. Dong Dong, use your mutated form. Xuanhua, use ghost fire. He thought to himself, let's see just how much it can replicate. The little girl angrily gripped her blade and dashed forward like the wind. With a single slash, Dong Dong successfully shattered the illusions. Victory. Your ghost spirit has killed a reflection. Plus 500 experience points. Victory. Your ghost spirit has killed a reflection. Plus 800 experience points. Xuanhua achieved similar success, bringing in 800 experience points twice. His calculations were starting to add up. The interval between each replication was getting longer. It seems this process consumes a lot of the ghost mirror's energy. Moreover, with such a complex battle, it must be controlling things from nearby. But where? The City Lord's body moved like a puppet on strings, but he still had enough sense to give a warning. Lam Feng, be careful, here they come again. And it was true. 4 new illusions appeared. As expected, my guess was right. The ghost energy can't be replicated. In a flash, there were more than before, hovering in the air like lost souls. And then the number more than doubled. This is already the 4th wave. We have to end this fight quickly. Lam Feng gave a decisive command. Dong Dong, Xuanhua, attack with all your might. Destroy all the reflections. The 2 of them immediately channeled their profound inner energy, preparing to fight to the end. The man watched from a distance, growing more and more worried, a ghost spirit with so many forms. Just who in the world is this kid? Huyanhoa unleashed countless threads from her palms, ensnaring the illusions. The effect was immediate, causing them to distort and reveal their true forms. The city lord's ghost spirits acted recklessly, and consequently, were destroyed one by one as the system announced a loss of control. Battle 1. Your ghost spirit has killed a reflection, gaining 1,200 experience points as the ground shatters into blocks. She still wasn't finished with them, hunting them down to the very last one. With a single flick of her hand, all the reflected illusions were wiped from existence. A massive, earth-shattering explosion occurred, continuously racking up experience points. The city lord was stunned. The explosive force was terrifying. It had even destroyed his own ghost spirit reflections. Over on Dong Dong's side, things were a bit more subdued, with the scenery before her turning a bleak gray. The little girl used her sharp claws to shatter the wall before her. The three of them each held a different corner. After the battle, Liu Cheng returned to its inherent tranquility. The entire river had turned to stone, perfectly reflecting their images. There were just too many mirror surfaces in this ghost domain. It could hide anywhere. Lin Feng shouted, "Hu Yen Hoa, cover it with the second layer of your ghost domain." She brought her palms together, her fingertips gently touching. The dual ghost domain is the second layer, the epicenter of ghost power, capable of overlaying the first layer and nullifying all destructive effects. Huyen Hoa unleashed her power, spreading her ghost domain and shattering every single ghost mirror. The river began to flow normally again, and the tree canopies looked vibrant once more, freed from their casings. It was a success. It has to come out now. The ghost burst out from beneath the water's surface. Before, you had the protection of your reflections, buying you time to cover the ghost domain with mirrors again. But now that your reflections are all gone, you have nowhere left to run. Having gained the upper hand, he smirked and calmly said, "Hu Yen Hoa, now." She had already appeared behind the hideous green ghost, nonchalantly raising her sword. A single basic strike was all it took to cleanly sever its head. Oh, Battle 1. Your ghost spirit has slain an abyss-level evil spirit. Ghost spirit experience plus 6,000, binding plus 5. Host receives 20 ghost domain fragments and 10 ghost mirrors. The city lord rushed over to Lin Feng while he was still surveying the aftermath. It's taken care of. The mirror pane began to crack on its own, untouched by anyone. It shattered, falling right where the crowd was standing. Lin Feng looked at the mirror and smiled fondly. This haul was nearly 20,000 experience points. This ghost mirror really is an experience point gifting expert. Guild President Ingyan arrived just in time, asking Lin Feng with disbelief, "Is the ghost mirror really dead?" The city lord burst into laughter, casually clapping him on the shoulder. "That's right. It's all thanks to Lin Feng that we were able to win this time." One of his men pointed to the horde in the distance, reporting, "Look, everyone, the ghost tide is retreating. This is great. The crisis threatening to wipe out Liu Cheng has been resolved." The city's residents rushed out, cheering with joy. "We're saved. It's all thanks to the city lord and Lin Feng. Look, Feng is back." He was hailed like a celebrity. "Lin Feng, our great hero. Lin Feng is so incredible." Praises and cheers calling his name echoed endlessly. "Lin Feng is so handsome. Lin Feng." Lin Feng, a mother, holding her young child, watched him with sparkling eyes. "That's Lin Feng." He let his body relax amidst the crowd, feeling as if he were being healed after the arduous battle. The cheers were relentless. Lin Feng. Behind the crowd that endlessly chanted his name, the mother and her son continued to watch. The innocent little boy pointed at the crowd and asked his mother, "Mom, do you know that big brother?" The mother blinked, her eyes dry, as she hesitated. In her heart, she thought, "I no longer have the right to be his family." Stroking her son's head, she advised him, "No, my dear, you must remember that our lives were saved by Lin Feng. When you grow up, if you get the chance, you must repay him. Do you understand?" The little boy, not receiving a satisfying answer, seemed to pout. "Yes, Mom." In the end, the city lord stood with Guild President Nian and Lin Feng. He clasped his hands behind his back, a troubled look on his face. Although the threat was gone, the city was still filled with ruins and corpses. "We need to organize people to clean up the battlefield," she replied. "Understood. I'll start assigning tasks now." Lin Feng held the spoils of war in his hand, staring at it intently. "City Lord, what about this ghost mirror?" The Lord quickly pushed it back towards him, refusing with a wide grin. "You keep it. If it weren't for you in this battle, I wouldn't be alive right now. You resolved the crisis in Liu Cheng and saved hundreds of thousands of people. Your merits are immeasurable. I'm holding a banquet tonight to thank you, and you absolutely must be there." Before our protagonist could even get a full sentence out, he managed to say 2 words, "No need." But Guild President Yen had already slung an arm around his shoulder, assuring the Lord, "Don't you worry, City Lord. We'll definitely be there on time." After the fierce battle, everyone had to clean up the wreckage, which included the bodies of the unfortunate citizens. A broken school sign was being repaired, with ropes pulled taut to lift it back into place. He sat atop a ruined building when she found him. "Oh, so this is where you were?" The two of them sat down for a quiet chat. Guild President Yin smiled and began, "You seem to have a lot on your mind today. If something's bothering you, you can talk to me about it." Lin Feng just stared into the distance, deflecting. "It's nothing. I'm just really tired." His eyes were filled with sorrow. "Ever since I was a child, I've endured everything, wanting to climb to the top and become one of the strong, to make the people who look down on me regret it. But now, those people have long forgotten me, and they don't care about me anymore." Images of his difficult childhood flashed through his mind, of being scorned by everyone, as he spoke with a pained expression. "In the end, I'm still all alone." She, ever the optimist, tried to lift his spirits. "What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't the one closest to you always by your side?" Her words made him pause in his melancholy. "Right. That spirit has been with him for 15 years now. The item was always hanging around his neck." She was referring to Huyen Hoa and Dong Dong, who followed Lin Feng. "Even though ghost spirits can't speak, they silently protect us. They shouldn't just be tools for us to use in battle. Between us and them, we're clearly friends who care about each other." The atmosphere suddenly became a bit charged. The guild president unexpectedly gave him a smitten, slightly pouty look. "So don't say you're all alone anymore. You have 2 ghost spirits. And of course, you have me too." She painted a bright future that made Lin Feng blush just thinking about it. "I'm just hoping that in the future, you'll be able to protect me too. Help me reach for the stars." He looked down at the ground again, but his expression had brightened, his eyes sparkling like the night sky. "I don't really understand all that, but thank you. I think I have a little more motivation to keep going now." As evening approached, a mission vehicle was still speeding down the road. It was the reinforcement squad from Haicheng. A man standing in the back of a pickup truck turned around and reported, "Chairman, we've reached the border of the first defense line." The man with the graying hair and beard, looking extremely displeased, was Cao Qian. He was 60 years old and the chairman of the earth-shattering level Ghost Tamer Alliance. He cast a strange glance around. They hadn't seen a single ghost the entire way. Could it be that Liu Cheng has already fallen? And all the ghosts are already inside the city? Beside him, Yang Bai, 42 years old, and the S-rank Great General of Haicheng, was looking at a monitoring device. He spoke up, "Chairman, I was just looking at Liu Cheng's local forum. It looks like they're saying the ghost tide has been repelled." Cao Qian's eyes darted around skeptically. Wasn't it on the brink of annihilation not too long ago? Could it be that Liu Cheng has some big shot? The kid with glasses seemed to be the most informed one here. "It seems a ghost tamer named Lin Feng defeated an abyss-level entity to win the battle." He looked at Yang Bai with a puzzled expression. "Lin Feng, I've never heard of him." Suddenly, it all clicked for Yang Bai. "I remember there was a genius in Haicheng, also named Lin Feng, who even caught the eye of the third young miss, but I think he was only A rank. Let's go. We'll find out once we're in the city." The convoy continued on its way. At Liu Ru's private manor in Haicheng, the scenery was unusually tranquil, with only the silhouette of a young woman. Liu Ru was relaxing, watering her plants and tending to her garden. Just then, a servant arrived, shattering the calm atmosphere. "Milady, something big has happened. She's back." "What's the rush?" The maid was flustered, stammering incoherently. Lin Feng, Lin Feng." Liu Ru put down the watering can, waiting intently for the next words. Then, like a bolt from the blue, she heard that Lin Feng had single-handedly repelled the ghost tide in Liu Cheng, and the news had already spread throughout Haicheng. She turned on her device, and the latest news popped up with shocking headlines. "Ghost tide in Liu Cheng repelled. Lin Feng defeats an abyss-level evil spirit. City's annihilation averted by Lin Feng." Liu Ru read in disbelief. He actually defeated an abyss-level entity. His growth rate is truly astonishing. The maid beside her had a look of admiration, buzzing with excitement. "That's right, and he's so young and handsome too. He's truly worthy of your attention, milady." She, however, didn't seem very happy reading the news, instead pouting like a sulking lover. "A genius like him, if I don't snatch him up now, I might never get the chance again." The maid encouraged her, "Don't worry, milady. You're not only a peerless beauty but also the future lord of a city. The position of Haicheng's city lord's husband, even an earthly fiend-level master would be tempted." Liu Ru cupped her blushing cheeks and said shyly, "But what if a 15-year-old boy isn't interested?" Her train of thought was cut short. "Ah, what am I even thinking? So embarrassing." The maid suddenly remembered something and turned serious. "Oh, right. The families in Haicheng are always competing. If they figure out you've chosen Lin Feng, could it be disadvantageous for him?" She crossed her arms and bit her lip. "They wouldn't dare, but just in case, send someone to keep an eye on things, and report to me immediately if anything happens." "Yes, milady." At the city lord's mansion in Liu Cheng, Lin Feng and President Yan had arrived at the gate. They came at the city lord's invitation, and upon entering, he looked around with a bewildered expression, as everything was unfamiliar. Elder Fei, representing the host, came out joyfully to greet them. "Young Master Lin, long time no see." "Ha ha ha, Elder Fei. The two embraced warmly as if they had never been apart. You did a great job this time, kid. Lin Feng was overjoyed. You're okay too. That's really great. He then looked behind him to make an introduction. Oh, right. These two are the reinforcements for Liu Cheng, Chairman Cao Qian and General Yang Bai. Cao Qian crossed his arms, carrying himself with an air of authority. So you're the Lin Feng who made my trip pointless. An honor. The boy shyly scratched his face. The honor is mine. President Yan stepped in to smooth things over. Chairman, you're joking. It's because we had all of you as backup that we could fight with peace of mind. He immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha, but a pointless trip is a good thing. As long as Liu Cheng's crisis is resolved, that's what matters. It's best if we're all unemployed. It proves the world is at peace. Yang Bai calmly extended his hand for a shake. Young Master Lin is a talent with a bright future. I hope you can guide me in the future. Lin Feng returned the gesture. General Yang, you're too kind. As they embraced, he managed to whisper a few words in the boy's ear. The news that Miss Liu has chosen you as her husband has already reached the other suitors. The road to Hai Cheng won't be easy from now on. As soon as he heard this, his face tensed up. Do those suitors think I'm in their way, and will they try to eliminate me? Looking at the lavish feast on the table, his heart remained unmoved. Sigh, how did I get mixed up in something like this? Does this girl have some kind of script she's determined to make me follow? The city lord raised his glass to start the feast. At this celebratory banquet, Lin Feng is the main character. Liu Cheng is safe thanks to him turning the tide. Grinning from ear to ear, he raised his voice. I declare, to commend Lin Feng's contributions, I, on behalf of Liu Cheng, award him 1 billion contribution points. In addition, a manor-style villa, with servants lined up in 2 rows ready to serve, and the opportunity to choose any 3 ghost artifacts from the Ghost Artifact Warehouse, as well as the honorary title of Guardian of Liu Cheng. As soon as he finished, everyone in the room shouted in unison, to the young hero, cheers! After the banquet, the aftermath was everyone getting dead drunk. Lin Feng was so wasted he didn't know which way was up, leaning on President Yan. She carefully supported him. Slowly now, let's go to my place to rest first. It seems this is the first time this kid has ever drunk so much. Having arrived at President Yan's house, with just the 2 of them, she was visibly pleased. I was kind enough to take you in. Now it was Lin Feng's turn to support her, as he had sobered up on the way. As for President Yan, he laid her down on the bed and said coolly, get some sleep. Suddenly, President Yan pulled on Lin Feng's sleeve, basically making a move on. All right, this is the reward for our great hero. Oh, why aren't you blushing at all? Don't you like it? On the contrary, Lin Feng leaned over and pinned Guildmaster Yan onto the bed, kissing her deeply. It was hard to tell who was actually blushing now, as it was her turn to be flustered and shy like a woman in her 20s. He began to move his mischievous lips down Guildmaster Yan's neck. She whispered Lin Feng's name. Their hands clasped tightly together, and in a flash, it was the next morning. Lin Feng had just woken up, looking a bit rough from being drunk the night before. Seeing the neatly prepared food on the table, he asked, Good morning. Did Xuan Hua make this breakfast? She was leaning against the kitchen counter, leisurely drinking coffee. Guildmaster Yan took a sip and replied, I woke up early with nothing to do, so I made 2 portions. Go ahead and eat. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and sat right down at the table, staring at the food. Okay, thanks. The moment he put a bite in his mouth, his face turned pale. She immediately asked, How is it? He could only force a smile to get through it. It's delicious, really delicious. He thought to himself that he shouldn't stir up trouble so early in the morning, already looking for a way out before his seat was even warm. Actually, She cut him off first. Okay, I have to go to West City for work. Remember to lock the door when you leave. She said her piece and left without any hesitation. Goodbye. The moment she stepped out of the room, her cheeks flushed bright red as if she'd been wronged. That wicked boy, actually. I can't face anyone anymore. Lin Feng, who had forgotten everything from the day before, just scratched his face. I just wanted to ask if there was any water. It's salty enough to kill me. At the west gate of Liu Cheng City, Lin Feng rode his warhorse out of the city. Now that the demon tide was over, he could continue tracking the 3rd spirit demon at Shijiao Temple. Xuan Hua materialized, and he immediately asked if she could sense the direction of the demonic energy. After checking, she shook her head helplessly. Had the aura on the demon letter vanished? What should he do now? He furrowed his brows and thought of a solution. That's right, Guildmaster Zhuo's daughter is skilled at tracking. I can go ask her. Now that I have a demon horse, a trip to Hai Cheng City should be very easy. With that, Lin Feng spurred his horse and galloped away. He soon arrived at the Demon Tamer Association of Hai Cheng City and got straight to the point upon arrival. Guildmaster Zhuo, I've come this time to ask for a favor. The man laughed politely. Oh, so there are times when even you need help. Guildmaster Zhuo waved his hand with a friendly, eye-crinkling smile. Go ahead and say it. I will certainly do my best. Lin Feng clasped his hands together and said seriously, "Actually, I'm here to find your two daughters. I hope they can help me track a spirit demon." Upon hearing him mention them, Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu looked as if they had struck gold. Us? Lin Feng stood up and handed a tablet to her, asking, "This is the one. Can you sense the source of its demonic energy?" Zhuo Yu took it and immediately focused her magic to try. The sensation was rather faint, but she could determine the basic direction. He was overjoyed. "This was great," he asked directly. "Guildmaster Zhuo, may I borrow your Zhuo Yu for a few days?" The man adjusted his glasses, his expression suddenly turning serious as he furrowed his brows. "Borrow her for a few days? This is..." Seeing his hesitation, Lin Feng quickly reassured him. I'd like to invite Zhuo Yu to track this demon with me. You can rest assured, I will absolutely ensure her safety." In reality, the father's worry was something else entirely. It wasn't a matter of safety. Entrusting his daughter to a young man and having them live together for several days. What would happen if a pig got to his prize-winning cabbage for a few days? But he hid that worry behind his words. "This is something you'll have to ask my daughter." To his surprise, the girl eagerly accepted as soon as she heard. "Dad, I agree. You've always taught us to be grateful. Lin Feng helped us before. Shouldn't we repay him?" And it wasn't just one of them. Zhuo Ling, sitting beside her, took her sister's hand and gently said, "I'm going too. Xiao Yu is good at long-range tracking, but at close range, you'll still need me to pinpoint the location." Witnessing this tragic turn of events, the father could only weep internally. Guildmaster Zhua buried his face in his hands, completely helpless, silently cursing his luck. The pig hadn't even started digging, and the cabbages were already serving themselves up on a platter, and it was a buy-one-get-one-free deal at that. A grown daughter is a ticking time bomb. Nevertheless, he still had to agree out loud, sigh, "All right then." After settling the agreement with Guildmaster Zhuo, Lin Feng left in high spirits, even waving goodbye to the two sisters. "Thank you. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning to set out." See you tomorrow." He never expected that while walking down the street, a girl would suddenly bump right into his chest. The two of them stared at each other, eye to eye, suddenly at a loss for words. Lin Feng stared at the person in front of him without blinking. Miss Liu Ru, seeing the man of her dreams, blushed as red as a tomato and struggled to get her words out. "Lin Feng, I thought you were inside. My father is looking for you for something." The moment he heard that, his eyes lit up, and he asked seriously, "You mean City Lord Hai is looking for me?" She no longer dared to meet Lin Feng's gaze, looking down at the ground as she spoke. "You. Yes. My father hopes you'll accompany me to the City Lord's mansion for a visit. He has something he wants to discuss with you personally." He gave her a profound look. "All right, I'll go with you." He also had his own thoughts, thinking this was a good opportunity to ask City Lord Hai about Shizhao Temple. A man who has lived for so many years must surely know a great deal about the world. The car was quite spacious, yet the two of them sat very close, making Lin Feng feel extremely awkward as he glanced out the window. But for City Lord Hai to be looking for him, was it really necessary for his daughter to come in person? In a flash, they arrived. The gate opened to let the car in. He got out first, gallantly extending a hand to help Liu Ru. A man was already waiting at the entrance. City Lord Hai walked forward, hands clasped behind his back, his expression not looking very pleased. "Lin Feng, we finally meet." The old man walked down the stairs, and the two shook hands warmly. "Greetings, sir." City Lord Hai bent down slightly. "Not bad at all. You're even smarter than I was back in the day. No wonder my daughter likes you." He led the way, leaving the young pair to follow behind. "Follow me. I have something to show you." Lin Feng observed as he thought, the city lord looks so healthy, not at all like someone who only has 5 years left to live. They arrived at a place that resembled a maze, where a block of earth in the center was raised. City Lord Hai placed his hand in the center to unlock it, and an invisible door immediately opened before their eyes. The old man said, "Go on in." Even Liu Ru was unaware of this place's existence. She felt around her surroundings and asked, "Dad, where is this? I've never been here either." The old man answered curtly, "You'll know in a moment." He quickly realized the floor he was standing on was moving. Placing a hand on the wall to steady himself, he said, "It's starting to descend. It's an elevator." The elevator car continued to drift downward as time passed. 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. It finally stopped. It must be a few hundred meters deep, right? When the door opened, the two youngsters were both blinded by the sight before them, shielding their eyes in the exact same manner. City Lord Hai stepped out. He frowned. Before him was a deep, endless corridor, so polished it was blinding. Countless ox heads and horse faces hung from the ceiling. This was the golden secret chamber of Hai Than. Just as the Lord of Hai Than had said, this was a secret chamber only the city lord could use, containing some special ghost spirits. The old man continued to lead the way, his hands clasped behind him. Liu Ru couldn't help but look around curiously, and Lin Feng was no exception, striking up a conversation. "Oh, isn't this very similar to the golden prison of the Ghostmaster Alliance?" Liu Yunxiao shot him a displeased glance that sent a chill down his spine, forcing an awkward laugh out of him. Kid, you sure know a lot. But to be more precise, it's the Golden Prison that's very similar to this place. My father built this secret chamber 80 years ago. He recalled the horrifying past. That year, my father was the leader of Hython and had personally experienced a strange revival event. In just 1 year, evil spirits had invaded the entire globe, all communication was cut off, and Hython's population plummeted by 99%. It was only thanks to the shelter my father built that the survivors managed to pull through. Through years of patience and discipline, he cultivated the first generation of ghost masters with spirit channeling bodies, including himself, finally giving them the strength to fight the evil spirits. Hai then emerged as a powerful, hidden force, becoming one of the few cities to survive. After the strange recovery, ghost masters could only rely on their innate talents to forcibly control evil spirits, and they never lived long. Many massacres occurred after a ghost master died, and their ghost was unleashed. My own spirit turned against me, injuring others. That's why my father built this secret chamber, to imprison ghost tamers who were on the verge of death. Not long after I was born, he himself walked into one of those rooms, and has never come out since. Afterwards, I inherited my father's will, continued to expand the defenses, and also discovered the method to create the good spirit, Hai Ching, leading to what we have today. As for the Golden Prison, it was built when we and the Ghost Tamer Alliance were founded. The city lord of High City went to room number 005 and pressed the button by the door. This ghost spirit was one we released in here not long ago. Through the monitor, we can see a terrifying spirit hanging upside down from a branch inside the room, along with a shriveled skeleton in the corner. It has no sight, but it can perceive space, use sound waves to kill, and can also mimic anyone's voice. Moving on to the next room, 002, he continued to explain. The ghost in room 2 is very special. Besides its host, anyone who sees it will die. On the real-time monitor for room 2, all that could be seen was a small, ornate box in the center. So to this day, no one knows what it looks like. Lam Feng was quite intrigued by this case. Death upon sight. Is it really that incredible? Then how did you manage to imprison it? The city lord explained, because it was too dangerous, we originally planned to kill it directly, but later we developed a golden coffin that could absorb ghost spirits, so we decided to lock it in the coffin after completely sealing it in the secret chamber. After finishing the tour, the three of them sat down at the table for a serious conversation. The old man said, "But as you can see, this place holds many powerful ghost spirits, enough power to destroy High City. However, if humans were to ever start a war, these spirits would become the assassins that protect High City." Liu Ru finally spoke up. "Start a war? Father, do you mean humans fighting amongst themselves?" The old man took a sip of water, looking even more tense. Is that strange? Throughout history, in times of crisis, humans can unite as one, but once peace is achieved, they start fighting again. Even the strange recovery 100 years ago was rumored to be caused by a major nation creating biochemical weapons. At this point, the city lord's indignation was clear. Therefore, humanity is a race that brings about its own destruction. Lam Feng gripped the glass of water in his hand, deep in thought. It means they court death even when there's no reason to, and when they're about to die, they desperately want to live, ultimately falling into an endless cycle. Human nature truly cannot withstand being tested. The old man pointed directly at him and said bluntly, "Lam Feng, I've been paying attention to you for a while now." Lam Feng was suddenly bewildered. For decades, I've met all kinds of genius ghost tamers, but most were just a flash in the pan. Some young people would stop at nothing to tame a higher-level ghost spirit. The old man clasped his hands and said, "Risking their own lives is one thing, but they would drag the entire city down with them." Liu Yunxiao suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, startling him. "Although you are young, you have a steady temperament and a sense of responsibility. You're also the most outstanding person I've ever met." Lam Feng said modestly, "You flatter me, city lord." Unexpectedly, the old man brought up Xiao Ru's proposal. "What are your thoughts on it?" Liu Ru, who was casually sipping her water, spat it all out, as if he had hit a nerve. He waved his hands and stammered, "That's such a distant matter. I haven't really thought about it yet." The old man burst out laughing. "Ha ha, I know you don't want to marry into the family, right? But I've been thinking these past few days, and I've come up with a different plan." Liu Yunxiao moved closer to him and lowered his voice. "Within 5 years, if you can become an earthly fiend rank ghost tamer and agree to marry Xiao Ru, I can give you the rarest ghost spirit here, helping you reach the heavenly dipper rank. At that time, you will become the city lord of High City." After hearing this, Lam Feng was completely stunned. Liu Ru hastily interjected, "Father, what are you saying?" Lam Feng thought to himself, "He wants to hand over High City directly to me." The old man waved his hand to calm her down. "Xiao Ru, just listen to me first. You are our family's only spirit medium, but you're still just an A-rank ghost tamer. My health isn't what it used to be, and I'm afraid I won't live to see you fully mature." The old man's reflection was etched onto the glass. Over the years, our high city has always cultivated its own ghost tamers and abided by the Ghost Tamer Alliance's treaty. But I know many people are wary of High City's army. The Ghost Tamer Alliance wants to take over High City's armed forces. The major families are also coveting the position of High City's lord. This establishment involves underground forces, the families of High City, the Ghost Tamer Alliance, and the High City Army. Liu Yunxiao continued harshly. If, after I die, there is no strong leader to command High City, the power struggle will plunge the several million citizens of High City into war. After hearing her father's words, Liu Ru understood, her eyes filled with sadness. I truly hadn't considered that. Lam Feng thought to himself, his logic isn't wrong, but the safety of High City's people shouldn't be my responsibility. Besides, I have the system. I don't need anyone's help to level up, he replied coldly. If the goal is to build a strong city lord, wouldn't it be fine if Miss Liu becomes an earthly fiend-rank ghost tamer? She didn't like the sound of that. Lam Feng, are you joking? The city lord's annoyance was visible. You must understand that from A rank onwards, even a spirit medium can't break through in just 1 or 2 years. The old man patted his daughter's shoulder comfortingly. However, this has reminded me. If Lam Feng can grow at an abnormal rate, then you, Xiao Ru, can also give it a try. If you can truly succeed, the position of city lord can still be yours for the taking. Feeling encouraged, Lu Ru brightened up and replied with a slight smile. Yes. They left the secret chamber, but the city lord still tried to persuade him. Lam Feng, I've told you the truth today. No matter what you decide in the future, I still hope that you, the Liu family, and Xiao Ru can remain friends. He replied, Rest assured, city lord, I will think it over carefully. I will also keep everything here a secret. Before parting ways, Lam Feng turned at a 90-degree angle. Oh, right, city lord, I have something else to ask. Go ahead, it's fine. His eyes were wary. Have you ever heard of the Tich Chio Nunnery? The old man stroked his beard and gazed into the distance. Tich Chio Nunnery. That name sounds a bit familiar. A glimmer of hope appeared in Lam Feng's eyes. Liu Yunxiao's hand paused, his expression turning strange. I remember now. It was a nunnery that was wiped out by ghosts 50 years ago. As I recall, the Tich Chio Nunnery was a convent with a long history. After the strange recovery, it cultivated many powerful ghost tamers. However, they only accepted women and had no contact with the outside world, so they always felt a bit mysterious. 50 years ago, I was traveling in the north when I suddenly sensed a terrifying ghostly aura emanating from the outskirts of a city. Only later did I find out that a battle had taken place at the Ti Chio Nunnery. It said that after a powerful evil spirit lost control, it annihilated the entire nunnery, turning it into a pile of ruins. Lam Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. So the Tikchio Nunnery really did exist? He asked again. Then what happened? Did no one go there anymore? The old man nodded. That's right. That powerful evil spirit never showed itself again, probably still at Tichchio Monastery, occupying it with several hundred vengeful souls. Who would dare go near that place? After that, there was no more news. If you hadn't brought it up, I would have forgotten. Lam Feng then said, I understand now. Thank you, City Lord. The second day arrived, with a clear blue sky without a single cloud. As promised, he went to Guild President Track's place to pick up his 2 daughters, and the man didn't try to keep them any longer. Lam Feng, I'm entrusting my 2 daughters to you. Rest assured, I will definitely bring them back safely. He got on the horse and offered his hand to the 2 girls, raising an eyebrow. Get on, Track Lin, Track Vu. Track Lin got on first, helping her younger sister up. All right, the 2 sisters played happily behind him. Track Vu innocently leaned on her sister, laughing loudly. The only one suffering was Guild President Track, who was as emotional as if he were seeing his daughters off to their new homes. The horse had already galloped some distance, but the sound of his children's voices still echoed. Goodbye, Dad. They crossed the forest at breakneck speed. Lam Feng asked Track Vu, has the direction changed? The little girl held onto her sister while observing the doll. No, it's still northwest, he replied curtly. Got it. His mind was a mess of thoughts. If the city lord was right, the ghost that destroyed Tichchio Monastery must be incredibly powerful. Going there recklessly would be very dangerous. I need to level up quickly. Just as he remembered, that's right. Last time Dong Huyen leveled up, I received 2 prize draws. Lam Feng opened the system and selected the option, Do you wish to draw your prize? The prize wheel appeared. Congratulations to the host for winning the Transfer Fatal Wound ability. Congratulations to the host for winning the Mental Link ability. With Transfer Fatal Wound, when the host suffers a fatal wound, it will automatically be transferred to a ghost spirit. Case A. If the wound is ineffective against the spirit, for example, a normal sharp weapon will not cause any injury to the ghost spirit. Case B. If the wound is effective against the spirit, it will be shared among all of the host's ghost spirits. He recalled the time he was injured long ago. Oh, this ability is very powerful. It's equivalent to having more than one life. During the assassination at the ranking tournament, I almost lost my life. If I had this ability then, I could have completely prevented injuries from sneak attacks. As for mental link, when facing opponents with mental attacks, the host can link their consciousness with their ghost spirits, merging their spiritual powers to collectively enhance mental resistance. At the same time, the host and the ghost spirits can also directly understand each other. Lam Feng understood, so it's like telepathy? And it also provides mental resistance. I'll have to test its specific effects later. In the forest, a man dressed all in black ran like a rocket, his feet moving swiftly, a wide smile on his face. He screeched to a sudden halt in front of the city gate, stepping inside 1 foot at a time very carefully, his 2 hands holding his backpack tightly to prevent it from falling. The man slowly walked inside. A pink umbrella flew out. It soared into the air, spun around, and dropped a letter. He recognized it immediately. With a wide mouth, he respectfully held out his hands to receive the cosmic message. Then, for some reason, he started skipping out of the city. The umbrella suddenly popped open, spinning violently. The layer of ghost spirits around the city seemed to be affected by something, fluctuating intensely. From the highest mountain peak, a series of umbrellas flew forward like arrows. Each rib of the umbrellas had a tassel hanging from it like for the new year, and they all opened at once. The red color of the umbrellas gradually faded, and suddenly all of them vanished, leaving a stream of crimson energy in the sky. The space itself warped, making a sound like a thunderclap. In a canyon west of Hythan City, a voice was heard. Uncle Lai, are you sure we should ambush them here? 3 men, camouflaged as an unusual patch of grass, were all looking in the same direction. Lam Feng has left Hythan City heading west. According to his route, he must pass through this place. The man lying prone on the ground smiled and said, Don't worry. My marksmanship is the best in Hythan City. No one can dodge my shots. His horse was trotting between the 2 canyon walls. Wow, this is magnificent. Are you guys tired? Do you need to rest for a bit? Track Lin shyly peeked out from behind him and replied, a little tired. Hearing this, Lam Feng said, All right, then after we pass this canyon, we'll find a place to camp. The stalkers had already spotted them. Look, I see him. Lam Feng has appeared. The man who had just been boasting about his skills immediately took out his rifle and aimed carefully, looking smug. Leave it to me. Today is the day Lam Feng dies. His crosshairs were aimed right at the center of his head. The bullet was fired instantly, hurtling towards them, getting closer and closer to the target. Danger was imminent. Suddenly, his 6th sense warned him of something unusual, and he turned his head. As the bullet neared Lam Feng, he knew he couldn't dodge it and activated Transfer Fatal Wound. Even though he had anticipated this situation, Lam Feng couldn't help but be shocked. I've been ambushed. The ghost spirits on him began to take effect. Huyen, Hoa, and Dong Dong appeared, forming a protective circle around them. Track Vu and Track Lin were visibly worried, constantly asking, Lam Feng, what's wrong? Are you okay? He rubbed his chest while reassuring them. Don't be scared, I'm fine. Then he took out the thing that had almost caused the disaster. Looking at it, he thought, a bullet? It's a good thing Dong Huyen Hoa transferred the wound. The man who had just fired couldn't believe his eyes when he saw him unharmed. I missed, he frowned. How is that possible? I definitely hit him. Lam Feng had spotted the strange patch of grass. Is the assassin there? Or is there more than one, able to kill me at the exact moment I have to pass through here? There must be a coordinated team in Hythan City. I'm afraid their background isn't simple. His eyes blazed, filled with determination. What if there's a high-level spirit master? Lam Feng spurred his horse to gallop quickly towards an open area to nullify the enemy's terrain advantage, shouting, Huyen Hoa, activate the ghost domain. She and Dong Dong, one in front and one behind, escorted Lam Feng and the 2 girls. The ghost domain was activated. The men on the cliff were furious that their prey had escaped. This Lam Feng guy got shot but is completely fine, and he even dares to activate a ghost domain. The man with glasses ran over and sneered. Humph, with just 1 measly spirit, he dares to be so provocative. I'll go meet him now. The 3 of them dismounted. Track Lin asked worriedly, Lam Feng, what do we do now? He didn't answer right away, busy thinking and calculating. After the battle in Luthan City, everyone knows I've become an S rank. For these guys to still dare to come, it means they are absolutely certain of their success. In that case, there's only one possibility. The opponent is an earthly fiend rank spirit master. That's right, the man leading that group is Li Qin, a first-stage earthly fiend. They jumped out from their hiding spot, striding towards him. I can't win in a direct fight. My only bet is on the remaining possibility. That is, they won't summon their ghost spirits before stepping into Huyen Hoa's ghost domain. The young man with him seemed hesitant, looking back carefully before entering. Li Qin was annoyed. You little brat. He's so full of himself. Just because he's a little famous in Liu Cheng, does he think he can do whatever he wants? Let's go in. The young man looked at him worriedly. Uncle Li, shouldn't we summon a ghost spirit? He took the lead and replied, no need. We don't need to give him a chance to prepare. Seeing no one, Li Qing taunted. What, you don't dare to come out? Is this how you treat your guests? He emerged, riding his horse. Lin Feng is here, waiting for you. Seeing the man, Zhuo Ling said, Lin Feng, I know that man. He's Senior Li from Hai Cheng, a Disha rank ghost tamer who has subdued 3 ghost spirits. Li Qing approached them, truly a talent. What a pity. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for getting in other people's way. To his surprise, Lin Feng grinned and said, so, you think you're guaranteed to win? The man crossed his arms, looking down on them with arrogant confidence. Of course, if you had run from the very beginning, you might have had a chance to live, but now it's too late. Remember, in your next life, young people should know when to be afraid. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhuo Ling asked, Senior Li, why are you attacking Lin Feng? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Li Qing was blunt. No misunderstanding, but my friendship with Guildmaster Zhuo is quite good, so I didn't originally want to kill you 2 sisters. It's a shame you followed this unfortunate Lin Feng, so I'll just have to deal with you all at once. He drew his weapon and shouted, ready to attack, but something went wrong. Li Qing's face twisted, his earlier confidence completely gone. Lin Feng smirked contemptuously. Heh, did you just realize you can't sense your ghost spirit? Xuan Hua appeared like a deity behind them, and the man with him trembled. Impossible! This is impossible! In an instant, her ghost domain enveloped them, freezing them in place like 2 statues. The 2 sisters witnessed the terrifying scene, not even daring to blink. Senior Li is dead, Lin Feng explained coldly. If I had given him even the slightest opening, I would have been the one to die. After dealing with those who stood in their way, Lin Feng's group hurriedly left. Let's go. I've already figured out his motive. We can't stay here long. The 2 men from their group, having just descended the mountain, received the terrible news. Oh my God, Uncle Li is dead. The old man was thunderstruck, his face twisting in shock. It's only been a few minutes. Could Lin Feng also be a Disha rank? I must inform the young master immediately. In the ruins of Ancheng, buildings and trees lay in a chaotic mess, completely destroyed. Speeding along the only intact road, he said, it's getting dark. Let's rest for one night and then move on. They stopped under a tree, still in the mood to joke. This evil spirit's hideout is actually a pretty good spot for camping. Night fell, plunging the entire city into darkness. Lin Feng's group lit a campfire and gathered around. He had just finished grilling some meat skewers and shared them with Zhuo Ling. We've been on the move all day. You must be hungry, right? Her eyes lit up at the sight of the food. Thank you. Zhuo Ling, her hands full of treats she hadn't yet touched, asked in surprise, Lin Feng, how did you bring so much food with you? Plus, the buns are still warm. He then took out a chicken and explained, this storage space is a kind of ghost spirit treasure. Food stored inside doesn't decay over time. It always stays fresh. I also brought a few sets of blankets and mats. I'll give them to you girls later. Hearing this, Zhuo Ling's eyes widened in admiration. That's incredible. It's so magical. As she ate, she noticed someone was missing. Oh, right. My sister went to relieve herself a while ago. Why isn't she back yet? He quickly replied, I'll go see what's going on. Lin Feng had only walked a short distance when he heard a terrified scream. With a bad feeling, he sprinted toward the sound. Zhuo Yu was being attacked by a giant python, crying out in fear, Help! Help me! The python opened its massive mouth, revealing rows of sharp fangs. A truly terrifying sight. The girl's face went pale with fright, and she reflexively squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. Just in time, a powerful kick shattered the monster's fangs, knocking it to the ground in an instant. The moment Zhuo Yu saw Lin Feng, she ran to him in fear and hugged him tightly, burying her face in his chest. Sob, Lin Feng. He patted her head to comfort her. It's okay now. The 2 sisters went into the tent first to set up the warm bedding. Lin Feng sat outside and reminded them, Get some sleep. We have a long journey tomorrow. Zhuo Yu's ears turned red, and seeing that he wasn't planning to come in, she called out, Lin Feng. The girl shyly suggested, I'm a little scared. Could you sleep in here with us? Lin Feng suddenly blushed, unable to look at her directly, and scratched his head as he replied, sure. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly settled down right next to Zhuo Yu. Seeing his large frame huddled in a corner, she asked shyly, Thank you. Is it too cramped for you? He asserted. No, it's not. Zhuo Yu fell asleep at some point, her cheeks still blushing. When the next morning finally came, the fire had completely died down, leaving only ashes scattered before the tree. It was quite a scene to behold. While Zhuo Yu clung tightly to Lin Feng, her leg casually draped over him, her older sister was just as bad, sleeping with her midriff exposed and her legs splayed out. The only one who got no sleep was Lam Feng, who now had dark circles under his eyes. He crossed his arms in exasperation. Do all girls sleep this wildly? They set off, speeding across a body of water. They were now more than 500 kilometers from Haicheng, and the ghost horse was incredibly energetic, as if it was on something. Not much further. Another 10 kilometers in this direction, and we should reach that slope. The horse galloped past boulders, showing no sign of stopping. Suddenly, all three of them turned to look in the same direction with puzzled expressions. The system announced, "You have found the residence of the unidentified female ghost. Binding Quest 2 is complete. Bond with unidentified female ghost +5. In the distance, they could see an area enveloped by a ghost domain. Ah, this must be from the earlier quests to reply to the letter and find the traces. Lam Feng pressed his lips together, his gaze firm as he surveyed the area. The total bond points must be at 8 now, but that's still not enough. They dismounted. Zhuo Ling's eyes widened. What a magnificent temple. Could that be the Shijiao Temple? Lam Feng helped the girl down. From inside the gloomy structure came the familiar sound of a wooden fish drum. That's probably it, but something feels strange. Grabbing her backpack, Zhuo Yu patted his shoulder with concern, managing only a few words. Lam Feng, the ghosts from that distant smoke. A figure ran toward them as if its life depended on it. Don't worry, it's the messenger ghost. It was the same one scurrying around before. Xuanhua appeared to accept the letter, another letter. The three of them leaned in to read it. Lam Feng urged her on. Xuanhua, see what it says. The word help materialized on the letter. Ghost umbrellas? Is it talking about those fighting umbrellas? The system displayed, Binding Quest 3, help the orange umbrella escape. Reward, unidentified female ghost bond +10. Lam Feng carefully studied the details, analyzing the situation. It really is a binding quest. That orange umbrella must be the third ghost spirit. It looks like it can't hold on for much longer. The other umbrellas were being destroyed one by one, burned to cinders. Realizing what he had to do, he sprang into action. That orange umbrella, we have to help it escape the battlefield. Zhuo Ling hesitated. But I can feel that both sides are extremely powerful. They're both S rank or higher. This made Lam Feng pause for a second to think. Right now, Dongdong hadn't ascended to the abyss level yet, but she could use Xuanhua's skills. He called upon her power. Xuanhua, go lead that orange umbrella away. Use flash step to escape 30 kilometers away, then come back and hide as best you can. Xuanhua obediently flew towards the only umbrella that was still alive. Although one of its ribs was torn, the ghost domain gradually spread its power, shaking everything around it. The orange umbrella was nowhere to be seen. Then, it shrank and vanished as if it had never been there. You have helped the orange umbrella escape, completing Binding Mission 3, Unidentified Female Ghost. Binding +10. She finished her task and returned to him. The three of them watched. Success. Zhuo Ling suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment for some reason, pointing ahead. Lam Feng, look! That shrine is moving! The ghost domain turned purple, as if it were evaporating into the surroundings. Lam Feng was horrified. We're done for. We've been discovered. A thick purple smoke spread towards the three of them. The two girls had to cover their faces, unable to see anything. He tried to find a clue in the hazy, figure-obscuring smoke. The smoke cleared. In front of them was the gate of some temple or citadel. Dongdong and Xuanhua appeared. Lam Feng clutched his head, his eyes dazed as he struggled to move. It seemed this wasn't the real Jijiao Nunnery, but a ghost domain. Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu clutched their heads, groaning. My head hurts so much. It's so uncomfortable. The two girls, Xuanhua and Dongdong, moved forward to scout. It's that wooden fish sound again. We're screwed. This sound can control other ghost spirits. He reached his hand forward to try something. If it's a mental attack, activate mental link. Blue chains appeared, connecting Lam Feng to the two of them. He called out, Dongdong, Xuanhua, come back quickly. The two immediately stopped in their tracks. It worked as expected. Binding Mission 4. Enter Jijiao Nunnery and find the unidentified female ghost. Reward, unidentified female ghost binding +10. After reading it, he still felt hesitant. Wait a minute, why is it still inside Jijiao Nunnery? Wasn't the ghost umbrella we saved the unidentified female ghost? The three of them drew closer and closer to the gate. A giant hand was there, prying it open just enough to enter. He instructed Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu. Steady yourselves. Let's go inside and take a look. Touching the layer of reddish-purple air, Lam Feng's eyelids drooped. This was the inside of Jijiao Nunnery. There were quite a lot of people, not as simple as it looked from the outside. Even from a distance, he could identify the person striking the wooden fish, dressed in striking white robes, as the ghost nun. Is she the master of this ghost domain? Behind her was the cat-faced ghost hag who had been sucked in earlier. Zhuo Yu's face darkened the moment she saw it, and she cowered. Lam Feng, I'm scared. He became stronger than ever. Grasping her hands tightly to reassure her, he said, Don't be afraid. Stay close to me. His gaze looked like it could kill. They walked in together. A second later, the hazy purple air disappeared. The scenery returned to normal. In front of them was a statue of a Buddha sitting on a lotus throne. Huh, what's going on? Lam Feng turned to look behind him, speaking to himself in his mind. The surrounding scene had completely changed. The two sisters were less worried now. A few people came out from inside and asked, "Who are you?" While he was stammering, unsure what to say. The women started scolding him sharply. "You're a man. Don't you know this is a nunnery?" Yu Rong called for the abbess, and the other person immediately pulled something from her sleeve, her face scrunching up. She shot an arrow into the sky as a signal. As soon as it was sent, the people inside Ji Jiao Nunnery rushed out excitedly, like it was a festival. What's happening? Is a ghost attacking? Let's go see. They pointed and judged. It's a man, and a handsome one at that, and he's holding hands with two girls. He's definitely up to no good. I think he's that ghost tamer from Pingcheng. A nun pushed the gossiping crowd to the sides. Make way, the abbess is here. Lam Feng was truly stunned, at a loss for words. The person dressed in white robes with turquoise eyes stepped forward and spoke. I am the abbess of Jijiao Nunnery. My Dharma name is Qing Zhu. This nun was the abbess of Jijiao Nunnery, with the Dharma name Qing Ju. She immediately asked, Patron, are you a ghost tamer? Lam Feng felt a bit awkward, but he still replied, yes, that's right. In his mind, however, he thought differently. She's the ghost nun from before. The feeling is completely different. Abbess Qingzhu frowned slightly, showing her displeasure. Then what about them? He suddenly didn't know how to explain. He hesitated, thinking to himself, these women seem to really dislike men. Zhuo Ling quickly spoke up. We are his cousins. We were being chased by a ghost, and our cousins saved us and we fled here. Whispers immediately broke out in the surroundings. Cousins? I thought they were girls he kidnapped, but if you put it that way, it does seem plausible. The abbess's face was emotionless. Qingzhu lowered her head, her eyes cast down, and said slowly, then do you know that men are not allowed through the main gate of Jijiao Nunnery? You should all leave, he screamed internally. It was so hard to get here. I can't leave without figuring out the situation. How can I just leave? Lam Feng came up with a plan. My apologies, Abbess. We came all the way from Haicheng and didn't know this rule. Right now, there are ghosts everywhere outside, and we're exhausted from fleeing the whole way. My two younger sisters are also exhausted. Could you let them stay here for a few days? Zhuo Ling hurriedly put her palms together and pleaded. We heard that Jijiao Nunnery takes in people in desperate situations, which is why we boldly came to ask for help. We hope the abbess will be lenient. The nuns in the temple and the other women also had mixed opinions. Those two are pitiful, one woman whispered. But with the abbess's personality, she definitely won't break the rules so easily. To everyone's surprise, the abbess told her disciple, Xin Lian, to arrange 2 rooms for them. The disciple nodded and accepted the task. Yes, yes. The abbess offered no judgment. Jijiao Nunnery hasn't allowed a man to stay for many years. Yet she agreed so easily. What on earth is the abbess thinking? Lam Feng's group was visibly overjoyed to be accepted. Thank you, abbess. Xin Lian led the way. The 3 of you, please follow me. They walked past the statue of the Buddha on the lotus throne. Lam Feng quickly realized this was the main hall where he had seen the ghost nun striking the wooden fish earlier. As the nun walked, she explained, our Jijiao Nunnery is quite large, with over 300 people. Patron, please be careful not to get lost. This place is just like Xuan Hua's home. Both have a spinning top structure, but this is much larger. The nun respectfully gave a careful warning. We're here. You all can stay in this Guyu courtyard. There are some new blankets in the room, and the dining hall is right behind it. The 3 of them, following local customs, put their palms together and bowed at a 45-degree angle. Yes, thank you, master, she replied politely. It's nothing. You can just call me Xin Lian. Please get some rest. Holding the communication device in her hand, it showed no signal. Yours isn't working either? In the roundtable conference, everyone tried to get a signal, but failed. It's no use. It seems this place is completely cut off from reality. Zhuo Ling was visibly worried. This is so strange. Jijiao Nunnery was wiped out 50 years ago, but this place is so peaceful. Everyone here seems so real, not like ghosts putting on an act. Zhuo Yu then asked, could it be that we've really been isekai'd? Lam Feng thought back. No, I've encountered a similar situation before in Huyan Hoa's ghost domain. This must be an illusion created by a ghost with many domains. It usually recreates a piece of its memory. We can only escape by untying the knot within that memory. The 2 sisters had a moment of realization, making wild guesses. So, could this place be the head nun's ghost domain? She chose this specific memory. Then her knot must be. Suddenly, in that instant, the 3 of them shouted in unison, the Tichchio Nunnery is annihilated. He shot to his feet. The situation was urgent. Track Lin, Track Vu, go and greet the people in the nunnery. Try to gather some information. I'll go outside to verify this theory. All right. The young women of Tichchio Nunnery were washing clothes and preparing meals. Tichchio Nunnery had indeed taken in many girls. Life here seemed to have completely abandoned modern technology, but in exchange, they found safety. The girls chatted as they worked. Those ghost tamers in Binthan are so despicable, they lock up beautiful girls to take out their anger on. Luckily, the head nun led her people to wipe them out. That's right, no man is a good person, a girl in a low-cut top said as she worked. Oh yeah, I heard a ghost tamer alliance has appeared recently. It seems to be managing all the ghost tamers. A voice from afar joined the conversation. Never heard of it. As long as they don't mess with our Tichchia nunnery, it's fine. The two sisters, Trak Lin and Trak Vu, joined the group eagerly. Sister, let me help you. Ah, thank you. Through the water's reflection, Trak Vu smiled with her eyes crinkled. Sister, you're so beautiful. Where are you from? At this, the other girl sadly recounted her past. I used to be from Binthan, but I was harmed by those ghost tamers. Later, the head nun saved us, so I've stayed here ever since. Trak Lin countered, Ghost tamers can deal with evil spirits. Shouldn't they be good people who help humans? The girl immediately adopted a cynical attitude. You two are ghost tamers, right? Of course you wouldn't understand the plight of ordinary people like us. She furrowed her brow. Although ghost tamers are powerful enough to repel evil spirits and save cities, they manipulate everything, becoming kings of their own domains. Under the guise of justice, they humiliate common people at will. Ghosts killing people is one thing, but humans who are two-faced, who bully the weak with their strength, are sometimes even more terrifying than ghosts. Meanwhile, Lam Feng climbed onto a roof, waiting to eavesdrop on passers-by. Have you heard? The head nun took in a man, and he's quite handsome too. Hee. Don't tell me you're looking for a husband now. Shh, don't talk nonsense. He looked out at the distant mountains and pouted. The scenery outside Tichchio Nunnery has also changed. I wonder how large the area is, he thought to himself, and then leaped down below, walking on the grassy fields as if descending a staircase with ease. Lam Feng reached out his hand and felt something blocking him. As expected, this is the border of the ghost domain. Even though I can see the scenery, I can't get out. After exploring, the three of them gathered together again. That's the gist of what we've learned. I've also confirmed the ghost domain's barrier. It seems we won't be able to go back for a while. Trak Vu, without a second thought, gave an okay sign, her eyes crinkling into a smile. It's fine, let's just stay for a few more days. Dad will be fine on his own. Just then, a nun came to call them. The three of you, please follow me to the dining hall for your meal. Everyone had already gathered in the dining hall, and the three of them were seated at a separate table. Wow, this dining hall is nice, and I'm starving. Just as Trak Lin picked up a steamed bun to eat, someone stopped her. Wait, Lam Feng calmly explained. This is ghost food. You can't just eat it. Secretly throw the food into your storage space, and we'll eat the food we brought with us later. The bun vanished the moment it entered the space. As expected, throwing it into the storage space made it disappear immediately, because it was an illusion. Sister Than Truk arrived. Head nun, you're here. He quickly stood up. You two sit here for a bit. I need to go see the head nun. As the nun sat down to eat, Lam Feng approached her to start a conversation. Head nun, thank you for taking us in. She only glanced at him briefly and said, It's nothing. Then she calmly blew on her food like an aristocrat, so beautiful even without hair. This head nun's appearance could be described as perfect. Than Truk, noticing he had no intention of leaving, paused and asked, Do you have something to say to me? Lam Feng gave a hesitant, apologetic smile. Ah, yes. The ghost that was chasing me is a powerful Abyss Rank 1 evil spirit. I'm afraid it might bring trouble to everyone here. The nun paused for a beat. Abyss Rank 1? Unexpectedly, Than Truk's deductive skills were impressive. For you to have survived, you must be at least an S-rank ghost tamer, right? Lam Feng seemed a bit startled. That's right. So I was thinking it might be better if I left here soon. The nun spoke slowly as she ate. No need to worry. If that Abyss Rank ghost comes here, I will handle it. Come find me at Min Tam Hall tomorrow morning. Hearing these words, his face froze solid. Handle an Abyss Rank? Just like that? Just how powerful is she? If Tichchio Nunnery is this strong, why was it wiped out? Lam Feng walked past a Buddha statue, recalling that moment again, his face pensive as he thought about Sister Than Truk's words, Come find me at Min Tam Hall tomorrow morning. The nun was already there, striking a wooden fish, waiting. Seeing her from a distance, he couldn't help but think, she looks exactly like that ghost nun. Lam Feng politely greeted her. Head nun, good morning. She didn't turn around, just gave a slight glance. Sit. He obediently sat in the prepared spot. There was clearly a Buddha statue over there, so why was the head nun facing a wall to strike the wooden fish? The nun fingered her prayer beads and replied, In an age of such suffering, praying to gods is inferior to relying on oneself, and cultivating Buddhism is inferior to cultivating one's own heart. At this, Lam Feng's face went blank, his eyes glazed over. Oh, So, head nun, did you need me for something? The two of them, one in front of the other, Sister Than Truk said nothing, continuously striking the wooden fish as she did her work. An hour later, the two of them were still sitting motionless, just like before. The wind blew stronger. Lam Feng was getting impatient but tried to restrain his curiosity. Why isn't she saying anything? Am I supposed to sit here forever? After 2 hours, the hand striking the wooden fish finally stopped. The nun softened her gaze and praised him. You are very patient. Lam Feng could only clasp his hands and bow his head, seeing the head nun so focused. He didn't dare to disturb her. Once finished, Than Truk said, All right then, you may go. Come back here again tomorrow at the same time. Lam Feng stood up. Okay. Although he said, I'll be going, his mind was filled with questions. What on earth is she trying to do? Forget it. It's better not to ask. Perhaps she has her own plans. On the second day, the sisters Trak Vu and Trak Lin seemed to have gotten used to life here. The younger sister asked while braiding her hair, Sister, have you seen Lam Feng? Trak Lin replied as she wrung out the clothes. He went to Mintam Hall again early this morning. The two sat in the same positions as yesterday, in complete silence except for the sound of the wooden fish. He quietly watched her back, making all sorts of guesses. This time she kept going until noon. It's been even longer. Than Truk repeated her words. Come back again tomorrow. By the third day, the sound of the wooden fish was still steady. Lin Feng seemed more comfortable with sitting still like this. He allowed himself to relax. This sound of the wooden fish was different from the previous spiritual attack. It made one feel very peaceful and focused. Time seemed to pass by quickly, but it was still confusing. Was she testing me? Maybe it's to activate the mechanism of the ghost domain. Since she hasn't kicked me out, then I'll see what trick she has up her sleeve. 7 days later, one evening, as soon as Lin Feng entered, he saw that the inside was decorated with lanterns. I'm back. The two Trak sisters were also excitedly preparing. Lin Feng, look, for Sister Qin Qing tomorrow, we made these prayer lanterns by hand. He looked up and saw their sparkling eyes. So beautiful. That's right, Tam Lien and Tam Duyen taught us how to make them. The two nuns, finished with their work, said their goodbyes and left. It's getting dark, so we'll be heading back now. Patron Lin, you should also get some rest. Trak Vu kept waving goodbye and calling after them. Come visit again. Lin Feng felt a natural joy in his heart. It seems like everyone gets along really well. Trak Vu agreed. Of course, it's been almost 10 days. We've also gotten to know Tik Chioam quite well. Oh, tell me about it. A roundtable conference was formed, consisting of 3 people. First, everyone here believes they lived in the real Tik Chioam 50 years ago, specifically located west of Bakhai City, near the 3rd district of South Bin City. Trak Lin Dan crossed her arms thoughtfully. This place has a total of 30 nuns, 10 of whom are ghost tamers, responsible for protecting everyone, and their strength is immense. Her younger sister added, right, just like Tam Lien and Tam Duyen. Just now, they were both S-rank ghost tamers. And what's more, they've each subdued 2 evil spirits. She even held up her hand to illustrate. Lin Feng repeated, his face filled with utter confusion. 2 evil spirits. Trak Lin lowered her voice and said, ghost tamers of this era all subdue evil spirits, but they've never lost control. I don't know how they do it. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Based on my calculations of the time period, ghost tamers had already started choosing to cultivate good spirits. Because subduing evil spirits is unstable and doesn't allow one to live long, it seems Tichchie Am is an exception. They don't suffer backlash from the evil spirits. It's probably related to their spiritual cultivation. The thing that the head nun subdues must also be an evil spirit. Her sitting in meditation and striking the wooden fish must be a form of mental cultivation. So, when she told me to go over there, was it to enhance my own spiritual fortitude? Lin Feng asked. Have you found out the head nun's background? The little girl recalled what Tam Duyen had said. Apparently, she was an orphan taken in by the old head nun, and after growing up, she demonstrated outstanding strength. After the old head nun passed away, she took over. Trak Lin added more details. Tam Lien said she has a total of 3 ghost spirits, but we've only seen one of them, which is an abyss grade. We've never seen the other 2. His expression grew even more grim. As expected, she's terrifying. Moreover, this was the strength of a ghost tamer from 50 years ago. Now that she's become a ghost nun, who knows what level of ghost she is. At Mintam Hall on a gloomy morning, Lin Feng strode over as usual, and was surprised to see Nun Than Truk standing at the door. Huh? He looked on, puzzled. The head nun wasn't striking the wooden fish. The nun stood there with a faint smile, sensed ghost spirit bond with the master of Tichie Am, unlocking the ghost spirit bonding quest. You have meditated with the master of Tichio Am for 10 days. Bond with master of Tichio Am +5. His eyes widened. I've actually activated the 4th ghost spirit. To have a chance to bond with such a powerful head nun. This is truly unexpected. Nunthan Truk's eyes curved into a smile. You were able to persevere for 10 days without a single complaint. You're more outstanding than I imagined. He walked closer to her. Thank you for the praise, head nun. Follow me. Her robes fluttered in the wind as the two of them walked in silence, neither saying a word to the other. They walked onto a paved stone path, surrounded by dense, interwoven bamboo groves. Nunthan Truk led him to the end of the path, then turned and said, We're here. She placed her hand on the wall, and immediately, the wall opened. Lin Feng looked inside, his jaw dropping in amazement. Walking behind Thun Truk, Lin Feng looked at the dazzling light before him and let out a gasp. The nun led him inside and said, This place was originally the most ancient grand hall, where 3 Buddhas made of pure gold were worshipped. After the evil spirits ran rampant, my master refined the golden bodies of the great Buddhas into a golden lacquer and transformed this place into a golden sanctuary so that the people of the Nunnery could survive. This made him think in astonishment, another golden secret chamber. Who would have thought these Buddha statues actually had exorcistic properties? Suddenly, the nun asked him, Lin Feng, what do you think ghosts are? He asked in return, What do you think, head nun? The nun gazed thoughtfully at the statues and said, I have always been here, researching ghosts. Ever since the strange resurgence began, more than 100 types of ghosts have appeared in this world. At that moment, a ghost spirit appeared from behind the nun. Feeling the killing intent it radiated, he thought to himself, What a terrifying evil spirit. This must be the ghost the head nun has subdued. The nun brought her hand close to the ghost and said, You see, it is clearly the ghost that I have subdued, but whenever I get close to it, my hand becomes like this. If it were to touch me, anyone would die instantly, including myself. That's why I've always been curious. What exactly are ghosts? Are they a special kind of energy, or a type of law or field? To this day, I still haven't figured out the structure and origin of ghosts. I brought you here today, mainly because I wanted to show you this. With that said, Thon Truk walked over to a box in the middle of the room, took out a scroll, and gently unrolled it before him, revealing the image of a beautiful young woman. Lin Feng stared at the person in the painting without blinking. A moment later, the nun suddenly rolled it back up, to his bewilderment. At that moment, the image of that demonic nun flashed through his mind. The two of them faced each other without a word, while he silently speculated in his mind. A powerful evil spirit lost control, the massacre at Tichche 50 years ago. Could it have been caused by this painting ghost? This is probably the key to untying the head nun's knot and dispelling the illusion. The nun spoke up. So? Will you agree to help me? He nodded in agreement and replied, All right, I'll give it a try. At that, the nun warned him, Thank you. Subduing the painting ghost is not simple. You need to get accustomed to it bit by bit. The nun unrolled the painting once more and said, Today, I will lead you into the world of the painting ghost for a preview. Lin Feng asked curiously. The world inside the painting? She put her hands together, performing a technique as she spoke. That's right, the world within the ghost painting can be considered a special ghost domain. It preserves some of the painting ghost's memories. She handed him a handkerchief and continued, This is my younger cousin's token. Take it with you and you'll be fine inside. Go on. He slowly approached and, without hesitation, stepped into the painting. As he stepped through, this gloomy atmosphere momentarily stunned him, thinking of an apocalyptic scene. This is the world within the painting ghost. No, that's not right. The painting ghost is part of the Teach Chio Am illusion. It's not real. So, is the world inside the painting also shaped by the head nun? Anyway, I should look around for now. As he was walking, he suddenly stepped on a skull and quickly scanned his surroundings for any movement. Looking toward a dilapidated building not far away, he saw 3 figures hanging ominously. He thought to himself, This kind of aura. It's not from an ordinary corpse. Suddenly, someone flew past him, but he quickly recognized them as a ghost tamer. He watched as the figure approached the building, and a strong gust of wind swept through the area, and in the blink of an eye, many more people appeared, hanging all over the place. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, thinking it was a powerful hanging ghost. But then a strange power began to absorb the evil spirits of the deceased. One by one, they just vanished, and suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized, This is the painting manifesting before my eyes again. The painting was gradually absorbing everything. He couldn't believe it, thinking, It's the ghost painting. It's absorbing the evil spirits of the entire city, pulling every single one of them inside. He then saw Master Qingzu before him and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Whew, she's back. The master looked at him and said, You saw that, didn't you? This was the scene the last time she managed to sneak out. He was still immersed in his own thoughts, thinking how she managed to get out on her own. There's a real risk of her going out of control, but he snapped back to reality and responded to the master, asking, Her actions. Is she hunting? The master answered softly, She possesses the ability to devour. So she used the painting scroll to envelop the entire city, capturing all the ghosts inside in one fell swoop. Even if there were humans, they would be killed as well. He was slightly taken aback. Devouring? Isn't that just like Tong Tong's ability? No wonder she's so terrifying. She can fuse abilities while devouring her targets, giving her a very high chance of acquiring her opponent's powers. What's more, she can combine these powers into new, even more frightening ones. She's a ghost with an incredible talent for learning. At some point, the master had already drawn a talisman and said, "But the ghost painting's most terrifying ability is drawing ghost runes." Lin Feng's expression immediately turned serious. Ghost runes? I've seen something like that before on the cursed letter, but this seems different, she explained. Low-level ghost runes are like simple text. They can only convey information. But the runes the ghost painting can draw are capable of altering the flow of ghost chi. It's similar to the incantations we use for repair, restoration, and composition. As if he understood, he replied, "So, that means she can use ghost runes to strengthen her own ghost domain and even invent new spells." He marveled to himself. It's like a sentient blueprint. The master smiled faintly and said, "Exactly. That is the secret of the ghost painting. I didn't expect you to be so clever. You understood so quickly." He was even more astonished, thinking, I can't believe she defied nature like this, creating a ghost that can learn, evolve, and invent. If she creates another ghost like that, wouldn't it be an infinite cycle? That's just broken. Although, of course, it's nothing compared to my system. Qingzhu took back the painting scroll, then materialized a few items and pressed them into his hand, saying, "That's as far as we got yesterday. Tomorrow, you'll go meet her yourself. Take these two items. This key can open the main door of the golden room and the golden safe. You must enter first, and if you can't subdue her, don't force it. You can hold these Buddhist prayer beads and chant my name. I will come to help you. Don't worry. Even if she truly loses control and kills me, I can seal her away before I die. I won't let her become a threat to you." As he reached the outer gate, he turned back to say goodbye. "Thank you, Abbess. I'll be on my way." Just then, the system chimed in. "You have received assistance from the Abbess of Zhao Temple for the subjugation of the ghost painting." Lin Feng stared intently at the items and the master and fell into deep thought. To give so many binding points. It seems my suspicions were correct. The ghost painting is the masterpiece of the abbess's entire life, but also the very culprit that destroyed the Jizhao temple. It's the abbess's greatest unresolved regret, so much so that even in death, she could never forget her. She looked human, but why did I feel such a profound sadness from her? Back at his own place, Lin Feng sat looking at the relics and muttered to himself, "Oh, right. I wonder if these items the abbess gave me are real or fake. I'll toss them into my storage space and see." Instantly, the system announced, "You have received a special ghost spirit relic, bloody handkerchief. You have received a key item, golden key. You have received a special ghost spirit relic, jade Buddha beads." He was stunned. They didn't disappear. And what's more, the handkerchief and the prayer beads are both ghost spirit relics. The system displayed the item's description. Jade Buddha beads can be used to summon the abbess of Zhao Temple, usable once every 10 days. Upon successfully binding with the abbess of Zhao Temple, this can be converted into the host's personal ghost spirit relic. He seemed to have figured it out. So that's how it is. But to successfully bind the abbess, I'll probably have to resolve the ghost painting issue first. Still, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. The binding for the third ghost spirit still isn't complete yet. The abbess, corresponding to the prayer beads, would be the fourth ghost spirit, and the ghost painting, corresponding to the handkerchief, would be the fifth. I remember the system only supports 3 concurrent binding quests at a time. Just then, Zhu Yu and Zhu Ling returned. The younger girl ran right up to him and said, "Lin Feng, you're back." Lin Feng smiled and asked, "What has you two so happy?" The girl cheerfully held up a string of beads and said, "Of course we're happy. Xin Lian and Xin Yuan gave us presents." "Look." Zhu Ling also held up an item in her hand and said, "Do you think this could be the real deal?" He replied cheerfully, "What a coincidence. Try putting it in your storage." With that, they both tossed their items in. The system immediately announced, "You have received the ghost spirit relic, sandalwood pendant. You have received the ghost spirit relic, sandalwood prayer beads." He thought in amazement, they're actually real. These 2 items must be relics from Xin Lian and Xin Yuan from after they became ghosts. They spent 10 days together and built up a bond with Zhu Ling and Zhu Yu, so they chose them as their hosts. Their original ghost spirits were good at tracking, but their combat power wasn't high. So this is actually a good thing. He took the 2 items and presented them to the girls, saying, "These ghost spirit relics are your chance to awaken your own potential. Take them. Once we get out of here, you two will be able to have new ghost spirits." However, Zhu Yu said sadly, "So, Xin Lian and Xin Yuan really are going to become ghosts?" Zhu Ling quickly tried to comfort her. "But if you look at it another way, They'll become our ghost spirits, so they'll always be with us. In a way, it's like they're still alive. The little girl held back her tears and nodded. Then she turned to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, thank you. Zhu Ling also added, if you hadn't let us out of there, we never would have had this chance. That night, thunder and lightning crashed endlessly outside. Both girls, terrified, clung tightly to Lin Feng. Zhu Ling buried herself against him, whimpering, I'm so scared. He clutched his head in exasperation, thinking, how did it turn into this again? Trukvu hugged him tightly, crying as she said, ugh, it's so scary in this ghost domain. How is anyone supposed to sleep? Sensing something, she added, Lam Feng, this is too strange. He had also noticed it earlier, thinking to himself that he'd had a bad feeling since daytime. Could something big really be happening? So he put on more clothes, got out of bed, and said, I'm going out to check. The girl called after him reluctantly, aw, don't go. The moment he opened the door, Lam Feng gasped in shock. This ghost chi is terrifying. Thunder rumbled, and Truk Lin screamed in fear. Ah, what is this oppressive feeling? He thought in dismay, the Tich Chio M massacre is happening. Looking at the chaos in the sky, Lam Feng suddenly said, huh. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, thinking in confusion, what's going on? I remember being attacked by the ghost chi, then I passed out, and now the courtyard has turned into a gloomy ghost domain. Remembering something, he rushed back into the room and yelled, Truk Lin, Truk Vu. Seeing the two girls unconscious on the floor, he thought, as expected, the things in the room are gone. He went over and shook Truk Lin, calling out to her, wake up. She slowly came to, holding her head and groaning. Lam Feng, what happened to us? He said slowly. The illusion has disappeared. Hearing this, she shot up and said, it disappeared. So where are we now? Lam Feng replied, we're out of the Teach Chie-am illusion from 50 years ago, but we're still inside Ghost Nico's ghost domain. He helped the now awake Truk Lin up, and she replied sadly, is that so? We made so many friends. Does this mean we can't see them again? Seeing her sister like this, the younger girl took out a jade bracelet and said, look, sis, the gift that Tam Lin and the others gave us is still here. Maybe we can summon them in the future. She then wiped away her tears and replied with a smile, that's great. Meanwhile, Lam Feng was still deep in thought. The story and the illusion must have been fully triggered. So what's next? That's right. The head nun once said that even if she was killed by the ghost plague, she would seal it away, so the ghost plague might still be locked in the golden room. After figuring it out, he spoke up, let's go. We'll check things out. The three of them wandered around everywhere. Looking at the desolate scene, Truk Lin couldn't help but say, there's not a single soul. Lam Feng, is the ghost plague's golden room inside? He replied, yeah. Looking at the dead end before them, she said with some confusion, but it's a dead end ahead. Crap. He remembered something, thinking, right, the ghost plague can only be sealed by the golden room, so of course it's not in the virtual ghost domain, but in the real Teach Chi Am. Suddenly, the system displayed a quest completion notification, unidentified female ghost binding quest 4. Enter Tich Chio Am and find the unidentified female ghost. Reward, the unidentified female ghost. Seeing this, he thought, I almost forgot about this quest. He turned and said, Truk Vu, try to sense the female ghost who sent the ghost letter before. She quickly agreed, okay. She found her quickly, saying, got her, she's not far in that direction. The three of them quickly ran over. Lam Feng said happily, found it. Right in front of Xie Yunye, he discovered an orange umbrella. The system also popped up, quest complete. You have found the unidentified female ghost, the umbrella ghost. You have received umbrella ghost binding plus 10. Umbrella ghost binding quest 5. Rescue the umbrella ghost's clone from Tich Chio Am. Reward, umbrella ghost binding plus 5. He smirked and said, not bad. This umbrella ghost is the one who wrote the letter, and she even has a clone. He was thrilled. I already have 33 binding points. She probably won't attack me. Entering Xiao Nuyet, he observed his surroundings and said, there's another barrier. No wonder it can't get out. Lam Feng materialized his own umbrella, and a female figure appeared. He looked at her and said, Huyan Hoa, use flash step to get us out of here. In a flash, everyone was transported outside, holding the umbrella in his hand. The system announced, quest complete. You have received umbrella ghost binding plus 5. Truk Lin looked at the surrounding scenery, thinking in confusion, where is this? It's so cold. Truk Vu rubbed her arms, shivering as she said, I feel it too. Isn't it summer right now? Lam Feng frowned deeply and replied, it's indeed strange. The scenery around looks like it's autumn, but we were clearly only in Tich Chioam for over 10 days. Suddenly, Truk Lin pointed in a direction, saying cheerfully, hey, are there people over there? He immediately replied, let's go ask them. 3 guys were cruising along on a vehicle. The brown-haired one laughed loudly. Ha ha, this haul was really good. We killed 2 B-rank ghosts and even got a ghost artifact. The green-haired guy replied, I heard that Binthan City's ghost-slaying record is #1 among the 5 major central cities this year. Suddenly, the bald driver looked ahead and said urgently, "Look, what is that?" The green-haired guy next to him said in shock, "Damn, what kind of horse is that? It's so fast." Another one said, "That's not a horse. It's an evil spirit. Stop the car." The 3 of them grabbed their weapons, ran over, and shouted, "The ghost chi is so strong. Be on your guard." It was Lam Feng riding the horse with the 2 girls. He approached and said, "Excuse me, where is this?" Seeing that it was a person, the green-haired guy deflated. "Oh, it's not a ghost?" The bald guy answered him, "This is the vicinity of Binthan City. Who are you?" He introduced himself. "I am a ghost tamer from Hython City. May I ask if you know the location of Tichio Am?" The 3 of them stammered, "A G ghost tamer?" The bald guy said, "To be able to control such a special ghost, and to come from Hython City to Binthon City." The green-haired guy agreed, "This must be a big shot." The 2 turned back and replied, "Ha, what a pity. I've heard of that place, Tichyeam, but as for the specific location," the brown-haired guy looked at his phone and said, "I have an impression. I think it's on New Tiem Mountain in the northern 3rd District. Look, we are here, and Ngu Tiem Mountain is right in this area." Looking at the screen, he froze. October 7th, year 36, Ngu Tiem Mountain. Then he shouted, "It's October of year 36 now." Seeing his strange reaction, the man asked blankly, "That's right, sir. Is there a problem?" Lam Feng turned to look at Truklin and her sister and said loudly, "When we entered Tikshio it was July of year 35. Lam Feng yelled, "Isn't it July of year 35 right now? How can it be October of year 36? Wait a minute. That means time passes differently in the Tikchia ghost domain than outside. We were clearly only inside for over 10 days, but outside, it's been 1 year and 3 months. Truklin and her sister shouted in unison, "How can that be?" He turned the horse around but didn't forget to say, "Thank you, everyone. I'll be on my way." Staring at their departing figures, the brown-haired guy said blankly, "What is this guy talking about?" The bald guy said with a tone full of regret, "Turns out he's a lunatic. What a waste of 2 pretty girls." Truklin couldn't help but ask him, "Lam Feng, are we going to Nu Tiem Mountain to find Tichchio Am now?" He glanced at her and replied, "Let's find a place to rest for the night first." He then said sorrowfully, "I'm really sorry. I originally just wanted to ask for your help for a few days, but it turned out like this." She smiled and replied, "It's okay. No one could have ever predicted something like this." Trukvu suddenly remembered something and said, "It's been over a year with no news. I wonder if Dad is okay." Meanwhile, at the track estate in Haicheng City, the girl's father was dead drunk, crying his eyes out. "Boo-hoo! Give me back my precious daughters!" Back in Liangshi Yifang town in Pingcheng City, the 2 girls looked at him with concern and said, "Lin Feng, we're heading back to our room first. You should get some rest too." He replied softly, "Okay." Lying in bed and hugging Huyen Hoa, Lin Feng said comfortably, "Finally, I can get a good night's sleep in the real world. I'm sorry you had to endure that, Huyen Hoa. I couldn't even let you guys out at the Shijiao Nunnery." Unexpectedly, the orange umbrella was circling outside and suddenly burst into flames. Huyen Hoa easily detected this. She shot up from his side, making him ask in confusion, "What's wrong?" The umbrella slowly appeared before the 2 of them. He thought in astonishment, "It's the orange umbrella that Huyen Hoa saved using her flash step." Suddenly, it emitted a blinding light, forcing him to shield his eyes and turn away. But when he opened his eyes again, a golden city struck his vision, making him think in awe, "This is massive. This must be her demonic domain." Suddenly, thousands of white umbrellas flew out, and the orange umbrella flew over and opened right above Lin Feng's head. The system chimed in. "The final binding quest has been unlocked. Ghost Umbrella. Unidentified female ghost. Rescuing the 3rd ghost umbrella will complete the quest. Quest reward, Ghost Umbrella binding +10. Hint, completing this binding quest will allow you to bind the ghost umbrella." He stroked his chin, thinking, "The final quest, so the orange umbrella and the red umbrella really do belong to the same ghost." Moreover, this female ghost doesn't just have 2 avatars. There's still one locked up at the headquarters of the Ghost Tamer Alliance. Could it be the golden prison that President Yan mentioned? It's true that particularly special ghosts are imprisoned for future generations to subdue. Is this a prison break mission? However, if I complete this mission, I'll be able to bind the ghost umbrella. It can create so many avatars, it'll definitely be useful for group attacks. Besides, after the 3 umbrellas merge, who knows, it might even activate some kind of hidden function. He reached his hand out to the umbrella and said clearly, "You'll follow me for now, and I'll help you rescue the last umbrella. But I'll decide when we go." In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng was back in his room, Niujian Mountain, riding a horse alongside the other 2. Lin Feng thought hazily. We're almost at Niujian Mountain. I should find the Shijiao Nunnery first, then figure out the next step. He spoke up. This mountain is huge. We've been searching all morning and found nothing. Truk Vu pointed ahead and said, Whoa, what's that? Lin Feng explained. Probably an abandoned ancient city wall, right? I heard many have been discovered, with a history of several thousand years. What's the use of such a low stone wall? It wasn't for defending against ghosts, but against people. The people back then lived in a world without ghosts. How lucky. The girl looked again and added happily, Lin Feng, it looks like there's a temple behind that city wall. He replied, Let's go see. Arriving at the temple, he said with disappointment, It's just an abandoned temple. Relying on the butterfly on her hand, Truk Lin said seriously, Lin Feng, there's a ghost. He wasn't scared at all, and even said, Perfect, you guys can summon Xin Lian and Xin Yuan now. Use it for some practice. The two dismounted, and suddenly a sound echoed. Yeah, they both held their tokens and shouted, Xin Lian, Xin Yuan. Instantly, the two spirits appeared, but the clueless ghost still charged forward aggressively. Xin Lian quickly unleashed her move, and in the blink of an eye, the ghost was knocked out. The two girls cheered excitedly. It worked! They're so powerful! Seeing this, he couldn't help but speculate. To kill two of these Nico ghosts without even activating a demonic domain, they must be at least A rank, or even S rank. The girl approached the two spirits and said softly, Xin Lian, Xin Yuan, we meet again. Truk Lin also said, It's a shame they no longer have consciousness. Where are you two trying to go? Seeing the two spirits leave, Lin Feng responded, Follow them, they must be trying to lead us to the Shijiao Nunnery. After chasing them for a while, the two spirits stopped, and the girls cheered happily. They stopped. We've found the Shijiao Nunnery. Be on your guard, let's go inside. Entering, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. In the blink of an eye, so much has changed. The courtyard and main hall were filled with skeletons. It seems the massacre from the ghost calamity back then was truly horrific. Truk Lin didn't think so. She spoke up, No, this isn't right. All the skeletons on the ground are male. Lin Feng bent down to inspect them and said, It's true. These skeletons are clearly too large, with rugged jawbones and tall, narrow pelvises. There's no way they were the girls from the nunnery. Truk Lin added, Where would the Shijiao Nunnery get so many men? Examining the corpse in his hands closely, he said with a grim face, Furthermore, the scene indicates they died in battle, and this seems to be a pass from Pingcheng City. The three of them began to search the area. Ah, this skeleton has one too. Truk Vu also found one, saying, They're everywhere. Could they be ghost tamers from Pingcheng City? Truk Lin started to feel bewildered, and quickly asked, What on earth happened? Wasn't the Shijiao Nunnery destroyed by a ghost calamity? He frowned deeply and said, It seems there's another hidden story. Let's check the back. The further they went, the more shocked the three became. Truk Lin couldn't help but exclaim, How horrible! He said, Inside, there are indeed female remains, and even more of them. All those vibrant lives from back then just vanished like that. The trellis in the backyard is unusually lush. It has completely covered the path. Gusts of wind blew in, and the three quickly raised their guard. But at that moment, Lin Feng found he couldn't move his feet. This feeling is... A figure floating in the air gradually appeared. He thought to himself, It's an evil spirit with overwhelming power. Truk Lin looked at it and guessed, The ghost calamity? Lin Feng replied, No, it's the ghost spirit of the nunnery's abbess. She's the regional abyssal evil spirit Guanyin ghost. He looked on, saying with a hint of fear, I remember her ability. Anyone who touches her will die. Suddenly, it launched an attack on the three of them, and he quickly called out to Huyen Hoa for help. She appeared, creating a shield to protect everyone. Seeing her enter the fray, he immediately reminded her, Dong Dong, be careful, absolutely do not touch it. She swung her sword, but the moment the blade touched the spirit, it instantly froze and shattered. Witnessing this scene, he thought in shock, This is terrifying. Even objects that touch it are destroyed. What should I do? Seeing her being attacked by it, he shouted anxiously, Dong Dong. It easily defeated Dong Dong and threw her aside. Lin Feng quickly ran to catch her, but something else happened that made him think in panic. It's over. Huyen Hoa's demonic domain is shattering. The shield shattered before Huyen Hoa's eyes, and the blizzard began to assault everyone. Suddenly, it took out a water vase and waved the leaf inside it. This very act made him say, stunned, What? The snowflakes are suddenly falling slower. No, that's not it. Including our ability to move, everything within the demonic domain has slowed down. Charged forward, stunning him. He quickly raised his sword, thinking, No, I can't react in time. The sword shattered instantly, and suddenly, a voice echoed in both of their minds. Touch Truk Lin and you die. He didn't expect the demon to lunge with its claws at that moment. Fortunately, at the critical second, he returned to reality. Even he was bewildered, saying, We're out. Huyen Hoa used flash. Phew. I let my guard down. Truk Vu and Truk Lin ran to hug him, crying, "Boo-hoo, I thought you were going to die." He gently replied, "Ha, aren't I perfectly fine?" Truk Lin suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "Oh, right, Lam Feng, you said you've encountered this demon before?" He answered seriously. "Yeah, the head nun briefly mentioned it to me," she immediately asked. "Then did she mention its weakness?" Lam Feng tried to recall, answering, let me think." Then Truk's words echoed, "I've studied its touch of death mechanism. Its body is surrounded by a barrier of extremely cold demonic energy. It's a chilling aura that even other demons can't withstand. Anything that touches it will be frozen and instantly turn to dust. If I hadn't been suppressing her demonic energy year-round, Tikchio would have been frozen solid long ago, unable to even grow grass." He quickly recounted, "That's right, the source of her power is frigid yin energy. Moreover, the slowed reactions of things inside its demonic domain also align with the effects of the cold. First, we have to break its demonic domain to escape the slowing effect, then we need to destroy the chilling aura barrier around her to actually injure her." They both replied in unison. "But the difference in our power is too great. We can't fight it head-on." He took the prayer beads from his pocket and said, "This time, we'll have to ask the head nun for help." Just as the sister said, "I can use these Buddhist beads and chant her name, and she will come to help," he yelled. "Thon Truk!" Lam Feng shouted her name. "Thon Truk!" Instantly, a sound rang out. He recognized it as the sound of the ghost nun's wooden fish. The 5 of them, protected by a barrier from the beads, slowly advanced back inside. The protective barrier expanded, and he said, "Look, the demonic domain is enveloping all of Tikchuam." After just a moment, the barrier shattered the evil spirit's domain, causing it to clutch its head and scream in pain. "Ah!" Seeing this, he said joyfully, "The evil spirit is being suppressed." He couldn't help but think, the binding isn't complete yet, so Thon Truk can't manifest physically, but just using her demonic domain is enough to weaken the enemy. Besides, the Guanyin ghost was originally her spirit. Suddenly, he turned to Dungdung and asked, "Can the ghost sword recover?" She nodded gently. Watching the sword slowly restore itself, he thought. The golden sword didn't completely turn to dust, so it must have some resistance to her power. Lam Feng quickly dashed off and said, "All right then, let's use this chance to finish it." Truk Lin ran after him, asking, "Lam Feng, do you have a plan to deal with it?" Seeing the evil spirit gradually weakening, she said happily, "This is great. Her demonic domain is about to collapse." He watched her clutch her eyes in pain and said, "Next up is to destroy the extreme cold barrier on her body. Ghost mirror, I'm counting on you." Mirrored image replication. With that, he tossed the mirror into the air. Both Dungdung and Huyen Hoa created clones of themselves. Lam Feng quickly gave the order, "Huyen Hoa, attack with ghost fire." All of her clones launched fire at the evil spirit. He couldn't help but speculate. When the ghost mirror replicates an enemy, it can only replicate the parts of their abilities that it understands. But when replicating allies, it can achieve 100% effectiveness. With 3 times the ghost fire, I refuse to believe we can't break your extreme cold barrier. But he didn't stop there, adding, "Dungdung, use the ghost sword and seize the opportunity," he yelled. "The barrier is melting, now's the time." Dungdung accelerated, unleashing her sword flurry. At the same time, the system announced a victory. "Your ghostly spirit has killed a first stage abyss evil spirit, ghostly spirit experience plus 8,000. You have received 2 demonic domain fragments. You have received the icy jade vase function. Slows things within the demonic domain by 5 times for 10 seconds. Limited uses. Your ghostly spirit, Dongdong, can level up. Leveling up requires 1 spirit orb. Do you wish to level up?" Seeing this, Lam Feng grinned happily and said, "Oh, Dongdong gathered enough experience first again? Level up." The system registered. Level up successful. Domdom's rank has increased. First stage abyss. Spirit bond plus 10. Host's physical attributes enhanced by 6 times. Dungdung has learned a new ability, Frigid Ghost Hand, an ice attribute attack that is more effective against specific enemies. Current status of Ghostly Spirit Dungdung. Rank, First Stage Abyss. Potential, 4 stars. Experience, 3,000 out of 15,000. Abilities, Rending Force, Ghost Eye, Frigid Ghost Hand. Talent, Devour, 80%. Injury Recovery, 3% per second. Advanced Demonic Domain. Bond, 358. Lam Feng sighed in relief and said, "We finally won." Truk Vu jumped up and cheered, "Lam Feng, you're amazing. All your spirits are such treasures." The little girl approached the ghost mirror curiously and said, "Come to think of it, this ghost mirror is really magical." Suddenly, a strange wisp of energy flew out of the evil spirit's vase, startling Truk Lin, who said, "Huh, what's happening?" The energy slowly entered the ghost mirror, and an image instantly appeared within it. Seeing this, Truk Lin quickly called out, "Everyone, look! The scene appearing in the mirror is of the head nun, Thon Truk. Lam Feng watched thoughtfully and guessed, this is Thon Truk when she was alive. Could this be the memory of the Guanyin ghost? In the mirror, as Thon Truk was walking down the street, a man was suddenly chasing a girl, shouting, "Stop right there! You want to die?" He grabbed her by the hair and scolded her relentlessly. "Go on and run. Let's see where you can run to." He then dragged her towards a group of other men. Not only that, but there were also many other women kneeling on the ground. He said respectfully, "Brother Thao, I brought the person for you." She glared at him and said defiantly, "You animal, let me go." He replied aggressively, "Ah, such a beautiful woman. Too bad she has a big mouth. I'll have to teach you a lesson today." With that, he raised his hand to slap her. At the crucial moment, Than Truk rushed over, blocked his hand, and said in a cold voice, "Who are you people? Why are you bullying women?" Upon seeing her face, his attitude changed instantly, and he said, "Oh, this little nun is quite beautiful. Why don't you come with me too?" Suddenly, a layer of ice formed on his body, and then shattered, an act of the nun's evil spirit. The other men saw this and shouted, "Brother Thao!" Another one realized, saying, "This nun is a spirit master, and her spirit is A rank or higher." Hearing this, the other man said fearfully, "Her demonic energy is terrifying. We're done for." The nun's expression grew darker as she said, "I'll ask again, who are you, and why are you bullying women?" The two men quickly knelt down, begging for their lives. "My lady, spare us. We were just following orders. The Wei family wanted all these girls." She repeated the name, the Wei family? He trembled and replied, "They're a major spirit master clan that controls the northeast. No one dares." Touched. Recently, Wei Beifan came to Pingcheng and told us to help him find a wife. A tied-up girl heard this and couldn't help but scream, "Bullshit. We were all forced." They don't even see women as human beings. They've captured several good ones before, all of whom were imprisoned at the Wei family estate and subjected to all kinds of torture. Hearing that, Qingzhu squeezed his hand tightly, making him beg for mercy. Sob, sob. It was all that pervert Wei Bufan's doing. We were only in charge of capturing people, nothing else. Suddenly, she noticed something in his hand and thought in shock, "This is my cousin's handkerchief." She took the handkerchief and interrogated him, saying, "Where did you get this handkerchief?" He stammered in reply, "This. Last night at the Wei family estate, a girl who couldn't bear the humiliation committed suicide. The handkerchief she left behind was very beautiful, so I picked it up to use, but it really has nothing to do with me. It was all Wei Bufan's fault. At Wei Bufan's private residence, everything seemed to be frozen solid." Qingzhu arrived with the other nuns. Everyone rushed to help these poor girls and silently comforted them. "You're saved now." Sadly, some of the girls were already dead. The surviving girls said gratefully, "Thank you, everyone." "Is that Wei Bufan dead?" Qingzhu looked coldly at the block of ice and said, "He can't possibly be any more dead. He won't be able to harm anyone ever again." At the Wei family estate, the head of the Wei family, Wei Bubai, sat on his high seat and said angrily, "Who dared to kill my younger brother? I will make you pay for this with blood." At Wei Bubai's mansion, he was interrogating the man from the scene about the Shizhao Nunnery, a convent in North City that no one dared to touch. The man quickly replied, "That's right. The girl who committed suicide at the second master's house last night was the cousin of that nunnery's head, so she killed the second master for revenge." However, he didn't care, gritting his teeth as he replied, "What bullshit nunnery? No one dares to touch it? I'm going to touch it just to show the world what happens when you cross my Wei family." Meanwhile, Qingzhu seemed to understand the situation and quickly warned the other nuns, "I fear this action will lead to their revenge. Have everyone guard all the entrances." A nun asked in confusion, "Everyone who saw us there is dead. Surely no one can trace it back to us, right?" She frowned and replied, "The Wei family is vast. It's inevitable that one fish might have slipped through the net. We mustn't let our guard down. I can set up a formation to conceal the Shizhao nunnery, but I'm still missing a few materials." Then she turned to her evil spirit and instructed, "You, go into the ravine and collect 6 stalks of the marvelous sound Bodhi. Be quick." It quickly ran into the forest. The rain grew heavier and heavier. The Wei family's subordinates were secretly hiding around the Shizhao nunnery, led by Wei Bubai and his own evil spirit. He said furiously, "I didn't expect we'd use the cover of the thunderstorm to sneak into the secret path behind the mountain so quickly. By the time you realize what's happening, you'll already be reduced to ashes. The entire Zhizhao nunnery, not even a worm will be spared." Lin Feng's group of 3 watched through the mirror, and it was enough to make them flinch. Zhu Yu hugged him and said, "That's terrifying. This winter marks the last supper for the Zhizhao nunnery." He replied, "You're right. It seems the Wei family was the real cause of the massacre that wiped out the nunnery." Zhu Ling, beside them, said in a low voice, "So that's what happened back then. Everyone, look, the scene is changing again." The mirror showed Qingzhu's evil spirit. After it finished gathering the items, it hurriedly flew back. As it neared the nunnery, it sensed something was wrong. Inside the Xijiao Nunnery, it was complete chaos. The Wei family's men were attacking everyone. Screams echoed endlessly. Wei Bubai used his evil spirit to attack Qingzhu. She struggled on the ground, thinking desperately, damn it, one ghost spirit is out. Now I've lost another one, and the third one has to deal with dozens of other people. How am I supposed to protect the Xijiao Nunnery? He looked at her pathetic state and laughed loudly. Ha ha, head of the Xijiao Nunnery, you've finally fallen at my hands. A nun ran to help Qingzhu up and yelled at him. What's there to be proud of? If you hadn't launched a sneak attack, how could our head nun have lost? Hearing this, he roared, the world only recognizes winners as kings and losers as bandits. Who cares what methods were used? Once you're dead, all the girls in this nunnery will belong to me. At this point, Qingzhu took out a key and said, Xin Lian, go release the ghost painting. Xin Lian hesitated slightly, saying, but... The nun quickly used all her strength to block the evil spirit's attack and shouted, hurry! Suddenly, one of Wei's subordinates spoke up. Hey, look, what is that? The other man looked up curiously and replied, a painting. The pressure it's giving off is so strong. The painting floated in the sky and then suddenly shot down green beams of light, causing the men to flee in terror. Screams rang out. Ah! One by one, their bodies were completely sucked into the painting. Even Wei Bubai's ghost spirit met the same fate. He cried out in panic, impossible! My ghost spirit! Qingzhu ordered the ghost spirit behind her. Ying, kill him! In the blink of an eye, he was taken down effortlessly. Suddenly, Xin Lian ran over in a panic, saying, head nun, this is bad! The ghost painting is out of control. It's attacking our own people. She was startled and thought, I'm screwed. In just a moment, it has devoured too many powerful ghost spirits. Now it's starting to kill indiscriminately. If I let it continue, not only the Xijiao Nunnery, but hundreds of thousands of people in the surrounding city will also be in danger. So, she said with determination, as long as I'm here, I will not let that happen. Ying, use that move. Instantly, it touched her shoulder and unleashed the technique. Infinite Dharma formation. A terrifying surge of power erupted. A nun who understood said, the head nun has merged with her ghost spirit. Xin Lian said in a panic, that means she'll die, right? A beam of light shone down, so bright that even watching through the mirror, the three of them had to look away. The ghost mirror returned to a tranquil state. Zhu Ling said with disappointment, the image is gone. It seems that was the truth of what happened back then. Zhu Yu asked curiously, did the head nun succeed in controlling the ghost painting? Lin Feng surmised, perhaps so, but the price was the annihilation of the entire Xijiao Nunnery. Let's go, the golden room is up ahead. The little girl ran ahead, pointed, and said, Lin Feng, look, Zhu Ling exclaimed. These are the skeletal remains of the head nun. He walked over and said, it seems the head nun sacrificed her life to seal the ghost painting away. She remained here, turning into a skeleton, guarding this place for dozens of years. So the ghost painting must be inside. Lin Feng stood before Qingzhu's remains and said, it's time to unseal the ghost painting. He resolved in his heart, once I have subdued the ghost painting and fulfilled your last wish, you can finally rest in peace. He reached for the door of the golden room, but he didn't open it right away, instead saying, wait, I can't open it just yet. Zhu Ling, standing beside him, didn't understand, and asked why. He turned his head and explained that although the head nun sacrificed herself to seal the ghost painting, it wasn't guaranteed that it was sealed inside the golden room. If it's merely trapped in the golden room, the moment we open the door, wouldn't we just be letting it out? It's not as if it was sealed onto golden paper inside. What if it gets out? Zhu Ling replied. That makes sense. Zhu Yu also added, besides, the power of the demonic painting was feared even by the head nun back then. Can we really suppress it now? He touched his chin, thoughtfully saying, right. Even if it's because of the blood-stained handkerchief, it won't kill me, but I can't stop it from leaving. The girl quickly added, if it gets out and goes on a rampage, the head nun's life's work will be for nothing. He replied with a serious expression, so the key to subduing it is to make contact with the demonic painting without letting it get out. How can we do that? His mind raced for a solution. This golden room is mostly hidden deep inside the mountain, with a space that's nearly a cube. At this point, he suddenly had an idea, saying, I've got it! Zhu Ling, Zhu Yu, come help me measure the perimeter of this golden room. Saying that, he took something out of his bag. The girl replied, huh? Okay. While measuring, Zhu Ling asked, Lin Feng, what are we measuring this for? Zhu Yu also asked curiously, have you thought of a plan? He calmly explained, if I can't stop the demonic painting from leaving this golden room, then I'll just build another golden room outside of it. First, we'll build a wooden frame for the room, then paste gold paper onto the walls, and use gold paint to seal all the cracks. Finally, Bao Xuanhua will use her ghost sigil ability to place a restraint on it. As long as my own ghost spirit can't get out, then no other ghost will be able to either. After hearing this, they both said in amazement, great idea! Even if the demonic painting manages to get past the first layer, it won't be able to get past the second. Then he continued, "Let's go. We need to bury the head nun's remains." After that, they would go down the mountain to Pingcheng to buy gold. The two girls replied, "Okay." Riding on horseback, Zhu Yu pointed into the distance and said, "This place has mountains on one side and snow melt on the other. Lam Feng, look, there's smoke over there. It looks like someone is burning something." He turned and ran over, saying they should check it out. There, they found an old woman burning joss paper as an offering. Seeing them, the woman asked them a question. Zhu Ling quickly replied, "We're ghost tamers, just exploring the mountains. Why are you all alone on this barren and steep mountain?" The woman replied softly, I had an old friend who used to live at the Jijiao Nunnery on the opposite mountain. 50 years ago, after the sect was wiped out, that place became a restricted area, so every year I come here to pay my respects." After looking for a while, Zhu Yu felt a sense of familiarity and said, "Wait a minute. I think I've seen you before. Your sister Qin." Zhu Ling turned to Lin Feng in astonishment and said, "It's true. We met her at the Jijiao Nunnery. She's just aged 50 years. He frowned and asked, "She's still alive? Wasn't the Jijiao Nunnery wiped out that year?" Madam Qin, bewildered, quickly spoke up. "How do you people know me? What is your relationship with the Jijiao Nunnery?" He took out a string of beads and said, "To be honest with you, ma'am, I was entrusted by the ghost spirit of Qingzu, the head nun, to come here and deal with the demonic painting." Looking at the beads, tears streamed down her face as she said chokingly, "These are truly the head nun's prayer beads. That year, the demonic painting went out of control and seemed to have killed everyone. The head nun used the last of her strength to move more than 10 survivors out, while she herself stayed behind to fight the demonic painting. After we got out, we never heard any news about the head nun or the demonic painting again. We feared they had perished together. The head nun once warned us that the Wei family still had a large number of remnants, and that if we were to survive, we couldn't reveal our identities. So we lived in hiding for the past 50 years. This old woman is helpless. Thinking that the head nun's body has been left exposed in the wilderness all this time, I feel so guilty." The girl quickly comforted her. "Grandma Qin, don't be sad. We've already recovered the head nun's remains." The four of them knelt before the grave of Qingzu, the head nun of Jijiao Nunnery, and said, "Rest in peace." Lin Feng, standing to the side, spoke up. If the head nun knew that everyone was safe and living well, she would surely be very happy. Suddenly, a light emanated from the prayer beads, and Madam Qin said in astonishment, "Head nun, is that you?" "It's me, Qin Jin. I'm still alive." Asterisk, asterisk, sob, asterisk, asterisk. In Pingcheng, the three of them riding in on horseback attracted the attention of many people. They took out their phones to record and said, "Who are they? Riding horses in the city. That's a ghost horse, right? I can't believe someone actually managed to capture one. So flashy. They must be some big shots. Quick, take a picture, post it on the forums." Arriving in front of the Pingcheng Ghost Tamers Association building, the three dismounted and said, "We're here." He looked up at it, thinking that gold is a strategic resource. The amount he needed was quite large. It wasn't something you could buy just by having money. After all, things now weren't like they were 100 years ago, when gold, silver, and jewelry shops were everywhere. Buying it through the Ghost Tamers Association would be safer. In the lobby of the Ghost Tamers Association, the three had been waiting for a long time. Zhu Yu couldn't help but complain. "We've been waiting for an hour already. Why is it so troublesome just to notify the president?" Zhu Ling replied, "That's just how bureaucracy works." Someone approached them and announced, "Sorry, the president is away on business today. Please come back another day." He replied, "All right, fine." But inwardly, she sneered, "The president isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want. That'll teach you a lesson." Just then, the people around them started clamoring as they looked towards the elevator. "President Lei! The president is here!" Lei Zheng, the president of the Pingcheng Ghost Tamers Association, emerged surrounded by bodyguards. They shielded him and said, "Unauthorized personnel, please step aside." He also spoke up, saying, "Hurry up! The dignitary from headquarters is about to arrive." Lin Feng quickly ran up to him and said, "President, hello, sir. I have a matter I need your help with." But the man shooed him away, saying, "Go, go, go. Can't you see I'm busy?" He persisted, saying, "My name is Lin Feng, from Liu Cheng, and I'm a special commissioner of the Ghost Tamers Association." The man said disbelievingly, "Lin Feng? Never heard of you, and a special commissioner. Aren't you ashamed, spouting such childish boasts?" A glamorous woman stepped out, holding a cigarette, and said, "President Lei, how can you be so shallow? You've never even heard of the renowned hero of Liu Cheng." This woman was Ying Rui, an elder from the headquarters of the Ghost Tamers Alliance. She stepped out and said, "President Lei, how can you be so shallow? You've never even heard of the renowned hero of Liu Cheng?" Seeing her, Lei Zheng hurried over and bowed Lady Ying Rui. She narrowed her eyes at him and said, "As the esteemed president of Pingcheng, You don't care about the growth of newcomers and only know how to rely on connections? Sweat poured down his face as he stammered, I. He turned to the boy, wondering curiously, who is this kid? He even knows Lady Ying. She walked over and extended her hand in greeting. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ying Rui. You can call me Sister Rui. Lin Feng, a year ago, I heard about your feat of repelling the ghost tide. I never expected to meet you here in Pingcheng. I'm very honored. Lin Feng took her hand and replied, You're too kind. Inwardly, he couldn't help but assess her. A woman with such an aura must have a high rank. The people around them saw this and began to gossip. Oh my God, who is that? To actually receive the praise of the headquarters elders at such a young age, you're either from a great family or you're a super genius. Instantly, Lei Zheng ran over and patted his shoulder, saying, Ha, look at my memory. How could I not know Lin Feng? A young hero, a hero in his youth. Ha ha. Miss Ying looked at him and said, Lin Feng, would you mind having a little chat? He readily agreed, as he also had something he wanted the association's help with. He gestured and said, Please, follow me. Once inside the room, after hearing his request, Lei Zheng asked, You want to buy gold? That's not a problem. How much do you want? He answered honestly, I want 1,000 square meters of gold leaf and 50 kilograms of gold paint. I wonder if President Lei has it. Hearing these numbers, he asked in shock, So much? The Ghost Tamer Association does have some economic reserves, but not that much gold leaf. If you need it urgently, I can help you buy it from the 6 great families. Hearing this, Zhu Ling asked, The 6 great families? He replied, That's right. Unlike Hai Cheng, Ping Cheng is jointly managed by the 6 great families. Their reserves are vast, but the quantity you're requesting is indeed a bit large. Lin Feng looked at him and said, I'm not very familiar with the price of gold. Could President Lei help me calculate it? He stroked his beard and began to calculate. 1,000 square meters of gold leaf, 50 kilograms of gold paint, that would probably cost at least 2 billion contribution points. Inwardly, he sneered. I don't believe a kid like you could have that much money. Chen Ying added, using only contribution points probably won't be enough, because the 6 great families are not short on contribution points. What they really want are some useful demonic items or ghost spirits. He opened his inventory and thought to himself, a little over 1 billion contribution points really isn't enough. Then I'll sell the ghost spirit of that old man from Xuanhua's ghost domain. After killing the Dian Sha level ghost tamer who had ambushed him, the ghost spirit's token had been suppressed in Xuanhua's ghost domain. Now that its binding points are all gone, it probably isn't worth much. He took out a ghost token and said, President Lei, how much do you think this ghost spirit token could sell for? Suddenly, Ying stopped him. Wait, she summoned her own ghost spirit and said, She may sense this ghost spirit. The ghost first flung its hair forward, then revealed another face, spewing a type of smoke that enveloped the ghost token, causing the 2 girls to hug Lin Feng in fear. An abyss-level corpse-examining ghost appeared. Seeing this, she shot up, slammed the table, and said, A masterless, abyss-level benevolent spirit. How did you get such a rare treasure? You'd rather sell it than keep it for yourself. This means you're already a D-Sha-level ghost tamer. He calmly replied, Correct. She took her cigarette, used it to lift his chin, and said, Not bad. You're even more impressive than I thought. All right, I'll agree to this. A masterless, abyss-level benevolent spirit, if utilized well, can be used to train a D-Sha-level ghost tamer in less than 10 years. With such value, a few billion contribution points is not a problem. She took the box containing the ghost token and handed it to Lei Zheng, saying, President Lei, can I leave this to you? He respectfully said, Of course, I'll send out the news right away. We'll arrange for an auction in 3 days. The starting bid will be the gold leaf and gold paint that Lin Feng wants, and bidders will have to offer their own contribution points. Thinking of the scene, she looked delighted. At that time, the 6 great families will surely fight over it. It'll be a good show to watch them tear each other apart. Seeing this, the Zhu sisters thought helplessly, Are there really that many powerful figures in Pingcheng? I thought our family was already very rich, Lin Feng said gratefully. Then thank you, President Lei and Sister She replied, Don't be a stranger. Lin Feng, could you stay and chat for a while? He quickly agreed. Oh, sure. Stepping outside, Ying said, The sunlight is beautiful today, isn't it? He replied, I always thought you guys could artificially dispel the clouds. That's really amazing. She didn't hide anything and told him the truth. You know, the sunlight in the city isn't actually because of anything we did. It's just because the population here is large. The high density creates this effect. He hadn't expected that and replied, Is that so? I thought there was some special method. She explained further, Actually, we don't do anything to prevent crowds from gathering, which can lead to ghost tides. We can only build countless defensive lines. Nowadays, Many people think that after enduring the 100-year Dark Age, humanity has begun to rise and can even launch counteroffensives to reclaim all lost land. But in reality, only the top-tier Ghost Tamers know that humanity has just barely found its footing, and any misstep could still lead to annihilation, which is why the Ghost Tamer Alliance is constantly recruiting and nurturing talents, like you. Besides, you're like me, a latent spirit body, and there are less than 5 latent spirit bodies in the entire world. Hearing this, Lam Feng was surprised and thought, a latent spirit body? No wonder she's so young, yet President Lei treats her with such reverence. But I can't just tell her that I'm not actually a latent spirit body, but that it's because of the order reversal system, she continued. Lam Feng, Nian Nian, has mentioned you to me before. He turned and asked, you know President Nian? She waved her hand and replied, of course. She's a spirit channeling body. She was brought to the headquarters for training since she was a child. I lived with her for a few years. He looked down and pondered. He hadn't contacted President Nian since leaving Jijiao Temple. It's been over a year. I wonder how she is now. Seeing his silence, Yinger added, Nian told me you love freedom and don't want to be tied down by the Alliance. I can understand that, but I still hope you can come to the headquarters for me to personally train you. He once again fell into thought. Why does everyone want to be my master? However, the Ghost Tamer Alliance headquarters is worth a visit. Maybe I can even go to the Golden Prison to collect some ghost powder, which would give me a better chance at suppressing the ghost calamity. So he made a condition. Sister can you let me go to the headquarters to see for myself before I decide? She clapped her hands joyfully and said, no problem. Standing in the twilight, Lei Zheng ran over and called out to her, Lady Ying, the news is out. All 6 great families have received the information. My communication device is about to explode. The heads of 3 families have already contacted me, wanting to offer a high price for me to sell it to them. She let out a long puff of smoke and said calmly, as expected, don't agree to anyone. Tell them to wait for the auction in 3 days. He replied, yes. Outside, Ju Yu called out to him, Lam Feng, we've found enough carpenters. My sister took a group to buy tools. We've found 5 renowned carpenters. They'll be in charge of recruiting, so we should be able to get 30 people quickly. Seeing this, he smiled and replied, that's great. 30 people should be enough to complete the frame of the golden room. Do they know all the requirements? A carpenter said confidently, isn't it just a 15 cubic meter sturdy wooden room in 3 days? Then, rest assured, we've also finished the blueprints. Taking the blueprints, he said with satisfaction. Very good, say you. I'm planning to go to the Ghost Tamer Alliance headquarters with Ying Rui tonight, and I'll be back before the auction starts. She gave an okay sign and said, don't worry, we'll oversee things in Binthan and guarantee completion. Still feeling uneasy, he asked again, are you sure you all will be okay going to Shijiao Temple on your own? She winked confidently, saying, don't worry, we're S-rank Ghost Tamers after all. Tisk. He leaned in and whispered in her ear, by the way, how did you guys find everyone so quickly? She chuckled and replied, I offered the carpenters the sky-high wage of 5,000 contribution points per day and a 500-point commission for every person they recruited. So, we had it all sorted out in less than 1 hour. He gave a faint smile and replied, wow, I didn't realize you were so clever. You really have my admiration. With that, he reached out and patted her head, causing her to blush. Flustered, she found an excuse to leave, saying, I'll take them to prepare the supplies now. Waving goodbye to her, Lam Feng called out, be safe on your way. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and he turned in surprise. Whoa, Tong Tong, don't tell me that expression is because you're jealous, I patted Seiyu's head. Your face is even gloomier than before. Feeling helpless, he rushed over to pat her head comfortingly. Okay, I won't do it again. Tong Tong is still the cutest. How about from now on, I only pat Tong Tong's head? Hearing that, she finally began to calm down. As night fell at the Binthan Ghost Tamer Association, Ying Rui asked him, is everything settled? Lam Feng promptly replied, yep, all done. She waved her hand, summoning her malevolent spirit, and said, good, let's go. With just the 2 of us, we should be able to get there by tomorrow morning. Shi Mei activated its ghost domain. Watching the spirit's movements, he thought to himself, so she really uses a ghost domain for travel. No wonder it's so fast. This is quite similar to Shijiao Temple's teleportation ghost domain, but Xuanhua and the others haven't mastered it yet. Looking at the door ahead, she gestured for him to enter. Upon stepping into the ghost domain and taking in the view, he couldn't help but exclaim, this ghost domain is beautiful. Sensing something was off, he quickly asked, is the domain moving already? She calmly replied, yes, we've already left Binthan. She pointed to a boat and said, please, have a seat on the yacht and enjoy some tea. She said considerately, later, you can get some sleep in the room at the stern, and we'll be there when you wake up, Lam Feng replied. Okay. Oh, right, Sister Rui, can we visit the Golden Prison first? There's an S-rank malevolent spirit I want from there, and I'm not sure what the conditions are. I didn't expect you to say that, she replied, surprised. We can go there, but you're already an earthly fiend-level ghost tamer. Why are you targeting an S-rank spirit? Ah, I get it. This S-rank ghost must have a special ability, doesn't it? He admitted frankly. Correct. She leaned in close to his face and said, claiming a ghost from the prison requires alliance merits. However, I can help you with the exchange, as long as you compensate me properly. His face quickly began to flush as he said, Oh, thank you, Sister Rui. Ah, by the way, you mentioned you used to live with President Yan. What was she like as a student? She burst out laughing, her voice taking on a teasing tone. Aha, so you're curious about Yan Yan. From what I know, Yan Yan's parents are famous ghost tamers in Haithon. She was sent to the Alliance headquarters to be trained right after birth. However, spirit mediums like her, who are raised by the Alliance from a young age, are expected to work for the association when they grow up. They definitely don't have the same freedom you do. Among all the spirit mediums, Yan Yan's talent is considered quite good, and she's a hard worker. She just acts a little goofy sometimes, and she's also very pretty. She has no shortage of suitors, you know. She's practically a heartthrob. I've heard that many geniuses from prestigious families are still visiting the Zhu family to ask for her hand in marriage, so you'd better watch out. Hearing this, he did a spit take with his tea. Seeing his reaction, she laughed heartily and said, Ha, I'm getting sleepy. Time for bed. I'll wake you in the morning. He replied, Good night. That night, while lying in bed, he opened his phone to check his messages. From President Yan, Lam Feng, are you receiving my messages? Lam Feng, I heard you went to Binthon. You scared me half to death. You were missing for over a year. I can't believe you just ran off to such a remote place without saying anything. I'm still in Haithon. When are you planning to return? Did Sister Rui find you? I'm sure she wants to recruit you for the headquarters. If you don't want to go and feel awkward refusing, just tell her. You're already the son-in-law of the Zhu family. Oh great, now Sister Rui is definitely going to make fun of me. Reading these messages, a smile crept onto his face as he thought. So she sent me this many messages back then, and she was even proactively keeping an eye on my movements. There's no signal inside the ghost domain, so I'll let her know I'm okay once we're out. Is she this worried about me just because of that soul pouch? The next day, at the Ghost Tamer Alliance's golden prison, Ying Rui stood before the gate, turned, and said, We've arrived. It's inside the mountain opposite us. The two slowly walked forward. She held out an access card, and the gate opened. He smiled with determination, thinking, I'm finally at the golden prison. I can finally meet the dispersing ghost's third identity, binding the dispersing ghost. At this moment, before the gates of the Ghost Tamer Alliance's golden prison, Lam Feng and Ying Rui proceeded through the opening portal. He let out a surprised gasp. Whoa, there's another door inside. Before he could get over his surprise, the door he had just entered slammed shut. Asterisk, asterisk, clank. Asterisk, asterisk. He glanced at the door behind him as Ying Rui's voice explained. The golden prison has the highest level of security. She then leaned her face toward a security scanner. While the scan was in progress, she explained that they needed to pass multiple authentications and biometric scans. After completing a series of security checks, the two of them were able to proceed through the next door. Before them now was a long, transparent walkway, connecting the entrance to the other side of the prison, forming a bridge. The two of them walked step by step across the clear bridge, advancing toward a massive, multi-tiered golden pillar. Rooms of various designs were visible on the different tiers of the cylindrical structure. While walking, he observed the scenery below, exclaiming in amazement, How magnificent! This scale is 100 times bigger than the secret chamber in Haithon. He reached the other side but still couldn't look away from the spectacular architecture. As he walked, he wondered aloud, just how much gold did it take to build this? She replied, The casing has 2 walls of gold, plus 44 underground prison levels. It all comes out to about 800 tons. This is something you can no longer measure with contribution points. As the two were talking, a woman with her curly hair tied in a high bun walked toward them from the doorway, leaning on a cane. This woman was the prison warden, Madame Shui. Madame Shui greeted Ying Rui, Lady Ying, you've arrived. Upon seeing her, Ying Rui smiled brightly, took her hand, and returned the greeting. Madame Shui, you're as full of life as ever. The madam chuckled and replied, I'm getting old. In a few more years, I'll probably just have to pick a golden cell in here and wait to die. Hearing that, Ying Rui dismissed it. Nonsense. It's far too soon for talk like that. Then, she gestured towards him and introduced him to the manager. This is Lam Feng, the one I told you about. Being introduced, he spoke up. Hello, Madame Shui. Seeing him, she reached out and pinched his cheek, saying cheerfully, This boy is so handsome. If only this old lady were a few decades younger. Then she asked him, Tell me, what does the spirit you're looking for look like? He rubbed his red, swollen cheek and replied with difficulty, It looks like an oil paper umbrella. and its strength is probably around S rank, Madame Shui began to think, trying to recall if there was one in her golden prison. She replied, there seem to be several umbrella-shaped spirits, but only one is S rank. With that, she took 2 large steps to the control console, dropping her cane, forgetting her age and frailty as she tapped on the screen and said, if I remember correctly, it should be this one, right? The large screen above then displayed an umbrella with the serial number S103. After finishing the search, Madame Shui asked him, take a look. Is this the one you're looking for? Lam Feng looked up and saw that the image on the screen matched what he was searching for, and he exclaimed, that's it. After confirming what he wanted, the manager said, all right, please follow me. The 3 of them entered a door leading inside the tower. Madame Shui reached up and pressed the buttons for the 11th floor. He looked at the numbers on the elevator panel with some awe as the elevator began to move. Inside the elevator, a speaker was playing a song, you are the most beautiful cloud in my sky, let me hold you with my heart. Time passed slowly, the floor numbers changing. The elevator reached the 3rd floor. The song continued to play. What kind of rhythm is the grooviest? What kind of singing is the most soothing? He then spoke up and asked her, don't you think this elevator is a bit slow? Hearing his question, she replied, I do. A few minutes later, they arrived at the 11th floor. Madame Shui, leaning on her cane, stepped out first. She said, we're here, this way. As she walked, she told Lam Feng, I should warn you, this evil spirit is quite special. Although it's only S rank, an earth-slaying rank spirit master was almost killed by it. Luckily, another spirit master arrived in time to defeat it. Hearing this, Ying-Er let out a small "oh" and asked, is it that powerful? The gap between the earth-slaying rank and S rank is incomparable. Hearing her, the manager spread her hands out in a gesture of uncertainty and replied, I'm not sure, but the records say that an orange umbrella also escaped at that time. I don't know if it's related. Walking behind them, he connected the pieces of information in his mind. Asterisk, asterisk, I see. The ghost umbrella might have been an emerged state back then. After being defeated, it split into separate bodies, which is why its rank dropped to S. So, if the 3 umbrellas merge, will it regain its greater strength? Asterisk, asterisk. At that moment, she added, furthermore, this spirit is extremely resistant to everyone. A few spirit mediums have tried to tame it before, but they all failed. The 3 of them approached the door to the cell where the umbrella was imprisoned. Madame Shui turned back to confirm with him. Even if you manage to subdue it by force, you won't be able to control it. Are you sure you want it? Lam Feng replied firmly. I'm sure. Hearing his answer, she inserted the key into the lock and opened the sealed room. The door swung open, revealing a levitating box inside that radiated a powerful red demonic aura. Madame Shui said, the evil spirit is in this golden prison. The 3 of them entered and closed the door. Madame Shui held the box and reminded him, get ready. I'm opening it now. The box opened, and a stream of blue light flew out. The blue light transformed into a jade-green umbrella, hovering in the air before the 3 of them. Suddenly, Madame Shui's eyes narrowed, as if she had noticed something. Then the umbrella seemed to fluster, bending its canopy as if saying something to a perplexed Madame Shui. Then, it just settled neatly into his hand. At that moment, his storage space reacted, the demonic aura of the other umbrella stirring violently. The system's voice rang out, asterisk, asterisk, quest complete, bind the ghost umbrella. Bond points increased by 10. Asterisk, asterisk. The manager pointed in astonishment at the umbrella in his hand, saying, how is this possible? The evil spirit isn't resisting at all. It's as if you 2 already know each other. The system continued. Asterisk, asterisk. Your bond points with the ghost umbrella have reached 50. You can bind the ghost umbrella. Due to its special nature, the 3 umbrellas cannot merge until the bond points reach 150. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. Do you wish to bind it? Asterisk, asterisk. He looked at the umbrella in his hand, understanding the system's prompt. Asterisk, asterisk. I get it. To merge the 3 umbrellas, I need to distribute the bond points evenly. 50 for each is the safe way. In that case, I'll bind it first. Asterisk, 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 binding. Successful. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, congratulations, host. You have acquired your 3rd spirit. Host's lifespan has been extended. Lifespan increased by 10. Spirit name, Ghost, Umbrella. Current rank, S. Potential, 3 stars. Current experience, not yet calculated. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk abilities. Spirit arts. Spirit domain. Available after 3 umbrellas merge. All 3 abilities are currently unknown. Innate talent. Umbrella clone. Current bond points, 50. Asterisk, asterisk. Madame Shui walked over to Ying-Er and remarked with wonder, how strange. In all my years, I've never seen such a peaceful first contact. Ying-Er was also intrigued by the scene and said, Lam Feng, you're becoming more and more interesting to me. He looked shyly at her and the manager. Sister Madame Shui, does this mean I can take this ghost umbrella with me? She looked at him and replied gently. I've already used my merit points for the exchange. Of course, you can. Madame Shui walked over and handed him a golden object, saying, That's right. This golden pouch is a gift for you. You can put the umbrella in it. He took it and replied, Yes, thank you. He scratched his head and asked shyly, Oh, by the way, do you happen to know where spirit number 55 is? Hearing his question, Ying covered her mouth and teased with a smile. Oh my, you mean the spirit that Yan Yan wants? She even told you about that? Madame Shui replied, The female Asura, number 55, once lost control and destroyed an entire city. She is classified as a high-level threat evil spirit. Whether she can be unsealed or not will depend on her own fate. Hearing this, he replied, I understand. Thank you. Once again, the three of them stepped into the elevator. The music started playing again, and the two of them were once more helpless, unable to escape. Asterisk, asterisk. In Hua Hua's world, it turns out I'm just a butterfly. Asterisk, asterisk. Leaving the tower, the three of them walked towards the transparent bridge. Thank you, madam. I'll come visit again when I have time. Madame Shui looked at Ying and said, Little you're not a child anymore. If you find a good man you like, you should get married. Don't end up lonely for life like me. She took the older woman's hand and replied caringly, You're teasing me, madam. Little has no desire for men. The two of them left the golden prison and headed towards the gate to the spirit realm. On the way to the gate, he asked her, Sister are we going to the Spirit Master Alliance now? She walked to the spirit realm gate, placed her hand on it, then turned back to him and asked, You just acquired a new spirit. Can your body handle it? Or would you like to come to my place to rest for a bit? The ghost umbrella's upgrade. He and she were currently chatting, but Lam Feng was lost in thought. Seeing this, Ying Rui said, What's the rush? Come over to my place to think about it, which startled him. After traveling for a few hours, they reached Ying Rui's house, which was located on a flat mountaintop. Suddenly, a voice moaned, Ooh, gently now, take it slow. Ying Rui's face flushed red as she added, That's the spot, don't stop. Inside the bathroom, Ying Rui was sitting on the counter in a swimsuit with her legs crossed, while Lam Feng was using a wooden stick to stir a thick, yellow liquid in the tub. As he stirred, he asked, Are you sure this stuff is meant for bathing? Hearing his question, she tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand, and answered with a smile, Of course. This mud from the base of the mountain is rich in trace elements, especially gold. Startled, he turned to her and exclaimed, Gold? She just smirked and asked, A little behind on your trivia, are we? She gently caressed her face and explained, Gold doesn't just nourish the skin and act as an antioxidant, it also has calming and whitening properties. As he held the stick and listened, he thought to himself, People struggle to find enough gold for essentials, and here she is using it for skincare. As he continued to stir, she said, That's enough, thank you. Hearing this, he turned towards the door and told her, All right, I'll head back to my room and rest. She was now standing before the tub with her back to him. Lam Feng, she called out. She then turned and sat alluringly on the edge of the tub, asking, Want to join me? Flustered, he replied, No, I'm good. He then quickly left, closing the bathroom door behind him. He rested his head in his hand, feeling completely helpless. It seemed like all the girls and female ghosts in this world were incredibly dangerous. Back in his room, he took out the blue umbrella, deciding to use the time to study the ghost umbrella. The umbrella floated into the air, radiating a blue, ghostly energy and making a whooshing sound. Then, the ghostly aura flared. As the umbrella opened, its ghost domain appeared, revealing an ancient structure. Lam Feng greeted it. Hello, are you just like the two umbrellas I met before? Upon hearing his question, the blue umbrella dipped its tip, as if to say, yes. Seeing this, he wondered if it could take human form like Tong and Xuanhua. So, he asked it, Do you have any other forms besides that of an umbrella? The umbrella's tip began to glow with ghostly energy and moved as if writing something. He gasped in amazement. Are you writing? After a few minutes, the character it was writing was complete. Combine. Did it mean all three umbrellas had to merge to gain a human form? Realizing he understood, the umbrella spun around joyfully. The system also announced, You have communicated with the ghost umbrella for the first time. Ghost umbrella bond points increased by 1. Hearing the system's announcement, Lam Feng thought, So it has bond points. I remember needing 150 points to merge all three. I guess I'll try grinding the daily bond points. But first, I'll upgrade its ghost domain. The system displayed various fragments of different shapes and colors. Please select the type of fragment you wish to use. The first sea blue fragment was for a water domain. The jade green one was a forest. The orange one was a rocky mountain. The purple one was a tomb palace. And the blue and white one was for architecture. He looked them over and made his choice. I'll try the water domain first. After his selection, the system announced 3 times in a row, You have expanded the ghost umbrella's ghost domain. Bond points increased by 3. You have expanded the ghost umbrella's ghost domain. Bond points increased by 3. You have expanded the Ghost Umbrella's ghost domain. Bond points increased by 3. Having gained more bond points, the umbrella happily flew in circles around him, as if dancing. He watched it and calculated. The total bond points are at 72, and the ghost domain is maxed out. What else is there to do? Then, as if an idea struck him, his eyes lit up. This made the umbrella retreat a few meters in fear, seemingly breaking out in a cold sweat. Outside, the sun blazed so intensely that the clouds were melting away. Meanwhile, inside his room, he wiped the sweat from his brow as he looked at the umbrella. Just then, the system announced, "You have cleaned the ghost umbrella's body. Bond points increased by 2. Your bond points with the ghost umbrella have reached 100. Do you wish to merge 2 umbrellas?" He immediately replied, "Yes." At that moment, the orange umbrella emerged from his inventory space, intertwining with the blue one as if they were melting into each other. The system then displayed the information for the newly merged umbrella. Ghost Spirit, Ghost Umbrella. Rank, Abyss Stage 1. Potential, 3 stars. Experience, uncalculated. After the merger, it gained the ability Soul-Splitting Rebirth, a control ghost art that allows it to command weaker umbrella form ghosts, the umbrella clone innate talent, an intermediate-level ghost domain, and had 100 bond points. He gazed at the 2 umbrellas, which had now become a single, brilliant golden one, and exclaimed, "It really upgraded. Awesome. Grinding bond points all evening was totally worth it." As he stepped outside, he saw Ying Rui standing there, having a smoke. She looked at him, and he greeted her. "Hey, Rui." Instead of greeting him back, she cut straight to the chase. "How'd it go? The new ghost spirit didn't give you any trouble, did it?" He scratched his head and answered, "Rui, I've already tamed it." She gasped in shock at his response. "Tamed it already?" She stared at him, thinking, "Even when I tame an evil spirit that's a lower rank than me, it takes at least a week." Yet he handled it in just one evening. Taming in this demon world means that when you encounter danger, you can summon this demon to fight for you. Otherwise, it's just suppression, not taming. Yinger chuckled. Hey, as expected, you're no ordinary person. Let's go. Let's check out the headquarters." The two stood on a high cliff. Observing the headquarters below, Ying Rui said, "The palace on the mountaintop next to the Golden Prison is the main assembly hall. The base below the main assembly hall is the headquarters of the Demon Tamer Alliance." She lowered her voice as if giving a reminder. "This place is the safest in the world, but also the most dangerous, which is why there are so few people." The small town at the foot of the mountain was also established to maintain the daily life of the headquarters. The two arrived in front of the Demon Tamer Alliance headquarters. A magnificent, gold-plated structure came into view. Ying Er looked at Lam Feng and asked, "What do you think? The headquarters doesn't disappoint, does it?" He observed the surrounding scenery, then replied, "As expected of the headquarters, this is the place where the Demon Tamers killed 2 nightmare-rank demons, saving the entire East in a single operation back then. Lei Wen, right?" She heard his question and replied, "That's right." Suddenly, a man in a suit ran over and shouted, "Lady Ying, it's good that you're both here. Come quickly. Duo Feng and Liang Kang from the Heaven Rank class are about to enter the life and death stage." Hearing this, her expression immediately darkened. These kids who think they're all that, so arrogant and clueless. Is the fate of humanity really going to be entrusted to these brats? She then called out to him, "Lam Feng, would you mind going over to watch for a bit?" He replied cheerfully, "Of course." At that moment, on a certain stage, stood 2 young men, and behind them were their demon spirits, each a different color. In the crowd, a girl with pink hair tied in pigtails was also watching. The boy with blue hair said aggressively, "Today, I'm going to make you lose all your dignity, so you'll never be able to hold your head up at headquarters again." The brown-haired boy retorted, "Humph, you're the one who's going to lose all dignity. You'd better have your family buy you a new ghost spirit." "Ha!" The pink-haired girl watched them argue with a worried expression. Just then, a voice called out, "Miss Doan is here." As she entered, some looked scared, some were worried, and others just watched without any expression. Duan Ni walked over to the two with her arms crossed and looked them over. Then she spoke, "Dongfeng, Luong Kong, if I remember correctly, you two are the most outstanding among the 18-year-olds, right?" Hearing her question, they both replied, "Yes." She angrily scolded them for fighting over a girl. "The Alliance truly wasted its efforts raising you. Do you really think you're invincible?" She yelled. "Let me tell you, with that little bit of strength, I could find anyone your age to crush you." After scolding them, she looked towards him and said, "I know you're not convinced. Lam Feng, summon your ghost spirit." Lam Feng looked at Dong Ni, thinking his guess was correct. He knew it. He then summoned his ghost spirit. Dong Dong appeared from the bow on her chest. Doan Feng and Luong Kong were shocked when they saw his ghost spirit. An abyss level? An abyss level benevolent spirit? It's even stronger than my ghost spirit. A girl in the crowd shouted, "That's Lam Feng! He's Lam Feng! The Alliance's network says he's a 5th level special commissioner and he's only 16 years old. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Only 16 years old? The brown-haired boy bit his lip in disbelief. 16 years old? How is that possible? Who knows if that ghost spirit was bought or not? The blue-haired boy's face turned pale as he looked at the brown-haired boy. Seeing this, the brown-haired boy asked, "What's with that expression?" Hearing his question, the blue-haired boy pointed behind him and said, "Be behind you." At that moment, a powerful yellow umbrella appeared, the Ghost Umbrella. A Stage 1 Abyss-level evil spirit. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Whoa! Commended by headquarters, and he has 3 Abyss-level spirits. The appearance of the 2 ghost spirits made everyone look at Lam Feng differently. Someone shouted, "Oh my god, this kid has 2 Abyss-level ghost spirits, and you can't even buy evil spirits. It all depends on one's own strength." At this point, the brown-haired boy was terrified, waving his hands to try and block the ghost spirit's attack. He screamed while waving his hands, "I was wrong! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Do-on Ni looked at him and thought, "Isn't this the ghost umbrella that leveled up from S rank to Abyss level? Lam Feng, oh, Lam Feng, what other secrets are you hiding from me?" Just then, the pink-haired girl looked at Do-en Ni and asked, "Miss Do-en, is he really only 16? The girl thought, "He looks so handsome and tall. He looks like a grown man." Hearing this, Do-en Ni replied, "That's right." She glanced at the 2 behind her and asked, "Do you still think you're geniuses now?" The brown-haired boy looked remorseful, lowered his head, and replied, "We're sorry, Miss Do-an, we're nothing." Do-an Ni then said in a stern voice, "As pillars of the nation, you don't focus on your studies and saving the people, but instead spend all day fighting, bringing shame to headquarters. You 2 will each have 500 academic points deducted, so you remember this." The pink-haired girl then turned and left, letting out a soft hamph, leaving the 2 boys crying out for her. Doan Feng and Luang Keng cried out, "Dai Lin, bao bao." She walked a few steps ahead, then called out to him, "Lam Feng, let's go." He looked at her, gave a slight nod, and recalled his 2 ghost spirits. The students watched the 2 of them leave, chattering with admiration. Unbelievable. Lam Feng, I'll remember that name. Someone even shouted, "I want to join Lam Feng's fan club." Another excitedly said they would write an article for the school magazine while the news was still hot. Later, at a dining table in the Ghost Tamer Alliance headquarters, she leaned on the table with both hands and asked him, "So, do you have a good impression of headquarters?" He replied, "Well, it's better than I thought, but it's not for me." She rested her chin on her hand, let out a little, "Oh," and asked, "What do you mean?" Lam Feng answered frankly, "I grew up in adversity from a young age, so I'm not used to this kind of preferential treatment. Besides, with my current strength, I can already fight off most of the evil spirits that threaten the city. There's no need to stop fighting just to improve myself." Do-en Ni, holding a glass of wine, seemed to understand the issue. "I see. You have a point. Saving people in danger one by one is much more important than leveling up. I didn't expect someone so young to be more profound than I thought. It's truly admirable." He scratched his head modestly and replied, "You're too kind, Sister Ni. So, if I have any questions in the future, can I still ask for your guidance?" Hearing this, she replied cheerfully, "Of course." She then seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, right. Tonight I have to escort an important item to Binthan City with a convoy. It'll probably take about 2 days. If you don't mind, you can come back with me." He immediately agreed. "Sure, no problem." On the evening of the second day, at a house with an old sign bearing 3 crooked characters. Inside the house, a few people were working. At that moment, Trak Vu and Trak Lin were talking in the courtyard. Trak Vu held a communication device, pointing the screen towards Trak Lin, and said, "Sis, Lam Feng said he's on his way back and will be here tomorrow." Trak Lin replied, "Good. The auction is tomorrow afternoon, and we're almost finished on our end." In a rugged, uninhabited mountain valley, a convoy of vehicles moved in a continuous line. Inside a car, Lam Feng was leaning back and resting. He thought, "We've been driving all day, and it seems we haven't encountered any ghosts, huh?" Beside him, Do-en He was also relaxing, leaning back against the seat with her eyes closed. He glanced over at her, thinking, Sister Ni can sleep so soundly. Asking her to be an escort is truly a waste. Suddenly, the screeching sound of tires scraping against the road from a sudden stop echoed. The abrupt stop affected everyone in the car, throwing them forward. He was also a bit startled by the sudden brake. Do-en Ni, who was resting beside him, called out, "What's going on?" The driver in front turned back to report to her, his expression filled with worry. "Lady Do-an, the ghost tide is here." In the sky, a swarm of ghosts of various lengths and sizes was flying towards their convoy. Do-en He and Lam Feng got out of the car. She looked at him and said, "I'll handle the stage 1 abyss levels and above. The remaining high-level evil spirits are all yours." Walking behind her, he replied, "No problem." Then she shouted, "Squad 1, protect the cargo." The other teams attacked with all their might. At this moment, he rode on the back of the ghost horse, coordinating with Dong Dong, Huyen, Hoa, and the ghost parasol to attack the evil spirits. Riding the ghost horse, he thought, this is perfect. Huyen Hoa still needs experience points to level up, and I can test the ghost parasol's combat abilities. Dong Dong then entered her attack mode, and the system registered her first target and notified him. Battle successful, experience points increased by 3,200. Over here, Huyen Hoa was also fighting, and the system continued to register and notify him. Battle successful, experience points increased by 2,400. Meanwhile, the ghost parasol used its clone technique, causing many parasols to appear from one in midair. They began to attack the horde of evil spirits. None of the evil spirits attacked by the ghost parasol could escape. The ghost parasol continuously achieved results, and the system kept announcing battle victories. The teams guarding the cargo wagons saw the explosive power before them and shouted, "Look, what is that? A large number of evil spirits have been eliminated." One of them, who knew what was going on, replied, "That's Lam Feng's abyss-rank ghost spirit." He watched his ghost spirits attack and let out a slight smile. So it can perform group attacks. What could be better for clearing out lesser ghosts? At that moment, in another location, a member of the protection team was attacked by an evil spirit. She was injured and couldn't fight back. Her ghost spirit was also attacked, and she cried out for help. "Someone help me! I'm not going to make it!" After the evil spirit dealt with her ghost spirit, it began to attack the girl. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a golden shield slammed into the evil spirit's face, making it recoil in pain. He had appeared just in time to save the girl from the evil spirit's attack. Lam Feng, riding the ghost horse and coordinating with the ghost parasol, attacked the evil spirit. Then he shouted, "Huyen Hoa!" Huyen Hoa immediately appeared, using her bright red threads to bind the evil spirit tightly. Boom! The explosion blew the evil spirit to pieces. Lam Feng approached the girl and asked, "Are you okay?" The girl replied, Thank you." The system then displayed a notification. Your ghost spirit Huyen Hoa can level up. Leveling up requires one ghost spirit pill. Do you wish to level up? Hearing this, he chuckled and replied, "Excellent, level up." Level up successful, Huyen Hua's rank has ascended to Abyss rank, Stage 1. Bond points increased by 10. Host's physical constitution strengthened 7-fold. Huyen Hua's information appeared. Ghost spirit Huyen Hoa, rank Abyss rank Stage 1, potential 4 stars, experience 2,000 out of 150,000 points. Abilities include Flash, Ghost Slash, Ghost Fire, and Mist. Current ghost art is Domain Suppression. Current talents are Excellent Perception, Dual Domain, and the current bond is 285. The people escorting the cargo wagons watched the scene in amazement, saying, "That's 3 Abyss-rank spirits. Lam Feng is so strong. Not only has he not lost control, but they're also coordinating so well. How does he do it?" Just then, Duan Hui teleported from her domain to his side and announced, "My side is finished too. We can proceed into the city now." At the gates of Bin Than City, Duan Hui's convoy was entering through the city gates. The convoy came to a stop, and the unloaders went to the back of the cargo truck and began to push down a coffin wrapped in golden chains. He and she went to the back of the truck to observe. The red coffin was covered in talismans with various characters, and the coffin itself was also intricately carved. He observed the coffin, then quietly asked her, "Sister Nui, what exactly are we escorting that could attract such a massive ghost tide?" Hearing his question, she raised a finger to her lips in a mysterious gesture and said, "It's a secret, a rare guest for the auction." The coffin was then placed by the porters onto a cart with 4 wheels for easy movement. Lam Feng looked at the coffin and wondered aloud. Something that can make Abyss-rank evil spirits fight over it, and is also heavily warded with gold and talismans. It must be a very powerful demonic artifact, right? She covered her mouth with her hand, smiled mysteriously, and replied, "You're half right, but I can't reveal any more. In the future, if you have the chance, you'll find out for yourself." After the coffin was moved, a member of the guard team came to report, "Lady Duan, the auction has already started. Please come this way." Inside the auction hall, a paddle with the number 233 was raised high, accompanied by shouts of competitive bidding. "I bid 800,000 contribution points." The next person shouted, 850,000. "I bid 100 million. 110 million. Paddles with different numbers were continuously raised, along with shouts that echoed throughout the auction hall. 150 million. 200 million. At this time, Lam Feng and Duan Nui also entered the bustling auction room. Seeing and hearing all the people, he said, "There are so many people here?" Lei Qin saw them arrive and came out to greet them. He said, "You've arrived just in time. The bidding price right now, aside from gold paper and gold paint, the amount of contribution points people are willing to spend has exceeded all expectations. An ownerless abyss rank good spirit is truly a sought-after item. The 6 great families of Binthan City are all here, and even the surrounding city lords have come to participate. At that moment, the auctioneer raised his gavel, looking at the item displayed on the screen named Ownerless Good Spirit, the Autopsy Ghost, 200 million going once. Is there any bid higher than 200 million? Suddenly a voice rang out. I bid 1 billion. The auctioneer heard this and shouted in astonishment. The guest on the second floor bids 1 billion. The price has reached 1 billion. Hearing that, he exclaimed, it jumped by 800 million just like that? He then looked at Lei Chin and asked, Chairman Lei, who is that person? Chairman Lei replied, let me see. Ah, that's a descendant of the Wei family from the northeast. His name is Wei Kwangdieu, the man with the middle parted hair. That foppish-looking young master is Wei Kwangdieu, 22 years old, a stage 1 Earth rank ghost tamer. Hearing this, he recalled the undefeated old Wei, the Wei family from the northeast. Could they be the ones who destroyed the Tikio monastery back then? Doan Hui looked at Lei Chin and said, you mean the northeast king who wanted to conquer Binthan City decades ago? Curious, he rubbed his nose while listening to their conversation. Lei Chin replied, correct. The northeast king, Wei Bubai, was defeated by Tichchio monastery back then, after which the Wei family returned to the northeast. After hearing this, he thought, I was right. He looked at Lei Chin with some curiosity and asked, Chairman Lei, you seem to know the Wei family very well. What's the background of this Wei Kwangdieu? He looked at him and replied, the northeast king I just mentioned is likely Wei Kwangdieu's grandfather. This family is a bit special. Each generation's patriarch has several dozen women and sires over 100 children. Hearing this, he was stunned and thought, over 100 kids? He's a super stud. Meanwhile, Doan Nui was exasperated, breaking into a cold sweat as she thought, aren't ghost tamers supposed to have difficulty conceiving? How much time must that take? Lei Chin continued. This is a method the great families use to increase the probability of producing a spirit medium, for example, Wei Kwang. Dieu is a rare genius, and this time he came to Pingcheng, reportedly to search for his grandfather's remains. Hearing about the auction, he decided to join in. Hearing this, he thought that Wei Bubai's remains were still at Shijiao Temple, but he probably wouldn't find them that quickly. I need to resolve this cursed painting issue quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, another man timidly raised paddle number 79 and called out, 1.3 billion. Wei Guangyao immediately raised his paddle and shouted, 2 billion. The people in the auction room were baffled. Who is this guy? You can't be that arrogant just because you're rich, can you? A dignified-looking older man with a long beard held up paddle 133 and shouted, 2.1 billion. At this, Wei Guangyao declared, 3 billion, final price. If anyone bids higher, they can have it. The auctioneer exclaimed in shock. Did I hear that right? 3 billion? That's the highest price in history. If there are no other bids, this item will go to this gentleman. Wei Guangyao stood up, walked to the second floor railing and announced, today, this ownerless good spirit is mine. Uncles, I ask that you please yield to me. The auctioneer called out, 3 billion, going once. The crowd began to murmur. This kid is so arrogant. We can't afford 3 billion, let alone the extra for gold leaf and paint. I'd say he's just a big wallet with an attitude. The auctioneer called out again, 3 billion, going twice. Finally, the gavel came down. Asterisk, bang, asterisk, sold. The man who bid 2.1 billion stood up angrily and left, muttering as he went, humph, so uncivilized. Let's go. On the other side, Ying Yi clicked his tongue and grinned with delight. Although this kid was rude, he had gifted him a lot of money, so it was a good deed in his book. Hearing this, he smiled and replied, indeed. Meanwhile, Wei Guangyao had a strange grin on his face, thinking, heh, the people of Pingcheng are such fools. This little bit of money is nothing. Just wait until I find my grandfather's remains. I'll make you all pay for this humiliation and show you the true power of the Wei family in this backwater mountain town. Zuo Yu pointed to the sky, where a combat helicopter was hovering over the town, carrying a large container. Zhuo Yu said, Sister, look at the sky. He was standing at the helicopter's open door, smiling down at them. Is that Lam Feng? He looked behind him and said, Second sister, thanks for seeing me off personally. Ying behind him, covered her mouth and chuckled softly, saying, Don't mention it, I'll keep your secret. With that, he jumped down onto the securely wrapped container dangling below the helicopter. Asterisk, thump, thump, asterisk. The container was slowly lowered. The people below signaled to him. Zhuo Yu waved his arm and shouted, Lam Feng. Zhuo Ling happily approached and said, You're finally back. Did everything go smoothly? He undid the ropes around the container, then opened the lid, replying as he did, Of course, the gold leaf and gold paint are all ready. Zhuo Yu looked behind him and said, That's great. The frame for the wooden room is also done. A worker smiled and pointed at the structure. If we start now, We can finish it by tomorrow. He looked at everyone and replied, all right, thank you all for your hard work. That evening in a temporary tent at Shijiao Temple, Lam Feng was lying in bed, asleep. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He sensed something, and a jolt went through his brain. Wait, why does Xuanhua have body heat? A hand resting on his chest began to move. A voice murmured, Sister, why are you so firm? He looked over, startled and anxious. Why is it Zhuo Yu? How did she end up in my bed? And she's already fast asleep. He turned and whispered, Zhuo Yu. She heard him and felt embarrassed, but kept her eyes tightly shut, thinking, I'm screwed. I just wanted a drink of water and went into the wrong room. What do I do now? Inside the painting world, in Lam Feng's bedroom, he sat up and called out, Zhuo Yu, did you go to the wrong room? Zhuo Yu's hand stirred. She looked at him, looking shy as she said, Lam Feng, actually, she spoke a little louder, as if mustering all her courage, you, my sister and I, we both really like you. Then she leaned in and lightly kissed his lips before covering her face, turning, and rushing away. Before Lam Feng could finish speaking, he only managed to call out half her name, Zhuo, and just like that, everything returned to normal. The next morning, at the entrance to the Golden Room, he ran into Zhuo Ling. She informed him that the construction was mostly complete. He nodded. Then looked at Zhuo Ling and asked, Where's Zhuo Yu? Without thinking much of it, Zhuo Ling replied, She's still sleeping. The door to the Golden Room opened on its own, and he looked around, saying, The shell is almost finished, but it's still missing the final step. He then summoned his ghost spirits and gave an order, Xuanhua, reinforce it with demonic runes. Tong Tong, see if you can get out. Upon receiving the command, Xuanhua began drawing straight lines with demonic runes. Tong Tong also received her order and flew outwards with all her might. However, her entire body seemed to hit an invisible wall she couldn't pass through. So, she waved her hands to signal back. Seeing her response, everyone cheered happily. It worked! Lam Feng then looked at Zhuo Ling and said, Zhuo Ling, you stand guard outside. Don't let anyone enter Shijiao Temple. Zhuo Ling looked at him and agreed. He then placed his hand on a wall. Finally, it's time to face the cursed painting. After the door closed, he looked around. The cursed painting wasn't on the outside walls. His hand now rested on a tightly sealed golden chest. Could it be inside the golden chest? Suddenly, this is bad. He sensed something was wrong and quickly looked over. A scroll unfurled, emitting a powerful demonic aura. Seeing this, he raised his hand to shield himself. A blurry image appeared within the scroll, and then a beautiful girl gradually materialized. A few moments later, he was sucked inside the scroll. Looking at the changed scenery, he realized he was in the painting world again. A system notification sounded. Cursed painting, binding quest 1. Find the true form of the cursed painting. Quest reward. Cursed painting, binding points +1. In the distance, a group of people were up to something when suddenly a scream rang out. Ah, help me! The sound drew his attention. After a short while, he had dealt with the brawling group, and a desperate scream rang out. Spare me! His foot was now planted on the face of one of the men, as he asked, Tell me, where is this place? When the man didn't answer, he grabbed him by the hair and yanked his head up. The man looked at him in fear and replied, My lord, please don't kill me. This is Ping Cheng. We were just following the Wei family's orders to capture someone. We didn't do anything to her. The Wei family again. It seems this is the Ping Cheng from the cursed painting's memories. After hearing the answer and making his deduction, he looked at the group in disgust and said, Get lost. As he walked, he thought, the cursed painting probably wasn't dead at this point, was she? What would her true form look like? I remember her name was Jiang Wei, right? I'll take a look around. He then got on a bus, and a girl. The conductor came over and said, 5 yuan. He then held up his electronic device. The girl asked, confused, What is this? Just give me the money. At that moment, he seemed to remember, I forgot this era doesn't have a contribution point system yet. The girl started to look annoyed, asking if he had money. If not, he should get off. Suddenly, a slender hand appeared from behind him, holding a bill. Let me pay for him. Seeing that someone was paying for him, he looked over and said, Thank you. Suddenly, as if seeing something, his pupils contracted. That girl looked at him and replied gently, It's nothing. At that moment, the girl's information appeared. Jiang Wei, 19 years old. The system then announced. Found the true form of the painted devil, completed binding mission 1, painted devil binding points increased by 1. Jiang Wei then waved her hand in front of his face and asked, Hey, why are you spacing out? He snapped out of it and replied, Oh, it's nothing. After that was settled, Jiang Wei went to her seat. Her friend asked if she knew him. She looked at her friend and replied, No. He continued to watch her. He thought, So she's Jiang Wei? What should I do next? He then overheard their conversation. Jiang Wei, do you really want to go? Those people are ghost tamers. Seeing her friend so worried, she said, Healing, if you're scared, You can go back, but all of my friends are in there. I can't just let them be humiliated. Hearing this, He Ling replied, I don't want to go back either. As she was speaking, she was suddenly interrupted by her other friend. Don't worry, let's just stick to the plan. It'll probably be fine. He recalled the scene from that day. Were they trying to rescue the girls imprisoned by Wei Bufan on their own? I remember Jiang Wei was also captured by the Wei family, and she even took her own life. Back then, Qing Zhu had grabbed the man's hand and asked, "Where did this handkerchief come from?" The man nervously scratched his face, trying to recall, and answered, "Last night at the Wei family's residence, a girl couldn't bear the humiliation and killed herself." Could these be the events leading up to her death? He looked out the window as the scenery outside gradually changed. The bus announcement came on. Arriving at Jack Fo Road Station. All passengers, please disembark. When Lam Feng saw Jiang Wei's group get up to leave, he followed them. He thought, I'll just follow them and observe for now. That evening, on the edge of a forest, the three of them approached a house. Then, one by one, they all climbed over the wall. Jiang Wei surveyed the surroundings, thinking, as expected, this must be the Wei family house. In the distance, 4 people were sitting around a round table when a jeering laugh rang out, "Ha ha ha, one down." A burly man, with a girl in his arms, looked at the 2 people across from him. He replied, "The girls in Pingcheng are really something, over 20 years old, and way better than the ones back in our northeast." The goon beside him heard this, raised his glass, and replied, "That's right, but Brother Wei, don't just focus on the girls, let's have a drink." He then put on a ferocious look, stuck out his tongue to lick the cheek of the girl beside him, and said, "You guys don't get it. It's more fun to drink while you're playing around." "Isn't that right, my love?" The terrified girl squeezed her eyes shut, only managing to say, "Help, please let me go." Seeing this, he flew into a rage, shot up from his seat, and shoved the girl away, yelling, "What's with the crying? You're killing the mood." He got up and kicked the girl hard, cursing as he did, "You filthy bitch, I'll kick you to death." One of the goons saw this and spoke up, "Brother Wei, calm down." At this moment, our protagonist, hiding in a tree, began to feel uneasy as the man's shouts echoed, "I'll kick you to death, just die." Jiang Wei, hiding in the bushes, was also filled with rage. At that moment, Jiang Wei's group was hiding in the bushes, watching the scene before them. The man known as Brother Wei was relentlessly kicking and cursing the girl on the ground. "You filthy bitch, watch how I deal with you." His goon saw this and reminded him, "Brother Wei, if you keep hitting her, you'll kill her." He Ling, witnessing the scene, quickly covered her mouth, her eyes welling up with tears of both fear and sorrow. Meanwhile, the long-haired girl angrily gripped her knife, ready to charge in, but was stopped by Jiang Vi. She said, "Don't be rash. Remember our mission." After he had his fill of kicking, the man told his goons, "Let's go back to playing cards." Hearing that, they all got up to leave. As they walked, one goon asked, "What about this girl?" Hearing his goon's question, he replied, "She definitely can't move. Let her lie out here all night to teach her a lesson." At this point, the 3 of them began to discuss, "They're gone. This is our chance. That's the entrance to the underwater pipe." Jiang Wei pointed to a round manhole cover to the left and said, "That leads straight to the dungeon. We can use the cover of darkness to sneak inside." Her friend followed her lead and replied, "Got it." The 3 of them began to move. Jiang Vi and the long-haired girl moved to open the manhole cover, while He Ling kept watch. After it was open, the long-haired girl went down first. However, before they could proceed, a yellow light suddenly shone on them, blinding them. They immediately cried out, "We're screwed! We've been discovered!" The man looked at them with a sneer and asked, "Well, ladies, where do you think you're going?" One of his goons jeered at the 3 of them. "You 3 really think you can save someone right under Brother Wei's nose? You've got some serious nerve," he shouted. "Brothers, come take a look! This girl is a real beauty." The 3 of them were surrounded by his gang of goons. The goons stared at Jiang Wei and her friends, saying, "Why don't you play with us for a bit before you leave?" The man called Brother Wei stepped forward and shouted, "Well, well, fresh meat delivered right to our door. I'll go first, but you guys can have a taste afterward." Hearing this, the goons said, "Brother Wei is so generous." Seeing this, the 3 of them drew their weapons and stood back to back. Jiang Wei shouted, "We can't escape, but even if we die, we won't let them have it easy." At that moment, the system issued a mission, Painted Devil Binding Mission 2. Prevent Jiang Wei from committing suicide and help her escape successfully. Mission reward, Painted Devil Binding increased by 1. Hearing this, he thought, prevent her suicide? Just then, he saw Jiang Wei raise a knife to her own neck. He never expected she would kill herself right away. "What? System, couldn't you have told me sooner?" He then frantically leaped towards her. "No, I'm not going to make it in time." He rushed forward, yelling as he ran, "Jiang Wei!" However, the sight before him was of her slitting her own throat. She then collapsed. and the scene gradually faded. He covered his face with his hands, and then everything returned to the way it was when he first entered the painting. He looked around in confusion. Huh, what's going on? Where did everyone go? Why does this look so familiar? The system's voice rang out once more. Painted Devil Binding Mission 1. Find the true form of the Painted Devil. Mission reward. Painted Devil binding points increased by 1. Once again a scream echoed. Ah, help me. He recalled the scene from before, which was now replaying. These were the same people who had appeared before. Has the world reset? The demon painting's binding point has also reset. It seems because the mission failed, the scenario has started to loop. Can I only clear this in one go? Alright, I'll head to the bus station to see if I can find Jiang Wei. So, he walked over. Just then, he saw Jiang Wei and her friends boarding the bus one by one, and sure enough, they were doing the exact same thing. Lam Feng once again held his device up to the bus driver. The driver had the same confused look and asked the same question. What is this? Give me money. He then suddenly remembered. He forgot again. The driver looked at him angrily and said, Do you have any money? If not, please get off. Jiang Wei immediately turned, handed a bill to the driver, and said, I'll pay for him. He looked at her and said, Thank you. She gave a friendly smile and replied, You're welcome. The system immediately announced, Demon Painting's true form found, Binding Mission 1 completed. The demon painting binding point increased by 1. He looked at her, his cheeks blushing shyly. It seemed that no matter what, she would always help. What a kind girl. He then approached her. It's my first time in Bin Thon, so I'm not really sure how to take the bus. Sorry if I made a fool of myself. Jiang Wei looked at him and replied gently, It's all right. Where are you from? As if realizing he hadn't introduced himself, he replied, Oh, my name is Lam Feng. I'm a refugee from Haithan, here to seek help from my cousin, who is a ghost tamer. This was a good opportunity to get some information. She then replied with a hint of sadness, My surname is Jiang. My parents were also ghost tamers, but they were recently killed in action. He was a bit surprised, then offered his sympathy. I'm sorry for your loss. Then he thought to himself, so she's a descendant of ghost tamers. But she's just an ordinary person. Going against the Wei family would be like an egg trying to break a stone. That's it. I just have to convince her not to go. Thinking this, Lam Feng asked, Where are you all headed? Oh, we're gonna get something to eat. That's right, it's our friend's birthday today. Hearing this, he tried to sound intimidating. I heard a gang has been kidnapping girls in Bin Thon lately. It's probably better if you don't go out. She just laughed and said, Ha, you're exaggerating. The place we're going to is very safe. He sat down, looked at her and said, Besides, today is a terribly unlucky day. You shouldn't go out or start any new projects. Jiang Wei looked at him helplessly and replied, That's just an old superstition. Hearing that, he scratched his head and laughed, thinking awkwardly to himself, It seems she's already made up her mind. I can't convince her. Just then, the bus's PA system announced that they had arrived at Dupu Road Station. Jiang Wei stood up, looked at him, and said, Lam Feng, it was nice talking to you. Hope to see you again. And so, they fell back into the old cycle. He was still hanging from the tree, and the three of them were still hiding in the bushes. He looked at the scene and sighed, thinking, Here we go again. The man called Brother Wei kept kicking the girl on the ground, cursing, You filthy wench, I'll kick you to death. His lackeys once again tried to calm him down. Brother Wei, calm down. Jiang Wei's group once again proceeded to open the manhole cover to enter the sewer and rescue the person, and once again they were discovered by the Wei family's men, who shone their flashlights on them. We're screwed. They found us. What a bunch of daredevils. Hey, brothers, take a look. This girl is a real beauty. Why don't you play with us for a while before you leave? The same words were spoken in the exact same situation as before. At that moment, hiding in the tree, he started to make his move. Great. Everyone's here now. He then launched himself towards them. He yelled from above, If you want to lay a hand on those girls, you'll have to ask this young master for permission first. Seeing him, Brother Wei shouted in surprise. What the hell? Lam Feng regrouped with Jiang Wei and her friends. He told Jiang Vi, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. She looked at him in surprise, then said, You're the guy from the bus? Seeing this, Brother Wei pointed and burst out laughing. Ha ha. After his laugh, he said mockingly, I was wondering who it could be, but it's just some kid who hasn't even hit puberty yet. He then yelled, Brothers, kill him for me! As their spirit ghosts rushed forward, Jiang Wei, who was standing beside him, panicked. However, just then, Dong Dong appeared and ripped apart the spirit ghost that was attacking him. However, that same feeling happened all over again. He was shocked and confused. Wait, what's going on? He looked at the scene before him in confusion. How did I end up back here? Breaking out of the loop, this was now the second time he had returned to the old alley. The group of thugs appeared again. Is this going to start all over again? A scream echoed. Ah, help me! The system announced, mission failed, resetting the ghost domain. Reminder, Other spirit ghosts cannot be summoned. Hearing the system's announcement, he started to think, recalling his previous attempts. So that's it. When he first entered Xuanhua's memory, Dong Dong never actually appeared. Other spirit ghosts might unbalance the memory world. It looks like I have to try another way. I should be able to succeed after a few more attempts. With that in mind, he set out on the mission. This time, I'll go to the Wei residence first, take out the guards, and then Jiang Wei won't be discovered. With that in mind, he found the Wei family's guard post, holding a knife, ready to take out the guard. However, after Jiang Wei and her two friends snuck past the Wei family's lookouts and got into the sewer, they were discovered by Wei family members waiting below. He yelled, "Someone's there! We have intruders!" Once again, the mission failed, resetting the ghost domain. This time, instead of killing the guard, he decided to change his approach. He followed Jiang Wei. He thought he'd stop her before she even got on the bus. Acting on his thought, he ran over, grabbed Jiang Wei, and covered her mouth. The system's voice rang out again. Mission failed, resetting the ghost domain. Reminder, you cannot kidnap Jiang Wei. He returned to the very beginning of the ghost domain, looking gloomy and defeated, walking with a dazed stagger. I guess I'm really not good at these kinds of games. But he didn't give up. He hid in a tall tree again. The only option left was to fight these guys head on. He observed the Wei family's courtyard below. There were about 20 people in total, all of them C-rank ghost tamers or higher. Without using my spirit ghosts, can I really do this relying only on my physical prowess? Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right, even though I can't summon spirit ghosts, I can still use my ghost armor and ghost sword. He immediately put them on and jumped down into the Wei family's courtyard. Excellent, time didn't loop back. The Wei family's men heard a sound from the wall nearby and turned to look, and they saw another person appear. It was him. He landed gracefully right where Jiang Wei and her friends were surrounded. He looked at her and said, "Miss Jiang, I've come to rescue you." When Jiang Wei saw that it was him, she was a bit surprised. As if remembering him, she asked, "The guy from the bus?" The Wei family's men saw this and yelled, "Where did this meddling mutt come from? Kill him." Upon receiving the order, the men summoned their spirit ghosts. He then leaped up to fight them, holding the demon sword high in his hand, preparing to strike the octopus-like ghost spirit in front of him. It's fine. I can clearly see the ghost spirit's attack pattern. Seeing this, the Wei family members were stunned. One of them asked doubtfully, "What's going on? Is this guy seriously using a sword against a ghost spirit?" The other one replied, "I thought he was a spirit master, but it turns out he's just an idiot." However, in a painful slap to their faces, he sliced the ghost spirit's body in two. Seeing this, they screamed, "What?" Mr. Wei's ghost spirit was split in half. Jiang Wei and her two friends watched the scene before them in astonishment. Jiang Wei started to wonder, just who is he? One of the Wei family's underlings took advantage of the moment he was fighting the ghost spirit to launch a sneak attack, running at him with a knife, Die. However, he couldn't even touch him, blocked by a shield. The man was knocked back, and the knife in his hand shattered against the barrier. Sensing their attack, he glanced behind him, then swung his sword in a wide arc, sending anyone who approached flying back. Those struck by his sword turned to ash. Now, it was Mr. Wei's turn. He looked at him in terror, falling backward onto the ground and scrambling away. He wet his pants without even realizing it, and screamed, begging for his life. "My lord, spare me. You can take the girl." He pointed his sword at Mr. Wei and said, "Killing scum like you 100 times over wouldn't be enough to atone for your sins." Asterisk, schlick. Asterisk, a spray of red blood appeared. After dealing with the trash, he looked over at Jiang Wei's group and said, "Their reinforcements haven't arrived yet. Let's go now." Hearing this, she replied, "Okay." The four of them quickly made a run for it, with him grabbing her wrist to pull her along. She looked at him and said, "Thank you, Lam Feng." Suddenly, she remembered something and said, "Oh, right. The Wei family has eyes and ears all over the city. To avoid their revenge, let's hide at my place first." That evening at Jiang Wei's house, the two of them had arrived home, and the lights in the room were on. She carried a bowl of food in her hands, saying, "After my parents passed away, I moved to this secluded place on Renhe Street. You must be tired after all that. Have something to eat." He looked at her and replied, Thank you, Miss Jiang." Hearing this, Jiang Wei smiled warmly and replied, "Don't be so formal. Just call me Jiang Wei." "All right, you can stay here until the storm passes. Don't worry about money. My parents left me a lot, enough for us to live on for a long time." Hearing this, he gave a forced smile and replied, "Ah, okay." He thought, "Why do I feel like I'm being kept?" After chatting for a while, she stood up, looked at him, and told him to take his time eating. "I'm going to take a shower." After Jiang Wei left, he fell into his own thoughts. The demonic painting now has a total of 11 binding points. What kind of mission will be next? Suddenly, a scream rang out, startling him out of his thoughts. Jiang Wei was yelling from inside, "Ah, there's a ghost!" He immediately kicked the door open and rushed in. "Where?" Jiang Wei was wrapped in a towel, looking panicked in one direction. She fearfully pointed that way, her voice trembling and broken. "There's a ghost at." She mustered all her strength to shout next to him. At that moment, as the bathroom door opened, a dark figure, its whole body radiating purple demonic energy, stared intently at her. Before he could react, the ghost lunged at her. The ghost looked familiar to him, and then he realized, wait, is that Abbess Chow Am? The system immediately announced, Binding Mission 3, help Jiang Wei escape from Abbess Chow Am's pursuit. Mission reward, demonic painting. Binding increased by 20. Hearing this, he exclaimed in shock. What? Before he could process his surprise, the ghost of Abbess Chow Am had already thrust its hand through Jiang Wei's body. He screamed, "Jiang Wei, mission failed," repeating the ghost domain. Hearing this, he thought, repeating again? The system is really messing with me. Besides, why would the abbess want to hunt down Jiang Wei? The scene reset to the moment the two of them were escaping. Jiang Wei suggested, "To avoid their revenge, let's hide at my place first." Hearing this, he looked at her and said, "Wait, let's not go to your house. Let's leave Pingcheng City first and go to a small town in the suburbs. Okay, I know where we can rent a car." Now, all four of them were in a car driving out of the city, speeding through the gates. He then saw something that shocked him. What is this? Jiang Wei's two friends also looked at each other. Is it just a void outside of Pingcheng City? A layer of reddish-purple demonic energy appeared. He seemed to realize something. Is this world really only this big? Jiang Wei looked behind them and screamed in fear. "Lam Feng, she's here again!" With glowing red eyes, Abbess Chow Am rushed towards their car. He immediately opened his door and climbed out, landing unsteadily on the hood of the car. Abbess Chow Am attacked him, sending him flying, before smashing down hard on the car's hood. The system's voice rang out again. Mission failed, repeating the ghost domain. The scene reset to the two of them escaping. Jiang Vi repeated the same line. "Oh, right, the Wei family has eyes and ears all over the city. To avoid their revenge, let's hide at my place first." This time, he looked at her and asked directly, "Miss Jiang, do you know Chow Am?" He looked at her, thinking, to complete the mission, I need to clarify a few things first. When asked, Jiang Wei thought for a moment. Abbess Chow Am is my distant cousin, but she was sent to the convent when she was young, so we were never close. Hearing this, he replied, "Is that so?" He continued to think. Their relationship is just like what I found out. So, if it were the abbess from this world inside the painting, she definitely wouldn't attack Jiang Wei. Then there's only one explanation. The one hunting us is the real Nico ghost, not a memory from the demonic painting. The abbess once said she had a special way to suppress the demonic painting. That's right, it all makes sense now. This world within the painting was created by the abbess to imprison the demonic painting. Everything must happen in its original sequence, repeating in a constant cycle, but the demonic painting wants to borrow my power to break free from the abbess's seal. Images of his confrontation with Wei Guangyao flashed through his mind. The abbess sealed the demonic painting within this repeating cycle in Pingcheng City. The demonic painting couldn't escape on its own, so it had to ask for my help. But just now, I saved Jiang Vi, who was supposed to die, which broke the rules of this world. That's why the abbess's phantom appeared to hunt down Jiang Vi. To restore this breach in the cycle, after some deduction, he finally understood. He slapped his hand against his forehead, which startled Jiang Vi, who was standing opposite him. She asked, "Hey, are you okay, Jiang Vi? I know how to save you now." He placed his hands on her shoulders, leaving her feeling a bit shy and confused as she looked at him. He looked at her and said, "Jiang Vi, come with me. The rest of you, go home and hide for now." Hearing this, Jiang Wei exclaimed, "Hold on." A few minutes later, he and the woman arrived at a construction site. She asked curiously, "Where is this?" Hearing her question, he replied, "This is the construction site for the Binthan City Demon Tamer Association." He looked around and said, "There should be a pretty deep underground warehouse. Let's go find it." Jiang Vi, a bit skeptical, asked, "Really? I remember the Demon Tamer Association was just established not long ago, right? It's already expanded to Binthan City." On the way in, she looked at him and asked, "How would an outsider like you know that? And you even know my name is Jiang Vi." The two of them walked down the stairs. Lam Feng heard her but didn't rush to answer, instead saying, "If I told you I traveled here from the future, would you believe me?" Hearing this, she replied, "I don't believe you, but you saved me. I'll listen to you." At that moment, a flashlight beam swept across the doors in the basement. After a few minutes of searching, the two finally found the room he was looking for. Found it. He then seemed to notice something and said, "Let's hide in here." She followed his lead and replied, "Okay, Ghost Nico would definitely check the most likely places Jiang Vi could be hiding. The golden paint here might not be effective, but this location was definitely outside of Jiang Vi's own awareness, so he wouldn't be found here for the time being." He took out a golden cloth bag and told her, "Jiang Vi, if you trust me, get inside. This golden bag can conceal your aura. Hearing this, she complied without hesitation. Oh, okay. He took out a few more bags and instructed her, these are oxygen bags, take them. It shouldn't be a problem to hold out until tomorrow morning. After she crawled in, he tied the bag shut with a bow. 3 hours later, he began to speculate. There was no sign of Ghost Nico, so it seemed to be working. Suddenly, Jiang Vi poked her head out and said, can I get out? Before she could finish, he pushed her head back into the bag, saying, not yet. Hold on a little longer. This world is probably the last day Jiang Vi survives in this time loop, so continuing it is meaningless. 6 hours later, the sun was about to rise, and morning had arrived. He and she had made it through a difficult day, and he let out a sigh of relief. Whoosh! The space around them began to crack, and the system announced, you have helped Jiang Vi escape the pursuit of President Chiao Am, completing Binding Quest 3. Ghost painting binding points increased by 20. At that moment, a floating scroll appeared before his eyes, startling him. He couldn't believe it was over and looked around to be sure. He shouted, am I really out this time? Binding Quest 4. Take the ghost painting away and set her free. Quest reward. Ghost painting binding points increased by 20. Has Jiang Vi turned back into the motionless ghost painting? Although the binding points were over 30, releasing her directly was still a bit dangerous. I'll use the golden chest first. He looked at the ghost painting and said, if you want to get out, you have to go into this chest first. I can only let you out after you've stayed in there for a while. The ghost painting seemed to understand, quickly rolling itself up, and then went inside the golden chest he was holding open. Afterwards, he carried the chest and opened the door to go outside. All right, now I'll show you the world 50 years in the future. Outside Xiaoam, just as he stepped out of the basement, he heard someone say, someone's here. Outside the gate, Track Lin was standing protectively in front of Track Vu, looking towards the voice and saying, the remains of Ngubat Bai are here, you can take them. But no one is allowed to enter Tikchiuam. No Kuang Dia stepped forward and said, humph, how do I know if these are really my grandfather's remains? He said with a scornful look. Besides, Tikchiuam isn't your house. I'll go in if I want to. His underling next to him also chimed in. Young Master No is right. We've already surrounded this mountain peak. Don't force our hand. At that, Track Lin and Track Vu summoned their ghost spirits. Track Lin looked at the group and said, if that's how you want it, we aren't afraid either. The underling saw the ghost spirits, the two girls summoned, and broke out in a cold sweat, saying, they're this strong? Who would have thought? Seeing this, Nu Kuangdia glared at the two of them with a malicious gaze and said, this little girl has a feisty personality, doesn't she? Well then, this young master will indulge you. Old Du, take the boys in charge. At that moment, standing on the eaves and looking down at the courtyard, he said, I'd like to see who dares to advance. Track Lin and Track Vu saw that he was finished with his task and happily called out to him. Lam Feng. Nu Kuangdia looked at him and asked his underling, who is this kid? The subordinate replied, young master, I think he's Lam Feng from Haithan City. I heard he's the youngest S-rank spirit medium. He landed lightly from the eaves in front of Track Lin and Track Vu. Then, Lam Feng walked step by step towards Nu Kuangdia. He pointed at him, his challenging gaze enraging the other man, causing his face and eyes to become bloodshot. Lam Feng gave a slight smile, and the others took the hint and stepped back, leaving an open space for the two of them. Nu Kuangdia then summoned his ghost spirit, and a three-headed wolf appeared. Track Lin and Track Vu looked on, a little worried for him, but he just smirked. Nogu Kuangdiu's lackeys cheered enthusiastically for their young master. He then summoned his own ghost spirits. The ghost umbrella immediately attacked Nu Kuangdiu's spirit, with Dong Dong and Huyen Hoa supporting it. At that moment, his ghost spirit's attack power surged. The three spirits launched a powerful, coordinated attack. The battle was won, as his spirits tore his opponents to shreds. The underlings witnessed the scene, breaking out in a cold sweat and shouting, hey, wait, what just happened? Young Master Nu's spirit was destroyed? It didn't even last 3 seconds. How can there be such a monstrous demon tamer? He was stunned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he stammered, three abyss-level spirits, my spirit. He clutched his chest and looked at Lam Feng. You're a bully. His underlings saw this and rushed to support him. This is bad. Young Master Ngu is coughing up blood. Hang in there, young Master Ngu. He stared at him and said seriously, Nu Kuangdiu, you challenged me without even asking the level of my spirits. You should be prepared to face the consequences, right? He and his underlings fled, but he turned back to shout, I'll be back. After chasing them away, Track Lin came forward and asked, Lam Feng, it's a good thing you arrived in time. Did you get the ghost painting? Hearing her question, he replied, yeah, it's been tough on you both these past 2 days. Hearing that, Track Lin quickly denied it. No, not at all. Seeing you safe is all that matters to us. He looked at the two of them and said, let's go. Pack your things and let's head down the mountain. I'll take you back to Hython City. Meanwhile, in Hython City, 3 people were angrily scolding. So you finally decided to show your face, huh? In the main food district of Binthon Town, the sound of horse hooves echoed. Clip-clop. Seeing who it was, everyone shouted, "Whoa, look, it's Lam Feng. I can't believe he's already at the first stage of Earth Fiend." The Wei family really lost face this time. They deserved it. So satisfying. He heard people gossiping about him and looked at Zhuo Ling, asking, "How do these people know me?" Hearing this, Zhuo Ling pointed her communication device at him and told Lin Feng, "There's a lot of news about you on the Pingcheng network." Pingcheng news? Who says Pingcheng doesn't have heroes? The genius Lin Feng defeated Wei Guangyao, a 16-year-old with 3 abyss-level ghost spirits. The 6 great families. Hope Pingcheng doesn't forget this shame. People from the Wei family raised banners. Wei Guangyao, go back to your hometown. It just happened. Yet the news spread like wildfire. Zhuo Ling looked at him and said, "It's probably the work of the 6 great families of Pingcheng. They always supported the Wei family, but they became enemies because of yesterday's auction, so they must be secretly monitoring Wei Guangyao's movements." Suddenly, his device rang. Ring. He picked it up to see Ying Rui's image appear. "Lin Feng, are you there? The Alliance needs your help with something." He immediately replied, "Sister Rui, just say the word." A very cunning first-tier abyss-level evil spirit has suddenly appeared north of Pingcheng. It has already killed quite a few ghost tamers at the fortress. "We're short-staffed at the moment. Could I trouble you to go deal with it?" Hearing this, he agreed. "All right, leave it to me." He thought, "It's on the way, and my ghost spirits could use the experience to level up." Receiving the request, he pulled the reins, turning the ghost horse around. As he steered, he said, "Zhuo Ling, Zhuo Yu, let's do a mission before we head back." They both replied, "Okay." At the second peak east of Pingcheng, Fortress number 3. This one appears to be a ghost child, extremely skilled at hiding and escaping. A soldier holding a cloth approached. Even our earth-shattering level ghost tamers couldn't catch it. We only managed to get a small piece of its ghost cloth from it. If you're sure you can catch it, then that would be fantastic. He took the piece of ghost cloth and replied, "I understand." Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu stood on either side and said confidently, "With our ghost spirits tracking it and Lin Feng's strength, it definitely won't be a problem." After getting the tracking item, he rode off on his horse, unaware that someone was watching him from behind. After watching him leave, the man picked up his communication device to report to his young master. Lin Feng is now at Fortress number 3, preparing to pursue the ghost child. At that moment, in a car somewhere, a girl holding a communication device was fawning over Wei Guangyao. "Young Master Wei, your foresight is godlike. The Southern Front has been tense these past 2 days. The Ghost Tamer Alliance is short on people, so they naturally turned to Lin Feng." Hearing this, he snorted and said, "That Lin Feng caused me to suffer a great loss. I won't be satisfied until he pays with his life," he said with a hateful glare. "Although this ghost child also cost me a lot of money to buy. Who told me to be rich? They got something from the ghost child, so they should be able to lure it over. When he gets killed in the wilderness, he'll have no one to blame. Even if they guess I did it, they won't have any proof. Daring to touch my Wei family, even a super genius has only one path, death." As he spoke, he squeezed the neck of the cat in his hands, causing it to foam at the mouth and cry out, "Meow!" Wei Guangyao looked at the back seat of his car, where a figure sat silently in the darkness with arms crossed. He said, "Uncle Hengda, I'm counting on you." The man called Hengda replied, "Rest assured, I will eliminate him quietly, without leaving a single trace." In the forest, the sound of horse hooves echoed. "There," Zhuo Ling directed her butterfly forward and said, "Lin Feng, this is the place. It's very close." Hearing this, he replied, "All right, let's get off the horse and approach slowly." In the distance, a ghost spirit was laughing and playing, chasing a swarm of butterflies. "Ha ha ha ha." Lin Feng, peering from the bushes, saw the ghost spirit and said, "Found it." He then ordered Xuanhua, "Use your ghost domain to trap it." At that moment, Xuanhua flew in front of the ghost spirit, which had a butterfly in its mouth. It looked at her, confused. "Huh?" Then, as Xuanhua reached out to grab it, it vanished in a flash. The ghost spirit darted up a tree, singing as it ran, "La la la." Xuanhua and Guisan chased after it together. By now, the ghost spirit had hidden in the bushes high up. Guisan's attack couldn't reach it. Suddenly, the space around them shifted, causing the sisters Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu to ask in confusion, "What's going on? Did Xuanhua use Flash Step? Besides that ghost child, is there an enemy we can't fight?" He immediately spread his arms to stop the 2 sisters, saying, "Be careful. We might have been ambushed by a second-tier earth-shattering ghost tamer." Hearing this, Zhuo Ling asked in astonishment, "What? There's another enemy?" Zhuo Yu also looked at him with suspicion. "It's not Wei Guangyao again, is it?" He heard this and replied, "Possibly. Besides, the ghost horse is so agile, yet they were able to find me so precisely in the wilderness, so this ghost child is probably their bait, intentionally luring me here. It seems I have no choice but to risk it all. He looked at Xuanhua and ordered, Xuanhua, protect Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu. I'm going to release the ghost calamity. As he opened the Yang box, he thought, if I release the ghost calamity, I'll get 20 bond points. Maybe it'll fight for me. You let the ghost calamity leave and set her free. Bond mission 4 complete. Bond with the ghost calamity increased by 2. After releasing the ghost calamity, he said, I told you I would let you out. Bond mission 5, the final mission. Find one of the Wei family's main combatants and help the ghost calamity kill them. Mission reward. Bond with the ghost calamity increased by 30. This is the final mission. After completing it, the bond points will be over 80. I should be able to successfully bind it. He began to ponder. Kill one of the Wei family's main forces? Is this revenge for Jiang Wei? Well, this could solve my current problem. Suddenly, his communication device rang. He picked it up and saw a message from Ying Rui. Lam Feng. I just received news that Ghost Child previously appeared in the northeast. It's a captured evil spirit of the Wei family. Now it has appeared in Pingcheng for no reason. It might be a trap. Don't pursue it any further. After reading it, he was certain of his suspicions, as I thought. He began to text back, Sister Rui, I've already been ambushed by someone from the Wei family. Probably a second-tier earth-shattering ghost tamer. Since he attacked first, it should be fine if I kill him, right? On the other end, Ying Rui was drinking water, and when she received his message, she was so shocked she spat it all out. Cough, cough. A second-tier earth-shattering? And you want to kill him? She held her dizzy head, thinking, that's enough power to wipe out a city. The ghost spirit can pull him into its ghost domain for a moment, preventing any material damage. Forget a normal attack, even a nuclear warhead couldn't kill him. What? This kid? If he really ran into one, he wouldn't be alive to reply. He must be joking with me. On his end, he received her reply, killing him is fine, of course, but hurry. It's better to go back to Pingcheng. I'll get justice for you. Riding on horseback, he galloped like the wind and replied to her. All right, you said it. The powerful sound of the horse's hooves echoed, clip-clop, clip-clop. In the forest at that moment, Wei Guangyao asked Heng Dai, Uncle Heng Da, is Lam Feng dead? The man with long hair obscuring his face was Wei Hengda, a rank 2 Earth Slayer demon tamer. Hearing Wei Guangyao's question, he answered, he got away, and he vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Wei Guangyao shouted angrily, how is that possible? Even if he has a rank 1 abyss demon spirit, how could he possibly escape from your demon spirit? Wei Hengda replied calmly, don't worry, an ability like that is very rare. He won't be able to use it too many times in a short period. Just then, one of their men shouted, young Master Wei, look over there. He then pointed into the distance. At that moment, he was riding the flying demon horse towards them, its hooves thundering. Clip-clop! A cloud of dust billowed behind him. Lam Feng, is he here to surrender his life? Seeing this, a subordinate shouted, young master, now you can avenge the 2 demon spirits he killed. Seeing him approach, Wei Hengda said, he spotted us. He immediately summoned his demon spirit, the fish hag, preparing for battle. At that moment, a demon spirit began to crawl up from the ground behind him. His demon spirit was gradually revealed, an old hag demon with bulging eyeballs and a mouthful of teeth. It was the rank 2 abyss-level fish hag spirit. Riding his demon horse, he summoned the demon painting. Demon painting. I'm counting on you. The demon painting gradually grew larger, flying towards them. Seeing this, Wei Hengda's jaw dropped in shock. What kind of demon is this? After the demon painting was released, ruined buildings gradually appeared on the ground. Seeing the ruined buildings appear, he was astonished. Is this the demon painting's demon domain? Yes, it's the desolate city I've seen before. He observed the demon painting, wondering if it was really taking the initiative to fight. Could it be that she sensed the aura of the Wei family members and wants to seek revenge? Wei Guangyao and Wei Hengda stood within the fish hog's demon domain, observing. He watched the demon painting, then said, this evil spirit is likely a rank 2 abyss. Where did it come from? It couldn't possibly be related to Lam Feng, could it? Hearing this, Wei Guangyao clutched his head as if in great shock and screamed, impossible! Lam Feng already has 3 demon spirits, and he's only in his teens. Just a teenager, unless he has a death wish. How could he possibly tame another rank 2 abyss demon? Wei Hengda, not bothering with the details, said, forget it, so what if it's his? I can still destroy it. Fish hag, go. Receiving the command, the fish hag used its demon domain to suppress the demon painting's domain. On his side, Lam Feng observed Wei Hengda's demon spirit and knew that his opponent's demon was of equal strength and was now enveloping the demon painting's domain. At that moment, the fish hag's pupils moved rapidly, then split into 3, finally turning from white to a deep crimson. Ancient tombs began to rise from the ruined architecture, followed by a series of other tombs piling on top of the buildings. Wei Guangyao felt extremely satisfied, pointing at him and laughing. Haha, as expected, you're no match for Uncle Heng Da. Just then, Zhuo Ling sent him a message. Lam Feng, do you need us to step in? He replied, no need, I believe in the demon painting. He remembered what he had encountered within the demon painting and thought, this is the ultimate weapon that the abbess painstakingly created. How could it fail so easily? Suddenly, the fish hag looked up as a voice of warning rang out. A picture appeared above the demon painting. No. The buildings were emitting powerful currents of electricity that connected them. Then, the buildings below began to reform. The people present shouted in alarm. Has it recreated the entire desolate city? However, a powerful tremor occurred. The old buildings fell from above with great force, crashing into the structures below. Debris from the shattered buildings flew towards Wei Guangyao and Wei Hengda's group. While shielding himself, Wei Guangyao cursed, this Lam Feng guy is so freaky. How can his demon spirit be so powerful? Wei Hengda then said they had to end this quickly. He summoned his other demon spirits. Come on out. The first to appear was a demon head with long black hair spreading everywhere, called the Rank 1 Abyss Hair Demon. The second was a white skeleton with glowing blue eyes radiating demonic energy, called the Rank 1 Abyss Bone Giant. Then, the fish hag opened its mouth wide and let out a roar, as if summoning something. From an open coffin, a white head with fins on both sides emerged, like a fish. Its body was revealed to be a merman. It stepped onto the coffin lid and let out a scream, as if answering the fish hag's call. Wei Guangyao was stunned by the sight and said, These demons are crawling out. Are they also abyss rank? Hearing this, Wei Hengda explained, the fish hag's demon domain is special. Over the years I've had her seal many high-level evil spirits, which can be used for battle at critical moments. Hearing this, he shouted with joy, Uncle Dad is so mighty. We're sure to win this time. The cactus skeleton giant was now stomping on the structures of the painting demon. Then it let out a loud roar. Roar! Over here, the hair demon was floating, looking at the painting, using its strands of hair to bind the painting demon. Other strands were trying to force their way inside the painting. Meanwhile, he, Zhuo Ling, and Zhuo Yu were observing. Seeing the number of demons increase, Zhuo Yu was confused. Where did so many demon spirits come from? Zhuo Ling noticed the painting demon was in trouble and said, the painting demon is being suppressed. He thought to himself, a gang up? Just like the Wei family's style. But if this continues, I won't be able to just watch anymore. He then told the two sisters, Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu, you two should join in, help the painting demon clear out the obstacles. Receiving the order, they all responded, understood. With the combined mirror demon replication ability of all our demon spirits, we'll show you what a true demon sea tactic looks like. Although it was a battle, he still had his own agenda. After all, so many experience points couldn't be wasted. All the demon spirits charged in to attack each other. Over here, Xuanhua took down a demon with a trunk like an elephant's. On the other side, Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu's demon spirits were no less impressive, having already dealt with 2 or 3 of them. Dong Dong was also fighting relentlessly, and the system continuously collected experience points. Battle victorious. Demon spirit experience increased by 3,000. Wei Guangyao, noticing that Lin Feng's demon spirits had joined the battle, turned pale and pointed, saying, Uncle Dat, Lin Feng's demon spirits have made their move. Wei Hongda replied calmly, don't worry, it's only 5 of them. Suddenly, at that moment, the ghost umbrella began using its cloning technique, causing numerous umbrellas to appear and continuously attack Granny Fish's ghost spirits. Huyan Hoa was not to be outdone, summoning a mirror, and with a flash, the number of ghost spirits doubled through the mirror. Wei Guangyao and Wei Hongda were thunderstruck, their faces turning pale. How could there be so many clones? What in the world was happening? The members of the Wei family were stunned, their eyes wide. What is going on? To replicate so many ghost spirits, they must be illusions. They can't possibly be real. However, like a harsh slap to his face, their ghost spirits attacked the others with brutal reality. The system chimed twice in a row. Battle successful. Ghost spirit EXP increased by 2,000. Wei Hongda and Wei Guangyao clutched their heads and screamed, they're all real. The cactus giant was also decisively finished off by Dong Dong. Seeing this, he said, this guy's bones are too hard. Huyan Hoa, Dong, use ice and fire attribute attacks. Receiving the order, Huyan Hoa instantly moved to the cactus giant's position and launched a green flame at it. She raised her hand as if summoning power to strike it. Her fire powerfully engulfed the giant. Dong Dong coordinated with her, using his illusions to charge towards the cactus giant, then pointed his blades upward, converging the 3 of them. A powerful stream of blue water shot straight up, then crashed into the green flames created by Huyan Hoa. The blue stream turned to ice upon hitting the fire, piercing through the cactus giant's head. The system's notification sound then rang out. Battle successful. Your ghost spirit has killed a tier 1 abyss rank evil spirit. Ghost spirit EXP increased by 4,000. Seeing this, Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu cheered happily. We did it! Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look at the sky." Hearing this, everyone looked up in unison. At that moment, the hair ghost was being burned by the ghost painting, screaming in agony as its strands of hair were incinerated. Seeing this, Wei Hongda clutched his head as if going mad. What's happening to my ghost spirit? An eye opened from within the painting, staring intently at Granny Fish. Jiang Wei's eye appeared on the canvas, and a vortex formed in the painting's pupil, as if hypnotizing Granny Fish. Seeing the vortex, Granny Fish was drawn in. Seeing this, he said, the ghost painting is starting to fight back. Dong, Huyen Hoa, attack Granny Fish. He then thought of a way to seize the opportunity to gain experience points. This wasn't just to increase their chances of winning. The experience was more important. So, Huyen Hoa and Dong Dong rushed towards Granny Fish, landing a powerful slash right across her eye. Meanwhile, the ghost painting unleashed its power, sucking in the buildings below. The pain jolted Granny Fish back to her senses. Witnessing this scene of collapse, Wei Hongda thought it was over, that it was hopeless. He immediately gave an order to Granny Fish. Granny Fish, let's run! Granny Fish then created a wave to carry them away. Seeing this, Wei Guangyao shouted, Uncle Hongda, what about me? Hearing that someone was trying to escape, he ordered them to be stopped. At that moment, a pinkish-red sphere appeared where Granny Fish was, enveloping and sucking the two of them in, then teleporting them back to where Wei Guangyao was standing. Wei Guangyao was startled to see Granny Fish and Wei Hongda return, while the two of them looked at each other in confusion. Wei Guangyao, terrified and on the verge of tears, cried out, Huh, did you come back to save me, uncle? The man then realized something and shouted, We're screwed. Why are we back at our original position? Could it be that this ghost painting had already set a ghost domain movement trap? At that moment, the ghost painting appeared before them, the canvas crinkling slightly, and then Granny Fish and Wei Hongda fell into the building within, before being rolled up and tightly compressed inside. The two of them screamed in pain, and finally, the ghost painting rolled up completely, tied itself with a cord, and fell into his hand. The system also announced, Battle successful. Your ghost spirit has killed a tier 2 evil spirit. Ghost Spirit EXP increased by 9,000. The ghost painting has killed one of the Wei family's main combatants. Completing Bonding Quest 5. Ghost painting's bond points increased by 30. He then looked at the person sitting slumped on the ground, staring at him in fear, and said, Oh, there's still one left. The man knelt down and begged him, Lam Feng, don't kill me, I know I was wrong. The terrified underling pointed at Wei Guangyao and said, My lord, we never intended to oppose you. It was all Wei Guangyao's fault. Wei Guangyao forced us. Of the two underlings, one placed the blame, while the other kowtowed. Seeing this, Wei Guangyao shouted, You guys. Behind him, the ghost painting had unfurled at some point. He asked the man, Give me one reason why I should spare you. The man declared arrogantly, I am the most outstanding genius of the Wei family. Even my grandfather Wei Bubai's talent doesn't compare to mine. If you kill me, my Wei family will definitely not let you go. The Ghost Tamer Alliance won't be able to protect you for your whole life. Suddenly, Jiang Wei's eye flashed, and sparks of lightning shot out. My uncle and aunt certainly wouldn't let him finish his sentence. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, his body tilted, and he finally fell face down on the ground, causing the two underlings to break out in a cold sweat. He looked at the body and scolded, Idiot. The person the ghost painting is looking for is someone from the Wei family, and you just had to introduce yourself to her. At this moment, a system notification popped up. The ghost painting's bond points have exceeded 80, meeting the conditions for binding. Do you wish to bind the ghost painting as your fourth ghost spirit? He smiled and replied, Yes. A light began to glow from within the painting, and the system chimed, Binding successful. You have obtained your fourth ghost spirit, Jiang Wei. At this moment, everyone seemed to notice something. Hey, the person in the painting is moving. The three of them looked up and replied, It's true. It seems like she can see us. Jiang Wei reached out her hand as if wanting to take his, and he raised his hand to touch the painting. The painting rippled slightly, then a hand emerged from it, followed by a foot stepping out. He looked at the Jiang Wei before him and praised, You're more lifelike now. So beautiful. The system displayed her information. Ghost Spirit Jiang Wei, Tier, Abyss Rank Stage 2, Potential, 4 stars, EXP, 5,000 out of 75,000. Abilities, Ghost Rune Drawing, Body Division, Illusory Pupils, Others currently unknown. Ghost Arts, Killing Scroll Painting. Talents, Devour, Fusion, Ghost Domain, Multiple Ghost Domains, Bond, 82. He was a bit surprised after reviewing the information. Wow, the ghost created by the monastery's head is indeed powerful. So earlier, she used illusory pupils to stun Granny Fish, then used multiple ghost domains to block their escape route, and finally, the killing scroll painting to pull them into the painting, right? Her other abilities are also something to look forward to. He took her hand and then called out, Jiang Wei, as expected, you don't remember me anymore, but from now on, I will always be by your side. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, and he asked worriedly, What's wrong with you? She grabbed his hand, pulled him towards the painting, and then they both entered it. Inside, Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu, who were outside, saw this. Zhuo Ling said, he went inside again. Looking at the scene before him, he knew he had entered her demon domain again. Suddenly, he was startled and a bit scared. Huh? What's this? Before him was the abbess of Zhaoyan, who had turned into an evil spirit. He looked in astonishment. The abbess? The system then chimed in. Bonding points with the abbess of Zhaoyan increased by 20. Bonding points with the painting demon increased by 5. He looked at the abbess, whose demonic energy had dissipated somewhat, and understood. It seems I have subdued the painting demon abbess, so I can rest easy now. Jiang Wei also quietly looked at the abbess. The abbess gave a reassuring smile, then vanished. He watched as the abbess faded away, and asked, Next, I should be able to start the bonding mission for the abbess, right? Suddenly, Jiang Wei grabbed his arm and pointed to the sky. He looked up as well. A large hole had appeared in the sky and was continuously cracking open. He thought, could this hole in the sky be the wound from the previous fight with the fish granny? Did Jiang Wei bring me in here to help her repair this hole? That must be it. He then used his demon rope, shooting it towards the hole. The rope wrapped around a wooden cross-shaped stake and pulled it down. After a few minutes, he managed to pull the stake out. The system then announced, You have received 1 coffin nail. At that moment, many things began to fall from the hole, surprising him. Huh? Then, strange objects started falling, piling on top of him. Seeing this, she quickly backed away a few steps. He stood up from the pile of items and said helplessly, All this demonic energy, is this the loot from this time? He looked at her and then asked, Is all of this for me? She clasped her hands, smiled gently, and nodded at him. Then, from a bamboo tube at her waist, she pulled out a brush, leaped up, and flew towards the hole. He watched her fly towards it and thought, what is she doing? Trying to be Nua, mending the sky? Then he saw her drawing symbols and seemed to understand. I get it. She's using her own demonic script to repair it. He immediately summoned Dong Dong and Xuanhua. Dong Dong has the ability to restore demonic energy, and Xuanhua knows a little about demonic script. You two, go help her. After that, the 3 of them worked together to patch the hole. It seems the damage this time was not small. It will take some more time to fully recover. I should head back to the city first. And so, he left the painting. Zhuo Ling came over and asked, Lam Feng, you're out. You had us worried sick. Zhuo Yu also came up to ask, Did you manage to subdue the painting demon? He answered, holding the scroll in his hand. Yeah. Zhuo Yu then remembered something and said, Oh, right. I sensed the aura of the demon doll nearby just now. Should we capture it? Half an hour later, at a small lake, the demon doll was playing with the fish in the water. Haha. Seeing this, he commanded the demon parasol. Demon butterfly, while it's distracted by the fish, set a trap. The demon doll was attracted by a sound and turned to look. It saw the demon parasol lying on the grass with the demon butterfly fluttering around it, and it quickly ran closer, then waved its hands as if trying to catch the demon butterfly. Seeing the opportunity, he said, Now's the time. Snap! The demon doll was caught. Everyone cheered happily. We got it! He opened a golden chest and placed the demon doll inside. All right, let's head back. I wonder if this demon doll can be traded for that number 55 female Asura in Pingcheng City. At this time, Ying'er was in her office when she heard a report. Lady Ying, Lam Feng, and his group have returned to Pingcheng. Hearing this, Ying Rui told her subordinate, Bring them here immediately. The subordinate replied, Yes, ma'am. Lam Feng was then brought in and sat down to talk with her. He picked up his cup and said, I'm sorry, Sister Rui, for making you worry. Were you really ambushed by the Wei family? He rubbed his nose, avoiding her gaze. Yeah, but it's fine. I've already killed them. One was Wei Guangyao, whom we've met before. As for the other one. He paused for a few seconds, then said it was Wei Hongda, a second-stage earth fiend, which shocked Ying Rui. Her voice was thunderous. You killed Wei Guangyao and Wei Hongda? She supported herself as she shot to her feet. Wei Hongda, isn't he a pillar-level elder of the Wei family? A second-stage earth fiend, with 3 demon spirits. He casually replied, Yeah, that's him. So you really killed him with your own strength? You're not joking, are you? He continued to answer calmly. Yeah, he's dead. Unable to believe her ears, she continued to question him. Don't tell me you also managed to subdue a second-stage abyss demon spirit, he replied again. That's right. 1 minute of silence passed. She walked over, pinched both his cheeks, and scolded him. You reckless brat. Don't you know how dangerous it is to forcefully subdue a demon? Do you have a death wish? He looked away and replied, Sister Rui, don't worry. I didn't subdue it forcefully. He rubbed his cheeks and looked at her seriously, answering, I've grasped this demon spirit's fatal weakness. The chance of it going out of control is practically zero, so it won't be a disadvantage for me. Hearing that, she relaxed and returned to her normal self, and said to him, All right, fine, I was just too worried. But Lam Feng, you are truly full of surprises. To be able to do something like this at your age. If I weren't so old, I'm afraid I would have become one of your fangirls. Hearing this, he said, Don't he, you're not old at all. At that moment, he placed his hand on the golden chest and looked at her, asking, Oh, right, Doan He. I caught that ghost doll you mentioned. Can I exchange it for some merit points? Doan Ni heard this and asked, Oh, the one that's good at hide and seek? He replied, Yeah. Doan Ni reached out and opened the box. The ghost doll slowly flew out. Just as the ghost doll was about to flee, it was caught by Doan Ni's ghost spirit and dragged back. After being put back in the box, it stuck out its tongue as if to taunt her ghost spirit, which made the spirit angry. He continued to touch his nose, looking away as he said, I want to use my merit points to exchange for the female Asura number 55 in the Golden Prison. When Doan He heard this, she gave him a knowing look. The female Asura. I remember, that's the ghost spirit Yi Ran wanted before. They really must be in love. She looked at him with a smile and replied, Oh, I get it, I get it. Don't worry, just leave this to me. Hearing her answer, he replied, Then thank you, Doan Ni. However, in his mind, he thought, What does she think she understands? She took a drag from her cigarette, then asked him, So, what are your plans next? The Wei family is planning to find an opportunity to deal with you secretly. He looked at her and replied, I was originally planning to go back to Haicheng to rest for a while, which would also be a good way to lay low. Hearing this, she said, That's a good idea, but the journey from here to Haicheng is very dangerous. You'll have to pass through the domain of 10,000 ghosts, and there's a deadly trap set by a rule-based ghost there. Absolutely do not stop. As he rode the ghost horse, he thought, It's true. When I first came to Pingcheng, I followed the ghost domain of the Shijiao Temple directly there. I've never actually traveled the road between Haicheng and Pingcheng. I have to be careful. Suddenly, the ghost horse refused to follow his commands, shaking its head back and forth. He quickly grabbed the reins to pull the ghost horse back. The sisters, Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu, saw this and asked worriedly, What's wrong with the ghost horse? At that moment, he seemed to remember something. Could it be the rule-based ghost that Doan Ni mentioned? Although his ghost spirit couldn't sense it, something that could make the ghost horse this uneasy must be dangerous. The so-called rule-based ghost is one that follows a specific, logical rule. For example, unlocking a certain door or snatching a postman's bag. Once triggered, it will kill, and unless its rule is broken, even the highest-level ghost spirit has no hope of destroying it. It seems to be an unsolvable puzzle. At that moment, he called out to Tong Tong, Tong Tong, use your ghost stealth to take me up for a look. Tong Tong immediately pulled him up and then used her ghost stealth to conceal him. Through the ghost stealth, he could see a ruined city, and then a rift emitting a ghostly aura. That must be the domain of 10,000 ghosts. No wonder the ghost horse reacted that way. If Doan Ni said not to mess with it, it's better to avoid it. Suddenly, Zhuo Yu pointed to the sky and exclaimed, Lam Feng, look! Over there in the sky, there's a palace. In the sky, a palace was glowing. He looked at the radiant palace and marveled. How magnificent. Is it an illusion? Suddenly realizing something, he thought, Wait, could this be the trap of the rule-based ghost? He immediately dove down to where they were, shouting, Don't look! Zhuo Yu raised her hand and said, But it's so beautiful. He rushed over and stood in front of her, raising his hand to block her line of sight. Zhuo Ling then pointed at Zhuo Yu and said, Sis, what's happening to you? He frantically called her name, Zhuo Yu. Zhuo Yu then saw her own body gradually fading, no longer solid. She was so scared that tears streamed down her face. Huh? Why is my body disappearing? She must have fallen for the rule-based ghost's deadly trap. Looking at the illusion will get you sucked into it. Zhuo Yu cried out, What do I do? Lam Feng, save me! He immediately ordered Tong Tong. Tong Tong, protect her, quickly! He rushed over to try and catch her, but it was no use. He watched as Tong Tong's red threads couldn't touch her. Zhuo Yu screamed, Why isn't it working? Zhuo Ling said, Zhuo Yu, grab my hand! However, their hands couldn't touch each other. Zhuo Yu cried out, I can't! At that moment, Jiang Wei appeared from within a painting, looking at them. She then took out the paintbrush in her hand, pointing the scroll toward the glittering palace, creating layers of shields. The scroll also enveloped the three of them. Zhuo Yu's body became solid again, no longer fading. She was pulled back and supported by him and Zhuo Ling. Zhuo Ling happily reminded her, Sis, you're back to normal. Zhuo Yu cupped her face, replying joyfully, That's great. I'm not disappearing anymore. He looked towards Jiang Wei and said with a smile, Thank you. Jiang Wei also smiled gently as if in response to his words. Only then did he look at them and say, "Don't worry, the illusion is gone." At this point, Zhuo Yu was crying and sobbing. "I'm sorry, Lin Feng. I thought I saw someone inside, so I looked out of curiosity, and I ended up getting pulled in." He draped a cloth over her and comforted her. "It's okay, just tell me slowly. Who did you see?" She then recalled the image of the palace in the sky and replied, "I saw that the building looked like an ancient imperial palace. Then, it was as if my vision could see through the structure, and I saw the main hall inside. There was a throne inside, and someone was sitting on it. Moreover, she paused for a few seconds, then said, I think she was wearing a phoenix robe." Hearing this, Zhuoling also pondered, an imperial palace, a throne, and a phoenix robe? Is there such a ghost? Hearing this, he crossed his arms, looked at them, and answered seriously, "The domain of 10,000 ghosts is truly unusual. We shouldn't stay here long. Let's get to Haicheng quickly." The third branch of North Haicheng has successfully crossed the no man's land and is about to reach Haicheng. Hearing this, Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu were overjoyed. "That's wonderful." At that moment, a battle was raging up ahead. He saw it and let out a sigh. Another ghost tide? Just then, a ghost tamer fighting to hold back the ghost tide received a notification. "Third squad. Proceed to the key outpost for support." That ghost tamer replied, "This is bad. Another A-rank evil spirit has reached the key outpost." At that moment, a team of soldiers on motorcycles was approaching, shouting as they rode, "Chairman, hang in there!" Suddenly, a man with a buzz cut shouted, "Wait, they're gone." He looked at the radar display, where the red dots were now diminishing. He said, "Many A-rank red dots vanished in an instant, and the B-rank and C-rank ones are also decreasing rapidly." A massive explosion erupted in front of the city wall. On the city wall, a man with curly blonde hair was observing with binoculars, reporting to Chairman Zhuo, "Chairman, the ghost tide is starting to retreat." Chairman Zhuo heard this and asked, puzzled, "What's going on?" The man with curly blonde hair replied, "Is it reinforcements from the rear?" In the distance, he was riding his ghost horse, returning with his ghost spirit and Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu. The blonde man immediately reported, "A ghost horse. Is that Lin Feng? Hasn't he been out of contact for a year?" Hearing this, Chairman Zhuo looked over in astonishment. "What? Lin? Lin? Lin who?" The other ghost tamer teams saw him and also shouted, "Look, it's Lin Feng. He's the one who wiped out the ghost tide in a moment." Another soldier, being helped to his feet, also watched and said, "He's so powerful." He was riding the ghost horse, looking disappointed as he let out a long sigh. "The experience points are too low." Just then, Track Lin pointed ahead. "Look, on the city wall, I think that's Dad." On the city wall, Guildmaster Track was talking with another guildmaster. She looked at him and asked, "Guildmaster Track, do you need reinforcements over here?" Guildmaster Track heard her and replied, "Yes, but it's okay now. Someone has already repelled the ghost tide." Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "That fast? Let me take a look." With that, she picked up her binoculars. Before she could even get a good look, she realized who had arrived and shouted, "Lam Feng." Hearing his name called, he looked up, and seeing who it was, he replied, "Guildmaster Yan." The three of them dismounted the ghost horse. The sisters, Track Lin and Track Vu, rushed over to their father, while he walked slowly behind them. At that moment, Guildmaster Track's eyes were welling up with tears, and he bit his fingertip to stop them from falling. "Boo-hoo!" Track Lin and Track Vu happily ran to hug their father. Track Vu shouted, "Dad!" He hugged his two daughters and cried a river, "My girls!" "Oh!" And at that moment, he was scratching his face and asked Guildmaster Yan, "Long time no see." Seeing him, Guildmaster Yan happily waved back, "Long time no see." Then she asked him, "So, was your trip from Pingcheng City a smooth one?" He smiled and replied, "Hmm." Then, he shyly asked her, "Aren't you going to ask why I was missing for a year?" Hearing this, her cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze and replied, "I'm just happy that you're back." At that moment, Guildmaster Track glared at him with fiery eyes and scolded, "What's there to be happy about, you scumbag? You schemed to take my precious daughters away, and now you have the nerve to show your face again?" Seeing this, the two girls stood in front of him, facing their father. Track Vu spoke up, "Dad, you can't talk about Lam Feng like that." Track Lin also chimed in, "He's not that kind of person." Seeing his two daughters defending an outsider, Guildmaster Track wailed, My girls, has Lam Feng brainwashed you?" He, looking very apologetic, raised his hand as if to signal that it wasn't what he thought. He said to Guildmaster Track, "I'm very sorry. We ran into a special situation on our journey, which is why it took so long." Track Vu then said seriously, "Besides, thanks to this training, my sister and I have become S-rank ghost tamers." After hearing that, Guildmaster Track was shocked and exclaimed, "Huh, what? S-rank? You and little Lin?" Then, the two of them summoned their ghost spirits. Track Vu said confidently, "Look, Dad, These are the S-rank ghost spirits we obtained. Track Lin also added, and Lam Feng is now a second stage Earth Fiend Ghost Tamer. Witnessing the two spirits behind them, he felt the S-rank aura. Suddenly, both of them remembered something and exclaimed in shock, a second stage Earth Fiend? This made Guildmaster Track immediately put his hand on his shoulder, patting it, before grinning brightly and giving a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, I knew I wasn't wrong to entrust my daughters to you. I hope you'll take good care of them from now on. We're all family from now on. Saying this, he laughed heartily, which made the three of them look utterly helpless. That evening in Haicheng City, he was having a meal with Guildmaster Yan. She looked at him and said, Lam Feng, earlier, Guildmaster Track was trying to say he wants to be your father-in-law. He choked on his food a little when he heard that. Then he said, don't make wild guesses. She picked up her glass and continued, besides, you said Uncle Lee attacked you before to prevent you from marrying into a Haicheng City family. You're quite in demand, aren't you? He sighed and replied, let's not talk about that anymore. I brought you a gift this time. I'll get it for you to see when we get home later. Hearing this, she was surprised and happily asked, a gift? Really? At the same time, somewhere in Haicheng City, boss, Lam Feng is back. The man with the handlebar mustache heard his subordinate's report and simply said, oh, not looking too surprised. The Lam Feng, who was missing for a year? His subordinate replied, that's him, and what's more, he repelled the ghost tide and earned great merit right after returning. The man snorted, couldn't have come back sooner. Couldn't have come back later. He just had to return now? My son's marriage to Liu Ru next month is all settled. I absolutely cannot let him ruin it. The soldier then said, a year ago, Uncle Lee went to kill Lam Feng, but got killed instead. Do you think it's possible Lam Feng is now a first-stage Abyss Ghost Tamer? The man took a puff of his cigar and said, it's possible, but even so, we still have to kill him. That evening, at the Ghost Tamer Association headquarters, he gave her the item he had acquired in Pingcheng City. She opened it and was a bit surprised. This is a Jiao form evil ghost, and it's at least at the first stage Abyss level. Could this be the one I talked about before? He looked away and replied, that's right. The female Asura number 55 from the Golden Prison. She asked in astonishment, you, how did you get this? He scratched his face shyly and replied, I went to the Ghost Tamer Alliance headquarters, and I took the opportunity to exchange for it for you. Hearing this, she thought to herself, asterisk, I only mentioned it casually. I can't believe he remembered. And for such a precious gift, he must have put in a lot of effort. Asterisk. With that thought, she called out, Lam Feng, then she gently kissed his cheek. Thank you, Lam Feng. He looked at her and replied, ha, it's nothing. She looked at him and said, it's been a year. Little brother has really grown up. After they talked for a bit, she looked at him and said, it's late. I'm going to take a shower. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand, and then the lights in the room at the Ghost Tamer Association headquarters went out. The next morning, outside the association headquarters, the lookout for the man with the handlebar mustache made contact, reporting to him, boss, Lam Feng went into the Ghost Tamer Association headquarters the other day, and we haven't seen him come out for 2 days. The man replied, keep watching. The moment he leaves, inform me immediately. The person on the other end replied, yes, boss. At that moment, downstairs from the headquarters, he walked ahead, neatly dressed. The guildmaster followed behind, wrapped in a thin shawl, asking, are you sure you want to go alone? He looked at her and replied, I happen to have some business in the West City. I'll be back soon. Hearing this, she instructed him like a concerned wife. Well then, you have to be careful. Just then, the person tailing him saw him leave and said to his contact on the other end, wait, Lam Feng just came out. We can make our move now. In the western part of Haicheng City, at Food Town number 38, people walking on the street saw him gallop by on his ghost horse and exclaimed, look, is that really Lam Feng? I told you he was back in Haicheng City. So handsome! I can't believe I'm seeing him in person. As he rode, he thought to himself, asterisk. Liu Ru sent me a message earlier warning me about the Li family's plot. This is the perfect opportunity to use their own plan against them, lure them out, and net them all at once. Asterisk. He noticed someone was tailing him and thought, asterisk, you'd better stick close now. Don't disappoint me. Asterisk. At that moment, the tracker sent a message to the man with the handlebar mustache. Reporting, boss, just as you predicted, Lam Feng has left the defensive line, is heading towards our ambush. He read the message and replied, excellent, we'll head there now. Suddenly, a voice called out, Dad, stopping the man who was about to leave. Li Cheng then said, Dad, can I go with everyone? Hearing this, the man turned around and said, Li Cheng, you can't go. The City Lord's spies are everywhere, and if your identity is exposed, it will be very bad for you. The important thing now is to secure your marriage to Liu Ru, and then all of Haicheng will be ours. The young man heard this and agreed, yes, Dad, please be careful. I always have a feeling that this Lam Feng guy isn't normal. His father heard this and snorted with disdain. So what? I have a first stage abyss rank ghost spirit, and your Uncle Ping is with me. He doesn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, our hero had entered a narrow valley with his ghost horse. He looked around, thinking, it's about time they made their move, isn't it? From the sky, 3 figures in black cloaks flew over. They landed on a cliff and looked down at him, as one of them shouted, Lam Feng, you're surrounded! We let you escape last time, but this time, you'll pay with your life. The man looked down on him with contempt. Our hero saw this and thought, they're smarter this time, summoning their ghost spirits beforehand. However, he glanced at the ghost spirits in front and to his sides, a first-stage earthly fiend, an S-rank, and another first-stage earthly fiend. They only sent 2 first-stage earthly fiend ghost tamers and 1 S-rank. Who are they looking down on? After observing and assessing them, he yelled out, I deliberately slowed down just to wait for you guys to make a move. Then, he raised his pinky finger, mocking their pathetic strength. Enough! The old man angrily shouted. Don't be so arrogant, young man. Dark Scale, go! The boy also commanded his ghost spirits, Tong Tong, Huyen Hoa, Ghost Umbrella. Huyen Hoa and Tong Tong would take care of the Dark Scale, while Ghost Umbrella would deal with an S-rank ghost and a Stage 1 Earth Fiend flying in the air. The old man exclaimed in shock, Impossible! This aura. Are all 3 of them Stage 1 Abyss rank? Weren't they just S-rank last time? Finding this too boring, the boy then commanded ghost painting. Let's not waste any more time. Ghost painting, come out. From within the scroll, wisps of demonic energy poured out. The men saw this and screamed in astonishment. What is that thing? The old man sensed what it was and yelled, It's a Stage 2 Abyss rank ghost spirit. Retreat, quickly! At that moment, the demonic energy from the painting reached the old man, seizing his soul before he could even finish his shout. The other 2 ghost spirits were also captured by ghost painting's energy, and even his dark scale was tightly bound by it, unable to move. Boom! A massive explosion erupted in the valley. The system immediately announced, victory in battle. Ghost spirit experience increased by 10,500. Bond points increased by 9. You have received 1 ghost spirit pill and 3 ghost domain fragments. After the series of system notifications, the smoke and dust cleared, leaving only the boy and his ghost spirits. Just then, the system prompted him, the bond points between you and Ghost Umbrella have reached 150. Do you wish to merge the 3 umbrellas? The boy looked at Ghost Umbrella and replied, yes. Ghost Umbrella began to merge its 3rd umbrella, and demonic energy started to converge. The light was so dazzling that the boy had to shield his eyes, but he still peeked through his fingers to watch the transformation. Just then, 2 figures of different colors appeared, 1 green and 1 pinkish purple, flashing before his eyes. A moment later, the system displayed Ghost Umbrella's detailed information. Ghost Spirit, Ghost Umbrella, Rank, Stage 2 Abyss, Potential, 4 stars, Experience, 1,000 out of 45,000, Abilities, Body Division, Wind Blade, Wind Shield, Umbrella Defense, Ghost Control Art, Talents, Umbrella Clone, Ghost Domain, Intermediate, Ghost Domain, Bond, 150. So it really did level up, and it even has a human form now. New quest, name the Ghost Spirit. Reward, Ghost Spirit experience increased by 1,000. Bond points increased by 10. Hearing the system issue such a quest, the boy muttered, a name? Right. Ghost Umbrella was always in the form of an umbrella before, but now it's become 3 girls. Of course, they need names. What would be a good name? He saw the 3 sparkling girls approach him, looking expectantly at him to be named. He thought, how about Little Orange, Little Pink, and Little Green? Hearing this, all 3 of them looked utterly disappointed. Seeing their dark expressions, he thought, I'm screwed. Even I don't like it. The system promptly reminded him, please give Ghost Umbrella a good name. Is the system protesting against me now? The boy waved his hand and said, no, wait. Maybe because the 3 of you can merge, you only need 1 name? Let me think. 5 brilliant colors. How about Xiao Kai, or maybe Ling Luo? After hearing this, the 3 girls happily held hands. The system also announced the quest completion. Ghost Spirit experience increased by 1,000. Bond points increased by 10. The system once again displayed their detailed information. Ghost Spirit, Ling Luo, Rank, Stage 2 Abyss, Potential, 4 stars, Experience, 1,000 out of 45,000. Abilities, Body Division, Wind Blade, Wind Shield, Umbrella Defense, Ghost Control Art, Talents, Umbrella Clone, Ghost Domain, Intermediate, Ghost Domain, Bond 163. Seeing them happy, Lam Feng smiled and said, haha, it's great that you like it, that's great. Just then, a convoy of military vehicles appeared, and a voice called out. Liu Ru stood in a vehicle waving at him, shouting, we finally found you. He saw her and walked over to ask, Miss Liu, why did you follow me all the way out here? She heard his question and replied, I heard you left the city alone, so I rushed here to find you. to prevent the Li family from harming you. As if noticing something, she quickly covered her mouth. Oh, she saw the 3 bodies on the ground and asked, "What is that?" He didn't deny it and replied, "That's right. This is the head of the Li family, Li Zhengdao." Liu Ru looked at them and said to him, also, that Huang Ping was his right-hand man. However, his son Li Cheng isn't here. Lin Feng looked at the 3 bodies on the ground and replied, "Yeah, they ambushed me here trying to kill me, but I killed them instead." Hearing this, she asked in astonishment, "You managed to kill 2 Stage 1 Earth Fiend Ghost Tamers? That's really hard to believe." After saying that, she bit her lip and thought, it's only been a little over a year, and he's leveled up again. If only I had half of his talent. Liu Ru suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle and said loudly, "I'm sorry, my affairs have brought you so much trouble." Startled, he quickly replied, "No, it's nothing." She grabbed his hand with a sincere expression, "You must come back with me to the city lord's mansion so I can compensate you. As for the Li family, I'll have my father give you a proper explanation as well." A few hours later, they arrived at the city lord's mansion in Haicheng. A man on a ventilator, covered in tubes and wires, was listening to a subordinate's report. "City lord, we have news of the 3rd miss." Liu Yunxiao, who was on the ventilator, said, "Oh? Show me, quickly." The subordinate immediately aimed the communication device's screen at him. Seeing the information, he said, "Li Zhengdao tried to kill Lin Feng to clear the way for his son. He has gravely violated the rules I've established. Go capture Li Cheng and imprison him here." Hearing this, his subordinate asked, "But isn't Li Cheng engaged to the young miss?" The old man heard this and cursed, "Nonsense." He ripped off his ventilator and shouted, "What damn engagement? Cancel it!" The Li family pulls these tricks and still wants their son to marry into Haicheng. Do they really think that I, Liu, am on my deathbed? At the Li family manor, Li Cheng was pacing back and forth when suddenly someone entered and called out to him, "Li Cheng, you're coming with us." He turned around, a panicked look on his face, sweating profusely. He then spoke, Uncle Chang, did the city lord send you?" The man called Uncle Chang stood with his arms crossed and replied, "That's right. The city lord already knows about your scheme against Lin Feng. As for news of your father, you don't need to wait any longer, because he has already been killed by Lin Feng." Hearing this was like a bolt of lightning striking him. His whole body collapsed, and he grabbed the man called Uncle Chang, screaming, "Impossible! My father can't be dead!" The man with his arms crossed paid him no mind, snorting lightly before saying, "I have no reason to lie to you. The city lord has ordered the cancellation of your engagement to the young miss and your imprisonment in the city lord's mansion, where you will await Lin Feng's judgment. As for the rest of the Li family, they are all to be exiled from Haicheng, never to return." Hearing this, he collapsed to his knees, slamming his fists on the ground. "How could this happen?" he cried, thinking, "If I had just left Lin Feng alone, even if the engagement was cancelled, at least we could have kept our status as a major family. But now, it's all gone." In a secret chamber, the city lord said, "Li Cheng has been captured. Whether you want to kill him or spare him is your decision." Lin Feng walked to the room where Li Cheng was imprisoned and spoke to the 2 guards. Guard asked, "Is Li Cheng locked up in here?" The other guard replied, "That's right, open the door." As the door opened, they found Li Cheng had already taken his own life with his knife, leaving everyone speechless. Seeing this, Liu Nu, who was beside them, said, "He probably killed himself because he was afraid you'd torture him, so he took his own life." She then let out a sigh. "I can't believe I almost married such a coward." He looked at the body and calmly replied, "This is fine. It saves me the trouble of doing it myself." Liu Nu, standing by the door, called out to him, "Let's go. We're going to see my father. He's prepared a feast for you." Liu Yunxiao was sitting at a lavish dining table, and upon seeing Lin Feng and Liu Nu enter, he called out, "Lin Feng, we meet again. Hurry and have a seat." He looked at the old man and replied, "City Lord, you're too kind." A plate of exquisitely arranged black tiger shrimp was on the table. The old man then spoke up, "Actually, you don't need to worry about the Li family matter. I didn't eliminate them just for you. Recently, some powers in Haithon City have guessed that my lifespan is nearing its end and have been doing a lot of shady things in secret. So this move against the Li family was also a way to threaten them." Hearing this, Lin Feng replied, "So that's how it is. But the city lord looks so healthy, I doubt they'd dare to cause any trouble." Hearing this, the old man replied, "Lin Feng, we haven't seen each other in a year, and your tongue has certainly gotten sharper, hasn't it?" He then sighed and said, "Only I know the true state of my health. I really don't have much time left, which is why I hastily decided on Liu Er's marriage. Who would have thought it would turn out like this?" The old man then looked at him and made a request. "Lin Feng, would you be willing to hear my final wish?" He looked at the old man and invited, "City Lord, please speak. The Li family is no more, and assuming the other marriage candidates are also unsuitable, I am willing to hand over Haithon City to you before I die. Unconditionally," he exclaimed in shock. "Unconditionally?" The old man replied with a somber expression, Yes, because I don't want to see Hython City fall into decline. Nuer. Tell him about the situation in the south. At her father's request, Liu Nu reported, last night, the southern central city, which commands all surrounding cities, officially declared its departure from the Demon Tamer Alliance. They will no longer hand over spirit bodies to the headquarters annually, and they are keeping all other beneficial resources for themselves. He was startled. They've really become independent? I thought it was just a few people causing trouble. Liu Yunxiao also stroked his beard and said, as humanity gradually grows stronger, some cities believe they no longer need the protection of the Demon Tamer Alliance. This is normal. But once I'm gone, those old folks in the south will definitely have designs on Hython City, and rather than letting them seize it, I would rather hand it to someone I trust. The old man looked at him, thinking, to be able to deal with the 3 elders of the Li family, he must already be at the earth-slaying level. Even I can't keep up with this kind of talent. Hython City will be safer with him. He looked at the old man and spoke with a serious tone. City Lord, rest assured, when that time comes, whether as a friend or as a member of the Demon Tamer Alliance, I will step in to help. However, please forgive me, but I cannot accept the position of City Lord. Liu Nu looked at him and thought, to be given a major central city, who in the world wouldn't be tempted? Hearing this, Liu Yunxiao's hand on the table clenched tightly. Very well, I understand your intentions. Then on behalf of Hython City, I thank you in advance. Although he expressed gratitude on the surface, he had already achieved his goal on the inside. Lam Feng, the more you refuse, the more suitable you are. That night at the City Lord's mansion in Hython City, one room still had its lights on. It was Lam Feng's bedroom, and he was currently lying on the bed, with the ghost spirit Huyen Hoa beside him. He lay with his hands behind his head, thinking, why does this old geezer keep chasing after me to give me a city? Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. You have finished repairing the ghost painting. Bond points with Jiang Wei have increased by 3. As soon as the system's notification sounded, the ghost painting flew out of his space and hovered in front of them. Seeing this, he reached out and touched the ghost painting. Suddenly, the painting lit up as if it were sucking him inside. Then, he was completely pulled into the world of the ghost painting. He looked at the surrounding scenery in astonishment. Isn't this Binthan City from 50 years ago? Suddenly, a female voice called out his name loudly, Lin Feng. Hearing the call, he turned his head. In the distance, Jiang Wei was waving at him. Long time no see. Where have you been these past few days? He felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Huh, he thought in shock. Jiang Wei is talking. Isn't this the world that Jinian created? It still exists? She shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and said, last time you helped me escape from the Wei family's pursuit, I didn't get a chance to thank you before you left. Hearing her words, he shyly scratched his head and replied, oh, right. I had something urgent come up, so I had to leave first. How have you been? Although he was greeting her, he was thinking, I need to figure out the situation first. Hearing his question, she smiled gently and replied, after that incident, Binthon City has returned to peace, and the Wei family is no longer hunting me, so I'm really grateful to you. Then, she dangled a key and said, hey, this is the key to my house. I prepared it for you, so now you have a place to stay. He smiled gratefully, reaching out to take the key from her while replying, ah, thank you. She then led the way, saying, let's go, guiding him for a walk along the riverbank. He replied, okay, and followed behind her. As they strolled down the path, she spoke softly, life in Binthan City is always the same. It feels rather stifling. Her expression turned a bit wistful as she said, even though the outside world is full of ghosts, I really want to leave Binthan City and see it for myself. The words go out caught his attention, and he turned to look at her, thinking, the ghost painting is continuing to write this world. Could it be that it wants to one day bring the Jiangwei from this world outside? But the Jiangwei in this world has a complete human consciousness. If she really merges with the ghost painting, what will happen? Could it create a supreme ghost spirit with human consciousness? He felt that his own thought was terrifying. She noticed he was dazed and waved her hand in front of his face, asking, are you spacing out again? Her voice brought him back to his senses, and he replied, ah, sorry. What were you just saying? She looked a little down as she replied, I was saying, I know there's a vast world out there, but I can only learn about it through books. I can't see it with my own eyes. Being trapped in this city for my whole life, it feels like a great regret. Hearing this, he looked at her, smiled gently, and said, I promise you, as soon as I get the chance, I will take you out to see the vast world. Hearing his promise, she smiled gently, her cheeks blushing as she replied, thank you. They continued to walk, but the atmosphere was different from the friendly one before. Now it held a hint of ambiguity, and she boldly took his hand. On the outskirts of Binthan City, a large pit had been dug in a patch of land. A group of men carried 2 corpses covered in white sheets and placed them on the ground, while a man with blue hair, dressed in a suit, observed with a serious expression. Just then, someone shouted, "It really is young Master Wei and Uncle Ho and Dot, isn't it? They went to kill Lin Feng?" At that moment, one of the Wei family's henchmen looked at the others and said, "Lin Feng. It must have been Lin Feng who killed them." Another subordinate chimed in any case, we need to inform the master immediately." The blue-haired subordinate stared at the corpses before him, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. Uncle Hengda was a second-stage earthly fiend. Meanwhile, outside Pingcheng, a convoy of specialized vehicles was driving through the city gates. A group of ghost tamers was returning from a mission, and they chatted among themselves. The Wei family is a real jinx. As soon as they left, the 10,000 ghost district stopped causing trouble. Another soldier heard this and replied, "You're right, and since that Wei Tong fellow was taken care of, we can finally go out on missions again." The man with orange hair responded, "I heard it was Lin Feng who took care of the ghost child. Why haven't we heard anything about him these past few days? I guess with all the hot news coming from the Southern Independence Zone lately, no one's paying attention to Lin Feng. Could he have already left Pingcheng?" Suddenly, the orange-haired man pointed upwards and shouted, "Quick, look at the sky!" Floating in midair was a snow-capped mountain, radiating a frosty aura. Someone recognized it and screamed, "Is that a mobile ghost domain?" The lower-level spirit users couldn't withstand the domain's pressure and collapsed to their knees. Seeing this, some soldiers used their blades to prop themselves up, while others cried out, "Ah, it's unbearable! My ghost spirit is about to lose control." Lei Zheng, standing on the city wall, also looked up. A soldier next to him exclaimed, "This pressure is so strong it can manifest a visible domain in the sky? Could it be an abyss-rank ghost spirit or higher?" At that moment, warning bells began to ring throughout Pingcheng, putting the entire city on high alert. On the balcony of the Pingcheng headquarters, Ying Rui reached out to catch a snowflake. Riding a snow mountain? Is it that person from the Wei family? To storm into Pingcheng so arrogantly, it seems he's utterly enraged by the news of his most talented son's death. She immediately summoned her ghost spirit, Chi Mei, and commanded, "Take me up there." Just then, a flying ship protected by a purple shield of demonic energy appeared in the sky, heading toward the Snow Mountain ghost domain. A one-eyed soldier saw a ghost tamer approaching the domain and shouted, "Is that a ghost tamer from our city heading up there? Are they from the association? Quick, look! Several more ghost domains are flying up there now." At that moment, various other ghost domains appeared, from one shaped like a stingray to another resembling a giant plant, all converging on the Snow Mountain. The people below cried out, "Are those the elders of the 6 great families? Mobilizing so many powerful figures, what in the world is going on? A ghost domain that can move through the sky must be at least abyss rank, right? To mobilize all 6 of the great families. I've never seen a confrontation like this in my entire life." Everyone speculated with curiosity. Who could possibly be on that snow mountain to cause such a massive commotion? Just then, Ying Rui's flying ship arrived, and she stepped gracefully onto the snowy peak. At the same time, another man riding a stingray also landed, and as soon as he landed, he shouted, "Wei Wuji," barging into Pingcheng so aggressively, "Are you trying to start a war?" Another elder, equally perplexed, yelled, "It's one thing for you to act like an emperor in the northeast, but now you dare to meddle in Pingcheng's affairs. Do you really take our 6 great families for mere decorations?" A female elder walked over, placed a hand on Ying Rui's shoulder, and said, "Sister Ying, he is the aggressor here. It's good that you're here to bear witness." Suddenly, a tall figure arrived from the sky, riding a smaller, floating mountain of snow. The man, with his hair parted in the middle like 2 horns, was Wei Wuji, the patriarch of the Northeast's Wei family. He looked at them and declared, "I am only here for Lin Feng. Once I find him, I will leave immediately." The female elder heard this and asked, slightly amused, "Lin Feng? Wei Wuji? Lin Feng only destroyed 2 of Wei Guangyao's ghost spirits. Surely you're not being this petty, are you?" After her question, a bald man burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I really overestimated you." Hearing this, Wei Wuji's face twisted in fury, and he roared, "Lin Feng killed my son, so I must kill him." The elders gasped in shock. "What? Lin Feng killed Wei Guangyao?" Another elder stammered, "This is." At that moment, Ying Rui, feeling this was an injustice to Lin Feng, pointed directly at Wei Wuji and stated the facts. "Wei Wuji, it was clearly Wei Guangyao who sent Wei Hengda to ambush and kill Lin Feng to avenge his fallen ghost spirits. After both Wei Hengda and Wei Guangyao were killed by Lin Feng, you now want to take revenge personally? And you even dare to storm into Pingcheng to do it?" Seizing the opportunity, she escalated the situation. "Does this mean your Northeast Wei family is also planning to break away?" Hearing this, the old man furiously retorted, "Don't you dare slander me." The elders turned to her and asked, "Wei Hengda, the 2nd stage earthly fiend, was also killed by Lin Feng? Sister Ying, are you telling the truth?" She looked down and replied, "Yes, this was all Wei Guangyao's own doing." I can vouch for it in the name of the Alliance headquarters. At this, Wei Wuji wasted no more words and declared, yeah, I don't care if you're from the Alliance headquarters or whatever. It's only natural for a son to avenge his father. And now that I'm here, I'm not afraid of an all-out war. The old man then summoned his spirit. Seeing this, the other elders responded, if you want to fight, you'll get one. 50 years ago, the Wei family fell to the small Shi Zhao Am, so it's only fitting that you fall again today. Hearing this, the old man shouted, you're protecting Lam Feng just to humiliate me. Don't even think about it. At that moment, the 6 families summoned their ghost spirits, preparing to fight. Suddenly, a pillar with lanterns hanging on both sides appeared from the sky, and a dark figure materialized on top, speaking, the Great Wei family, so you're allowed to kill others, but others aren't allowed to kill you back? Hearing the person standing against the light, Wei Wuji looked up and replied, his expression a bit worried, Xia ha ya, I can't believe you're still not dead. The elderly man with silvery white hair, a long white beard, and a scar over one eye was called Xia ha ya. He replied, thanks to you, I haven't managed to die in the last 10 years. You're in the wrong here. Ping Cheng has its own rules. If the Wei family insists on attacking Lam Feng and Ping Cheng, this old man won't just stand by and watch. He then summoned his ghost domain, gradually sealing the area, and finally launched a powerful attack on Wei Wuji's Snow Mountain ghost domain. Struck by the attack, the old man left a warning. Unless Lam Feng never leaves Ping Cheng, I will kill him even if it means breaking all the rules. After the warning, he teleported his ghost domain away, disappearing from the sky. The elders in Ying Rui also returned to their own ghost domains. He ran. I guess he knows his place. After hearing the old man's warning, Ying Rui became a little worried for him, thinking, Lam Feng, you must be. Be careful, Wei Wuji is not someone you can handle. On a distant mountain, Wei Wuji returned and landed. His men respectfully cupped their fists and called out, family head. He instructed his men, continue searching for Lam Feng for me. Once you find him leaving Pingcheng, inform me immediately. His men acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, at the city lord's manor in Haicheng, in a gazebo, Liu Yunxiao was looking at a communication device. In the distance, Lam Feng was approaching. As he got closer, he asked him, City Lord, did you need to see me about something today? The man looked at him with a serious expression and said, a message came from the headquarters of the Ghost Tamer Alliance. While you were in Pingcheng, did you kill someone from the Northeast Wei family? Is that true? Hearing this, he calmly replied, yes, City Lord. Upon hearing this, the old man laughed with delight. Ha ha ha, good, very good. I've disliked that Wei Wuji for a long time. It's about time he was taught a lesson. He placed a hand gently on his shoulder, then looked at him with a determined gaze. In a few days, the Wei family head will find out you're in Haicheng, but as long as I'm alive, I won't let him take a single step into Haicheng. Hearing this, he replied, thank you for your kindness, City Lord, but if I stay in Haicheng, aren't you afraid he'll come here for revenge in a few years? Hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and replied, if that day truly comes, I'll find Wei Wuji before I die, and killing his ghost spirit should solve the problem, right? Why would a man on the brink of death like me be afraid of him? At that moment, he and the city lord left the manor. On the way, he asked, by the way, City Lord, how does the strength of the South compare to Haicheng? The old man replied, a bit stronger. Moreover, there's a ringleader in the South. I'm not sure if they've managed to recruit him yet. Hearing the strange title, he asked, a ringleader? The old man replied, that's right. There are 2 Tier 3 Abyss Ghost Spirits who are called ringleaders. The ringleaders don't belong to any faction but possess the power to shake the very fabric of this world. Even I am a bit weaker than them. Hearing this, he scratched his head, looked at the old man, and said, thank you for the explanation, City Lord. There's one more thing I hope you can help me with. Hearing his request, Liu Yunxiao asked, what is it? He asked directly, are there any dangerous places around Haicheng that contain Tier 1 and Tier 2 Abyss Ghost Spirits? Liu Yunxiao laughed and replied, dangerous places? That's not difficult. I can give you a map. Receiving his answer, he replied, thank you, City Lord. A few minutes later, he held a map in his hand, thinking, the Wei family head, Wei Wuji. I'll deal with my own enemies myself. First, I'll go to these places to train and focus on leveling up my ghost spirits. On the map were locations with high-level ghost spirits: Ming Mountain, S rank; Jia Camp, SS rank; Ethereal Spirit Catacombs, SSS rank; and Huanggu Mountain Villa, S rank. After that, I'll bind the Shizhao Abyss. First target, Huanggu Mountain Villa, south of the city. Let's start with an S rank as an appetizer. He rode his ghost horse out of the city toward the S rank danger zone, Huanggu Mountain Villa. His ghost spirit finished the job, and at the same time, a system notification sounded, battle successful. Your ghost spirit has defeated the spirit of an S-rank evil spirit. Experience increased by 2,900. SS rank danger zone. Jiajia camp, exploding towers came crashing down. The system notifications rang out continuously. Battle successful. Battle successful. Your ghost spirit has defeated 9 Tier 1 Abyss evil spirits. Experience increased by 38,000. At the SSS rank danger zone, the ethereal spirit catacombs, Tong was relentlessly taking down evil spirits. The system kept announcing, battle successful, experience increased by 2,300. Battle successful, experience increased by 3,700. The ghost spirit Ling Luo was also attacking 2 giant evil spirits. The system announced, battle successful, experience increased by 6,900. Battle successful, experience increased by 7,000. Battle successful, experience increased by 8,800. He was now resting inside a golden structure, thinking, it was tough winning this territory. I'll rest for a bit and grind the daily binding points. While Xuanhua was massaging his shoulders, the 3 Lingluo spirits were fanning him with all their might. Binding points from the system continuously chimed in, binding points +1. At his feet, Tong was arranging a fruit platter and pouring water into a glass on a tray held by Jiang Wei. The scene was truly beautiful and lively. Binding points +1. Holding the glass of water, he thought, I've grinded so much experience these past few days. I wonder if Tong and Xuanhua are close to leveling up yet? He looked at Tong and asked, Tong, blink for me. Hearing this, Tong squeezed her eyes shut, then opened them to reveal a pair of sparkling, shimmering eyes looking at him. He cheerfully pinched the little girl's cheeks and laughed. Haha, you're so adorable. Just then, the system announced, mission, bind the Xizhao Abyss. Final step, find a Tier 2 female Abyss ghost. After finding her, summon the Xizhao Abyss and assist the Abyss in capturing the female ghost to complete the mission. Mission reward, Xizhao Abyss binding +15. Reminder, does not include ordinary ghosts. Hearing the mission notification, he was overjoyed. Ah, it's finally here. A Tier 2 female Abyss ghost, huh? Only the west side of the map is left unexplored. Then let's head west. Meanwhile, in a tavern in Haicheng, ghost tamers were gathered, eating, drinking, and chatting. One of them exclaimed, have you guys heard? Lam Feng killed Elder Wei Heng, the Wei family's Tier 2 Earth Fiend. Heavens, doesn't that mean Lam Feng also has a Tier 2 Abyss ghost spirit? Others then chimed in. The Li family was also disciplined because of him. The city lord is planning to make Lam Feng his son-in-law. Hearing that, the first guy said, wow. I've seen the Haicheng lord's daughter, Shu Sam. She's a real masterpiece. Talk about reaching the pinnacle of life in the blink of an eye. In a corner, a sinister-looking man with a scar on his face chuckled. Hee, so that's how it is. He then reported to Wei Wuji's people, family head. I have news on Lam Feng. He has returned to Haicheng. I will continue to track his whereabouts. Meanwhile, at the SS rank danger zone, Yubi Mountain, he sent out Ghost Hua and Ghost San to battle, then shouted, Ling Luo, make your move. Ghost Hua, positioned above Ling Luo, assisted her in launching an attack as demonic energy flew out and slashed at the ghost reflection fan. A Tier 1 Abyss ghost, it has a rule for killing. Anyone who sees its image will be hunted to their death. It then surrounded Ling Luo with various pieces of paper, which then rolled up into a long tentacle. He was currently riding his ghost horse away, thinking as he galloped, I just casually picked up an old photo from a cabinet, and now I'm being chased for a full 20 kilometers. This photo ghost's cloning ability is not much different from Ling Luo's. It must have reached Tier 2 of the Abyss. Too bad it's just an ordinary ghost. He glanced at it and noticed that Ghost Hua was reflecting its image. He thought in astonishment, Ghost Hua, is it searching for the photo's weakness? Just then, he saw the ghost reflection fan surrounding both Ling Luo and Ghost Hua, and warned, be careful of the encirclement. At that moment, the image of the ghost reflection fan was being repelled by Ghost Hua. Energy flared, and Ling Luo coordinated smoothly to shatter the ghost projection fan. Ah, it seems the ghost painting has successfully found the enemy's weakness, huh? He then sent out Huyen Hoa and Dong Dong to help gather experience. Huyen Hoa continuously attacked the images from the ghost projection fan. Dong Dong did the same on her side, attacking relentlessly. After dealing with the ghost projection fan, the system notification rang out. Battle successful. Your ghost spirit has killed a second-tier Abyss-level common ghost. Experience increased by 9,999. Your ghost spirit Jiang Wei has gained a new ability. Tracking. Your ghost spirit Ling Luo's clone ability has been greatly enhanced, and you have received the item Blank Projection Fan, which can be used to seal evil spirits. Hearing the list of rewards, he thought, not a bad haul. Let's keep moving up and searching. In the SSS rank perilous land of Linjiang City, mountains appeared, and on top of them, ancient structures emerged. He looked across the river and saw a rock with a human-like face, thinking that the wife-waiting rock by the river was indeed very special. Suddenly, the water surged and blocked his path, and he realized, wait, That's a ghost spirit. Are these two ghosts fighting, or is a ghost master dealing with an evil spirit? Suddenly, a female voice called out, "Don't come over here, it's dangerous." Hearing this, he asked, "Who are you?" The female voice replied, "I'm from the Ghost Master Alliance, currently on a mission. This ghost is a second-tier abyss level. It's extremely difficult to deal with. You should stay away and not seek death." Hearing the voice coming from the statue, he had a few guesses. Her voice is so cold. Is she the Ghost Master controlling this wife-waiting rock? He introduced himself. "I am Lam Feng. This water ghost has a terrain advantage in the river. It's better if I help you." The statue seemed to recognize his name, and she said, "Lam Feng? I've heard of you. All right, you may make your move." Receiving her approval, he replied, "All right, since I can earn some experience, I won't be holding back then." He then summoned his ghost spirits. "Come on out, everyone." The river in front of him parted, creating a path for him. As the water parted, the evil spirit was revealed. It was moving at high speed along the riverbed. The water ghost suddenly stopped and looked up into the air, and Lam Feng shouted to his ghost spirits, "The water ghost has been forced out. Now is the time." Dong Dong raised her greatsword high, and Huyen Hoa summoned the ghost painting, beginning their attack. A massive explosion erupted. Boom! Finally, the water ghost was blown to smithereens. The system chimed, "Battle successful. Your ghost spirit killed a second-tier abyss-level evil spirit. Experience increased by 11,000. You received a ghost spirit orb and a ghost domain fragment." The woman's ghost spirit looked at him and said, "Thank you. I didn't expect someone so young to be so powerful." Riding on his ghost horse, he replied, "You're welcome." Then Lam Feng looked at her and asked, "By the way, do you know where I can find a second-tier abyss-level female ghost?" Hearing this, she replied, "You've asked the right person. I happen to be tracking one. Her name is Little Clown, and she is extremely cunning. Here, this fragment is for you. You can try looking for her too." From the air, a red fragment floated down. The fragment was delivered into his hand, and he took it to observe. "Little Clown, huh? Having a target is at least better than a blind search. Thank you, senior." The stone statue shattered, and the ghost spirit flew away, leaving a farewell. "I'll go on ahead. Little Clown has an anti-tracking ability. Be careful." He looked at the fragment in his hand. Is this really from that female ghost? On the fragment, 2 black eye holes were visible. That's right, this is a fragment of Little Clown's mask. Lin Feng then thought of Jiang Wei and summoned the ghost painting. It was the perfect time to test Jiang Wei's new ability. He held the mask fragment towards the ghost painting. "Jiang Wei, try to see if you can track that little clown." The mask fragment was then sucked into the painting and disappeared completely. A single word appeared on the painting. "Can!" Seeing this, he exclaimed, "You can?" The ghost painting trembled slightly, as if telling him to follow it. The painting then flew off, and he immediately spurred his ghost horse to give chase. Clip-clop, clip-clop, in a withered, dense forest. Lin Feng rode his ghost horse in, cautiously observing his surroundings as he moved. At that moment, Jiang Wei emerged halfway from the painting, pointing forward as if signaling him. Seeing this, Lin Feng looked at her and asked, "Is this the place?" Suddenly, a red mist gradually thickened, enveloping him. He looked at the mist with some concern. This red mist is so eerie. In his line of sight, a red fragment suddenly appeared, floating in the middle of the forest. He shouted, "I see it! The fragment is over there!" He pulled the reins and commanded the ghost horse, "Ghost horse, get me there now." Just as his hand was about to touch the fragment of the ghost face, it suddenly began to crack. Then it transformed into ghostly energy with a clown face, looking at him with an amused smile. He clenched his fist, as if realizing something, and said, "This is bad. The fragment is a fake." The number of clown-faced masks suddenly began to increase. He looked at them and muttered, "Is this a trap set by that little clown?" The masks let out a laugh. "Hee hee 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 hee!" At that moment, as if something happened, the ghost horse's hooves stomped down hard, clomp clomp, causing a few pieces of debris to fall. He seemed to realize something, and shouted, "Ghost horse, stop!" His eyes looked down, filled with a bit of panic. Below was an abyss created by the demonic energy of the masked ghost. When he looked down, the demonic energy below was dense. "This is too dangerous." Sensing he was in danger, Huyen Hoa appeared. He looked at her and asked, "Huyen Hoa, can you dispel this fog?" Huyen Hoa couldn't speak. She could only nod in response. Her demonic energy began to absorb the masked ghost's demonic energy. Upon receiving the command, Huyen Hoa unleashed her power, and an orb appeared, sucking in the surrounding demonic energy. At that moment, the scenery below was revealed in full detail. Large cliffs were emanating a thick demonic energy, and on them, coffins were precariously perched on wooden planks. This place was an uncharted, perilous land, Wind Cavern Cliff. He took one look and immediately thought of ancient burial customs, hanging coffins. Suddenly, a faint red shadow emerged from a crevice, accompanied by a series of sounds, the sound of funeral horns. Is the red fog coming from there? a red sedan chair appeared, flanked by the incessant sound of horns, yet there was no one playing them. He instantly guessed what it was, a ghost sedan chair. Sensing the approaching danger, Huyen Hoa created a protective barrier along with Dong Dong. Just then, the sedan chair lunged at him, revealing a hideous face as it shrieked at him. However, Huyen Hoa used her power. He escaped the palanquin's attack. After moving everyone to a field, he looked at the surroundings and thought, did Huyen Hoa use flash step again? He fell into deep thought. It seemed to be at least a third-stage abyss or a demonic law. Xiao Chou used a fake fragment to lead people into a perilous domain, then used a borrowed knife to kill them. Isn't this a counter-tracking ability? As expected, this place has never been discovered. I'll mark it for now. I'll come back and deal with it after I level up. He then marked it on the map. Luckily, with Huyen Hoa's flash step, I can escape even if I encounter a stronger evil spirit. Lam Feng looked at the ghost painting and ordered, Jiang Wei, continue tracking. Jiang Wei gave an OK sign. Just then, 3 different directions appeared from the ghost painting, and he looked on in some surprise. Huh? Why so many directions? This Xiao Chou is like a real-life perilous domain locator, isn't it? An SS rank perilous domain. At Julie's slope, his demon-slaying sword struck the ghost lanterns, helping the system gain more experience points for him. Battle victorious, plus 3,000 experience points. You have obtained a mask fragment. After slashing so many ghost lanterns, did I finally find it? Lam Feng reached out and took the fragment joyfully. This one must be real, right? At that moment, Dong Dong used her ability to restore the ghostly aura, and after a few minutes, the demon mask pieced itself back together. He then said, Success. It seems these fragments can be real or fake. I have to be careful to distinguish them. Alright, let's keep searching. A few more perilous domains and I can complete the mask. Dong Dong and Huyen Hoa are also about to level up. So, that very night, he rode a ghost horse, chasing the ghost painting for clues. In the Ling Luo forest, after battling a tree demon, the system also announced, you have obtained a mask fragment. At a temple, he defeated a fox spirit and received a fragment. As long as it was a real fragment, the system would announce it. You have obtained a mask fragment. Then, the system announced, your ghost spirit Dong Dong can level up. Leveling up requires consuming 1 ghost spirit pill. Do you choose to level up? He clenched his fist and replied, yes, level up. Level up successful. Dong Dong's rank has increased to Abyss rank 2, bond increased by 10. The host's physical constitution has increased 8-fold. The host has received a lifespan upgrade. The host has received 1 lottery draw. Ghost Spirit Dong Dong, Abyss rank 2. 5-star potential, experience 1,000 out of 400,000, tearing ability. Ghost Eye, Icy Ghost Hand. Level 2 mutated evil spirit form Ghost Dart. Devour talent 90%. 5% damage recovery per second. Enhanced defense, multi-layered ghost domain bond 625. He looked at the series of changes in Dong Dong's information and calculated, her potential is up to 5 stars now, plus, she has enhanced defense. Next up is leveling Huyen Hoa. By then, I'll have 4 Abyss rank 2 ghost spirits. At this moment in Hai Cheng, Elder Ke reported discovering Lam Feng's whereabouts. A man holding binoculars shouted, he's right in front of you, to the right. The tracker received the order and replied, understood. The tracker approached and grabbed the person's shoulder, shouting, Lam Feng, got you. Just then, the guy turned around, his finger still picking his nose, and looked at the tracker, asking, hey mister, who are you? The tracker saw it wasn't the person he was looking for, and was shocked as if struck by lightning. Huh? What's going on? At that moment, in the garden of Hai Cheng City Lord, one of Liu Ru's subordinates came to report, young miss, the task you assigned is complete. Hearing this, Liu Ru chuckled and replied, good. This time, the trackers must be having a real headache. At that moment, in a corner of a market stall, a girl was constantly hawking her wares. Everyone, come and take a look! Lam Feng's official merchandise is now on sale! Similar style jackets, 30% off, limited time only. Wear it and become the chosen one. After hearing this, someone shouted, I'll take the whole set. Everyone swarmed in to buy outfits like his. I'll take a set too. Afterward, droves of people were walking the streets wearing outfits identical to his. At the unknown perilous domain, Ling Tan, roaring waterfalls appeared. As soon as he arrived, he could feel that this was a truly cold and sinister place. Suddenly, the ghost painting moved towards a nearby lake. The painting signaled to him. He followed its direction and was a bit surprised. Huh? The ghostly aura is underwater? He looked down at the lake's surface and thought, Xiao Chou is definitely not a water ghost, so it must be another masked fragment. There's a water ghost in this pond, and it's not weak. Thinking this, he looked at the rolled-up ghost painting and asked, Jiang Wei, can you retrieve the mask fragment directly without alerting the water ghost? At that moment, Jiang Wei wrote a single word, try. Oh. He understood Jiang Wei's intention and assigned the task to Ling Luo. Got it, Ling Luo. Ling Luo then flew out of his space, multiplying into many umbrellas, and then formed a powerful whirlwind, causing the water to move in a spiral. The water swirled into a vortex, opening a tunnel straight to the fragment. Inside, Ling Luo transformed into her human form, looked down the spiraling water, and then dove towards the fragment. At this moment, Ling Luo had reached and grasped the fragment. Suddenly, the wide-open vortex of water became unstable, causing Ling Luo, who was holding the fragment, to look up in panic. The vortex began to shrink, sending the umbrellas flying. He, who was observing from above, also noticed it. He shouted, "Ling Luo!" Then the umbrellas fell all at once, one by one, getting sucked into the vortex. Seeing this, he thought, "This is not good. We've been discovered after all." At this moment, Jiang Wei, knowing Ling Luo was in danger, released tendrils of ghostly aura to pull the umbrellas up, quickly pulling Ling Luo out of the water. The water surged up in the direction the ghost painting was pulling Ling Luo, accompanied by huge waves. From within the water, a dragon emerged, its mouth wide open, a water ghost Jiao, an abyss rank 2 evil spirit. It lunged towards Ling Luo like a predator. Seeing this, Jiang Wei wrapped Ling Luo inside itself for protection, avoiding the ghostly aura of the water ghost Jiao. He then commanded Dong Dong and Huyen Hoa, Ling Luo, retreat for now. Dong Dong, Huyen Hoa, assist Jiang Wei. At this moment, Huyen Hoa stepped forward and created a ghost domain, changing the scenery from majestic mountains to a poetic cherry blossom forest. Seeing this, he praised, "Huyen Hoa's ghost domain has overlapped with the lake. What a clever method." From beneath the lake, vines shot up. The vines bound the water ghost Jiao's body tightly, immobilizing it as it stared at its prey. At this moment, Dong Dong unleashed her power, her eyes glowing brightly. Freeze! A wisp of frost escaped her lips, a giant icy fiend. The two massive ghost spirits faced off. At this point, the water ghost Jiao could only move its head, and it aimed its horn at the giant icy fiend. Dong Dong's giant icy fiend raised its hand to block the water ghost Jiao's attack. Freeze! One of the giant icy fiend's hands froze one of the evil spirit's heads, while its other hand was bitten by the evil spirit's other head. Seeing this, Jiang Wei opened its eyes from within the painting and stared at the evil spirit. The evil spirit was hypnotized and froze solid. It was finally bound completely by Huyen Hua's red threads, and Dong Dong also retreated. At this moment, Huyen Hoa gripped the red threads with both hands and pulled hard. On this side, the body of the water ghost Jiao was also severed and shattered. The battle ended, and the system announced a victory. Your spirit has killed an abyss rank 2 evil spirit, experience increased by 9,000. You have obtained a demonic domain fragment, 10 spirit pool watergrass. You have obtained 1 mask fragment. He held Ling Luo's body, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. At the same time, the system announced that your spirit, Huyen Hoa, can be upgraded. Upgrading requires consuming 1 spirit pill. Do you choose to upgrade? He immediately replied, upgrade. Upgrade successful. Huyen Hoa's rank has been upgraded to Abyss rank 2, bond increased by 10. Host's physical constitution strengthened 9 times. Host has received 1 lottery draw. Spirit Huyen Hoa, rank Abyss rank 2, 5-star potential, experience 3,000 out of 350,000. Looking at her abilities, Ghost Iron Flash Step, Ghost Fire Mist, Demonic Domain Suppression, Talent Super Sense Swiftness, and Multi-Layered Demonic Domain. Demonic Domain, Bond 568. He dismounted from the ghost horse and picked up the green grass from a patch of ground. This spirit pool water grass. It looked familiar. Suddenly, the ghost horse ran over, kicked him in the butt, and started munching on the green grass. Kicked aside, he could only watch it helplessly. Okay, so it was for you. After the ghost horse finished eating, its power increased, and the system announced, you have fed the spirit pool water grass to the ghost horse. The ghost horse's demonic energy has reached the upgrade threshold, its demonic domain attack has been upgraded, and its ignore terrain ability has been upgraded. I might as well use the 2 lottery draws now. A lucky roulette wheel appeared. Congratulations, host. Your spirits have gained the ability Demonic Domain Resonance, allowing them to control each other's demonic domains. The demonic domains can also be stacked. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability Combat Power Amplification, which can temporarily boost a spirit's combat power. Condition for use. Bond must exceed 1,000. He picked up the restored mask. It was almost completely assembled. Might as well finish it. He immediately moved to the next location, an uncharted, perilous land, the Spirit Bamboo Sea. He rode the ghost horse, soaring above the bamboo forest. The ghost horse really has gotten stronger. It can even leap over the bamboo stalks. The ghost horse was treading lightly on the bamboo canopy when he suddenly noticed, the sound of water up ahead. Ahead was a flowing waterfall, and next to it was the same statue he saw in the first perilous land. the waiting wife stone. He dismounted from the ghost horse, looked at the statue and asked, "We meet again. Are you also tracking Xiao Shi here?" From behind a rock, a voice called out, "That's right, I've been here for 2 days." Lam Feng, now a little wary, looked at the dark figure in a wheelchair and thought, so she's the master behind the waiting wife stone. The dark figure gradually came into view, a woman with long blue hair in a wheelchair, with exquisitely done makeup. It was Tang Shui, an Alliance Spirit Tamer, and an elder from the headquarters. She looked at Lin Feng and replied, "That's right, my name is Tang Shui. I'm a colleague of Ying Rui. You can call me Sister Shui." Seeing clearly who it was, Lin Feng thought, so she really is the master behind the waiting wife stone. Hearing her say that, he replied, "Okay, Sister Shui." He then looked down at her legs and hesitantly asked, "Your legs?" Seeing his concern, she smiled lightly and replied, "It's nothing. I was injured in a previous battle against a spirit. What about you? Have you made any progress these last few days?" He looked at the mask in his hand and answered, "Xiao Shi scattered quite a few mask fragments across the perilous lands to mislead us. I've assembled those fragments into this mask, but by the looks of it, it's still missing a few pieces." Hearing his words, Tang Shui asked in surprise, "You've collected that many mask fragments?" But then she thought, he's been to so many perilous lands. Compared to a genius like him, I really fall short. With that thought, she handed him the remaining fragment. "Here, take this piece, see if it fits." He fitted the fragment in and saw that it was nearly complete, but still missing one piece. Tang Shui looked at him and then asked, "Why do you think Xiao Shi hid the mask fragments all over the place?" Hearing this, he began to voice his speculation. There are two possibilities. One is to misdirect us, to make our pursuit unsuccessful. The other possibility is that the mask represents its fatal weakness. It doesn't want this mask to fall into anyone's hands, so it broke it into pieces and hid them in different perilous lands, increasing the difficulty of finding it. After listening, she looked at him with even more approval, saying she didn't expect him to have figured it out as well, and in even greater detail than her own speculation. "You're the one who collected the mask. If you're confident you can deal with Xiao Shi, I can help you too." After saying that, she pointed towards the powerful waterfall and said, "The aura of the mask is behind this curtain of water, but at the same time, I can also sense a dangerous aura from within." Hearing this, Lin Feng asked her, "Sister Shui, what do you sense is inside?" She said in a low voice, "It's probably a rule-based ghost, with strength equivalent to an Abyss rank 3. I've been out here studying its rules, but I haven't found any clues." Hearing this, he stepped forward and said, "Then I'll go in and check out the situation first." She heard this and replied, "All right, just a reminder to be careful." He walked over to the waterfall and summoned the ghost spirit, Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei moved forward, creating a path by stopping the waterfall's flow. Inside was a cave, and he slowly entered, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Behind the waterfall, there was indeed another cave. On the other side of the stream, a figure was kneeling before a shrine. He looked closer and guessed it was Xiao Chou. It was dressed as a clown, kneeling before a small shrine dedicated to someone. He watched it intently, thinking, is it praying to a statue of a god? I should test the waters first. He immediately summoned Ling Luo. At that moment, Xiao Chou seemed to sense something unusual and snapped its head around to look back. Xiao Chou was a Tier 2 Abyss evil spirit. Ling Luo then launched an attack towards it. However, it didn't dodge and instead stared intently at him, making him wonder why it wasn't trying to escape. Suddenly, the head of the god statue moved, which he sensed and immediately looked up. The god statue's head turned, changing to a demon's face, and the scenery also shifted to a floating castle in the sky. Have I been sucked into a ghost domain? It turns out this god statue is actually the manifestation of a Tier 3 Abyss ghost's rule. In that case, was Xiao Chou praying to the statue for protection earlier? Is this its rule? Ghost God Statue Clone Tier 3 Abyss, Rule of Murder. It protects those who kneel and kills those who don't. Getting out of its visible range means you're safe. At this moment, he sensed Ling Luo was gradually weakening, so he looked around. There were so many clones, Ling Luo couldn't possibly hold them off. He immediately summoned Jiang Wei and Tong Tong to assist. Jiang Wei used her brush to create numerous scrolls that wrapped around the god statue, after which he shouted, "Xiao Chou is over there!" Hearing this, Tong Tong flew to where the evil spirit Xiao Chou was hiding. Xiao Chou just laughed and waved its hand. Seeing this, he cursed, "This guy is a total freeloader. It's the god statue." Dong Dong then moved in and clawed at the side of the little clown evil spirit's body, but it wasn't scared and even stuck its tongue out to mock Dong. In a flash, it moved to another location. Seeing this, he said, "It got away." Just then, the god statue behind Dong struck her hard, sending her crashing into the other walls of the ghost domain. Seeing this, he yelled out, "Dong!" The god statue that was bound by Jiang Wei also broke free, tearing apart the scroll that Jiang Wei had created. Seeing this, he cried out. Even Jiang Wei is no match for it? Realizing he was now surrounded, he called out, Xuanhua, retreat! Just as the god statues were about to strike, Xuanhua activated her flash step, teleporting them back outside the waterfall. Over here, Tang Xue was waiting in her wheelchair. Seeing him return, she asked, "You're out? Are you okay?" He replied softly, "Yeah." He then recounted what he had encountered. That little clown is protected by the third-tier Abyss Ghost Law, making it incredibly difficult to deal with. My 3 ghost spirits combined could only hold it off for 23 seconds, but still couldn't break through its blockade. But luckily, that ghost law can't pursue us outside. Hearing Lam Feng say this, Tang Xue asked, "I have 2 second-tier Abyss Ghost Spirits. If we attack together, do we have a chance of winning?" He thought for a moment and replied, "No, but if our target is the little clown, why do we need to defeat the ghost law at all?" Hearing this, Tang Xue, thinking she misheard, let out a "huh" and asked, "Have you already thought of a way?" He looked at her seriously and said, "Sister Xue, your 2 ghost spirits combined with one of mine should be able to temporarily block the attacks of that ghost law." She heard this and replied, "Okay," then asked, "And what's next?" Hearing her question, he answered, "As long as they can hold out for over 20 seconds, my other 2 ghost spirits will be able to break through the god statue's blockade and capture the little clown. Finally, my ghost spirit that excels at burrowing will be on standby. Once we've captured the little clown, she will immediately get us out of there safely," he declared heroically. "Even if we can't fight the ferocious tiger, we must snatch the food from its mouth." Hearing this, she looked at him in astonishment. After hearing his plan, Tang Xue agreed. "Snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Huh. That's actually a good idea, but does this mean you already have 4 ghost spirits?" He answered shyly. Actually, I haven't fully controlled the 5th ghost spirit yet, but I plan to call on it for backup then." After saying this, he thought that he could use the Buddhist beads to summon the abbess for support. Although it's just a simple wooden fish suppression, it could still increase our chances of winning. Hearing this, Tang Xue replied, "Okay. So when do we make our move?" After she spoke, she thought to herself, 5 ghost spirits? Just how heaven-defying is this kid? He thought for a moment, then replied, "It's getting dark. Let's rest for a night and act tomorrow." That evening at the West Spirit Bamboo Sea, crackle, crackle, the sound of a fire crackled, and the fish had already been seasoned. Lam Feng held the cooked fish and called out to Tang Xue, "Sister Xue, try my cooking." Tang Xue took it, bit into it, and with a happy expression, she said, "It's delicious. I didn't expect you to know how to grill fish." Hearing this, he replied confidently, "When you're out on your own for a long time, you have to pick up some survival skills. By the way, Sister Xue, are you from around here?" Hearing his question, she switched the hand, holding the fish, and introduced the Western Frontier. Hearing this, he asked to confirm, "Is that in the southwest? It seems like there isn't a central city over there, right?" She heard his question and replied, "Yeah, there's indeed no central city. Some of the smaller cities are all built underground." Surprised, he exclaimed while taking a bite of fish, "There are cities built underground?" Seeing how surprised he was, she smiled and replied, "My old home was also built in a limestone cave. It can avoid most evil spirits, but the place never sees the sun all year round, so the conditions really aren't as good as here." Hearing this, he immediately disagreed, saying, "I actually find it very interesting. I heard the Southwest also has some special ghosts, right?" Hearing his question, Tang Xue replied, "Yes, the mountain ghosts there often have diverse and ever-changing forms, and there's also a type called corpse ghosts, which are quite mysterious." She explained, "If killed, a corpse ghost will turn into an immobile corpse, so we suspect it's a special type of ghost spirit that specifically seeks out corpses to fuse with for rebirth." Hearing this, he became even more interested and said, "That interesting? Then I really must go and broaden my horizons one day." Hearing this, she covered her mouth and chuckled, "You're actually using the word interesting to describe corpse ghosts? You're really bold. All right, get some rest. Let's deal with the little clown first, and I'll take you to the Western Frontier when we have a chance later." Hearing this, he replied, "Okay." The next morning, the sound of birds chirping filled the air. Holding the Buddhist beads in his hand, he called out loudly, "Qingzu." A building appeared. "We've arrived at the Mijiao Nunnery." Seeing the scene before her, Tang Xue said with confusion, "There's a ghost." Hearing this, he reassured her, "Sister Xue, don't worry, this is my backup. Shall we set off?" She replied, "Okay." Then, he rode the ghost horse, along with Tang Xue's ghost spirits, inside. The ghost painting helped open a path, preventing them from colliding with the waterfall. He pointed ahead, seeing the little clown was still there, and shouted. The little clown turned its clown face to look, and the space changed once again, the god statue's ghost domain appearing. Tang Xue immediately summoned her ghost spirits to battle Wang Fuxi, Jing Yu. First second, he summoned Xuanhua. Xuanhua conserved her strength to provide support. The following second, Ling Luo coordinated with Sister Shui to attack. At this moment, Dongdong used her power, the Ghost Eye. A bright red dot was revealed in the space. Found it. The third, second, Jiang Wei and Dongdong went to capture the little clown. 4 seconds passed. He protected Tang Shui from the god statue's attack. 5 seconds. Time continued to pass. Jingyu and Wang Fuxi were restraining the god statue. At the 6th second, both of Tang Shui's ghost spirits helped Dongdong and Jiang Wei open a path to the target. He then summoned overlapping ghost domain. Both Jiang Wei and Dongdong unleashed their ghost domains. 7th second, Dongdong and Jiang Wei struck at the statue. 8 seconds passed. The little clown looked behind it. The statue had been knocked down. Then it laughed loudly, opening its mouth to absorb the demonic energy. The countdown continued. The 9th second, an amusement park appeared. He saw the little clown activate its ghost domain and said, even with the god statue behind it, its direct combat ability isn't that strong. Abyss, restrain it. The sound of the wooden fish being struck rang out. Talk, talk, talk. 10 seconds passed. Layers of ghost domains overlapped. It was now the 11th second. Dongdong had to clear the obstacles in the ghost domain with her blade. Slash, slash, the figures in the clown's amusement park were cut down. 12th second, Jiang Wei unleashed demonic energy, striking the figures in the ghost domain. Xiao Chou's domain. The sound of the wooden fish echoed continuously in the ghost domain at the 13th second. 14 seconds had now passed, and Xiao Chou looked around in a panic. At the 15th second, Xiao Chou was brought into the ghost domain of the silent reflection nunnery. He immediately shouted, Xiao Chou has been hit. Sister Shui, let's regroup quickly. At the 17th second, he had arrived at the silent reflection nunnery to meet up with everyone. He looked on in shock. It was the ghost god statue, the true form of a Tier 3 abyss ghost law. In this 18th second, he saw it. Seeing this, Tang Xue shouted, this is bad. The ghost god statue is about to unleash its ultimate move. The ghost god statue's hand rose, and a ghostly eye was revealed at the 19th second. As its hand came crashing down, he yelled, we have to retreat within 3 seconds. At that moment, the eye on the ghost god's palm shot out beams of ghostly energy, striking the tower. At the 20th second, Tong Tong had approached the statue. At the 21st second, Tong Tong extended her claws and snatched the fragment. In the final 22nd, Xuanhua used her flash step technique to teleport everyone away. We managed to escape in the final 22nd, to flee with so many ghost spirits. You've worked hard, rest well now. Xuanhua, the ghost soul, then returned to her comb form. He looked at Tang Shui and said, Sister Shui, you've worked hard too. She looked at him with a hint of sadness. It's a shame we let Xiao Chou get away. Hearing this, he glanced over at Tong Tong and said, actually, we've already won, because we've obtained the final mask fragment. The system then announced that you have received a mask fragment. Lam Feng passed the mask to Tong Tong, saying, it's all up to you, Tong Tong. After the mask was restored, the system chimed in, congratulations, you have obtained Xiao Chou's mask. Explanation, Xiao Chou will follow the mask. By personally placing the mask on Xiao Chou's face, you can gain control over it. Note, the controller cannot be more than 2 ranks lower than Xiao Chou. This truly is Xiao Chou's fatal weakness. It can even instantly turn an S-rank Ghostmaster into a Tier 2 Earth Fiend. Just then, in the bamboo forest, Xiao Chou appeared. He aimed the mask towards it and said to Tang Shui, look, isn't it obediently running over? He then headed into the silent reflection nunnery and called out to it, over here, come to me. Xiao Chou ran over and raised its hand as if to grab the mask. He had entered the silent reflection nunnery's ghost domain and waved the mask at it. At that moment, Xiao Chou tilted its head back and forth. Seeing this, he said, excellent. Xiao Chou is being controlled by the sound of the wooden fish. He stepped inside the silent reflection nunnery and called out, Nunnery Master, I've brought the ghost to you. The system's notification then sounded, you have helped the silent reflection nunnery master collect a Tier 2 abyss female ghost. Bond Mission 3, complete. The silent reflection nunnery master's bond has increased by 15. Your bond with the silent reflection nunnery master has reached 50. You meet the bonding requirements. Confirm bond? Hearing the system's prompt, he crossed his arms and replied, confirm. Bond successful. You have obtained your 5th ghost spirit, the silent reflection nunnery master. The host has received 1 lottery chance. The host has received a lifespan increase. The system then displayed the detailed information of the 5th ghost spirit. Ghost spirit, silent reflection, nunnery master. Rank, unknown. Strength, 5 stars. Experience, unknown. Ability, wooden fish suppression, can suppress ghosts by striking the wooden fish. If you have a deep understanding of any ghost, you can ignore rank-based suppression. Wooden fish purification, can gradually convert evil spirits into good spirits. The time required depends on the evil spirit's rank and the level of understanding of it. Analysis: continuously analyze a ghost's abilities during battle. Each time an evil spirit is converted into a good spirit, you can completely analyze all of that evil spirit's abilities. He looked over the Silent Reflection Nunnery's information and wondered, why is the Silent Reflection Nunnery Master's status panel completely different from the other ghost spirits? The law: continuously absorb female evil spirits and convert them into good spirits. After conversion, her strength increases accordingly. Ghost Domain. Silent Reflection Nunnery. Within the Silent Reflection Nunnery's ghost domain, the influence of the sound of the wooden fish is increased by 300%. Bond, 50. The Silent Reflection Nunnery Master has turned herself into a ghost law. He looked at the Nunnery Master before him, coming to a realization. I get it. She was afraid of losing control and hurting others, like in a ghost calamity, so she turned herself into a ghost law. She set a restriction on herself. Wooden fish suppression. It's even more overpowered than I imagined. And what's more, if you completely understand a ghost, you can remove the rank-based suppression of any ghost. He observed the area around the Silent Reflection Nunnery and thought, these ghosts have always been sitting with the Nunnery Master. They are undergoing wooden fish purification. What's this? Let me see. He then looked at a female ghost with blue hair, her eyes closed and holding a string of beads. That was the Rakshasa woman, an A-rank evil spirit, 70% evil, 30% good. Next was a pink-haired female ghost with tree branches growing like two horns, the Peach Demon, an S-rank evil spirit, 1% evil, 99% good. Is this one almost successful? So, a method to convert evil spirits into good spirits really exists in this world? Does that mean if I give a Tier 2 Abyss evil spirit to the Nunnery Master to purify into a good spirit, and then give it to someone I trust, for example, President Yan could then immediately become a Tier 2 Earth Fiend Ghost Master? He continued to look at the empty system information panel, which had no rank or experience. So the way to cultivate the Nunnery Master is to follow her law, by helping her continuously purify female evil spirits? This might just be the world's first high-end good spirit manufacturing machine, huh? Let's check on Xiao Cho first. He then brought the mask to the Silent Reflection Nunnery. Nunnery Master, I'm leaving this ghost for you to analyze, see if you can help purify it. The Silent Reflection Nunnery Master took it, then moved towards the wooden fish. Has the analysis begun? The system then chimed in. You have provided purification ghost energy to the Silent Reflection Nunnery Master. Bond increased by 5. Hearing this, he had a realization. Ah, there's also the bond. That's right. The Nunnery Master is now my official ghost spirit. I can try to increase the bond daily from now on. After the analysis was complete, he walked out of the Silent Reflection Nunnery. Outside, Tang Shui saw him come out and asked, Are you done? He replied, Yeah, Xiao Cho won't be causing trouble outside anymore. Sister Shui, catching Xiao Cho this time was largely thanks to your help. I really don't know how to thank you. Tang Shui smiled and replied, No need to be so formal. Just consider it a favor you owe me. I might have to come find you if I'm in trouble later. Hearing that, he agreed, Deal, it's a promise. With that, she turned with her ghost spirit to bid him farewell. Goodbye. I have other missions, so I'll be going now. You be careful on your own. He waved goodbye to her. Goodbye. That evening in the bamboo forest, Tong Tong was playing with fireflies. Suddenly, a small beast jumped out and snatched the firefly from her. She looked at it angrily, while it stared at the firefly in its hand with sparkling eyes. She angrily stuck out her tongue to scare it, causing it to jump in surprise and drop the firefly. Even though I have 5 ghost spirits now, I'm still not completely confident about dealing with the Wei family, so I shouldn't return to High City for now, but continue heading west to train. He pointed at the map. If we continue west, we should reach the prefectural city. We can visit the Ghost Tamer Association there. In Haicheng City, Lu Yunxiao was on a ventilator, his body covered in wires from medical monitors. A nurse looked at the old man and asked, City Lord, you really need to drink less, or your heart won't. Before she could finish her sentence, his eyes flew open. This feeling. Everyone present saw this and called out in alarm, City Lord, what's wrong? He ripped off the ventilator and shouted, Tell Xiao Ru to bring the scroll to the Golden Secret Chamber for refuge. The person beside him heard this and replied with some confusion. At this, he screamed, Initiate contingency plan number 8. An enemy has come to Haicheng City. Snow suddenly began to fall over Haicheng City, and a snow-capped mountain appeared in the sky, along with 2 immensely powerful experts. Above Haicheng City, 2 ghost domains manifested. He roared in anger. Wei, is this supposed to be a blatant threat? The people watching from below in Haicheng City saw this and shouted, Look, someone's answering the challenge. It's the City Lord. Lu Yunxiao stood within his own ghost domain, looked at Wei Wuji, and said, Wei Wuji, did you really think this old man was dead? Wei Wuji heard this and replied, "How could that be? Everyone knows the city lord of Hai Cheng only gets tougher with age. Back when you were shaking the world, I was still just a child." Then he said, "But so many years have passed. Why is there not a single capable person by your side, forcing you to take the field yourself?" Lu Yunxiao retorted, "I'm not like you. I'm not used to bringing bodyguards. Who do you think you're talking to?" At this, Wei Wuji just said, "Humph. I'm done talking to you. Hand over Lin Feng now. I've already had my men thoroughly investigate Lin Feng's presence in Haicheng City, so don't play dumb and tell me he's already left town." Hearing this, he cursed inwardly, "Humph, you fool." Then he replied, "That's right. Lin Feng is right here in my mansion." Then he roared, "If you want to kill Lin Feng, you'll have to get through me first." Wei Wuji then reminded him, "You'd better think carefully. Once we start fighting, Haicheng City will surely suffer immense casualties." Wei Wuji's subordinate heard this and looked at Lu Yunxiao with a disdainful smirk. The civilians below saw this and quickly grabbed their children to flee. This is terrifying. Are they about to start fighting? Quick, take the children to the shelters." At that moment, one of Lu Yunxiao's men approached and called out, "City Lord, the item has been brought." He took the golden chest, then held it up before Wei Wuji and shouted, "Wei Wuji, aren't you going to reconsider the consequences before you make a move?" Wei Wuji looked at the object in his hands, his pupils contracting. "Wait, is that—" At this moment, Lu Yunxiao unlatched one side of the golden chest, causing the two ghost spirits behind Wei Wuji's man to tremble in fear. Lu Yunxiao's hand slowly began to lift the lid. Seeing this, Wei Wuji quickly shouted, "Stop! Everyone stand down!" He clenched his fists in anger, gritting his teeth as he said to the city lord of Haicheng, "For a single Lin Feng, is it really worth doing this?" Holding the box, he replied, "When you can see beyond just the Wei family and see all of humanity, then you will understand whether it is worth it or not." Hearing this, Wei Wuji replied, "Fine. Out of respect for you today, I will not enter Hai Cheng City, but I don't believe you can protect him for his entire life." He left with a warning, "You'd better pray you live to be 100. As soon as Wei Wuji left, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew. The hand holding the golden chest was also trembling uncontrollably. Outside the prefectural city at this moment, he was riding on the back of a Kui Ma. A message arrived. "President Yan, Wei Wuji has been forced to retreat by the city lord for now, but it's only temporary. You must not reveal your whereabouts." So Wei Wuji really did show up, and he even brought reinforcements. "It seems I'll have to be careful when I go to the prefectural city." Inside the city, he was wearing a cloak that concealed his entire body when suddenly he sensed something and looked up. Humph. What's that coming from the sky? It's that Mirage City again. Everyone else also started looking up at the sky and pointing. Huh. Everyone look at the sky. It looks like a city, doesn't it? It's a moon cloud shadow. Suddenly, the people who saw the image vanished. He saw the people around him disappearing and felt that something was wrong. People who see it disappear, just like last time. At that moment, in another location, a bus crashed and burst into flames, and everyone inside scrambled to get out. Ah! The driver suddenly vanished. "It's an evil spirit. Run! This thing is trying to wipe out the city. I have to do something." He ran towards the city in the sky and summoned Jiang Wei. "Jiang Wei, stop it." The ghost painting then enlarged, creating a shield for the city. The citizens also began to realize they were fading away and screamed for help. "Everyone's being sucked away by the ghost in the sky. The whole class is gone," a girl screamed. "No!" Hearing everyone's screams, he shouted, "Is it still not enough? Is the Mirage City stronger this time?" Ling Luo, Ghost Domain Overlap. Ling Luo and Jiang Wei combined their powers to create a massive shield, blocking the attack from the palace in the sky. At this moment, everything returned to normal. He looked around and let out a sigh. Phew, it seems the disappearances have stopped for now. Has the Mirage City retreated again? Anyway, I need to get out of the city quickly to avoid being recognized. Outside the city gates, a loud scream rang out. How did it come to this just from one patrol? A guard reporting, Chairman. After that Sea Market Mirage appeared, I immediately sensed something was wrong and warned everyone not to look, but it was already too late. This time, at least 40,000 people in the city have vanished, including a large number of ghost tamers. The man, the chairman, heard this and replied, "Such heavy losses again?" At that moment, the soldier added to his report, "If a powerful figure hadn't intervened, the losses would have been even more severe." This was He Fong, the chairman of the city's Ghost Tamer Association. He stroked his beard and asked, "I saw that great person's ghost domain from a distance, but I've never heard of it before. I wonder who it could be." He then ordered, "Quickly send men to search the city. I want to thank them personally." At that moment, our protagonist picked up his communication device. Tang Shui was calling him. "Huh, it's Sister Shui." Tang Shui asked Lin Feng, "Did you run into the Sea Market Mirage in the city?" He replied, "Yeah, how did you know?" Standing in a cave, she answered him, I had a feeling you were the one who stepped in. The ghost behind that sea market mirage is an evil spirit, one that headquarters has been hunting for a long time. It has appeared in many places within a single day. The Northwest also lost tens of thousands of people because of it before. Hearing this, he thought for a moment and replied, Is that so? I've run into it before, too. Near the city, it looked like a female ghost in a phoenix robe. She was stunned to hear this. A phoenix robe? Then it must be her. The revival of the 10,000 ghosts is her doing. We just haven't figured out how such a massive ghost domain can moves in an instant. He heard this and disagreed. Probably not. A mirage is fundamentally a phenomenon of light refraction. Then she shared her thought. What if its true form is somewhere very far away, and we're just seeing its reflection? Hearing that, she replied, That makes sense, but if a mere reflection is already this powerful, then her actual strength is probably beyond what we can handle. Suddenly, Tang Xiu remembered something. Oh, right. I've encountered a corpse ghost with special abilities that's not easy to deal with. The main city isn't far from the western frontier, so if you're free, could you come and lend me a hand? Hearing this, he happily replied, No problem. A few hours later, Lam Feng arrived at the desolate land known as the western frontier. This place truly has treacherous terrain, with not a soul in sight. Tang Shui came to greet him, and he waved, calling out, Sister Shui. He then noticed Tang Shui standing on her own 2 feet, no longer in a wheelchair, and asked, Are your legs healed? She replied, Yeah, they're almost fully recovered. Thanks for coming. Hearing her thanks, he politely replied, It's nothing. I was planning to come to the western frontier to check out that corpse ghost anyway. At that moment, Tang Shui turned around, faced west towards the opening created by the waiting wife stone, and said, Don't be hasty. Follow me. I'll introduce you to the normal corpse ghosts first. He heard this and agreed. The two of them entered the cave. Once they were inside, he observed his surroundings. It seems this is the ghost realm of the waiting husband stone. Tang Shui pointed forward and said, Look, this is the place. Behind the iron bars were ghouls with bald heads and completely white eyes. Tang Shui explained, These are the corpse ghosts I'm raising here to study their characteristics. Then, she walked over and pulled the lever on one of the corpse ghost's barriers. The freed corpse ghost immediately charged out. Grah! She immediately summoned her ghost spirit, the Thorn Maiden. The corpse ghost charged towards them with a ravenous look. An S-rank vicious corpse ghost. He was surprised, wondering how this corpse ghost dared to charge at an enemy 2 ranks higher than itself. The corpse ghost was tightly bound by the Thorn Maiden's vines, suspended in midair before its joints were snapped. Hearing his question, she replied, That's right. Even knowing it's certain death, corpse ghosts will attack regardless of the power difference. After they're killed, they become normal corpses. Only then do they start to decompose. Otherwise, they can exist for 1,000 years. Hearing this, Lam Feng approached it, knelt on one knee to observe, and found that its skin was indeed cold yet soft, as if it had just died. When Tang Shui saw him about to touch it, she quickly stopped him. Be careful, many corpse ghosts are poisonous. He turned to look at her. Thanks, Sister Shui. I think I understand now. At that moment, Tang Shui took out a piece of cloth and said, As for the corpse ghost I'm hunting, its strength is quite formidable. I encountered it before but couldn't gain the upper hand. I only managed to get this scrap of cloth from it. Hearing this, he asked, Can I let my ghost spirit try to sense it? Jiang Wei took the piece of cloth, and then Lam Feng asked, Jiang Wei, how is it? Jiang Wei then made a symbol pointing to the ground. Seeing this, he responded, Could it be underground? Hearing this, Tang Shui replied, It's very likely. Then she asked, Oh, right. Can your ghost spirit move underground? Hearing her question, he replied, Let's give it a try. 100 meters underground, Lam Feng and Tang Shui had moved to a lake. This is the outskirts of Rong City. No wonder we can see traces of human activity. Tang Shui, holding a torch, said, The biggest threat to Rong City is also the corpse ghosts, but this is the first time a second stage abyss corpse ghost has appeared. Let's hurry after it. He replied, Got it. Meanwhile, at the Rong City defense line, the ghost tamers fighting were sent flying. Ah, it's trying to get into the city. Stop it. The corpse ghost moved along the ceiling, and the other ghost tamers, seeing this, shouted desperately, We can't stop it, it's too strong, help! At that moment, a survivor was hiding in a corner of the cave, watching the corpse ghost run off into the distance. Then, the ghost tamer grabbed his communication device to report. Reporting to the chief, the corpse ghost is approaching cave number 1. It's at least above S rank, requesting backup. The one called the chief received the report and, while rushing to provide aid, reminded them, Cave number 1 is home to tens of thousands of people. We must hold it even if it costs us our lives. Just then, the corpse ghost unleashed its demonic aura, attacking their group. One of them shouted, It's here! The demonic aura is so strong my legs won't move. The chief looked towards it and exclaimed in fear, This corpse ghost, is it a second stage abyss? It hung its head upside down, looked at the group of them, and let out a roar. Seeing this, the chief's group stood frozen, staring at it. Suddenly, Lam Feng's ghost painting wrapped around it, causing it to fall. He then shouted, Hey, your enemy is over here! Hearing the sound, it turned its head to look, and then there was an explosion. Boom! Seeing this, Tang Sui exclaimed in surprise, It chose to flee? How is that possible? He saw this and said, It seems this one is very smart. He then summoned his ghost spirit, Ling Luo, take us down. Ling Luo then spun around, sucking both of them and the Thorn Maiden ghost spirit into her umbrella, then plunged straight into the black hole created by the corpse ghost. Ling Luo accelerated, staying close behind it. A spatial rift appeared, and he shouted, It went into the hole! Follow it! Obeying the command, Ling Luo entered the black hole vortex. After emerging, everyone looked around in astonishment. Where's the corpse ghost? What is this place? Aren't corpse ghosts supposed to not have ghost realms? Suddenly, he turned around as if remembering something. These buildings look a bit familiar. The Mirage City? Both Lam Feng and Tang Shui broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed in shock, Have we entered the ghost realm of the female ghost in the Phoenix Robe? Tang Sui held her ghost spirit and observed it, then said, My ghost spirit is being suppressed. The situation is even worse than in the ghost god statue's ghost realm. Lam Feng, what do we do? He looked at the palace in front of them and said, But it seems this phoenix-robed female ghost has no intention of attacking us proactively, right? Why don't we observe for a while first? He rode the ghost horse, carrying Tang Shui, into the palace. He looked around with some suspicion. How strange. There are no people here, but no ghosts either. The two of them went straight to the Imperial Palace gate, where she said, We've reached the Imperial Palace, let's jump in and see. And so, the ghost horse leaped up and over the city wall. Now, both of them were inside the Imperial Palace. He looked at the surrounding scenery and praised, This Imperial Palace is huge. The two rode the ghost horse through a long corridor and passed through a gate. At this point, he looked ahead and said, Up ahead should be the main central hall, right? Suddenly, he spotted the figure of the corpse ghost from before. She shouted, Look, it's that corpse ghost! Hearing them, the creature's eyes turned red as it looked back. He said, Sister Shui, let's deal with it first. She jumped down and simultaneously summoned the Thorn Maiden, Xiao Yu. He also summoned Thon Truk, mistress of the silent nunnery. Thon Truk, I'm leaving this one to you. Seeing someone arrive, the corpse ghoul immediately lunged to attack. It tore through the long tassels of the Sutra Maiden, then escaped only to run into the ghost spirit Tunok. Seeing an obstacle, it slashed at Tunagok, causing a part of the ghost spirit's shoulder to crack. Duang Tuyet watched in astonishment and exclaimed, It's so fast! Dantruk also began to tap the wooden fish, tap-tap, creating a zone of purple ghostly aura that enveloped them. The tapping speed increased, tap-tap, causing the rampaging corpse ghoul to freeze. Its movements slowed, and the Sutra Maiden seized the opportunity to wrap the corpse ghoul with her vines, then tightly choked its neck and pulled it back, slamming its body into the sharp rock spikes Tionyak had created. Boom! Seeing this, she shouted, It's not over yet! However, the corpse ghoul felt no pain, and gradually pulled its body out of the sharp spikes, then furiously charged towards the Sutra Maiden, as if wanting to devour her ghost spirit alive. Duang Tuyet exclaimed in shock, It can still move? Seeing this, he remarked, It seems normal damage is ineffective against it, huh? It reached its long claws toward the Sutra Maiden, as if wanting to tear her ghost spirit apart. However, before it could touch her, Than Truk, seemingly angered, placed her hand firmly on the ghoul's head and pressed down. As if to release it, a series of lights shot out from its eyes and mouth. The system also chimed in with a notification. Battle victorious. Your ghost spirit has killed a second-tier abyssal evil spirit. Experience increased by 9,000. She then threw the corpse ghoul far away, shattering it. The mistress of the silent nunnery's bondage increased by 5. The rules of the mistress of the silent nunnery have been enhanced. Ability 1, Wooden Fish Suppression. If the analysis of a ghost reaches 80%, it can ignore level suppression. So the prerequisite for suppression is to analyze and understand 80%. Seeing this, Duang Tuyet felt a bit of admiration. So strong. This is his 5th ghost spirit. He smiled and replied, Yeah. He looked towards the palace and said, We've caused such a huge commotion. Why is there still no reaction? Suddenly, Duang Tuyet shouted, Lam Feng, look at the sky. He looked up and saw an identical flying palace appear. She quickly warned him, Be careful. Sensing the threat, Dong Dong appeared and created a shield to protect him. An overlapping ghostly domain? He wondered, looking inside. The door inside was slowly creaking open, revealing a main hall. Inside, a figure sat on a throne. When they both saw clearly what was inside, they cried out in shock, The Phoenix Robed Female Ghost? The woman in the phoenix robe stood up and left the throne. At the same time, both he and she were crushed by a massive force. Duong Tuyet said loudly to him, "The spiritual pressure is so strong." He stared at the female ghost and said, "This must be the real body. The one from before was probably just a projection." As the phoenix-robed female ghost lifted her first step, Dong Dong's protective ghostly domain was distorted by her power. Seeing this, he thought in astonishment, Dong Dong's ghostly domain was compressed in just a blink of an eye. He immediately summoned Giangvi and Lang La to hold on together. Just as Huyen Hoa was about to charge out, he raised a hand to stop her, saying, "Huyen Hoa, don't attack. Based on the experience with the ghost god statue, our side can't hold out for more than a few seconds. Huyen Hoa must be ready to escape through the earth, but we can try testing the ability of the mistress of the silent nunnery." He then looked at Than Truk and said, "Than Truk, analyze this ghost." The system immediately chimed with a notification, beginning analysis. Phoenix Robed Female Ghost. Analysis progress 0%. Phoenix Robed Female Ghost. Third tier Abyssal Evil Spirit. Analysis progress 1%. Than Truk continuously tapped the wooden fish for suppression, tap tap tap, and the system simultaneously displayed the analysis progress at 3%. A massive amount of imperial ghostly aura emanated from the phoenix-robed female ghost. Analysis progress 5%. He felt the pressure continuously rising, but the analysis speed wasn't increasing, so he said, "This won't work. There's simply not enough time." He then ordered Huyen Hoa, prepare to retreat. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to tremble violently. Has the attack stopped? At that moment, the phoenix-robed female ghost looked up at the sky as a large amount of desert sand enveloped the palace. He said, "Has her attention been drawn by something?" Duong Tuyet pointed in a direction and said, "Look, it's a ghostly domain, and whoever is coming is hostile." He looked over, then said, "Let's not leave yet. Let's observe first." Streams of sand, like a flood, enveloped the palace. He began to speculate. To be able to invade the phoenix-robed female ghost's domain, its strength must also be immense. A ghost that looked like a general emerged from the sand. It was the Necro General, a third-tier abyssal evil spirit. Seeing it, he said, "There it is, that black skeleton-like ghost." Then, other ghosts followed, rising from the ground. Duong Tuyet looked on and said, "And it even brought a whole skeleton army. Are even the minions abyssal tier?" At that moment, a transparent staircase appeared, extending to the outside of the palace. The phoenix-robed female ghost descended the transparent steps one by one. He watched her every move and said, "The phoenix-robed female ghost is heading over there. It seems she's too busy to pay attention to us anymore." At that moment, the phoenix-robed female ghost used her fiery phoenix ghostly aura to attack the enemy. The fire phoenix flew towards the fine sand that was enveloping the palace, then it dove its head to attack the Necro General. Seeing this, he said, "When the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits. Now is a good opportunity." Jiang Vi led everyone to take out the minions. At that moment, Jiang Vi, Dong Dong, and Huyen Hoa flew towards the Necro General's minions. All of them were ready to charge into battle. He immediately ordered Than Truk, while they're fighting, analyze the black skeleton. At this time, a ghostly aura radiated from the group of minions and the Necro General. The system chimed, analysis progress 5%. Huyen Hoa used her red threads to bind the Necro General's minions, then pulled them in a line, severing their bones. Battle victorious. Experience increased by 8,000. On the other side, Lang La was no less impressive. Battle victorious. Experience increased by 12,000. The Necro General was currently being analyzed by Than Truk, reaching 15%. The phoenix-robed female ghost waved her hand, and the fire phoenix spewed a massive amount of fire, incinerating their remains. Right at that moment, Dong Dong seized the opportunity to attack and finish off the remaining minions. Battle victorious. Experience increased by 10,000. On another side, behind the minions, a sand dune rose up, pulling them along. Then, from within the sand dune, Giangvi appeared and attacked them, wrapping them up and sucking them into her ghost painting. Battle victorious. Experience increased by 19,000. While the Necro General and the Fire Phoenix fought, the analysis progress had increased to 33%. Although the analysis level wasn't high, the effect of the wooden fish inside the silent nunnery could be tripled, which should be enough to give it a try. Lam Feng then gave the order. For Than Truk suppressed the black skeleton. At this moment, the Necro General sensed danger and looked behind him. Seeing this, he thought, "It seems my ghost domain still can't get close to it, huh?" The sound of the wooden fish echoed, thump, 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 causing it to become dazed. Seeing this, he thought, but the sound of the wooden fish still has some effect. The Fire Phoenix, seeing the Necro General weakening, seized the opportunity to charge forward and attack. At that moment, those frenzied slashes began to dissipate, then completely disintegrated, falling and returning to their original form. Lam Feng, seeing that everything was resolved, gave an order to Huyen Hoa. Huyen Hoa led everyone back, and he then added, "The enemy has retreated. The Phoenix-robed female ghost might come back to deal with us." At that moment, the Phoenix-robed female ghost stood on the transparent steps she had created, looking towards him, her gaze sharp. However, the system immediately announced, "You have interfered in the battle between the Phoenix-robed female ghost and the enemy, receiving 3 bond points with the Phoenix-robed female ghost." Hearing this, he was overjoyed and thought, "I got bond points again? Could it be that she can also be bound as one of my ghost spirits?" Suddenly, the Phoenix-robed female ghost waved her hand lightly, and the surrounding space shattered, returning to a dark expanse. Duong Tuyet was confused by this. Huh? The ghost domain disappeared? He then heard something. "Why is it so noisy around here?" She clutched his arm, a little scared, and said to Lam Feng, "It's too dark here, and there are people all around." He looked at her reassuringly. "Don't be afraid, just stick with me." He observed his surroundings, thinking that, although he had adapted to the light here, this scene was truly chilling. "Dong Dong, can you light this place up?" Just then, golden lights appeared, and the cheerful mannequins from Dong Dong's ghost domain emerged, illuminating the entire area. Now that Duong Tuyet could see clearly, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, there are so many people!" He touched his nose and replied, "They must be the people who were sucked in by the mirage. Are they all still alive? I can't believe they've been trapped here all this time." "Yeah, the earliest group of people disappeared almost 10 days ago." Suddenly, those people saw the light and became a bit puzzled. "Huh, what's going on around here?" "Mommy, I'm scared," a child cried out. Hearing this, Duong Tuyet went to reassure everyone. "Everyone, please don't panic. We're not bad people." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Elder Tuyet!" She looked over and saw a pink-haired girl waving, exclaiming in surprise, "Bak Lin, is that you?" The girl, knowing she was recognized, said, "Elder Tuyet, did you come to save us?" The others, realizing who she was, shouted, "It's Duong Tuyet, an elder from the headquarters. This is great, we're saved." Hearing Bak Lin's question, she replied, "We just happened to step in here too, but we will find a way to get everyone out." Then, as if remembering something, she gestured towards him and introduced, "Oh right, this is Lam Feng." She thought for a few seconds, then said, "He's my colleague." Hearing this, he also raised his hand in greeting. "Hello, everyone." Bak Lin shyly raised her hand to greet him. "Hello, my name is Bak Lin. I'm a student of Elder Tuyet." She looked him over, assessing him. So young and already at the elder level? After the introductions, Duong Tuyet asked, "Bak Lin, give us a brief rundown of the situation." Hearing this, she replied, "Okay." She began her story. "At that time, we were capturing a ghost near the base when we saw the mirage appear. Because we stared at it for a few seconds, we were pulled into an imperial palace, but not long after, the palace vanished. We then ended up here, and we met more people. Although there's groundwater here, there's no food, so we can't survive for long. We found a few passages, but anyone who tries to leave is killed instantly, as if an invisible force has sealed this place. Oh right, there's a Phoenix-robed female ghost. She appears for a while every few days, like she's on patrol. Understood, let me give it a try." He then summoned, Lang La, take us up." Lang La spun around, as if absorbing the surrounding energy, then released it forcefully, and the space changed. He looked around and exclaimed, "Just as I thought, there's a barrier above us too." Suddenly, Bak Lin pointed in a certain direction and shouted, It's her!" The Phoenix-robed female ghost appeared before them. The system, seeing the Phoenix-robed female ghost, asked him, "Initiate the bonding quest for the Phoenix-robed female ghost? Yes or no? Is there really a chance to bind her? Then, of course, initiate it." The system then displayed a series of bonding quest notifications. 1. Lead everyone in the cave to dig deep into the earth until the very end. Quest reward, bond with the Phoenix-robed female ghost increases by 10. After reading the system notification, he looked up and asked the Phoenix-robed female ghost, "Did you bring these people in because you want them to dig for something underground?" The female ghost, understanding his question, nodded. Seeing this, Duong Tuyet looked at him and asked, "Lam Feng, how did you know that?" He looked at her and answered smoothly, "My ghost spirit can communicate with her a little, and basically understand her thoughts." He thought anxiously, "I can't just say the system told me." She was astonished to hear him say that, and her curiosity grew even more. Lam Feng's ghost spirit can communicate with the Phoenix-robed female ghost, and it can even relay her thoughts to him? That's too amazing. He then looked up at her and said, "All right, I can help you, but I need to go outside first to bring back tools and food. Otherwise, in just a few days, all these people will die, and then it will be impossible to achieve your goal." The Phoenix-robed female ghost nodded upon hearing this, then handed him a leaf. He took the leaf, a little confused. "A leaf? Does this mean she agrees?" Duong Tuye immediately spoke up, "It seems so, but I still don't get it. If she wants to find something, wouldn't it be better to just go underground and look for it herself? Why go through the trouble of pulling so many people in to dig? Let's go down and check it out first. Down in the cave, he told Lang La. You try it too. So, she lay down and listened to the ground. Then she looked at him, shaking her head and waving her hand. No wonder she wants to find people to help. Just as I thought, ghost spirits can't go underground. At most, they can only go down half a meter. He picked up some of the black soil and speculated, this black soil must be something similar to gold, a material that can block ghost spirits. It must be quite valuable. It seems the soil here is special. It can only be dug up by human hands. Hearing him say this, Bak Lin asked, if the barrier above our heads is opened, can't we just lead everyone out? Lam Feng replied, it's not that easy. On one hand, our ghost domains can't transport tens of thousands of people, and on the other hand, she would hunt us down. So, the best way to lead everyone out is still by using her mirage. Hearing his analysis, Bak Lin agreed, I understand. I'll stay here and organize everyone. You and Lady Tu Yet can go out to find supplies. After receiving help from Bak Lin's group, he replied, all right, we're leaving now. Just then, Lang La appeared and unleashed her power. Lang La carried the two of them through space, flying out of the barrier, breaking through a layer of rock and earth, and finally bringing them outside. The moment they were out, they looked around in surprise. At that moment, Duong Tuyet was a bit shocked. How did it end up like this outside? Duong Tuyet pointed in one direction and yelled, Lam Feng, it's a horde of skeleton soldiers with a necro general waiting for them. It pointed its finger at the two of them. No need to take the risk. He saw this and told Huyen Hoa to go. They were both teleported to another location. We've traveled 100 kilometers, so why is it still a desert? Suddenly, a stream of demonic energy struck down. Sensing it, Jiangvi flew him and her up into the air as he shouted that there was an attack. A desert monster appeared, opening its mouth wide to reveal rings of fangs, along with dart-shaped vines. Is the thing attacking them a second-stage abyss sandworm? Just then, it was bound by Jiangvi's ghost fire, and simultaneously attacked by the frightful woman and Lang La. It screeched in pain, spewing out a cloud of green demonic energy, before finally being split in two by Dong Dong. A system notification rang out. Battle 1. Ghost spirit experience increased by 8,000. Protected by Lang La, he and Duong Tuyet had a bit of a headache as he said, there are so many evil spirits in this place. Let's try heading east. At that moment, Duong Tuyet aimed her device upwards to get a signal, but finding none, she called out to him, Lam Feng, still no signal. Suddenly, he sensed something and warned of demonic energy. From within a ruined fortress, a dark shadow emerged. It was tall and had 2 pairs of long horns. Another third-stage abyss creature? He immediately summoned Huyen Hoa. Huyen Hoa, retreat. 5 minutes later, he and she had escaped the location of the third-stage abyss evil spirit. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, where in the world are we? We've already encountered 3 third-stage abyss creatures. Just then, Duong Tuyet spoke up. I think I know. This isn't the western frontier anymore, but the Sea of Death, located in the northwest region. This is also one of the 8 Great Cursed Lands designated by the Ghostmaster Alliance headquarters. He didn't know much about the 8 Great Cursed Lands, so he asked her, Sister Tuyet, what kind of places are these 8 Great Cursed Lands you mentioned? Hearing his question, she explained, within the headquarters, only high-ranking officials are qualified to know about them. They are places that even the elders don't dare to enter lightly. These areas contain a large number of high-stage abyss evil spirits and are critical points guarded year-round by second-level elders from headquarters. I can't believe we've actually come to this place. Hearing that, he said, when we were underground in the western frontier, we must have been teleported here by the special ability of the Phoenix Robe Female Ghost. This place is her real lair. Duong Tuyet felt he had a point and replied, it seems that way. Perhaps this place isn't far from the central city of the northwest. After we get out of here, we can go there to gather supplies. At that moment, a flying demon appeared in the distance, exuding powerful demonic energy. He said, another third-stage abyss creature. Huyen Hoa, the two were instantly teleported. At that moment, Duong Tuyet pointed forward and exclaimed, look, it's an oasis. We made it out. To be more certain, she looked down at her communication device and said, the communication signal has been restored, too. We really are in the Sea of Death. Just then, he slowly moved towards the city. An old man saw the two of them and said, hey, who are you people? Seeing the person standing outside the city, she called out, Elder Tin Shao. At the Sea of Death, in the temporary base of the Ghost Masters, the 3 of them sat at a dining table. Duong Tuyet spoke up and asked, Elder Tin Shao, is it your turn to guard the Sea of Death these past few years? Hearing her question, he smiled and replied, that's right. I've been stationed here for 8 years now. The last time I saw you, You were still just a kid. I'm Tin Shao, a second-level elder from headquarters. He looked at her and asked, by the way, little Tuyet, how did you manage to come out of the death desert? And who is this young man? She replied with a serious tone, it's a long story, but we found the demon behind the mirage. The tens of thousands of people it took are still trapped in an underground cave in the death desert. Hearing this, he exclaimed in shock, they're still alive? Duong Tuyet replied, yes, they are. Fortunately, Lam Feng made a deal with that female ghost. If we help her find an item, she will release everyone. She gestured towards him. That's why we came out first to find food and tools. Hearing his name, Tin Chao said, so that's how it is. You must be Lam Feng? I've heard quite a bit about you these past few months. Hearing this, he greeted him respectfully. This junior pays his respects to Elder Tin Chao. Wei Wuji is waiting for you in Haicheng. I never expected you to appear here, and to even lead little Tuyet out of the basin of the Sea of Death. You're truly a promising young man. Hearing this, he gave an embarrassed smile and replied, you flatter me, Elder. This time was just a coincidence. I hope you can help us rescue these people safely. Hearing this, the Elder replied, I understand, but the Sea of Death is extremely dangerous. Do you have a plan? When asked, he answered, we can follow the female ghost's request, bring the supplies back, and then play it by ear. Hearing this, Tin Chao said, all right, then let me escort you two to Longcheng City. Finding food or tools there will be no problem. At this point, Duong Tuyet voiced a concern, but it's provisions for tens of thousands of people. How are we supposed to transport all of that? Even a ghost domain can't hold that much. Lam Feng confidently replied, don't worry about the transportation problem. Just leave it to me. In Longcheng City, he looked at the displayed information panel and began to ponder, it's been a while since I upgraded my storage space. As long as I spend the points, storing the supplies should be no problem. The system displayed the current storage space level, level 2. Upgrade storage space, 30 million contribution points to upgrade 10 levels. I'm not short on anything right now, especially points, so upgrade 10 levels. The storage space began to upgrade. Upgrade successful. He entered the storage space and exclaimed, whoa, this is so grand. At that moment, Tin Chao and Duong Tuyet came out, and he asked, how did it go? Headquarters has everything prepared. We can go to the warehouse to pick it up. She led him inside, then asked, there's so much. Lam Feng, can you really carry all of this? He looked at her reassuringly. Don't worry, my ghost spirit has a special ability. While the ghost fire was absorbing the supplies, he thought to himself, I'll just use the ghost fire as a smokescreen, then secretly pull the supplies into my storage space. After clearing everything out, he looked at her and said, Sister Tuyet, we can head back now. At that moment, she replied with some concern, okay, but we got out of the Sea of Death using your ghost spirit's teleportation ability. Can we even find our way back now? Holding the leaf? He replied, that's right. Before disappearing, the female ghost left me a leaf. I wonder if it does anything. Suddenly, the golden leaf in Lam Feng's hand began to glow. With a sizzle, the golden leaf caught fire. He said, how am I supposed to use this? The flame flared up with a Times whoosh asterisk, and he cupped his hands beneath the golden leaf. As the leaf burned to ashes and scattered, the surrounding scenery instantly transformed. Lam Feng spoke up. Teleported straight back here again. Bach Lin, who was tending to a little girl with a fever, looked up at him and Durong Tuyet as they approached and said, Lady Tuyet, you've returned. Durong Tuyet said, we've brought back supplies. No one has to go hungry anymore. Hearing this, Bach Lin smiled and said, that's wonderful. I'll organize everyone to distribute the items. Wasting no time, Bach Lin called everyone to line up for the provisions. She handed water and food to the woman in front of her, saying gently, here, you must have been terrified these past few days. The woman took the water and food from her and said, thank you, Bach Lin. After receiving their food, everyone began to eat and chat together. I really thought I was going to starve to death in this godforsaken place. Yeah, thank goodness, Lord Lam Feng came to save us. A little girl held out a steamed bun towards him and said, Big brother Lam Feng, thank you for saving us. You're a great hero. He didn't accept the bun, but looked at the little girl gently and said, thank you, little one, but I just ate. Go on and take it to your mother. Standing beside Durong Tuyet, Bac Lin asked, Lady Tuyet, do you have any instructions? Durong Tuyet replied, once everyone has rested and recovered their strength, distribute the tools, and we'll start digging to fulfill the female ghost's request. Bac Lin replied, understood. Suddenly, rustling sounds echoed from all around. Lam Feng's face grew stern as he scanned the area, wondering, is she watching us? What in the world is buried under here? The structure looks like an inverted pyramid, doesn't it? 2 days later, at the pit they were all excavating, the scraping sound of digging filled the air. Suddenly, a man slammed his hammer down, creating a deafening clang as he yelled, "We've hit the bottom!" And beneath the dirt, a surface covered in many inscriptions was revealed. Lam Feng stood with his arms crossed and ordered, "Clear the dirt away from it." The people obeyed and began to clean. Once they finished, he looked at it and wondered, why does this feel like a coffin? Suddenly, a scream rang out, causing him to whip his head around. Ah, a ghost! It was the Phoenix Robe Ghost, with flames blazing around her body. He looked at her and thought, the Phoenix Robe Ghost has appeared again. He called out, "Everyone, retreat now. I'll handle the rest." In a flash, she appeared behind him. A system notification popped up, "Quest complete. Phoenix Robe Ghost Bond +10. He wondered in confusion, so this black coffin is what she was after? Everyone stood at the edge of the pit, looking down at him and the ghost below. Bach Lin turned to During Tweet and asked, "Lady Tweet, will Lam Feng be all right by himself?" During Tweet playfully grabbed Beck Lin's ears with both hands and said, "It's fine. I trust in his abilities. Our top priority is to protect these people." The ghost approached the coffin and reached out her hand to touch it. A blinding light erupted from around her. Lam Feng raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glare, but when nothing happened, he wondered, did it fail? The system then displayed a notification. *** Phoenix Robe Ghost Binding Quest 2. Help the Phoenix Robe Ghost open the black coffin and place it within her ghost domain. ***. Quest reward. Phoenix Robe Ghost Bond +5. ***. He crouched in front of the coffin, pointed at it, and said, "Let me give this a try." This coffin and the stone slab are both black, so they're probably mixed with some kind of special black substance, which is why the ghost can't touch it. Moreover, there are fine filaments inlaid in the coffin. I'll have to break the surrounding rock first. With that, he stood up, took out a steel drill, and slammed it into the ground beside the coffin. The drill began to whir. Bachlin exclaimed in shock. He's using a steel drill with just one hand. After some time, the coffin was almost completely unearthed. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "This should do it." He put the drill away and wrapped both arms around the coffin. Straining his arms and using all his strength, he lifted the heavy coffin off the ground. Bachlin yelled in astonishment. Lam Feng lifted the entire stone coffin by himself. "He's so strong." During Tuyet rubbed her forehead and said, "This kid. I've seen him do this plenty of times. I'm used to it." The others around them stared at him, their jaws dropped in amazement. He hoisted the coffin onto his shoulder, faced the ghost, and thought, "Guess all those points I put into my physical stats weren't for nothing." He then said aloud, "Let's go. Lead the way to wherever you want this." The ghost flew ahead to lead the way, with him following behind, carrying the coffin. After a while, she led him to a main hall. He asked, "Right here?" He set the coffin down, and a system notification appeared. "Quest complete. *** Phoenix Robe Ghost Bond +5. *** Phoenix Robe Ghost Binding Quest 3. Help the Phoenix Robe Ghost open the coffin 3 days from now. *** Quest reward. Phoenix Robe Ghost Bond +10. ***. She pointed at the coffin, and he wondered in confusion, "Huh? I have to open it?" He tapped on the coffin and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "But how am I supposed to open this? It's completely seamless. There isn't a single crack." The system suddenly displayed a reminder. ***. The coffin cannot be damaged. ***. He looked down at the coffin and thought, the system says it opens in 3 days. Does that mean we need to wait for a specific time to open it? He turned to the ghost and asked, "I can help you open the coffin in 3 days, so in exchange, can you safely return all the people outside?" She didn't reply, but simply nodded. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "All right then. Food is running low, so I need to go out for another trip." As he said this, she waved her hand, creating 3 golden leaves that flew into his grasp. A system notification appeared. "You have obtained 3 ghost tree leaves." After he returned to the cave, Bachlin and During Tuyet came up to him. During Tuyet waved and asked, "So, how did it go?" He put a finger to his lips and glanced aside, saying, "She agreed to send everyone back, but we have to wait another 3 days. I'm planning to go out for one more supply run and scout the Sea of Death at the same time," During Tuyet said. "Then I'll go with you." Bachlin also chimed in excitedly. "I'm going too," he replied. "It's better if I go alone. If I run into something I can't fight, I can also escape faster." During Tuyet considered this and said, "You're right. In that case, be careful on your own." He replied, "Okay." The next day, he mounted his horse and set off. The horse was none other than Huyen Hoa. He thought, the Sea of Death is the perfect place for monster grinding. With Huyen Hoa's flash step, I just need to avoid any Tier 3 abyss entities. Suddenly, as the warhorse took a step, the ground beneath its hoof cracked and flames erupted from below. The steed shied away, and a startled Lam Feng asked, "What's wrong?" It turned out the warhorse had stepped on a fire tree spirit. appearing with a tiny body and roaring at him. Seeing this, he let out a chuckle and said, "Small but feisty, huh?" But that tiny body immediately grew larger. He dodged, realizing it was an abyss rank 2, then waved his hand to summon his ghost spirit, saying, "Right on time, go." Dong Dong struck the first blow. He watched the little girl's attack with the tree ghost spirit, thinking this ghost fire was truly formidable, and it also had a certain suppressing effect on ghost disasters and ghost miasma. The ghost fire suddenly erupted in a blaze. Jiang Vi used a ghost disaster to pull Dong Dong out of the fire's range. He shouted, "Than Truk, analyze it." As soon as he finished speaking, the nun took out her wooden fish and began to strike it. The system announced, "Analysis progress at 10%, 20%, 30%. He watched intently, thinking that as expected, the analysis speed was much faster when dealing with weaker ghosts. With the sound of the wooden fish, the system announced, "Analysis progress at 80%, has reached 100%, absolute control." A circle of purple light appeared around Than Truk's body, and that circle gradually expanded to envelop the ghost fire. He watched the ghost fire slowly die down, thinking it was miraculous. The opponent had completely lost its power. The ghost fire, as if being burned by the purple light, let out a loud roar, and finally, the ghost fire was extinguished, its eyes spinning dizzily. He drew his sword, looked at it, and said, "You look pitiful, but this world is survival of the fittest. Don't expect me to show you any mercy." After speaking, he plunged his sword into the crack the warhorse had just stomped on. The system announced, "Victory in battle, plus 8,000 experience points." The next day, he continued on his journey. Huyen Hoa was no longer riding on the back of his horse, but was flying alongside him. He let out a sigh, thinking to himself, "We've flash-stepped 3 times already. Huyen Hoa should rest." An oasis appeared before him, and he thought, is that the green continent ahead, guarded by the star continent elder? Let's go check it out. He followed the path in and called out. There was no reply from the star continent elder. The warhorse didn't stop and continued forward. He saw a group of people ahead and thought to himself, "Something's not right. This is a ghost domain. It seems like you need an invitation or something to pass through." But suddenly, Huyen Hoa dashed forward. Startled, he reached out to stop her, shouting, "Huyen Hoa, wait!" She flew towards a person in the group and stared intently at them, leaving the person confused. Seeing this, he was surprised and thought, "No attack? Could it be a ghost rule?" The person suddenly turned their back to her, cackling, then reached into a bag and took out a roll of purple cloth with a golden chain border. She took the roll of cloth, waved her hand, creating a fragrant scent that wafted past the person's nose. Then she hugged the roll of cloth and flew back to him. The system announced, "You have received a roll of ghost silk, which can be used to craft high-grade ghost garments." He thought, "It seems this is a special ghost market, where one can trade rare ghost spirit items." His expression suddenly changed. He stroked his chin, looked at Dong Dong's angry face, and said, If I had known earlier, I would have brought more things." Meanwhile, in Haithan City, Liu Ru was sitting at a banquet table in a garden, lifting a teapot to pour tea into a cup, saying, "I've invited everyone here today to discuss Lam Feng's matter." Guildmaster Yan, holding a fork with a strawberry on it while chewing on some cake, replied, "I understand. Actually, we've been wanting to see you for a while now." Beside her were Zhuo Yu and Zhuo Ling. Zhuo Ling looked up at the 2 ghost domains in the sky and said, "It's been almost a month, and the Wei family's people are still lurking outside. They're so persistent." Liu Ru said, "See, those 2 are City Lord level ghost tamers. Even my father doesn't dare to act rashly. Does the Ghost Tamer Association have any solution?" Guildmaster Yan shook his head and said, "No, as long as the Wei family doesn't make a move, the headquarters can't intervene without a valid reason." Liu Ru rubbed her chin, her eyes lowered in thought, saying, "Although we were the ones who spread the news about Lam Feng to stall them, I don't know how long we can fool them." Zhuo Yu rested his chin on his hand and said, "Besides, we don't even know where Lam Feng is right now." Then, all 4 of them let out a weary sigh in unison. In the main district of Haithan City, a person in a hooded cloak was holding a cotton candy and offering it to a little boy. The kid was drooling, reached out to take the cotton candy, and said, "Thank you, sir." The cloaked figure had a very sinister face with one eye covered by a patch, and said, "Little friend, remember what I said. After you finish eating, you have to answer one of my questions." Wei Wuji then looked at the boy and asked with a smile, "Little friend, have you seen Lam Feng?" The boy, holding the cotton candy, smiled confidently and replied, "Lam Feng is my idol. Of course I've seen him." Hearing this, the man immediately asked, "Oh? I want to meet him too. Can you take me to him?" Hearing this, the boy thought for a moment. About that." He averted his gaze. "Actually, my mom works at the city lord's mansion, and I only saw him from a distance that one time. After that, I came every day but never saw him again." Hearing this, the man seemed to understand. "So, that's how it is." Meanwhile, our protagonist was lying in a hammock at the Sea of Death, a temporary resting place for soul tamers. As he swung in the hammock, he thought, "It's the third day already, isn't it?" Suddenly, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. Your ghost spirit, the Sunset Temple Master, has successfully completed a purification. Xiao Cho, bond increased. Ghost spirit interface has been updated." With a piece of fruit in his mouth, he was surprised to hear this. "Huh? The purification is finally complete. I have to go take a look." He entered the ghost domain of the Sunset Temple. As soon as he stepped inside, the system announced, "Your ghost spirit, the Sunset Temple Master, has successfully purified a female evil spirit, Abyss Rank 2. The rule of the Sunset Temple Master has been strengthened." He looked at Xiao Cho, and its information appeared. Xiao Cho, Abyss Rank 2. Goodness. 100%. He looked at Xiao Cho and thought, "Amazing. Xiao Cho has completely turned into a benevolent spirit." Ghost Spirit, Sunset Temple Master, Abyss Rank 2, State. Unaffected by rules. Potential. 5 stars. Experience. 1 out of 5. To level up, purify 4 more different types of Abyss Rank 2 spirits, or successfully suppress 1 Abyss Rank 3 Ghost Spirit. The level and experience bars have appeared, and the experience is calculated based on the number of purified ghost spirits. Ability. Wooden Fish Suppression. If analysis level exceeds 75%, it can bypass rank suppression. Wooden Fish Purification. Analysis. The suppression ability has increased, so as long as the analysis reaches 75%, it can suppress opponents of a higher rank. Later, when the bond reaches over 1,000, it can also be used to increase combat power. Suddenly, he noticed that Than Truk's pupils seemed a little more lively and wondered if it was an illusion. It felt like her eyes had become more animated. The system then prompted, "You and the Sunset Temple Master have looked at each other for over 3 minutes. Bond increased by 2. Reminded by the system, he then remembered, "That's right, I almost forgot about the daily bond points." He immediately sat down with the Sunset Temple Master and began to meditate. You and the Sunset Temple Master sat together, bond increased by 2. A moment later, he picked up a broom to sweep the Buddha Hall. And the system, notification, "You have cleaned the Buddhist Hall. Bond increased by 1. Speaking of the daily bond, I remember it's been a while since I visited the world inside the painting." So, he entered the ghost painting to meet Jiang Vi. At this moment, Jiang Vi was holding his hand, strolling down the street. She looked at him with a gentle gaze, leading him forward, then turned back and asked, "Lam Feng, there's a temple fair by the river. Want to take a walk with me?" He heard this and immediately agreed. Right then, Jiang Vi was choosing some women's accessories displayed at the stalls. Shyly glancing at him, he played along and gave her a thumbs up, signaling his approval. That evening at Jiang Vi's house, the system announced, "You have dated Jiang Vi for a day. Bond increased by 5. At the dinner table, she smiled happily and said, "I had so much fun today, thank you." You and Jiang Vi had dinner together. Bond increased by 2. Afterwards, as it got late, he said goodbye to her and left. She waved goodbye, not forgetting to wish him, "Sleep well, Lam Feng." In the underground Sea of Death, a massive amount of demonic energy was radiating out. Inside a palace, the Phoenix Robe Ghost woman was using her power to create a golden mirror. Through the mirror, she could see her palace. At this moment, the palace was continuously releasing demonic energy towards a mirage. The mirage in the sky was constantly absorbing the demonic energy shooting up from the ground, then flew outwards. He looked up at the sky, astonished. "Huh? That's a mirage in the sky. Has she unleashed her demonic domain again?" Just then, the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman's demonic domain positioned itself in front of the moon, then expanded, turned red, and vanished completely, leaving behind a crimson moon. Is that a blood moon? He seemed to remember something and grew a little worried. Is this the opportunity she's been waiting for? A blood moon isn't like a total lunar eclipse, and to this day, humans still can't predict its pattern. Ever since the ghosts were revived, a blood moon has appeared once every 10 plus years, and with it comes the mutation of ghost spirits. During a blood moon, some ghosts will suddenly experience a massive power boost, and some special ghosts even appear. If a low-level good spirit is exposed to the blood moon for just a few minutes, it will 100% turn into an evil spirit. He thought deeply. The blood moon is considered humanity's nightmare. Perhaps all the spirit masters in the city have already gone into hiding. In Lungcheng City, the city lord stood on the city walls, looked at the blood moon, and said, "There's a blood moon tonight. Headquarters has dispatched those with spiritual constitutions. You are to defend against the ghost tide. You must pay close attention to the situation and report back at any time. Is that clear?" The ghost tamers replied. Understood. Inside the city, everyone was hiding in their homes. A curious child was pulled inside by his father, who yelled, "You dare go out? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" In another room, two low-level ghost tamers were also hiding. A curious boy peeked through the curtains, saying, "I hope there's no ghost tide tonight, otherwise things will get really bad." The girl next to him saw this and scolded, "Close it quickly. I can feel my ghost spirit getting restless." The Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman released the mirage. Could it be that she wants to collect the light of the blood moon? Before he could speculate, a stream of power from the moon shot down to the ground. The moonlight is indeed being absorbed into the ground. "I have to get back." The leaf he held in his hand gradually vanished, and he arrived at the palace. An opening appeared in the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman's demonic domain. He rushed inside the palace, where the red moonlight shone upon a coffin. He saw it and thought, "Is it time to open the coffin?" The system's countdown began. Countdown to opening the coffin, 3. Countdown to opening the coffin, 2. Countdown to opening the coffin, 1. His hand touched the coffin lid, and a burst of demonic energy erupted, making him cry out in pain. "Holy crap!" Lam Feng looked inside the coffin and was shocked. "Is that the corpse of the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman in the coffin?" Then, he looked at the ghost woman using the mirror to absorb the blood moonlight and was at a loss for words. "They look exactly the same. What's going on?" Suddenly, he sensed another power approaching. Has another ghost invaded? Outside, the undead General Blackbone was leading an army riding on sand. He saw clearly what it was and felt trouble was coming. Is that the black skeleton of the Abyss Triumvirate? Then, he looked back inside. She's still using the moonlight to illuminate the corpse. It seems the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman can't be distracted right now. At the same time, the system issued a quest, Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman Bonding Quest 4, help the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman fend off the enemy. Reward: for every second you hold on, gain 1 bond point. Hearing the system's announcement, he smirked. "All right, then I'll go all out and see how long I can last." He immediately summoned his own ghost spirits and told them to prepare for battle. The entire palace was enveloped by the sands of the Sea of Death. From within the sand, skeletons began to crawl out, and he called for Lung La to act. In the first second, umbrellas shot towards the rising tide of sand. Next, he told Huyen Hoa, use the ghost mirror to strengthen the umbrella replicas. 3 seconds. Then he said to Dong and Giangvi, don't attack directly. Our goal is to stall for time. 6 seconds passed. Dong only attacked the minions. Over here, he told Thon Truk. Thon Truk, hold back Blackbone. 10 seconds. Jiang Vi used her demonic domain to devour Blackbone's demonic domain. 15 seconds passed. The buildings within the ghost painting were shattered and toppled by the sand. He looked at Thon Truk and Giang Vi and thought, Abbess Thon Truk probably never expected that one day she would be fighting side by side with the ghost painting. 20 seconds. The fight had been going on for a while, and the sand was relentlessly pouring in. He thought he needed to slow down the sand's advance. At the 25th second, he told Dong, freeze it! Lam Feng glanced inside. The Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman still wasn't finished. Is it still not enough? At that moment, the black skeleton began to control the sand, forming it into snakes. 30 seconds passed. Dong was knocked down by Blackbone's sand. He and Dong were pushed back, and he shouted, we can't hold them back anymore. Just then, the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman's Fire Phoenix flew out. He finally let out a sigh of relief. So, the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman has finally made her move? While the Ghost Woman's Fire Phoenix fought with Blackbone, the system announced, analysis progress, 38%. Its Abyss ability is about to activate. Warning, the Abyss ability is an ultimate ability only possessed by high-tier Abyss Ghost Spirits. It is nearly impossible to counter, but it has limitations on its usage, count, and duration. After activating the Abyss ability, Blackbone and his army of skeletons charged towards the palace. The Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman then summoned her mirror, and the palace and its mirage merged into one. Seeing this, he praised, brilliant! The Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman had recalled the mirage she had placed outside. This was equivalent to creating a whole new demonic domain. 35 seconds. At this moment, Blackbone attacked the Fire Phoenix, but failed. At the same time, the system announced, analysis progress, 44%. Just then, he saw it was about to break through and shouted, it's charging in again. Seeing him in danger, Huyen Hoa teleported him to another location. Blackbone now stood before the Phoenix-robed ghost, staring intently at her. Seeing it remain motionless, he thought, has it stopped? The Phoenix-robed ghost's abyss power finally activated. So what? Just then, the system announced, analysis progress at 50%. He saw it, turned his head towards Tichchio and yelled, Thon Truk, be careful. Fearing she wouldn't be able to dodge in time, he said to Huyen Hoa, blink. The two of them instantly teleported onto the roof. At that moment, inside the palace, the Phoenix-robed ghost's eyes began to glow. Seeing this, Blackbone used a sand vortex to get away. He felt the air return to normal and grew a little suspicious. It ran away again? At the same time, the system notified him, mission complete. You assisted the Phoenix-robed ghost in stopping the enemy. the Phoenix-robed ghost's bond has increased by 40. Hearing this, he started to think, Thantruk's analysis is only missing 20%. Once it's complete, she'll be able to transcend its rank to suppress it. Suppressing a Tier 3 abyss might even grant a level up. With that thought, he entered the ghost's main hall and called out, "Hey, what are you waiting for?" Then, he urged, "Let's chase it, I'll help you take care of it." The Phoenix-robed ghost then used her reflecting mirror domain, and the entire palace teleported. He felt the shift and thought, she's going to use her domain. The palace then teleported to the outskirts of the Sea of Death desert. He looked at the surrounding space and recognized it. The Sea of Death? Suddenly, the sand began to swirl, and the phantom palace started to sink. Seeing this, the Phoenix-robed ghost used her demonic energy to move the palace. His feet were now being pulled into the sand. Jiang Vi saw this and immediately lifted him high into the air, away from the attacks of the skeleton minions. Just then, from a distance, the figure of the Blackbone Necro General appeared, riding atop a tall sand dune. "Blackbone, I must deal with it this time." Standing inside Tich Chie Am's domain, he urged Thantruk to analyze faster. The system displayed the analysis progress on Blackbone. Analysis progress at 51%. It then stared intently at Thantruk, and then charged towards her. Seeing this, he thought, it's actively attacking the Temple Master again. Does it consider the Temple Master to be the greater threat? And it was right. While the Phoenix-robed ghost was also a Tier 3 abyss, she could always flee if she couldn't win. Once the Temple Master's analysis surpasses 75%, she would transcend its rank and achieve complete suppression, leaving it with only one path: death. Just then, the Phoenix-robed ghost appeared, blocking its attack on Thantruk. The Phoenix-robed ghost stared it down, and the sand covering the palace began to recede. It let out a roar. The receding sand immediately surged back up. The Blackbone ghost and the Phoenix-robed ghost fell into a sand vortex that contained only the two of them. A skeleton emerged from the sand, opening its massive maw to devour the Phoenix-robed ghost. After observing for a moment, he seemed to understand. Is this its abyss power? The Phoenix-robed ghost was not to be outdone, sending out a fire phoenix to counter it. The two sides clashed fiercely. Suddenly, a strand of spider silk shot past. He quickly raised his arm to shield himself, then peeked out. What's that heading this way? Following it were corpses wrapped in thick webs. Seeing this, he cried out in alarm. Is this another Tier 3 abyss? He was stunned. A conspiracy theory forming in his mind. Could it have been drawn by the battle here just to watch the show? Suddenly, a spiderweb shot towards the Phoenix-robed ghost's back, and he screamed, "Something's wrong, look out!" Dong Dong appeared from afar, getting behind the Phoenix-robed ghost to shield her, but she was caught in the web instead. He yelled out, "Dong Dong!" That giant black spider is called the sun-worshipping Dharma King, a Tier 3 abyss evil spirit, another Tier 3 abyss. And what's more, is it here to help Blackbone? Damn it all! He immediately summoned Huyen Hoa. "Huyen Hoa, use your ghost fire to burn its webbing." Upon receiving the command, Huyen Hoa launched her ghost fire at the web-binding Dong Dong. However, the ghost fire had no effect on the webbing. Seeing this, he muttered, "It's useless?" There was no more time to waste. He equipped his ghost armor and ghost sword and summoned Jiang Vi. "Jiang Vi, take me up." Meanwhile, Dong Dong was struggling to break free from the threads binding her. Lang La swung her sword, slicing through the webs enveloping the little girl. As Dong Dong fell, he caught her. He asked worriedly, "Dong Dong, are you all right?" Then he looked to the Phoenix-robed ghost for help. "Help me hold this spider demon off for now. Leave Blackbone to me." And so, their roles were switched. The Phoenix-robed ghost sent her fire phoenix hurtling towards the sun-worshipping Dharma King spider. The system continued to display the analysis progress at 63%, and he breathed a small sigh of relief. It's almost done. He then looked towards the flying skeleton being held off by Jiang Vi, Lang La, and Huyen Hoa, and said, "Jiang Vi, Lang La, just hold on for a few more minutes." The great skeleton let out a roar, attacking Jiang Vi's painting demon. He remarked, "Has this guy's sandification speed increased?" Meanwhile, Thantruk was analyzing non-stop. The system announced the analysis progress at 74%. Analysis progress at 75%. At that moment, the suppressing wooden fish radiated demonic energy. Then a powerful domain expanded towards Blackbone, forcing the sand out of the evil spirit's body. The suppression was a success. He immediately seized the opportunity to command his ghost spirits. Perfect timing. The Phoenix-robed ghost is still tied up with that spider demon. Everyone, move out. Jiang Vi flew in on her painting demon, and Dong Dong rode in on the train from her own domain. Huyen Hoa attacked the Blackbone evil spirit with her flaming sword. Lang La also rushed towards Blackbone. He yelled, "Destroy Blackbone!" The ghost spirits shouted in unison, their domains overlapping. Huyen Hoa hovered in the air, looking down at the horde of ghost spirits below. Suddenly, an explosion erupted under Xuanhua's feet, and she quickly dodged it. White-boned ghost spirits swarmed like ants, surrounding the Vortex Ghost Domain. The Vortex Ghost Domain showed no fear, but instead flashed a terrifying smile, grabbing one white-boned spirit after another. Then, the Fire Train Domain, covered in multiple arms, charged forward, its hands snatching up every white-boned spirit in its path. The Fire Train Ghost roared, "Eliminate the minions! Action!" Dong Dong swooped down from above, weapon in hand, and slashed at a white-boned spirit, which quickly parried with its own blade. But its sword couldn't hold for long before it was cleaved in two by Dong Dong's attack. Just as she thought she'd finished one white-boned spirit and was about to move to the next, a dragon with a complete head but a skeletal body appeared out of nowhere, opening its massive jaw and biting down on Dong Dong's sword arm. And just like that, it dragged Dong Dong up into the sky. Huyan Hoa saw this and cried out, "Dong Dong!" As for Dong Dong, she was struggling to break free from the dragon's jaws. Her entire body began to glow, let out a loud roar, shattering the dragon's entire body. Then, Dong Dong continued to fight in her glowing form. Meanwhile, Xuanhua had also stabbed the Necro General from behind, piercing through his chest. Suddenly, two streaks of green light shot towards them. Not just two, but many green streaks of light flew in and embedded themselves directly into the Necro General's body. His entire body was set ablaze by these streaks of light. At the same time, Ghost Painting, in her scroll form with an eye on top, flew towards him. She wrapped tightly around his entire body, and combined with the burning from the green light, he groaned in agony. After a while, his entire body was crushed by her until it vanished. The system then displayed a notification of victory. Your ghost spirit has killed a third-tier abyssal evil spirit. Experience plus 20,000. You have received one ghost spirit orb, 2 ghost domain fragments, and 1 black bone. Your ghost spirit, Tichchio Temple Master, has received law enhancement. Your ghost spirit, Ghost Painting, has reached her experience limit and can be upgraded. Upgrading requires consuming 1 ghost spirit orb. Upgrade? Upon hearing the condition, he immediately said yes. Receiving the answer, the system continued to announce, "Upgrade successful. Ghost Painting's rank has increased to 3rd tier abyssal. Binding plus 10. Host's physical constitution strengthened tenfold. The host has received a lifespan increase. Ghost Painting returned to her human form, and the system displayed her information. Ghost Spirit, Ghost Painting, rank, 3rd tier abyssal, potential, 5-star, experience, 10,000, 170,000, abilities, body splitting rebirth, Ghost Rune Painting, illusionary eyes, abyssal ability, pending. Ghost Art, Scroll of Annihilation, Concealment, Talents, Devour, Fusion, Ghost Domain, Multi-layered Ghost Domain, World within the painting development, 10%. Binding, 568. After reading, Lam Feng marveled to himself. Wow, her strength has comprehensively increased, and the development level of the world within the painting is now clear. Most importantly, she now has a unique abyssal ability. The system then announced, "Please select an abyssal ability for Ghost Painting." Ability 1 is Scroll of Annihilation, which means pulling a ghost spirit into the scroll to annihilate it. Ability 2 is Ruination, which means burying all objects of a ghost spirit within a certain range. He read the 2 abilities over and over, frowning slightly as he pondered. Is Scroll of Annihilation an evolution of her original ability into an abyssal ability? This Ruination is an upgraded version of Blackbone's Sanctification. It's so overpowered. But can I only choose one of the 2? Can't I choose both? He thought, puffing his cheeks and rubbing his chin while staring at Ghost Painting's face. She looked at him confusedly, wondering why he was staring at her without saying anything. Suddenly, a scroll with the character for death appeared beside her. He finally spoke, clenching his fist excitedly. "This is perfect. Now we can go deal with that spider ghost blocking the way." As he spoke, he looked towards the Phoenix Robe Ghost woman floating in the air, fighting the spider ghost. He suddenly shouted, "Jiang Wei, go!" The Phoenix Robe Ghost woman seemed to hear his voice and looked around, searching. Then, as if she saw something, her eyes widened in alarm. It turned out that Ghost Painting had transformed into her scroll form and was spiraling upwards, flying straight towards the spider ghost. Just as she was about to touch the spider ghost, it suddenly spun around and escaped. The spider ghost flew high up, opened a spatial tunnel, and fled into it. Ghost Painting immediately gave chase, but Lam Feng, standing below, spoke up, "No need to chase it," thinking to himself, it knew it couldn't win a 2-on-1, so it ran fast. The system displayed a notification. You have assisted the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman in eliminating the enemy. Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman binding plus 5. After reading the notification and looking at her flying back towards him, he thought, it's over 70 points now, but I still can't bind her. The standard for a 3rd tier abyssal is really high. He then spoke up, "It was a pleasure working with you. Let's go back." As he finished speaking, a golden mirror appeared. He and she were transported to another place. Now, they were standing opposite each other, with a very large, crimson wooden box between them. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully as the system displayed another notification. Binding mission. Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman 5. Carry the corpse from the coffin and place it in the Celestial Hall. Mission reward, Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman Binding +5. After hearing the mission, he was a bit startled, and his hands trembled. He wondered to himself, Carry her up. He looked into the coffin and saw the body of the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman lying there silently, but so beautiful it was as if she were just in a deep sleep, not like a corpse at all. He looked at her body, thinking, is the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman using the blood moon's light to resurrect her body? Could she be a corpse ghost? He reached out and lifted her body out of the coffin, and as he touched her, he exclaimed internally, her body temperature is as cold as ice. Good thing my physical constitution is strong. He looked at the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman in front of him and asked, let's go. Where is the Celestial Hall? She said nothing, silently leading the way for him. When they arrived, he placed her body down and asked, is this good? The system announced the mission was complete. Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman Binding +5. Then, a new mission appeared right after. Binding mission. Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman 6. Infuse yang energy into the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman's body. Note, blow air through the respiratory tract. After reading the new mission, he blushed in disbelief and thought to himself, infuse yang energy? Does it want me to do it mouth to mouth? Then he looked down at her face with her eyes tightly shut. He stood there, looking a bit helpless as he scratched his head, thinking, even though she's a beauty, she's still a corpse. Whatever. Let's just get this over with quickly. As he thought this, his face darkened with a look of resignation. Then, he placed one hand on the head of the bed, the other beside her, and leaned down, saying, pardon me, and his face slowly lowered towards hers, gradually approaching her plump red lips. Lam Feng placed his lips on the lips of the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman's corpse. He wondered to himself, do I just blow air into her mouth like this? He closed his eyes, focusing on blowing air into her mouth. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, and then many more breaths of yang energy were blown into her mouth by him. The system then displayed a notification. Mission complete. You have infused yang energy into the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman's corpse. Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman Binding +5. As soon as the notification appeared, he stood up, his face slightly tired as he let out a couple of heavy breaths. Then he looked at the Phoenix Robe Ghost Woman standing there and said, all right, I've done what you asked. It's time for you to fulfill your promise, right? She didn't reply, but simply nodded, indicating that she understood. Immediately after, she waved her hand, creating a small, hand-sized fire phoenix. Everything around them changed. He looked around and thought, we're back in the cave. Beside him were Tang Xue and Bai Ling, a little surprised by his appearance. Bai Ling excitedly walked up to him and asked loudly, can we really get out of here? He replied, yes. She's going to use the power of the Sea Market Mirage to transport everyone here to the outskirts of Lungcheng. Then he looked over at Tang Xue and asked, Sister Xue, can Lungcheng handle the arrangements for all these people? She replied, of course. I'll inform the association. Bai Ling seemed to be filled with new life and clenched her fists, exclaiming, this is wonderful, Lam Feng. You're truly incredible. Then she turned to the crowd and shouted, hey everyone, hurry up and pack your things. We're getting ready to leave. Hearing this, the people cheered with joy and went to pack up. As for him, he stood there watching everyone dig up the black soil and put it into containers, thinking to himself, I could take some of this black soil. It's much cheaper than gold, and besides, my storage space has plenty of room. After everyone had finished packing, Bai Ling approached him and said, we're all ready. He replied, okay, let's go. The moment he spoke, everyone blurred and then disappeared from the cave. Everyone was then transported to the grand hall of the Phoenix Robe Ghost's palace. She stood there, holding a golden mirror as she looked down on the crowd. The next thing they knew, the entire palace began to ascend into the air. He stood beside her, pointed ahead, and said, go that way. Lungcheng is to the southeast. Down below, the townspeople on horseback all looked up at the palace soaring through the sky. At that same time, on the outskirts of Lungcheng, a guy named Eric was holding a ghost spirit, waving to 2 people in the distance. Boss, not a bad haul today. We even snagged an A-rank ghost spirit. Then, he suddenly spotted the palace and shielded his eyes to get a better look, asking, huh? What is that? Hearing him, the other 2 looked up in surprise. The bearded man instantly threw his cloak over them, shouting, it's the Sea Market Mirage! Don't look at it! Are you trying to get us killed? The pink-haired girl quickly covered her eyes with her hands, saying, I see nothing. I see nothing. Then, the 3 of them sprinted back towards their base. Arriving at the gate, they shouted an urgent warning. The Sea Market Mirage is heading for Lungcheng. Inform the city lord immediately. The group immediately went to see the city lord of Lungcheng. After hearing their report, he scoffed, heading towards Lungcheng again. Huh? Such blatant disrespect. Back with our protagonist, Tang Shui walked up to him and asked, "The sea market mirage heading straight for Lung Cheng like this is bound to cause a misunderstanding. I need to go down and explain the situation to the city lord." He listened and replied right away, "All right, I'll wait here." Immediately after, Tang Shui flew down to where the city lord and his men were standing. He saw her and remarked, "Humph, is that Elder Tang Shui's ghost domain?" Just as he spoke, she landed before them. She immediately said, "City Lord Lung, there is no need for alarm." "It's me," he asked her, "Elder Tang Shui. What in the world is happening?" She replied, "We are bringing people back this time." Stroking his beard, he asked again, "Could these be the people who disappeared during the previous Sea Market Mirage event?" She answered, "Yes. A friend of mine negotiated with the ghost spirit behind the Sea Market Mirage, and we've just managed to bring them back from the Sea of Death." The city lord was overjoyed to hear this and exclaimed, "That is truly wonderful news." But then a thought struck him, and he wondered to himself, "Negotiated? Just how capable is this friend of hers?" Tang Shui, not noticing his expression, continued, "Oh, by the way, there are many people from other cities here as well. Can you make arrangements for all of them?" Wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, he replied, "Of course, I will have my people make preparations immediately." Meanwhile, back with our protagonist, while waiting for Tang Shui to negotiate, her voice came over his communicator. "You can send them down now." He replied, "Roger that." Without waiting for him to give the order, the Phoenix Robe Ghost waved her hand, and everyone began to vanish. They were all teleported from the palace's grand hall down to the ground below. Once they felt solid ground beneath their feet, everyone erupted in joyful cheers. Thank the heavens. Lam Feng, meanwhile, was still standing next to the Phoenix Robe Ghost and said with a smile, "That was a lot of people to transport. Thank you for your hard work. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me." But she didn't respond, instead leaving 3 golden leaves for him. He stared at the leaves in a daze, thinking, so cold and distant. I wonder when the next binding quest will activate. At that moment, a bus emerged from the edge of the woods. A person on the bus waved and yelled, "Lam Feng, we're here to get everyone." And it wasn't just one bus, but a whole fleet of them. Which made sense, of course. With so many people, they'd need a lot of buses. Seeing the vehicles arrive for them, everyone cheered happily. "This is great. We're finally going home." A woman carrying a small child approached him and said, "Lam Feng, thank you. I can't thank you enough." Around those vehicles, another group of people was looking on and commenting, "Were the people who went missing during the Phantom Mirage incident really brought back? I heard it was someone very powerful from headquarters, who brought people out of the Sea of Death, one of the 8 great cursed lands." "That's right, and it seems that important figure is very young too." A guy with his hair covering one eye looked at the person next to him and asked, "Old bro, do you think this could be related to Lam Feng?" The other guy replied, "It's certainly possible. Let's wait a bit, find a survivor, and investigate. If it's really him, then we'll have rendered a great service to the Wei family." On the city walls of Longcheng, 2 people were standing near the edge, talking to each other. The person with a white scarf on their head spoke, "City Lord, the Phantom Mirage has disappeared, and the guard patrol has finished cleaning up." The city lord, standing opposite him, replied, "That's good. I didn't expect such a major event right after surviving the Blood Moon crisis." The other person replied, "Exactly. Especially when it comes to escorting residents from other regions back to their hometowns. We absolutely cannot make any mistakes that would draw criticism." That person was Bai Yan, the president of the Ghost Tamer Association in Longcheng. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, drawing the attention of the two, "Father, City Lord." It turned out to be Bai Ling. She walked over, waving her hand with a smile, and said, "Were you looking for me for something? We just finished arranging accommodations for the people from other places." The City Lord looked at her and said, "Linger, the hero who led everyone back this time, besides Elder Tang Shui, was there anyone else?" She furrowed her brow slightly, poked her cheek with a finger, and said with a drop of cold sweat, "Ah, I think there was also a teenager with Elder Tang Shui. I don't know him. That person must be a colleague too," he thought, remembering that Lady Shui had warned him not to reveal Lin Feng's identity. The city lord spoke up again, asking, "Are you sure there's no one else?" But in his mind, he was thinking, the VIP that Tang Shui mentioned, the one who negotiated the return of the Sea City Mirage, how could he be a teenager in his teens? Meanwhile, Bai Yan's brows were tightly knitted, his eyes filled with worry as he thought, a teenager from the association? Could it be? He then showed her a picture of someone on his communication device and asked, "Linger, is this the person, right?" When she saw the picture on the device, she exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? How did you know?" He didn't answer her, but turned to the city lord and said, "City lord, this young man's name is Lam Feng. He's the genius spirit physique that headquarters mentioned. Some time ago, he even killed an earth-shattering second-tier ghost tamer from the Wei family in the northeast. Although he's only in his teens, he already possesses the strength of an earth-shattering second tier. It turned out the image on the communicator was of him. After hearing this, both she and the city lord's jaws dropped as they shouted, "What?" Then, Bai Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as she thought, earth-shattering second tier? Is Lin Feng really that strong? Bai Yan continued. From what I know, the Wei family has been relentlessly searching for him. If their spies in Longcheng find him, it's highly likely they'll send people here to hunt him down. Hearing something terrible, Bai Ling's face crumpled as she pushed at him and cried out, "Huh? Does that mean he'll be in danger?" He looked at her and said, "Linger, didn't you say you don't know him? Why are you so worried?" The city lord then interjected, "In any case, we must invite him to the city lord's manor for now to ride out the storm." In a residential area of Longcheng, a voice echoed from a small house. "All right, we got the hush money." A man with hair covering one eye, holding a scroll, said, "Old Xing, I got it." The lucky survivors had drawn a picture of the person they saw. The man called Old Xing, who had a scar across his nose, held a communication device and let out a sinister laugh. "Very good. Quickly compare it with the picture of Lin Feng from the news." On the communicator's screen was his photo, and on the paper was a drawing, likely a portrait. The two men looked back and forth between the drawing and the photo, stroking their chins thoughtfully. The one with hair covering his eye said, "Well now, it's a spitting image." The scarred man, as if he'd struck gold, clenched his fist and said, "I can't believe Lin Feng actually ran all the way to this remote northwest. I'll go inform the family head now." The scene shifts to the Wei family headquarters in the northeast. Wei Wuji sat on his throne, attended by two beautiful women on either side. He looked at the person standing below and asked, "Are you sure he's in Longcheng?" The person replied, "I'm certain." Hearing this, he snorted and said, "That coward Lin Feng actually ran all the way there. When I was searching for him in Sea City, why didn't he dare to show his face? Tell them to keep observing, and absolutely do not alert the target. I can't go myself for now, but I'll send someone to take care of it." The person immediately replied, "Yes, sir." On the outskirts of Longcheng, Lin Feng was sitting next to Tong Tong, while Jiang Wei and Qing Zhu floated above them, back to back. He sat there, tapping on a screen and thinking, the Phoenix Robe Ghost has also returned to rest. This is a good opportunity to let the ghost spirits learn some skills. Jiang Wei was biting the end of her pen, deep in thought. The system displayed an ability panel, Abyssal Abilities Incomplete, with two columns, Annihilation, Scroll Painting, and Voidification. He looked at the panel and thought, Jiang Wei is about to succeed, and with two abyssal abilities at that. Looking over at Qingzhu, the system also popped up. Ghost Spirit, Abyss Shi Zhao. Rank, Abyssal 3rd Tier. Ability, Wooden Fish Suppression. If analysis exceeds 70%, it can achieve class suppression. Abyssal Ability Incomplete, Unknown. After reading the system panel, he thought, Qingzhu also reached Abyssal 3rd Tier thanks to suppressing the black bones. Her abilities have improved as well. Then he suddenly looked over at Tong Tong and asked, What's wrong, Tong Tong?" The little girl didn't say anything, but happily held out a star woven from string towards him. He reached out and pulled the star apart, saying helplessly, who did you learn this from? I'm not really good at this stuff." The little girl's eyes went wide in shock at his action, and a black crow flew over both their heads. It really fits the mood perfectly. Suddenly, his communication device rang. He placed one hand on the head of the dejected-looking little girl and picked up the communicator with the other, a worried expression on his face. "It's a message from Tang Shui." On the screen was a rather long message from her. "Lin Feng, where are you?" Bai Ling said, "She couldn't find you. Although I've told everyone to keep it a secret, too many people saw you, so the news could still leak out. If the Wei family finds out you're in Longcheng, they will definitely come after you, so it's best if you leave quickly." After reading the message, he frowned slightly, thinking, "That's right. It's highly likely the Wei family already knows my whereabouts. But until they're absolutely certain, Wei Wuji probably won't come here himself, but he might send people to investigate." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Abyssal ability of Ghost Spirit Jiang Wei has been completed. Binding +5. He let out a small ah at the notification. And the system continued. Ability 1 is Annihilation Scroll Painting. Once caught in the ghost painting, death is instantaneous. Ability 2 is Voidification, burying all ghost spirit objects within a 200-meter radius. He thought, very good. Other ghost tamers wouldn't even dream that their ghost spirits could have two abyssal abilities. He smiled faintly and said, "This is great. I'll use the Wei family scouts for some practice." Below Tang Shui's message, which read, "Although I've told everyone to keep it a secret, too many people saw you, so the news could still leak out. If the Wei family finds out you're in Longcheng, they will definitely come after you. So, it's best if you leave quickly," was Lin Feng's reply. "Sister Shui, I'm not hiding anymore. I'm heading back to Longcheng now." In Tang Shui's location, she held her communicator, reading his message with a slight frown. wondering to herself, what does he mean, not hiding anymore? Back with Lam Feng, he was now riding his warhorse, crossing a waterfall and charging forward. At Long Cheng's second defense line, people on a bus saw him and his warhorse rushing towards the city gate like a bolt of lightning and exclaimed in disbelief, "Huh? What's that moving so fast?" The demonic energy is terrifying, and just like that, he raced towards the first defense line of Long Cheng. The people standing around saw him and also shouted in surprise, "Long Cheng!" He passed the first defense line heading towards Long Cheng, informed the association. On Long Cheng's bulletin board, an alert flashed, phantom ghost horse sighted. Mysterious ghost tamer appears in Long Cheng. Latest images released, suspected to be the genius teenager Lam Feng. The scene shifts to where Tang Shui was. Ugh. She looked at the urgent report and helplessly face-palmed, exclaiming, "What is Lam Feng doing? Why would he appear so openly?" The people standing around also started talking. "Look, it seems the one riding the ghost horse is from the main association headquarters. You've heard of Lam Feng? Why haven't I? Why haven't I?" At the same time, two guys, one with a scar on his face and the other with hair covering one eye, were running somewhere. Both of their faces looked quite worried. The scar-faced man said, "Lam Feng is heading to the west gate. Let's follow him there." As for him, he was still proudly riding his warhorse into the city, smirking as he said, "Wei Wuji, weren't you looking for me? Then let me help you out." When he reached the west gate of Longcheng, he stopped. The people standing high above looked down and shouted, "He stopped!" Those below were bewildered, saying, "Who on earth is so audacious?" On top of the city wall, among others, were Bai Ling and Tang Shui, looking down at him. People around the two were either filming or exclaiming, "So young, I can see clearly now. Quick, take a picture of him." Tang Shui watched him with a somber expression, wondering to herself, "Lam Feng, what are you trying to do?" Lam Feng sat on his horse, glanced around and said, "People of the Wei family, I know you're here." The people standing there heard his words and asked in confusion, "The Wei family? What does that mean?" He continued, "I also know the third-rank Earth Fiend Ghost Tamer you've invited is heading this way. Look closely." He finished speaking and pointed up high. The place he pointed to was a mountain with the golden hues of autumn leaves. He said, "That mountain is called Ji Mai Mountain. I'll be waiting for you at the summit." Then, with a serious expression, he declared loudly, "Let's settle this once and for all." Those two guys, as well as Tang Shui and Bai Ling, were all stunned, not believing what they had just heard. The surrounding citizens, after hearing his words, all started to gossip. "The Wei family? I've lived in Longcheng for decades. Why have I never heard of them? This kid should be focusing on his studies. What arrogant nonsense is he spouting here?" The guy with hair covering one eye pulled his hood down and said, "Didn't Lam Feng just become a second-rank Earth Fiend not long ago? How dare he openly declare war on the Wei family?" The scar-faced man smirked sinisterly and said, "Challenging a third-rank Earth Fiend is just courting death." At that moment, Xuanhua appeared behind him. She gently waved her hand, and the gossiping citizens immediately felt immense discomfort, raising their hands to brace against the force she generated while exclaiming, "The pressure is too strong. It's Earth Fiend level." Instantly, a pink sphere with a red border appeared high in the sky, with streams of pink light flying towards it. The people on the city wall couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, so young and already at the Earth Fiend level, let's go watch the show." Tang Shui, who was also standing there and witnessing everything, furrowed her brows slightly and thought worriedly, "Lam Feng, could it be that you're all ready?" The city lord and Bai Yan suddenly appeared behind Bai Ling and Tang Shui. The city lord spoke, "You've all seen it." Hearing his voice, Bai Ling turned to look at the two and said, "Dad, Uncle City Lord." Bai Yan, with a worried expression, said, "I originally thought Lam Feng came to Longcheng this time to create a diversion and then quietly slip away, making the Wei family's people come for nothing, but now it's hard to say." The city lord replied, "A second-stage Earth Fiend fighting a third-stage Earth Fiend has almost no chance of winning. Could it be that he has a second-level elder from headquarters helping him?" Tang Shui was a little annoyed to hear that and glanced at the two, saying, "That's highly unlikely. The headquarters wouldn't want to proactively start a conflict with the Wei family." Bai Ling, with a worried look, said, "Uncle City Lord, you have to help Lam Feng. He saved so many people in Longcheng." After she finished, Bai Yan replied, "The fight is outside Longcheng's jurisdiction. It's not convenient for the city lord to intervene." The city lord also replied, "Don't worry. I will observe from the sidelines and do my best to protect him." 3 hours later, at Ji Mai Mountain, people had taken buses up high to get a better view. The four of them also followed, and as soon as they got off the bus, the city lord took out his binoculars to look and said, "As expected, he still hasn't left. Is the third-rank Earth Fiend from the Wei family really coming?" Suddenly, Bai Ling saw something and pointed to the sky, saying, "Look over there. Is that a ghost domain? Where Lin Feng was, he also seemed to sense it and looked up. He watched the thing flying towards him and said, "They're here." The crowd where Bai Ling was also began to chatter. What a terrifying ghostly aura. A ghost domain that large. It must be a third-rank earth fiend. At this moment, on a cliff, stood a bald man with a scar over his eye, standing with his arms crossed, looking down below. He sneered. "Humph, so you're Lin Feng?" He was Musa, the third-rank earth fiend ghost tamer. Standing below, Lin Feng could also see him and thought, as expected, Wei Wuji didn't come himself but sent someone else instead. Out loud, however, he said, "Enough with the trash talk. Make your move." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned Tong Tong and Xuanhua, who immediately appeared along with a swarm of ghostly golden umbrellas and a magic mirror. Musa was no slouch either, summoning a horde of ghost spirits and shouting with a wave of his hand, "Dark warriors, advance!" The ghost spirits obeyed the command and charged towards him in unison. Seeing this unfold, Bai Yan commented, "Lin Feng actually has 3 abyss-tier ghost spirits. He's truly extraordinary." Bai Ling's jaw dropped in astonishment as she thought, 3 abyss-tier spirits, that's even better than my dad. The city lord suddenly remembered something and said, "It's not enough. 30 ghost spirits like that aren't enough." While in his mind, he thought, the gap between the second rank and the third rank is not as small as you imagine. The golden umbrella ghost spirits rushed towards the dark warrior ghost spirits, who immediately and uniformly raised their swords. He looked at their movements in confusion and said, "These dark warriors are so uniform and disciplined. Are they a legion under the command of a third-rank ghost spirit?" At that moment, they began to draw their swords, simultaneously slashing the golden umbrella ghost spirits in half, their movements both decisive and synchronized. He gritted his teeth in disbelief, staring straight ahead with many questions in his mind. What? The ghost umbrella clones were killed in an instant. If they're just minions, how can they be so strong? Could there be some other rule at play? Then, a golden umbrella ghost spirit managed to hit one of the dark warrior ghost spirits. The dark warriors again sheathed their swords in unison, then placed their hands on the hilts, drew them, and slashed forward, cutting the golden umbrella ghost spirit in half, one after another being sliced down. He observed everything and came to a conclusion. I get it. As long as they raise their swords to slash, they're guaranteed to kill a ghost umbrella clone. He then loudly commanded Tong Tong and Xuanhua, "Tong Tong, Xuanhua, strike faster, before they can draw their swords to slash." The moment he finished speaking, Tong Tong dashed forward, cutting down one ghost spirit after another. He looked at Tong Tong and wondered, "We won, but why am I not getting any experience points?" He then looked over at Huyen Hoa, who was shooting streams of blue fire at the dark warriors, and wondered in confusion, "Still no experience? What on earth are these dark warriors? Why hasn't his tier 3 ghost appeared yet?" Meanwhile, Muktat stood there observing everything with a gleeful smile, snorted, and said, "To think you held on for over 10 seconds. Fine, I'll grant you a clean death." The moment he finished speaking, the dark warrior ghost spirits were all enveloped in an eerie purple aura, and in an empty clearing, a terrifying pillar of purple energy appeared. All the dark warrior ghost spirits rushed towards that pillar. Lam Feng saw this and thought, all the dark warriors are turning into ghost energy and converging together. It turned out that the pillar of energy was created to summon a gigantic dark warrior ghost spirit. It was enormous, 100,000 times larger than a normal dark warrior, and the other ghost spirits merged into its body one by one. Witnessing this, he, Dong Dong, and Huyen Hoa all looked on with shocked and bewildered expressions. And that colossal being was the Tier 3 Abyss Spirit, the dark-armored martial emperor. As if realizing something, he exclaimed, "So that's it. These dark warriors aren't minions. They're the very essence of the Tier 3 ghost." After completing the merger, it bared its sharp teeth and let out a terrifying hiss. Then it raised its sword and plunged it violently into the ground, creating a shockwave that shook the entire area. Watching from below, Bai Lin cried out in worry. Lam Feng, Tang Sui also exclaimed anxiously, "This is bad. We have to help him." Meanwhile, 2 men, one with a scar on his face, and the other with hair covering one eye, were sitting somewhere monitoring the battle. The one with his hair over his eye laughed and said, "Looks like Lam Feng can't hold on any longer." The scarred man beside him, watching through binoculars, replied, "He's not even trying to escape. Looks like he's a dead man today." Back at the fight, the Tier 3 Abyss Spirit, the dark-armored martial emperor, seemed unable to stop its body from growing even larger. Lam Feng yelled, "It's still getting bigger? I have to stop it!" He called out to Jiang Wei, "Jiang Wei, have you finished your observation?" As if receiving a satisfactory answer, he commanded loudly, "Then go on. Let's test out your Tier 3 Abyss power." Suddenly, numerous machines with translucent sea-blue tentacles flew into the ghost domain. Muktat, in disbelief, frowned, gritted his teeth, and growled, "This aura, a Tier 3 Abyss Spirit." The crowd below also noticed, pointing upwards and shouting, Look, another ghost spirit is taking action. The city lord also exclaimed in surprise. Where did a Tier 3 abyss come from? Tang Shui couldn't believe her eyes either, covering her mouth with her hand in utter astonishment. By now, the two observers had also noticed. The one with hair covering his eye read from a communication device and reported loudly, Report. Reporting to the city lord, it seems a Tier 3 abyss spirit has appeared on Lam Feng's side, possibly reinforcements sent from the Ghost Tamer headquarters. The scarred man leaned forward, peering through his binoculars to get a clearer view. Bai Yan, standing behind the city lord, commented, Perhaps these are the reinforcements Lam Feng called for. The city lord replied, It doesn't seem like it. Let's observe further. Right at that moment, high above the Tier 3 abyss spirit, the dark-armored martial emperor, countless old machines and abandoned buildings were plummeting straight towards it. Floating above all of that was Jiang Wei, in the form of a long silk scroll, her ghost painting true form. Simultaneously, the remaining dark warrior minions charged at her, but they were all annihilated by beams of light shaped like skeletons. Lam Feng watched with a confident expression and remarked, Jiang Vi has absorbed the remaining dark warriors. As expected of a Tier 3 abyss, suddenly he yelled, Jiang Vi, watch out for his sword. The reason he yelled was because the Tier 3 abyss spirit, the dark-armored martial emperor, had reached out and drawn its blade, and with a single swing, its extended slash cleaved the buildings before it in two. The slash didn't stop at the buildings, but continued on, heading straight for him, but fortunately, Jiang Vi swiftly intercepted the attack for him. This was the abyssal phasing ability she had just obtained. Lam Feng looked forward with a grim expression and said, Whew, that was close. So this is the ghost painting's abyss ability. The buildings directly in front of the Tier 3 abyss spirit, the dark-armored martial emperor, had been completely obliterated by its attack. Seeing this, Muktat gritted his teeth in annoyance. I can't believe you found a helper. I can't let this drag on. Not to be outdone, Muktat summoned a Tier 2 Abyss Thunder Ghost and a Tier 2 Abyss Yin Slaughter Matron. Unafraid, Lam Feng charged forward on his horse, shouting, Dong Dong, Hu Yen Hoa, Dong Dong. The little girl dashed towards the Thunder Ghost and landed a strike on its body. As for the Yin Slaughter Matron, she stood there, pointed forward, and summoned numerous baby ghost spirits with grotesque faces and complexions. Huyen Hoa was the one to directly engage the Yin Slaughter Matron. With a single wave of her hand, countless baby ghost spirits were shredded to pieces, but strangely, they were able to fuse back together as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, flying alongside him were Thon Truk and Lang La. He shouted, These two are also tough opponents. Lang La, Thon Truk, go assist them. Acknowledging the order, Thon Truk immediately began striking her wooden fish Mokugyo to suppress the enemy. Thon Truk struck the Mokugyo repeatedly, generating her ability. He observed and noted, This ghost matron counts as a female evil spirit, which means she can be captured in the Tichchio temple. And indeed, upon hearing the sound of Thon Truk's Mokugyo, the matron clutched her head, her ears ringing in agony, and let out a piercing shriek while gritting her teeth. Seizing the opportunity, he also rushed forward to slash through the baby ghost spirits. Then, with a wave of his hand, he summoned a purple rope that bound the matron tightly, causing her to contort in agony as black blood, a horrifying sight, trickled from the corners of her mouth and eyes. He looked up at her and said, Once you're inside the Tichchio temple, the suppression effect will increase threefold. You won't even think about escaping then. A system notification popped up. The Tichchie temple has successfully captured one female evil spirit. Evil conversion progress at 100%, benevolence at 0%. Returning to Huyen Hoa, she had now taken out her magic mirror and was aiming it at the Thunder Ghost. The mirror completely absorbed the beams of light emanating from its weapon. Seizing the opportunity, Dong Dong rushed out from nowhere and shattered his weapon. And she didn't just stop at destroying his weapon, but also lunged forward and slashed at his head. A single strike from the little girl cleaved his entire body in two. The system displayed a notification, Victory in battle. You have killed one Tier 2 Abyss Spirit, plus 8,000 experience points. After receiving the notification, he immediately yelled, Good, now let's give Jiang Vi our full support. And of course, Muktat could only stare in utter disbelief as didn't scream or anything. Bai Yan, who was watching everything, spoke up. Lin Feng's ghost spirit is that powerful. I'm afraid the man from the Wei family won't be able to defeat him. Bai Ling, standing beside him, blushed with joy, clasped her hands to her chest, and said, Lin Feng, you're so cool. The man named Musa was naturally furious, gritting his teeth and thinking, if I lose, the family head will definitely not spare me. I have no choice but to risk it all against Lin Feng. With that thought, he immediately used a knife to cut his own hand, causing a stream of black blood to flow out. He let the blood flow onto the skull in his hand. At the same time, the Tier 3 Abyss black-armored martial emperor ghost spirit seemed to gain more power. Its eyes sparked with fire as it bared its fangs and snorted menacingly. It raised its hand and drew its sword. When it had drawn its sword and swung it towards Jiang Wei, it shook the very space around them. Lin Feng's jaw dropped in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What kind of ability is this? Its power increased so much in an instant." After its slash, a wave of red energy seemed to be sucked dry by the ground. He exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad! Jiang Wei's etherealization ability has been completely broken through." Xuanhua and Tong Tong quickly turned to shield him. It seemed like the ghost spirit was preparing another attack, making him shout worriedly, "It can also use an abyss ability." Over where the two men were, one with a scar and one with hair covering one eye, seeing Musa's comeback, they cheered enthusiastically. "Let's see how you die this time." At the city lord's position, he was holding something in his hand, his face filled with worry as he watched and thought, "Damn it. Only an abyss ability can stop an abyss ability." Lin Feng's Tier 3 ghost has already exhausted its strength. To launch a new attack, it would need to wait at least 1 hour, but they can't hold out that long, he said aloud. "It seems I have to intervene." As for Lin Feng, instead of being scared, he surprisingly smirked and said, "You thought I was a goner, didn't you? I bet you never guessed that my ghost spirit has a second abyss ability, right?" Suddenly, another ghost domain appeared in the sky. The people below saw it and pointed upwards, shouting, "Look, it's the City Lord's ghost domain." Oh my god, is the City Lord going to join the fight too? As for the City Lord, after summoning his ghost domain, he also flew up. At this moment, he and his ghost spirits were being protected by a red orb, and above them, the Tier 3 Abyss Black-Armored Martial Emperor Ghost Spirit was roaring as it swung its sword down at the red orb. At the same time, Lin Feng shouted with a serious expression, "Second Abyss ability, activate!" As soon as he finished speaking, her eyes shot out 2 bolts of blue lightning, and then she transformed into a ghost painting, lunging towards the Tier 3 Abyss Black-Armored Martial Emperor Ghost Spirit, and it also swung its sword to strike Jiang Wei. But contrary to expectations that the slash would cut the scroll, the ghost painting wrapped around the sword's blade. It struggled to cut it or pull the sword free. After a while, the ghost painting was finally shredded to pieces. Seeing this, Musa joyfully clenched his fist and laughed, truly like an egg hitting a rock. But suddenly, both he and the Tier 3 Abyss Black-Armored Martial Emperor Ghost Spirit felt something and grimaced in discomfort, shouting, "Wait, what is this feeling?" The shredded ghost painting reappeared above its head as if nothing had happened. Musa shouted in disbelief, "What?" And not only did it reappear, but the ghost painting also extended itself, growing longer and longer, wrapping around his ghost domain. The people below watched the scene in disbelief and shouted, "The ghost painting has enveloped the entire ghost domain." As if waiting for this moment, Lin Feng smirked slightly and said, "It's too late to realize it's an illusion now." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous blue lightning bolts and beams of light shot out from around the orb. This was the Abyss ability, Painting Scroll Annihilation. The City Lord, standing nearby, shielded his eyes from the light to get a better view. He said in disbelief, "This is?" After a while, the once massive ghost domain was gone, leaving only the ghost painting. On the ground below, the scene showed him sitting on his horse, with Xuanhua on his right, Tong Tong on his left, and Musa lying on the ground right in front of him. The system immediately displayed a notification, "Battle victorious. Your ghost spirit has killed a Tier 3 Abyss ghost spirit. Experience plus 22,000. Ghost spirit Jiang Wei's binding plus 10. At this point, Musa slowly sat up, groaning as he looked up at the sky, trying to get his bearings. Impossible. His face had now become old and ugly, a sagging visage that was horrifying to look at. He looked at his own limbs in disbelief and shouted, "My blood sacrifice secret art had no effect?" Lin Feng, sitting on his horse, looked down at him and said, "I'll spare you this once. Go back and tell Wei Wuji exactly how you lost to me." But instead of being grateful, he stabbed himself in the chest with his knife and said, "My lifespan is wasted. My ghost spirit is gone. What's the point of living anymore?" The city lord stood there, watching the ghost painting fly back towards the young man and said, "It seems the man from the Wei family has been dealt with. I wonder who owns this Tier 3 Abyss ghost. I'll go take a look." The crowd also quickly ran after the ghost painting, saying as they ran, "Let's go. Let's hurry and see which expert made the move." At the same time, the ghost painting flew back to his side, rolled itself up, and flew right into his hand. When the crowd arrived and saw this scene, they were all stunned and exclaimed, "It's Lin Feng! A Tier 3 Abyss ghost spirit wouldn't let a human touch it so easily, unless it was its master." The ghost painting in his hand glowed like a treasure. The city lord, the citizens, Bai Yan, and Bai Ling could hardly believe their eyes as they marveled, "This Tier 3 Abyss ghost spirit actually belongs to Lin Feng? Did Lin Feng really defeat his opponent all by himself?" Tang Shui stood there, looking at him and thinking, even though I knew that ghost painting was his spirit, it's still hard to believe. He leveled up to Tier 3 Abyss in such a short time. The ghost painting transformed back into Jiang Wei. She held the armor and sword of the Tier 3 Abyss, black-armored martial emperor ghost spirit, and handed them to him. System notification. You have received Black Void Blade ×1. You have received Black Void Armor ×1. He took the two items and said, "Not a bad haul. I can consider upgrading my equipment now." At this moment, the city lord also flew over and landed in front of him. He spoke up. "Lam Feng, you must be a Tier 3 Earthshaw Ghost Tamer by now, right?" He smiled and replied, "That's right, but it was mostly luck." The city lord continued, "You're too modest, Lam Feng. Your future achievements will likely break all previous records. As it happens, I have a favor to ask of you. Would you do me the honor of coming to the city to discuss it?" As he spoke, he gestured towards his ghost domain. He smiled lightly and replied, "Of course. Naturally, we can't forget the two men, one with a scar and one with hair covering an eye." Both of them now had looks of terror on their faces. Terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat, he stammered, We're screwed." Scarface looked at the device's screen and frantically said over the comms, "Xiao Gong, quick, look at the picture online." On the device's screen was a picture of him holding the ghost painting and the headline, "Lam Feng, the heaven-defying teenager, third-stage Earth Fiend." The content was about Lam Feng successfully eliminating a third-stage Earth Fiend ghost tamer from the Wei family. After seeing that image, the other guy exclaimed in fear, "Isn't that ghost painting an external aid? It's another one of Lam Feng's ghost spirits." Scarface replied, "It seems so now. This Lam Feng is too damn strange. We have to inform the family head immediately." At Wei Wuji's location, after hearing everything, he angrily smashed his teacup and roared, "How is this possible? Musat was actually killed by Lam Feng?" With veins popping on his furious face, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, if we let Lam Feng continue to grow, it won't be long before he comes looking for me, even if I don't go after him. The Wei family has reached a moment of life and death. If that's the case, I can only risk it all and go there to subdue that ghost." At the city lord's mansion in Longcheng, a small banquet was being held to celebrate Lam Feng's victory. At the table, the city lord sat at the head, with Lam Feng and Tang Shui to his right, and Bai Yan and Bai Ling to his left. "Lam Feng," he spoke up and asked the city lord, "Longcheng city lord, did you say you are preparing to launch 3 satellites at the same time?" He replied, "That's right. Longcheng has a special geographical location. Over 100 years ago, there was a satellite launch center in the southeastern area of Longcheng. 30 years ago, we made a deal with that place and moved all the equipment and technical documents here. After 30 years of preparation, we are finally able to launch satellites. It's just," seeing him hesitate, he immediately asked, "City Lord, are you afraid that launching the satellites will create noise that attracts evil spirits?" He replied, "Yes. Last time when we tested a satellite launch, it attracted a third-stage abyss ghost spirit. When we officially launch, it might trigger a large-scale ghost tide. At that point, not only could the satellite launch fail, but the entire satellite base would also face the risk of destruction. Lam Feng, if you agree to stand guard for this satellite launch, of the 3 satellites, I can give you one. You will have full management and control rights over that satellite." After hearing this, Lam Feng stroked his chin and thought, having a satellite would greatly enhance communication capabilities, allow for a firm grasp of the situation on the ground, and I could even coordinate it according to my own needs. Finishing his thought, he immediately asked him, "City Lord, when do you plan to launch the satellites?" He answered, "We need about 1 more week to initiate all the preparation procedures." As soon as he finished speaking, he said, "All right then, I can help you." Receiving his agreement, he said joyfully, "That's wonderful. Come, daughter, pour some wine for Lam Feng. Let's treat our great hero well." His daughter went to his side, poured him wine, and said, "Lord Lin, I'm waiting for my thank you." His daughter, with a slightly flushed face, whispered into his ear, "The really good wine is in my room. You can come find me on the 3rd floor. My treat." The city lord's daughter's words made his ears turn red hot. He replied, "Ah, there's no need for that." After saying that, the girl turned and left. He, blushing, wiped a drop of sweat from his face and breathed a sigh of relief internally. After they finished eating and drinking their fill, everyone returned to their own rooms. In Lam Feng's room, he was holding the golden leaf in his hand, leaning on the balcony and gazing at the sky, his mind a mess of thoughts. "I've dealt with the Wei family's external aid. Within this next week, I have to figure out a way to bind the Phoenix Robe Female Ghost. That way, I can bring along 2, or even more, third-stage abyss ghost spirits, and flatten the Wei family completely." Then, he forcefully crushed the leaf. Instantly, he was transported to the main hall of the Phoenix-robed female ghost. Seeing no one there, he snorted and said, "She's not here. Where did she go?" Then he walked up to the throne and sat down, taking out his communication device and saying dejectedly, "Guess I'll wait a bit. This throne is pretty comfortable." But then, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. His face darkened, and he snorted. The Phoenix Robed Female Ghost suddenly emerged from within the throne. He was sitting there looking around, and said in alarm, "Why is there yin energy?" When she fully materialized, he jumped off the throne in shock and yelled, "Ah! When did you get back?" "I was just sitting on it to feel how comfortable it is. I didn't mean anything else by it." Then he scratched his head, looked at her and said, "Oh, right. Thank you for bringing everyone back before. If there's anything else you need help with, I'll definitely do my best." Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "I should also figure out how to activate the binding quest." She looked at him with a sad face, not answering. Then she took out her golden mirror, and he wondered in confusion, "Huh? Where is she planning to go now?" Her ghost domain flew off on command, soaring on and on and on, until it reached a certain place. Seeing it, he exclaimed, "What magnificent ancient city ruins!" Upon arrival, he and she jumped down to the ground, and he looked around, asking, "What's here?" He watched her use the mirror to absorb light from somewhere and wondered, is she trying to help the moonlight chi again? It turned out the light was coming from the moon high above. He stood there watching her finish absorbing the light and then project it onto the land before them. The desolate scenery suddenly became more bustling and lively. He was amazed by everything before him and exclaimed, "Ah, it seems the ancient city has come back to life." While he was still in awe, a system notification appeared. Quest: find the Phoenix Robed Female Ghost. Enter the ancient city and find the luminous pearl. Quest reward: Phoenix Robed Female Ghost binding +10. Reminder: when the host summons a ghost spirit, they will be repelled and ejected from the ancient city. He looked towards the city gate and thought, find the luminous pearl. It seems this illusory ancient city is similar to Tichchiawam, or the ghost painting world. If I can't summon ghost spirits, then I need to prepare some safety measures. That's right, Jiang is modifying the new armor. I wonder how that's coming along. Looking into the space where Jiang was crafting the armor, the system asked, Hakvo armor modification complete. Integrate into the existing ghost armor's attributes? He immediately answered loudly, yes. The system received the command and announced, integrating. Integration successful. True Martial Ghost Armor Attributes: 100% physical attack reflection, plus 50% ghost technique resistance, plus 20% agility. True Martial Ghost Blade Attributes: enhanced lifesteal through blood sacrifice, 100% hit rate for drawing slash, plus 30% strength. He took the armor and put it on, moving his arm and thinking, not bad, the original attributes have all been preserved, and a special skill has been added. He stepped into the realm, saying, preparations are complete, let's go in. Once inside, he was overwhelmed by its bustling atmosphere and exclaimed loudly, whoa, this city is so bustling. He observed the people around him and said, judging by their attire, this must be a small western kingdom on the ancient Silk Road, with a timeline similar to Huyen Hoa. Suddenly, there was. Two guys ran up from behind and bumped into him, rushing past with sweaty faces, shouting, hurry! The Queen's coronation ceremony is about to start. We're going to be late. He watched them run off, wondering to himself in confusion, the Queen's coronation. Could they be talking about the Phoenix-robed female ghost? At the Grand Palace gates, he followed the two men. Looking at the scene, he figured it was a good time to go inside and check. An item like the luminous pearl would most likely be inside the royal palace. Just as he was about to pass through the city gate, two guards stopped him, demanding loudly, halt, where is your congratulatory gift? With a clang, two spears crossed in front of his chest, blocking his way. He grabbed the two spears, pursing his lips as he replayed their question in his head. Halt! Where is my gift? Suddenly, a group of merchants approached from behind, saying cheerfully, honorable guards, we heard that the queen of your esteemed nation is being coronated today, so we have brought 10 agate gems and 20 camels as an offering. As soon as they finished, the guard said, you may enter. He watched this unfold and thought to himself, I've got an idea. He took out a flashlight, held it out, and announced loudly, this is the gift I've painstakingly prepared, he thought to himself. These ancient people have never seen anything like this, so tricking them with it should be fine. However, contrary to what he expected, the guard didn't let him in. Instead, he became visibly annoyed. Pointing at the flashlight, the guard yelled, are you kidding me? What the hell is this? Seeing his reaction, he wondered to himself, he can't see it. Is it because this is a phantom realm, only items from spirit ghosts are visible? If so, as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly took out a bolt of purple cloth with gold trim and said, my apologies, I meant this gift, he thought. An item sold by the spirit ghost merchant caravan should count, right? Upon seeing the cloth, the guard said, fine, you may enter. After being allowed through, he entered a large courtyard in front of the palace hall. A general standing on a higher platform announced sternly, silence, the coronation ceremony will now begin. Standing in the crowd, he looked up and thought, here we go. The other attendees standing nearby murmured, "We finally get to see the queen." He watched her feet ascend the steps, one by one, and wondered, "Is that her?" The surrounding crowd immediately erupted into cheers. "That is the new queen. Long live the queen." It was her, the Kuyet Nu Vuong. Lam Feng stood below, staring intently at the queen. It turned out she was none other than the Phoenix Robed Female Ghost. He stared at her in shock, thinking, she's the spitting image of the Phoenix Robed Female Ghost. So, she's the newly crowned queen of this country, but I don't see the luminous pearl anywhere on her. Could it be hidden somewhere in the palace? I'll go take a look. Just as he suspected, the palace layout was identical to the Phoenix-robed female ghost's phantom realm. I can check the side halls first. Acting on the thought, he immediately leaped onto the palace roof. Suddenly, everyone below looked up at the sky, pointing with fearful expressions. "Ah, look at the sky! It's terrifying!" Hearing them, he also looked up, frowning in confusion. "What's going on?" It turned out a monstrous phantom realm was descending from above with a low rumble. The people screamed in panic. "It's a phantom realm!" Many soldiers and citizens collapsed under the immense pressure of its power. He watched in disbelief as a light suddenly glowed on his chest, and he was ejected from the palace, returning to his starting point. As he landed, he grunted in surprise. "I'm out?" He looked at the palm of his hand, thinking grimly. "I told the watch not to activate before I went in. It must have sensed extreme danger, causing me to be expelled from the ancient city." Finishing his thought, he started to walk back in. "Let's go take another look." He saw that everything around him had returned to how it was initially, and thought, it's all back to the beginning. Could this place be like Jiang Wei's phantom realm, repeating infinitely until the objective is completed? And just as he thought that, the same two guys from before ran up from behind, bumped into him, and said, "Hurry! The queen's coronation ceremony is about to start. We're going to be late." He watched them and thought, as I thought. He lowered his head, thinking, last time, it took about 1 hour from when I entered the ancient city to when I was forced out. This time, I'll head straight for the palace to find the luminous pearl. I shouldn't have wasted time with the guards. Jumping over the wall is much faster. Acting on this thought, he quickly leaped inside. An hour later, he was rummaging through her chest of precious stones thinking, strange, in her jewelry box. There are so many rare and exotic treasures, but I can't find the luminous pearl at all. He was startled.